This young man was stunned when a massive book suddenly hit him directly on the head. Instinctively, he jumped up, and at that moment, he was faced with a face full of fury. I know your scores are high, but you dare to fall asleep in my class? You've got some nerve. Who had just slept so soundly he drooled and had just been hit on the head, now displayed an expression that couldn't be more bewildered. Because the person standing in front of him was Professor Hubert. He had long passed away. How could he be here? Bewildered, looked around and realized that all around him were faces he hadn't seen in a long time. He looked down at himself again, then was shocked to realize a terrifying truth. He had returned to the past. Time seemed to freeze. He couldn't believe he had time traveled to the past. Professor Hubert witnessed the entire range of emotions on his face, not knowing what he was thinking, but only frowned and sighed. Your behavior today is not like you at all, however, you are still punished. Get out. So, having just time traveled, he was immediately kicked out of class just like that. He had never really thought he would time travel one day, and could this be considered magic? He recalled the last moment of his previous life, the strange voice had said. When different eyes open, you will become the foundation for creating a new mythology, so prove yourself worthy. For the future of the new mythology, I will grant you another opportunity. He didn't know who the owner of that voice was, but this power definitely brought him back to the past. Speaking of which, he looked down at his left hand and realized his dragon eye ring was gone. This ring was left by his mother. Could it be that his mother had manifested to save him? While he was deep in thought, Professor Hubert pushed the door open and stepped out. The class had ended. He felt that falling asleep during class just now wasn't like him at all, so he wanted to talk privately and asked him to come to his office at lunchtime. He bowed his head and said he remembered. Afterward, he secretly watched the professor's retreating figure, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last got into trouble at school like this, but he really liked the feeling. Compared to becoming a fated noble struggling to make a living, this school life was truly paradise. No sooner had he thought of this than someone hit him hard on the head again. By natural reflex, he clutched his head and shouted loudly. What the hell kind of joke is this? Huh? What the hell? He turned around to see the three jerks who had hit him laughing mockingly. Then, one of the fat guys among them even tried to add another slap to him. You seem too relaxed, you bastard. But he hadn't had a chance to strike before his own friend stopped him. Because the professors were still there, openly bullying a classmate like this would get them into big trouble. Then, this guy turned back to him and coldly questioned. I'm sure I told you to copy notes for me. And you dared to fall asleep during class? He widened his eyes. He recognized this as Coma Frederick. It had been a long time. Indeed, this jerk was just as annoying as he was in his memories. All right, if you don't want to die, then follow me to the restroom now. He threatened, then these three thugs walked ahead. Smiled helplessly. That's right, because it had been so long, he almost forgot that these things had once happened. However, because he had transmigrated, his fate would also change. For example, he received a system. At this moment, the system window appeared before him again. He remembered that before he lost consciousness, this thing had also appeared, but even now he still didn't know exactly what it was. On the status window were a few lines of text, announcing a new quest had been issued: escape from being bullied and teach the three thugs from his class a lesson. The quest reward was a low-grade magic stone. He stared in bewilderment at the thing floating before him. It was like an illusion, because his hand could pass through the screen. Also, what is a low-grade magic stone? Besides, it seemed no one else could see this thing. Therefore, Coma and his gang became extremely annoyed when they saw him standing there blankly. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you following? You know that running away is useless, right? We're in the academy right now, but if you're scared, just try running. Coma said with a sinister smile. At this moment, he made up his mind. Setting aside the research on what that system window was for now, he still had to teach these school bullies a lesson. Although he was back in a teenage body, his soul was still that of a man who had experienced countless years of life as a mercenary. With the experience he gained from monsters in his previous life, these three were nothing more than snot-nosed brats. When he entered the restroom, all three were already waiting. Their eyes eagerly watched him like a toy, and it felt as if they would rush forward and beat him at any moment. "So you finally decided to come in, you worm?" Koma raised his pipe, took a drag, and asked. But he didn't expect that he would immediately retort. "Yes, of course, you damn leech." All three of them were dumbfounded by his words. They felt either they weren't fully awake, or he had lost his mind to be so insolent with them. It was the white-haired fatty from before who made the first move. He seemed to be Koma's loyal subordinate. However, when this guy lunged at him, he dodged the punch with incredible speed and simultaneously delivered a spectacular counterattack. His punch landed squarely on the opponent's stomach, making him see stars and fall backward. "You trash!" Koma's remaining subordinate shrieked. But this guy fared even worse than his friend, as he was defeated before he could even make a move. Moreover, this time he punched him directly in the face. Now, only Koma and he were left standing. But he wasn't scared. Instead, he mocked him. "Seriously, because you can't use magic, have you learned some cheap martial arts moves? Indeed, nothing more can be expected from a fallen family. Even though we can't use magic in the academy, it seems you don't know that I can use a few small artifacts, huh?" With that, Koma threw the pipe in his hand away and put some kind of equipment on his right hand. Next, he ferociously rushed towards, thinking his artifact was incredibly formidable. But in the end, Koma's punch was still stopped by him. Though clearly much smaller than him, at this moment his hand tightly gripped Koma's, even twisting it backward. The pain made this scoundrel unable to move, and he couldn't pull his hand away. "Koma Frederick, your brothers have taken your place on the rankings. Even your family has abandoned an idiot like you. If you face a strong opponent, you'll slowly back away, but if you face a weak opponent, you won't hesitate to bully them. How dare a piece of trash like you mention my family?" Koma knelt down, partly from pain, partly from the incredibly oppressive fear. Panic clearly appeared on his face when he saw his other hand clenched into a fist. "Wait, listen to me." He tried to bargain, and he struggled, but he couldn't stop actions. Ultimately, all three of them were beaten flat to the ground by the person they had always looked down upon and bullied. Before leaving the restroom, also didn't forget to leave the group a warning: from now on, behave properly if they still want to keep their lives. However, after leaving the restroom, secretly found a corner and crouched down. It seemed that in the body of a teenager, he had overexerted himself. At this very moment, that system window danced before him, announcing that the quest was complete and he had received a low-grade magic stone. A magic stone bounced out from it and fell into his palm. The system window also emphasized that this item was consumable, making extremely suspicious. Was that system telling him to eat this magic stone? Looked at the magic stone with scrutiny. After all, even cavemen don't eat rocks. Why should he eat this? But he saw the system window still floating in the air. The appearance of this strange thing specifically for him must be fate, so the system must also be a guidance from destiny. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, still put the stone into his mouth. The text on the system window immediately changed. This time it announced the successful absorption of the low-grade magic stone. Immediately after, his body also reacted. A burning sensation spread throughout his body, and he could clearly feel his heart pounding. The system again announced that he had received the mana contained in the magic stone, leading to an increase in mana within the magic circle. He didn't need to read the notification to feel this. He had never felt mana overflowing like this before. It was continuously being absorbed by the magic circle surrounding his heart. After about a minute, that chaotic feeling finally stabilized. Seemed to see a glimmer of hope through this. It seemed that if he continued to follow the system's instructions, he would overcome the curse of his narrow mana flow. Then the downfall of his family, being expelled from the academy, or becoming a third-rate mercenary mage, he could completely change that tragic fate. Thinking of this, felt invigorated. He stood up and went straight to Professor Hubert's room. He was already sitting on the sofa, the tea was already made, and it seemed he was waiting for him. As soon as he sat down, the professor spoke immediately. You're not yourself today. Are you perhaps facing some difficulty? I heard other classmates are bullying you. At first, there was tension. But after Professor Hubert said that, this feeling had disappeared. In his previous life, he always helped him too, and it seems this life is no exception. And he always regretted that he didn't get to say these words in time. You don't need to worry, sir. Thank you very much, Professor. Well, as a professor, of course I have to take care of my students. If you're fine, that's good, but you'll still be punished for falling asleep in my class. Hubert breathed a sigh of relief seeing that he was fine. But the punishment the professor gave him was to write an analytical report from page 62 to page 74 of the in-depth elemental study. This was a section that even upperclassmen struggled with. Therefore, Professor Hubert warned him beforehand that this would not be easy. When he pushed the in-depth elemental study in front of him, the system window appeared again, automatically turning the professor's request into a new quest, and the reward for successful completion this time would depend on the completeness of the report and the professor's satisfaction. Specifically, a low-grade magic stone along with an undisclosed item. Seeing his bewildered expression, Professor Hubert thought the punishment he gave was too difficult and offered a sly smile. What's wrong? Too difficult? No, thank you, he immediately replied, then hugged the in-depth elemental study and returned to his dormitory. In reality, this assignment was not difficult for him. Because in his previous life, due to his limited mana flow capacity, he immersed himself in theoretical studies to compensate. Even after becoming a mercenary, he never stopped learning. And that knowledge was still deeply ingrained in his mind. It's just that in this life, a new path had opened up, and something else was just as important as theoretical study, practicing mana flow. Mana flow is the path mana circulates throughout the body. It is absorbed through respiration, flows through the mana channels, and converges at the heart. From there, mages can release mana to create magic. In other words, the stronger the mana flow, the more mana you can gather and the faster you can release it. As mentioned, Vassal was born with an extremely narrow and weak mana flow. This caused him many difficulties in actual combat and forced him to live a wretched life in his previous incarnation. Now that he has been reborn, he still can't forget those things, and genuinely wonders if returning to the past was due to heaven's sympathy for his unfortunate fate, or simply pure luck. Regardless of the cause, Vassal was determined to seize this opportunity to change his fate. Subsequently, based on his memories from his previous life, he found a historical relic of unknown origin, containing 2 magic books, Abundant Flow and Mage's Body. Abundant Flow helped train the body and amplify mana flow, while Mage's Body replaced muscle fibers and turned them into a part of the mana flow. In other words, the healthier the body, the more stable the mana flow. In his previous life, he discovered these 2 books when his body was already that of an adult, so despite his efforts, training didn't change much. But in this life, as his body belonged to a developing teenager, the effects would surely be more pronounced. That's why Vassal began a series of days of intense training. Every day, he pushed himself to train until sunset, or until he was completely exhausted. Of course, during this process, the mysterious system also accompanied him by issuing some quests, for example, running 5 kilometers to practice the ancient magic of abundant flow. Vassal also dutifully followed its instructions. Though it was tough, he barely managed to get this opportunity, so he absolutely couldn't miss it. Vassal started running again, running until his legs turned to jelly and he was out of breath, but because he hadn't reached the 5-kilometer mark yet, he kept running. It was late at night when the quest finally succeeded. Vassal was so tired he couldn't walk anymore, so he just lay flat on the grass. And he had no idea that while he was training, a pair of eyes was secretly watching him, and this mysterious person also let out a sarcastic smile. It's a futile effort, Vassal Gemin. A few days later, Vassal submitted his report to Professor Hubert. He was greatly astonished that Vassal could draw such profound conclusions based only on the academic materials he had provided. Are you sure you prepared this harvest report yourself? Hubert even harbored some doubt. Yes, I can swear a mana oath to guarantee it. His attitude was incredibly confident, and Vassal's mention of the oath was so straightforward that Professor Hubert was finally reassured about the authenticity of the report. He was also very satisfied with it, and as a result, the rewards Vassal received were quite generous. Specifically, in addition to low-grade magic stones, Vassal also received auxiliary gems of the same size and knowledge about the art of monster summoning. Thanks to that knowledge, he gained effects such as enhanced magic power, reduced mana consumption, and decreased spell casting time. Vassal was overjoyed. This also meant that the deeper his knowledge, the stronger he would become, right? If that's the case. Thinking this, an idea flashed through Vassal's mind. He took advantage of the opportunity to meet Professor Hubert privately to ask him for a favor, to let him use the faculty's library. May I ask why? The student library already has enough books to meet your needs. Hubert asked cautiously, but Vassal replied that he had already read all the books in the student library. This answer inevitably stunned Professor Hubert. But even if that were true, using the faculty library was a different matter, and Professor Hubert had to consider whether Vassal met the qualifications to receive this privilege. So he immediately assigned him 10 reports. And, of course, they were also digitized into system quests. Vassal was a little overwhelmed by the amount of work the professor had given him. But they were completely in line with Hubert's style. After all, he was known for being demanding. It's just that the deeper one understands theory, the stronger their magic becomes. Therefore, this small challenge couldn't deter Vassal. He had to complete them at all costs to gain access to the advanced knowledge in the professor's library. Furthermore, since the reward for completing the quests was a magic stone that helped him improve his mana flow, Vassal had even more reason to strive. And so, Vassal diligently practiced the 2 ancient magics, Abundant Flow and Mage's Body, while also seriously working on the reports Professor Hubert assigned him. However, living peacefully was indeed very difficult. Because the very next day, someone came to cause trouble for Vassal. Vassal Gemin, I heard you carry cursed mana, but it seems you're a training fanatic, aren't you? My friend suffered greatly because of you. Vassal recognized this person. It was Anton Frederick. He could guess the reason this guy came here just by thinking a little. So? Are you guys here for revenge? Anton burst out laughing after hearing this question. Me, take revenge on you? Stop deluding yourself. Who would even bother taking revenge on a useless bastard like you? Just trampling you underfoot is enough. See you in class. It seems like everyone with the surname Frederick has such an unpleasant personality. That Anton guy had no intention of beating Vassal to a pulp right here, because he thought there was no audience for him in this place. Instead, this bastard wanted to humiliate him in front of many people. And Vassal quickly guessed that the class he just mentioned was the practical magic class, where students were graded based on the results of their practice duels. And that was also where he was most despised and bullied in his previous life. For a moment, Vassal had forgotten these painful memories, and Anton had reminded him to recall them. It's just that in this life, he has changed, and he's ready for that challenge. At this moment, the system window popped up again, and the new task it required was for Vassal to achieve the second magic circle. And at the same time, expand his understanding of the skills he possessed. Time was running out, so he continued to practice frantically. During the day he trained, and in the evening, he returned to write reports. To the point that Professor Hubert was startled when he saw the thick stack of reports he had completed in such a short time. However, thanks to the knowledge accumulated in his previous life, all these reports satisfied him. Watching the quest completion notifications and reward disbursements constantly pop up in front of him, Vassal's mood was extremely joyful. Now, he had obtained 10 low-grade magic stones. However, Vassal felt a bit cautious. Last time, he had struggled so much just absorbing 1 stone. So, would his mana flow be strong enough to control all these magic stones? Vassal was afraid his body would explode. But after some thought, he felt he should still trust the results of his hard training over the past period. So he consumed all 10 stones in one go. The reaction was very fast, and it was completely different from last time. Vassal felt like his body was being thrown into a crematorium. A scorching hot sensation from within his skin felt like it wanted to incinerate his flesh into ash. But Vassal didn't lose his reason because of it, as he knew what he needed to do now was quickly create a new mana flow. Vassal tried to suppress the pain to identify the mana flow. Next, he circulated it, and tried to create a new magic circle. Vassal poured all his strength into this, because if he failed, his heart might not be able to withstand it. It was clearly a dangerous gamble, but in this life, Vassal was determined not to live within his comfort zone. And the sweet fruit for someone who risked his life like him was the second mana magic circle. When Vassal's body gradually stabilized, his strength was completely drained. He tiredly collapsed onto the floor. He no longer had the strength to read the new notifications from the system either. But after completing this quest, Vassal had gained a fair amount of knowledge about magic and his own attributes. At the same time, the magic power of those spells had also been enhanced. After dawn, Vassal dragged his tired body to meet Professor Hubert to submit his final report. He had completed all the assignments, making him extremely satisfied. But this strict professor still wanted to ask one last question. Among the 4 structures that make up magic, which one is the most important? Hubert thought that this question was much more fundamental than the previous assignments, because it was a practical question. But Vassal's expression suddenly froze. Professor Hubert then felt that he had stumped him. After all, this was a question for which he himself had only recently found the answer not long ago. Therefore, the professor originally intended to give Vassal a different question. However, at that very moment, he loudly declared the answer. The most important thing is the mental image. This time, it was Professor Hubert who had to pause for a few seconds. Vassal calmly but confidently explained his answer. According to him, magic is the ability to materialize impossible things into the real world by using mana. The world classifies this process into 4 levels. Synchronization, where we learn the laws of natural phenomena. Mental image, where we visualize what we've learned in our minds. Construction, the formulas for deploying the visual image. Finally, deployment, where magic is realized through these formulas. And understanding, construction, and deployment can all be learned through effort and refinement. But the mental image isn't something one can achieve solely through effort. Breaking through one's limits to reach free imagination through courage. That is what determines the level of each person's mental image. For example, Vassal can use magic to create a small flame. But if he considers this flame an arrow, it will become a 2-tiered spell, a fire arrow. Next, if he imagines something else, the flame could also transform into something completely different. In other words, if his imagination is not limited, he could even create things that don't exist in this world. Unreal, imaginary things, such as a dragon. Just like shadows appearing where the sun shines or hot ice, everything originates from understanding the world, but ends by overturning its laws. To Vassal, that is the essence of magic. He spoke at length, without stumbling, with a confident demeanor, making Professor Hubert even more astonished. Just as he thought, the student library was too small a world for Vassal. And as a professor, how could he suppress a young talent by confining him to that narrow world? The quest to gain access to the professor's library's first floor was complete. Vassal received both Professor Hubert's recognition and 2 low-tier magic stones. This alone was enough to tell how powerful Daria's mana flow was. He just didn't understand why she was here. "Oh, so you know me, kid? Don't be so tense, I'm just a fellow traveler on the same path as you." Saying that, Daria took out a lollipop. This action stunned Vassal for a moment. Snow White Daria was actually coaxing him like a child? Well, that's true. After all, Vassal is currently in the body of a child. He obediently took the candy and started eating. Daria also began strolling through the faculty library, and Vassal followed her. But how could a student like you get into the professor's library? After a few steps, Daria asked again. Professor Hubert let me in. Zassel answered honestly. An excited smile appeared on Daria's face. Oh, that stubborn old man? Never mind him, what you're learning is quite interesting. The mana is incredibly pure, and its distribution is very stable too. That's truly rare. Daria's gaze seemed to pierce through Zassel's secrets, making him tense up again. But she quickly reassured him, also saying that she wasn't here to show off or lecture him. Try to develop your abilities to the fullest, kid, we'll meet again soon. Daria left a cryptic remark. After her magic staff tapped the ground a few times, a red light flashed, and Daria's figure quickly vanished. Yes, Fire Tower Master. Zassel replied blankly and only calmed down a long time later. He never thought he would meet a legendary figure like Snow White Daria here. It was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. He returned to his studies, only leaving the faculty library late in the evening, an act noticed by Anton's group. These narrow-minded fools believed that to gain access to the faculty library, Zassel must have latched onto some professor, but even so, it wouldn't change his wretched fate. Zassel was already used to these taunts, so he had no intention of refuting them. Anyway, whether his efforts would truly pay off, they would experience it themselves when the opportunity arose. And that opportunity arrived very quickly, with the practical magic class taking place a few days later. By tradition, the first student called by the professor would step onto the arena and choose another student as their opponent. Professors usually chose the weakest student first so that person could pick a classmate of similar skill. In his previous life, Zassel was always the first one called, but he still suffered a devastating defeat. In this class, his classmates also bet that Zassel would be called again. And the amateur mages in the class began to beg him to choose them as opponents so they could improve their scores. Clearly, even the weakest students in the class looked down on him and only saw him as a stepping stone to boost their own scores. However, this time something unimaginable happened. When all the students expected the name Zassel Raymond to be called first, the professor in charge of this practical class called Anton Frederick instead. Everyone was stunned, and only Anton and the professor understood the situation. After all, he had received quite a few benefits from the Frederick Trading Guild. What was it to arrange for him to choose his opponent first? Zassel, however, seemed unsurprised by this situation. Ever since Anton arranged to meet him again in class, he had already guessed that Anton would use every trick to humiliate him in front of the whole class. And just as Zassel predicted, Anton stood in the arena, his eyes fixed on him, and said loudly, "What are you still sitting there for? Get down here, Zassel Raymond." Meanwhile, Daria had gone to Hubert's private office to meet him. It was only through their conversation that it was revealed Hubert was Daria's student. After exchanging greetings, she immediately brought up Zassel. "So you gave a kid named Zassel a professor's library access card?" Hearing his former teacher ask that, Hubert immediately became tense. "That's right, did he do something wrong?" "No, it's just been a long time since I've seen something so rare." "You're right." Hubert sighed heavily again. Zassel's mana flow is constricted, forming an abnormal condition that no one on this continent can cure. Based on Hubert's expression, it was impossible not to see how much he regretted Zassel's talent. However, Daria laughed after hearing it and criticized him, saying he was truly an idiot. Because Zassel had already cured himself. Through their brief meeting in the library, she had discovered that and also realized that he had completed opening his second magic circle. Back in the practical magic class, with Anton's provocation, Zassel had no reason to keep lingering in the stands. Moreover, the system quest had also been issued. If he won this practical magic session, he would receive 2 low-grade magic stones and unlock a storage space with a maximum capacity of 40 kilograms. Storage space is a type of magic that only the wealthiest mages can use. If used to store magic stones, it would be incredibly convenient. Thinking of this, Zassel unconsciously smiled. And his smile infuriated Anton, who was opposite him. "Hey, you worm, don't you realize what situation you're in? If you want to live, beg me. Zassel felt as if he had just told a joke. Ha, beg? Me? As he spoke, his mana surged intensely. The energy swirling around Zassel made Anton, who was opposite him, feel that something wasn't quite right. The professor in charge of the match signaled for them to take their positions. The match would begin shortly. At this moment, Anton was ready to unleash his attack, because from his earlier perception, Zassel had successfully opened his second magic circle. But for someone always regarded as trash like him to be able to open a second magic circle was an insult to Anton. Therefore, Anton was extremely impatient. As soon as the whistle signaling the start of the match blew, he hastily unleashed his second circle magic, flame attack. On the opposite side, facing this firestorm, Zassel remained incredibly calm. He swung his arm, using magic to create a shield. Crucially, the shield was angled, successfully eroding the opponent's flames and protecting himself from the heat. This clean action by Zassel made several professors in the stands couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Some others were so astonished they broke out in a sweat, wondering if Zassel had been hiding his talents all this time. Anton had expended a large amount of mana on this flame attack. Therefore, when he saw Zassel block it, his right arm couldn't help but tremble violently. His mana reserves were also not strong enough for him to maintain the firepower for too long. Zassel carefully used his shield, then waited for Anton's firepower to weaken before retaliating with second circle magic, fire arrows. Each of his fire arrows shot out powerfully, piercing through Anton's flames and flying straight towards him. After the fire arrows were deployed, the fact that Zassel had opened his second magic circle was revealed to everyone. And it was ironic that Anton, who had always been confident he could crush Zassel, struggled greatly to block this attack. However, as he struggled to resist the first fire arrow, Zassel already had the second fire arrow ready. This casting speed was astonishingly fast. And even more surprisingly, when Zassel's fire arrow was unleashed, it transformed into 4 arrows at once. The professors in the stands were even more surprised to see this scene. Is that dual casting? I'm not sure, but I don't think it's dual casting. Perhaps his spell casting speed is just too fast, making us think it's dual casting. Anton tried to hold his shield tightly. Zassel's continuous fire arrows overwhelmed him. Seeing his opponent continuously use fire-based attacks, he came up with a plan to transform his shield into a special fire-resistant material. This was also one of the second circle magics. But unfortunately, Anton's action was entirely within Zassel's calculations. While this fool still thought that victory would surely be his if he waited for Zassel's mana to deplete from the fire arrows before counterattacking. Zassel delivered a fatal blow to him, a wind arrow. A giant wind element magic arrow descended straight from the sky, completely destroying the shield Anton had painstakingly created. Look, he identified the type of shield and its weakness, then switched his attack magic elements so flexibly. Is this really the Zassel I know? The professors in the stands were so astonished they couldn't utter a word. After this nearly fatal blow, Anton was completely drained of strength. His tall body trembled uncontrollably, he struggled to get up, and just then, Zassel charged forward. His right hand formed a fist, combined with lightning magic, and struck Anton hard in the stomach. His arm trembled, still wanting to cast a spell to counterattack, but Zassel didn't give him the chance. Both his hands concentrated magic, continuously delivering punches directly to the opponent's weak points. What kind of magic is that? Stop the match immediately, this isn't magic. The professor who sponsored Anton could no longer sit still. But his request to stop the match was rejected by a newcomer, Professor Hubert. Who said it's not magic? Look closely, what's protecting Zassel? Following Hubert's words, he shifted his gaze, and just as Professor Hubert said, Zassel was now using mana like a knight's magic shield. Hubert's eyes were filled with pride. He had never taught Zassel this, nor did he know where the boy learned it, but clearly, he was applying it very well today. In the arena below, Anton was completely unable to fight back. In this match, the winner and loser were clearly decided. After taking Zassel's barrage of punches, Anton finally couldn't bear it anymore, falling unconscious flat on the ground. The entire stand seemed to erupt, and the bribed professor's face turned ashen with fear. Knowing that he was in cahoots with Anton, Professor Hubert couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. "What are you dazed for? Announce the winner already." Although very displeased, how could this situation be denied any longer? That professor was forced to announce the winner of this match as Zassel Raymond. "Well done, you can go rest now." He subtly dismissed Zassel, but the boy wasn't ready to stop yet. According to professional rules, if the winner doesn't want to stop, they can absolutely designate their next opponent. Furthermore, the mission also stated that Zassel would receive additional rewards for achieving consecutive victories in this test, so he didn't want to just defeat Anton alone. After that, Zassel demanded that Anton's henchmen come down to fight him, and he set a record with a streak of 14 consecutive victories. Professor Hubert sat in his office, drinking tea and enjoying the satisfied and joyful feeling from this news. It's just that he racked his brain but couldn't understand why the boy could develop so quickly. That evening, after thoroughly thrashing Anton and his henchmen, Zassel contentedly returned to his dorm. After showering, he began to examine the rewards he received today. The most advantageous item was still the spatial bag. Most of the rest were low-level magic stones, all automatically transferred into the bag. However, amidst countless notifications, Zassel noticed a notification about a mysterious reward he had just received. He immediately reached into the spatial bag and pulled out a scroll, on which a map was drawn. Immediately after Zassel found this map, a new mission in the mission chain was set. He had to go to the location marked on that map and complete the assigned task. After reaching the location, light would guide him to know what to do next. The reward for clearing the challenge included 5 mid-level magic stones and a mysterious reward. Mid-level mana stones could be consumed after he opened the third magic circle. Speaking of the third magic circle, Zassel's mood became a little complex. Before returning to the past, he had tried countless times but had never reached this realm. Zassel wasn't even sure if he could do it this time. Not to mention, even though the location was clearly marked on that map, it was still very obscure and he had no idea where it was. So, he decided that the next day he would search for information in the professor's library. However, this time, he truly faced a tough challenge. He looked through dozens of books, but couldn't find any place that matched the location on that map. He wasted too much time searching for this place without any decent results, so he decided to focus on unlocking the third magic circle first. Thinking to himself, he returned to the lecture hall area. When he looked up, he saw many fearful eyes directed towards him. After the combat training session the day before, he was no longer bullied by his classmates, but he was still a loner. This made him feel extremely sarcastic. Just then, Professor Hubert appeared again. He wanted to talk to him privately once more. Professor Hubert was his light during his dark time at the academy, so every time he got to talk with the professor, he was incredibly happy. Summer vacation is about to begin. Do you have any plans? Professor Hubert led him to his office, brewed him a cup of tea as usual, and began to ask questions. Not yet, he replied honestly. Then would you like to work on a research project with me? Based on your contributions, your name would even be in the authors section right after mine. What do you think? Professor Hubert's offer inevitably surprised him. More importantly, in the 2 magazines he left on the table, he seemed to have seen the place he needed to find. So, even though he was a bit embarrassed, he had to decline the professor's invitation, explaining that he had to go to that place, and then returned the magazine to him. Are you going on vacation to place name? It was truly a godsend. By talking to the professor in his office, he accidentally found the place he had spent so much effort searching for in the library without success. So, right after summer vacation began, he boarded a carriage and headed straight for place name. It's a long journey, so I need to eat something substantial. And his food was truly unconventional, consisting solely of magic stones. Though the taste was a bit strange, this would fill his stomach. Great, it's really hot. The coachman outside suddenly felt a scorching heat, constantly wiping sweat from his brow. But he had no idea that it was, character name, mana surging in the carriage compartment. He planned to reach the third magic circle right here in this carriage before arriving at place name. Meanwhile, the professor in his office had spent half a day staring at that magazine, thinking to himself, "That's odd, the kid is also going to place name. I guess it's a good thing. She's probably at place name by now." The woman the professor had just thought of was none other than the fire magic master, Bak Tuet. Place name was her hometown. It had been a long time since she had a proper vacation, constantly protecting the empire, giving lectures on magic research, and then nurturing students. It was truly tiresome. Reflecting, in her most recent lecture, she spoke about the three numbers 3, 6, 9 as numbers of paramount importance to a mage. Specifically, the number 9 represents the ultimate end of a lifelong pursuit of the path of magic. The number 6 represents the completion of the 6th magic circle and the difficult challenges one must overcome to become a great mage. As for the number 3, it marks the turning of the first page when one begins to walk the path of magic alone. Thinking of being alone, she remembered, character name, and wondered if that child was doing well now. His diligent appearance in the faculty library that day still left a lasting impression on her. She had no idea that at this moment, his carriage had also arrived at place name. It's just that the coachman kept calling but received no answer from him. When he opened the carriage door, the scene before him made the man panic. He had pushed himself too hard to open the third magic circle, and at the same time used too much power to stabilize the berserk mana, thus he was exhausted and unconscious. After being taken into town by the coachman, the first thing he did when he woke up was eat like a battleship to regain his strength. Thinking back now, he still felt scared, but he had achieved his goal nonetheless, which was to open the third magic circle. He didn't dare to think that he could break through his own limits just a few months after returning to the past. But this alone wasn't enough for him to be complacent. He told himself he had to keep going even further. And the immediate task that would help him achieve that was to complete the mission, find the location marked on that map. It was just too big. Even though he saw the marked locations on the map, he still didn't know where to start. Just then, he heard someone shouting loudly, "Volcano tour with the most professional tour guides, amazing deals only available today." Without much thought, he immediately paid to join this tour group, and he was led to the volcano. According to the tour guide, this place was originally just an ordinary mountain. And it had turned into a volcano because one day a special creature came to reside here. After hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. That thing just staying there changed the natural conditions of an entire region? An image appeared in his mind. Perhaps, in this world, there was only one creature capable of that. It was a fire dragon. The information provided by the tour guide seemed sufficient. Taking advantage of their inattention, he nimbly leaped down from the cliff. By the time the tour guide realized a member of the group was missing, he had already reached the waterfall area. He recklessly abandoned the reward and the potential for greater strength that completing the mission would bring, just to come to this place. Simply because it was related to dragons. However, it seemed this was a stroke of luck. Because the map in his hand suddenly reacted. A yellow light emanated from it, converged, transformed into a sphere like a dragon's eye, and then shot away. He secretly wondered if this was the guiding light the system mentioned in the mission. He only saw it flash through the rushing water and then disappear. It seemed that what awaited him lay on the other side of the waterfall. For ordinary people, this would be a difficult challenge, but for him, it was different. He flexibly used wind magic, turning it into a giant arrow shot straight towards the waterfall. The wind arrow tore through the water, opening a hole, and he took advantage of that opportunity to quickly rush through. Who would have thought that inside that rushing waterfall was a cave formed from lava? He continued deeper inside and discovered ruins. He didn't know how long this place had existed, only that it bore the deep marks of time. But there wasn't a single monster or beast here. This caused him to inadvertently lower his guard. After walking around, he accidentally discovered a door. The outside was guarded by 2 stone statues. He was sure this was the place he was looking for. Without much thought, he immediately headed towards it. But just then, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, making him stop. Damn it, he thought, did I forget all my survival instincts from my mercenary days? I let my guard down. I should have realized it by now, that if there aren't any monsters, beasts, or even any sounds around here, it means this territory is being suppressed by an extremely powerful creature. He mustered all his courage and turned back, and what faced him now were the gleaming eyes of a massive dragon. As soon as it was discovered, it attacked furiously, swinging its tail around extremely violently. He tried to dodge, but deep down, he was trembling. Because dragons are monsters that require at least 2 mercenary teams to handle. The only thing he could do now was run away. And if he wanted to escape, he had to buy time effectively. Thinking so, he used lightning magic to form an arrow, the same old trick, and shot it straight towards the enemy. The arrow collided with the dragon, causing its entire body to convulse violently. The monster roared in pain and anger. But he knew that much damage wasn't enough to defeat it. He seized the moment, picked up his pace, and ran straight towards the stone gate. But when he reached the gate, the 2 silent stone statues suddenly stirred. They raised their hands, crossing the weapons they held, blocking access to the gate. "Prove that you are worthy to enter the gate with your mana," an ethereal voice echoed. "What the hell?" he yelled. "This is incredibly unlucky. Who would have thought there'd be another trick like this?" Behind him, the dragon had already recovered from the attack. And needless to say, its rage was terrifying now. If he couldn't dodge, he'd surely die. Yet, he had only just gotten a chance to restart his life. How could he resign himself to dying here? He turned around, faced the ferociously charging monster, and unleashed a fire missile with all his mana. He gambled that all his power in this skill would take down the monster. Who would have thought that when he used the fire missile magic, the red stone embedded in the stone wall suddenly reacted? The dragon's eyes widened, and then it suddenly stopped. It stopped right in front of him, then cautiously knelt down, bowing its head before him. He was bewildered, completely unable to understand what was happening. At the same time, behind him, the 2 stone statues had returned to their original state, and the gate seal was broken. The voice stated that he had proven himself and was worthy to pass through this gate. The red stone continued to glow, and the light was bright enough to blind him. He temporarily lost his sight and could only see again after a long while. The first thing that caught his eye was his own face. More precisely, he was seeing his reflection in a thick layer of ice. He was bewildered again, discovering he was in a cold room, the floor covered in thick snow and ice, surrounded by several stone statues. Could the light just now have been teleportation magic? He was clearly just in a cave. As he was bewildered, a huge object appeared in the middle of the room, also emitting a similar mystical red light. At the same time, a new quest window appeared. It was the Chapter 2 quest, requiring him to defeat all the ice golems in the area and pass the trial by fire. The reward for this challenge is 5 mid-grade mana stones and a mysterious reward. Ice golems, huh? He mumbled. Soon after, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. The stone statues surrounding him suddenly opened their eyes. From ordinary stone, they simultaneously transformed into ice and approached him. Damn it, the quest requires him to take on all of these? This seems a bit too harsh. He shot down the first golem with a fire arrow. With extensive combat experience, he knew that to defeat a golem, he had to destroy its core. However, the fire arrow that seemingly shot down the golem only created a crack in its chest. The type of ice it was made from was truly harder than he could imagine. Since fire didn't have much effect, he tried using wind magic. But unfortunately, he couldn't cast wind arrow, and even lightning magic was completely nullified. It seems this challenge can only be overcome with fire magic. No wonder the quest mentioned the trial by fire. This also means he can't use any other type of magic besides this attribute right now. The situation quickly deteriorated when he was knocked down by a golem. Dozens of ferocious golems cornered him against the wall. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, he would surely be crushed by them. His right arm moved slightly, and he continued to use fire arrows as his attack. The golems standing in front of him were truly terrifying. But he would fight until he couldn't anymore. With dizzying casting speed, Russell continuously launched fire arrows directly at the golem horde. Of course, the effect of continuous attacks would be more pronounced than single attacks. But even so, Russell was still at a disadvantage against those monsters, as he was exhausted and had only managed to take down 2. At this rate, he would run out of mana before he could defeat all of them. Russell desperately fought back while beginning to look for another solution. To instantly shatter the solid ice that served as their armor, Russell needed to focus all his power at one point. In the end, the answer was still density. Russell then found an opportunity to run far away to cast magic. Once he reached the desired distance, he created a fire arrow, then amplified it. Not stopping there, Russell also added the simulated fire lightning formula, and finally merged all of these together. Power began to compress, but just then, a golem had also run in front of him and swung the ice axe in its hand. Russell's heart pounded. "Damn it, please," he yelled, "merge now." A deafening explosion and a blinding flash of light appeared. The golem in front of Russell was torn apart, and in Russell's hand now was a scythe made of fire. Although very tired, he seemed to have found a breakthrough. The proof was a new notification from the system, reminding him that his understanding of the fire element had exceeded its limits. Russell himself could also feel it. This power was at least nearly on par with the 5th magic circle. And maintaining this fiery scythe had already consumed a large amount of his energy. Therefore, Russell had no reason to hesitate. He gripped his new weapon tightly in his hand, and rushed towards the golems to fight for his life. The golems were massive but slow, while Russell was small but agile, plus his previous life's battlefield experience. He darted past the golems as fast as an arrow. In an instant, he took down 2 of them, then 1 more. At this point, Russell's opponent was only a single ice golem. But he faced great difficulty in eliminating this final obstacle. Because right after Russell destroyed another golem, this last one ambushed him from behind, shoving him hard against the wall. Russell used his fiery scythe to block the blow, otherwise, he might have lost his life. But the cost of saving his life in that situation was a rapid depletion of his mana. The scythe in his hand was also about to lose its shape. According to Russell's calculations, he could only unleash one final blow. Facing the enraged golem charging at him, he decided to step back for momentum, then hurled his weapon like a spear. As the monster charged forward, his scythe managed to tear a large hole in the ice golem's body before completely disappearing. Only when he witnessed that scene with his own eyes did Russell's burden lift. And that was also when he collapsed amidst the wreckage from exhaustion. Thanks to completing the mission on time, Russell received 5 magic stones as a reward. And the mysterious reward was the fire-attributed horn of the Forgotten King. His life was now secured. The enormous horn suspended in mid-air began to shake violently. Under the pressure, each chain began to snap and fall to the ground. A blazing red flame erupted, a brilliant red. System notification, reward horn of the Forgotten King, fire essence. A dazzling light appeared, overshadowing everything around. Russell, lying motionless on the ground, was gradually enveloped by the light. Entering the Forgotten King's subconscious to receive the reward. With a bloodstained face, he slowly opened his eyes. Russell was currently suspended by golden chains in an infinite space, with a flickering screen in front of him. He thought, "Where is this place?" A series of notifications appeared. "You have received the reward. Horn of the Forgotten King, fire essence." Entering the Forgotten King's subconscious to receive the reward. Russell wondered, the Forgotten King? Isn't that a fire dragon's horn? He voiced his doubt, annoyed, but is this really a reward? I feel like I'm being tortured. A deep, eerie voice echoed in Russell's head. You endured the trial of fire and reached the subconscious of a transcended being. He was painfully stunned and suddenly terrified. Are these residual thoughts? I feel like my head is about to split open. The colossal burning horn appeared, and with that deep voice, it looked at him and said, "I bestow upon you the fragment of the king." Startled by the statement, Russell could only stare blankly as the sharp horn rushed towards him. He exclaimed in terror, "What?" Before Russell could react, it decisively plunged straight through his body. Russell cried out in agony, his eyes wide, as the horn's tip pierced into him. Immediately after, Russell's body seemed to explode, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. The horn's voice echoed again, "Use this power." He groaned in pain as the powerful energy surged within his body. The colossal shadow of a dragon appeared behind Russell, his entire body now radiated a dazzling light and immense power. The scene shifts to a peaceful beach, bathed in sunlight with the gentle sound of waves, where a frail figure lay on the sand. Russell struggled to open his eyes, letting out a soft groan of pain. He stood up, bewildered, asking himself, "What? Where am I?" Looking at the majestic castle before him, Russell now realized, secretly astonished, Manhua. He scratched his head, perplexed, asking, "What happened there?" The system displayed another notification: "You have absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King and reached the limit." The amount of mana exceeding the limit you can absorb is a potential. General comprehension of the fire attribute has reached its limit and will become advanced comprehension of the fire attribute. After reading the notification, Russell clenched his hand and began to use his power. Immediately, a massive surge of power overflowed and erupted. He thought in astonished wonder, "Is this my mana? I can almost see how close I am to a 4th-tier magic circle." Russell was so happy he shed tears, placing a hand on his chest and choked out, "Compared to what I went through there, this reward is the absolute best." A familiar voice rang out, catching his attention, "Glad to meet you here, kid, Russell." "Darius." Darius smiled at the bewildered Russell, who exclaimed, "Grandma Darius Snow White." The two stood talking in front of a drink stall. Darius spoke up, "I sensed a sudden mana burst, so I came to investigate." She handed him a glass of juice and continued, "And found you here." Russell, his face smudged, replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, ma'am. I didn't expect to see you here, Tower Master." Darius's eyes lit up as she silently assessed, "The boy has almost reached the 4th-tier magic circle in such a short time." Her gaze swept over him, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "His mana is even purer. The boy is fundamentally a genius." Russell placed a glass of water on the table and asked, "So, what brought you to Manhua, Tower Master?" Darius looked at the beautiful scenery of the place and softly replied, "Not many people know, but this is my hometown." He turned in surprise and asked again, "Your hometown?" She calmly replied, "Yes, that's why I come back here every summer." "But Russell, what brings you here?" He looked at her, thinking to himself, "I guess it's too soon to tell her the truth." Russell scratched his head awkwardly, hesitantly replying, "Well." After a moment of thought, he confidently thumped his chest and declared, "I came here to explore more of the world." Darius laughed and replied, "Oh, I see." In her heart, she was secretly pondering, "Should I test this kid's abilities?" She suddenly made an offer, "Would you mind giving me a little something?" Darius snapped her fingers, using her power. Immediately after, a flame erupted, surrounding Russell's body, and a cloak appeared, draping over him. Russell looked at the drawing on the cloak, thinking in surprise, "This is the symbol of the fire tower." Darius calmly answered the question he hadn't yet spoken, "Don't worry, it's something you can do." The system popped up again with a notification, "Notice, Quest, Darius Snow White's test. Help her fight against the slave ship. There are pirates at Manhua Port, and you need to pass her test. Completion reward, General Grade Mana Stone." Russell thought in surprise, "Pirates?" Recalling the ongoing prison situation, Darius explained, "I guess you've already realized, but Endymion strictly forbids slavery. The current situation is giving her a headache, which is why we don't allow slave ships to dock at our ports. At night, people are still carrying goods on the docks." Darius said in a low voice, "But unfortunately, at the coastal cliff, a fleet of unknown origin is approaching." She said seriously, again, "Some are trying to anchor near Manhua." The two of them sat in a small boat, pushing through the waves out to sea. Darius, controlling the boat from the front, calmly said, "Of course, I could do this myself." She continued seriously, giving her reason, "But the purpose of this plan is to rescue the victims and seize the ship. It requires a detailed plan." Russell, from behind, began to state the purpose of his presence. "So, we need to lure an attack." Darius complimented him, "You catch on quite quickly, kid." He began to ponder, if the Tower Master asked for help, hundreds of mages would rush in, even barefoot. At this moment, their small boat approached the large slave ship. Russell observed Darius using her power and quietly thought, considering how she specifically asked me for help. A sudden fog rolled in, obscuring the night vision. Russell had now silently confirmed his guess. Then, this must be a test. The small boat closed in on the target. Darius called out, "Russell." She turned her head and warned, "What happens from now on might be a bit much for you." He listened to Darius's advice with a bewildered expression. But the path of a guardian won't always be smooth and glorious. She continued calmly, "This is just another fate for us mages." Darius stepped onto the edge of the boat. She jumped with force, turned, and said, "Now I'll attract their attention, and you, meanwhile, will go rescue the people." Immediately after, Darius vanished before his eyes. Russell thought deeply about her earlier words, the path of a guardian. Darius hovered in the air, looking down to observe the overall situation in the fog. After assessing the situation, she smiled and said, "All right, I should cast it around here." Darius's eyes were covered with a layer of light. Immediately, a colossal surge of power intensely enveloped an entire area of the sky. She shouted a command, "Go, kid." Shouts echoed across the night sky, "She's attacking it." The people on the ship hastily prepared their crossbows, aiming at the massive energy in the air. "Hurry up." The pirates, weapons in hand, tensely aimed at the sky. The captain raised his sword high and commanded, "Fire." A rain of arrows flew up from the ground, directly aimed at Darius. She merely scoffed in response, as if watching clowns perform. A pirate exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, it can't reach her." Darius angrily summoned a gloomy flame and spoke, "You scoundrels, how dare you hide in my territory?" She gently blew the flame in her hand away. Small embers began to fall onto the pirate's ship. They looked on in confusion at the unfolding situation. Darius then said, "Let's see if your abilities match your audacity." Seeing the fire burning on the ship's deck, they screamed in panic, "What?" One tried to stomp out the fire with his foot, angrily yelling, "What have you done?" Before he could put his foot down, the flame, as if sentient, flared up and engulfed the pirate's foot. Engulfed by the spreading flames, he shrieked in agony, "Why is it completely engulfed in fire like this?" The flames converged and began to take a fixed shape. It glanced around, observing the pirates on the ship. They flickered like torches, illuminating the entire ship. A hand reached up from beneath the sea, gripping the side of the ship. Russell skillfully leaped onto the deck. Immediately after, a shout echoed, catching his attention, "Move!" Russell looked up at the chaotic scene before him, silently amazed, that is. Seeing the Hellfire Dwarf confronting the pirate, he thought, Darius's magic has covered this entire area. The pirate angrily brought an axe down on it. The Hellfire Dwarf quickly restored its original form. Russell inwardly exclaimed, "I can see it existing in human form." Its scythe decisively sliced into the pirate's leg. Along with his mournful shriek, the pirate was burned alive in an instant. Vaso looked at what had just happened in horror, utterly panicked. What's going on?" In just the blink of an eye, The other pirates cried out in fear, "It's taken on that form." He regained his composure and turned to look at the deck hatch, thinking, well, now's not the time to be surprised. Vaso opened the hatch, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and stepped in, carefully thinking, I must first save those controlled by Darius. The gloomy basement, with the creaking sounds of metal frames, sent shivers down one's spine. The guard pirate heard the noisy commotion on the deck and frowned in confusion. What in the world is happening? The captives happily exclaimed, "The Navy's here. We're saved." The pirate with the saber struck the iron bars, creating a piercing sound. Like a demon, he threatened the trembling, fearful captives, "No matter what happens, none of you will escape from here." The pirate spoke aggressively, not paying attention to what was behind him. "Remember that." A hand appeared and gripped the back of his neck tightly. Vaso grimly ordered, "Lightning." Immediately, a bolt of lightning erupted, paralyzing the pirate's body. He was electrocuted by Vaso's lightning until charred, with smoke rising from his body. Vaso threw him to the ground, exhaling a breath, thinking, as expected, "There's no one up there." A captive hurriedly stood up, gripping the bars, and asked, Did you come to save us?" He was drawn by the sound and glanced over. Vaso nodded affirming, smiling reassuringly, "But you have to wait until all the pirates are gone. It's safer here for now." As soon as that person heard that, they immediately knelt down, nodding frantically, and exclaimed, "Oh gods, you have heard my prayers." He scanned his eyes around, silently wondering, "I wonder how many people are imprisoned in this tiny space." Vaso's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He looked at the child huddled in a corner, involuntarily shivered, and exclaimed, "They even sell this child as a slave?" Vaso angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, "Those bastards." Suddenly, a group of pirates burst through the door, yelling, "Someone!" They froze when they saw him. Seeing the charred, motionless fat guard lying on the ground, the pirates exclaimed in surprise, "What? Him?" A leader angrily swung his saber and shouted, "Seize that bastard!" They aggressively rushed towards Vaso. He frowned unhappily, raised his hand to use magic, and sternly warned, "I'm the one who'll catch you." Chains covered in lightning bolts moved swiftly, piercing through the pirates. They quickly collapsed from the electric shock. Vaso calmly stepped closer. One of them, with a faint breath left, struggled to speak, "You're a sorcerer?" He stubbornly maintained an arrogant attitude, saying, "If the commander comes, then." Not letting the pirate finish his sentence, Vaso coldly gave the command, "Lightning." He continued to the room deeper inside. Vaso stood before a gloomy room, speaking suspiciously, "This cell." Immediately after, a voice asked him, "Are you a sorcerer from the fire tower?" Vaso used magic to summon a ball of light. Lightning. When he clearly saw the people behind the bars, he thought in surprise, "They're elves." An elf suddenly stood up and asked Vaso again, "So you're a sorcerer from the fire tower, aren't you?" He remembered the flower on his cloak and realized, "Oh, it's because they saw this symbol." Vaso calmly replied, "No, I am not a member of the fire tower." A cold voice interrupted him, "Anyone will do." Dam indifferently ordered, "Open this door." Vaso forced a wry smile, silently thinking, "I do want to open the door for them, but this guy's voice is really annoying." Looking at Dam's arrogant face, he dejectedly thought, "Even in this situation, he's like this. I almost want to leave." A dignified voice rang out, "Stop that." Ilo, observing from inside, called out, reminding, "Be careful with your behavior." Looking at her sitting there so primly, he said skeptically, "Ilo?" The elves next to her helped her stand up. Ilo calmly explained, "He is no ordinary person." She stepped forward to stand in front of him. To Vaso's astonishment, she continued, "Possessing a pure amount of mana like a flash of lightning at dawn, this person." Ilo smiled gently, confirming, "I can sense the spirit fragrance from him." Dam looked at Ilo and asked curiously, "Not an ordinary person? What do you mean?" She pondered and replied, "I can smell the spirit fragrance in his body." Vaso thought to himself in bewilderment, "Spirit fragrance?" Another elf also exclaimed in surprise, "No way." Dam doubted, "Spirit fragrance emanating from a human?" He instinctively brought his arm to his nose and sniffed, wondering, "Do I smell like anything?" A voice called out, pulling Vaso out of his thoughts, "Wizard of the Fire Tower." Dam stepped forward with an awkward expression, silently looking at him. Immediately after, he suddenly bowed his head and pleaded with Vaso, "Please save us from here." Next, all the elves inside simultaneously bowed their heads and cried out, "We beg you." Vaso was surprised by this unbelievable sight and instinctively exclaimed, "Elves, known for their arrogance, changed just because of her words." He looked at Ilo's calm demeanor as she bowed, unable to help but wonder, could she be a high-ranking elf, or even more? Vaso used magic to melt the padlock, at which point Ilo spoke up, "Guard." She looked at him calmly and asked, "Have you defeated all the pirates and the boss yet?" Vaso, with a bewildered and confused look, replied, "Boss?" Just then, a figure appeared, looking at the pirates he had just defeated. Ilo said seriously, "They are still strong." Keter scanned the ship's cabin, searching for a target. She affirmed, "More so than even skilled magic warriors." The next cell door was opening, and pirates lay scattered on the ground. Keter showed a strange, delighted smile. On the ship's deck, John Click was leisurely watching the chaotic scene of fire dwarves fighting before him, continuous shouts and curses echoing, "Damn it." He leaned against the ship's helm and exclaimed with admiration, "A fire battle, huh? Interesting." John Click reached behind his back and drew out his large dowel. Immediately after, he jumped, disappearing from his original position. John Click appeared like a grim reaper, cutting down 2 infernal dwarves with a single strike. The 2 dwarves quickly vanished. He spoke gruffly and annoyed, "Are you all fumbling around just because of attacks like these?" The pirates recognized who had arrived and joyfully shouted, It's the leader." Excited cheers from below the ship reached Darius, who was hovering in the air. "The leader's here. You're done for. We'll tear you to shreds." She looked at the monkeys below her feet, smirked, and said, "How amusing." Immediately, Darius plunged down to join them, her feet landing steadily on the railing near the ship's helm. John Click and the pirates immediately turned to look. Darius, like a queen from above, leaned on her staff and looked down. John Click sneered angrily and asked, "Are you trying to close the distance between us?" She didn't answer directly but calmly replied, "It seems you are the leader." He confidently introduced himself with an imposing aura, "That's right, I am the captain of this ship, John Click." Darius observed him for a moment and then commented, "The way you use your aura." John Click listened silently to her question, "You must have been a knight once. What are you doing here?" He began to laugh mockingly, covering his face, and roared in question, "Does the title of knight pay enough to eat with all these taxes?" John Click raised his head, proudly saying, "We Click brothers have made a fortune from slave trading." Darius frowned and asked, "Brothers?" He began to secretly use his power. Taking advantage of her distraction, he quickly charged forward. Now! A powerful slash aimed straight at Darius. At the same time, below the prison cell, the wall behind Vaso was suddenly impacted, causing it to start cracking. An urgent warning sound rang out, alerting him to the anomaly. "That's dangerous." A second later, the wooden wall exploded, creating a thick cloud of dust. Vaso quickly dodged the attack but choked and coughed because of the dust. He quickly put up a protective barrier around his body and exclaimed in alarm, "What is this?" Looking at the debris at his feet, he pondered, "Is this normal?" Keter looked at Vaso's actions and said with amusement, "You blocked him?" He released his energy, drew his sword, and stepped closer to him, guessing, "You must be a mage too." Vaso looked at the power emanating from him and silently assessed, "Aura from a sword. Is he a knight?" The system panel popped up with a notification, "Arduous battle. First battle against a sword master. The situation is very difficult, but defeat your opponent. Reward for clearing the stage, intermediate mana stone x5. Ilo stood behind him and reminded him, "Guard, be careful." She looked at Keter, who was approaching with murderous intent, and explained, "He's the vice captain of this ship." He let out a disdainful breath and said, "Even if you're a mage, you're just a wet-behind-the-ears kid." With that, Keter kicked a motionless pirate lying on the floor and criticized smugly, "You didn't kill them, you just kicked them aside?" He casually uttered unexpected words, "If you've already won, you should finish them off." Keter gave a wicked laugh, pointed his sword at Vaso, and said, "I'll show you." Not to be outdone, he also released his own power. Lightning bolts appeared around Vaso, and he silently calculated, fire magic has a very large area of effect. If that's the case... Vaso jumped to the side and decisively launched a lightning bolt toward him. Keter dragged his sword, which was plunged into the floor, and said, using lightning strike to fight a swordsman. He slashed down at the floor, sending pieces of wood flying up to directly counter the incoming lightning stream. The wooden planks, with their insulating properties, successfully blocked the attack. Keter mocked him, "You've really lost your mind." The next second, he stomped his foot and lunged toward him like lightning, hesitantly saying, "But..." Vaso strained to use lightning magic, intending to hold Keter back. He gritted his teeth, struggling to think, "My attack. Why isn't it working on him?" Facing a barrage of furious lightning bolts, Keter remained unafraid and smugly said, "You can't do anything to me." He used his sword to block in front of him, easily deflecting Vaso's magic. This sword was special, it could resist lightning. Vaso exclaimed in astonishment, "He's unaffected by lightning magic." Keter, with glowing red eyes like a harbinger of death, closed in and slashed at him. The sword blade and the protective shield collided, creating a piercing sound. His sword seemed to be gradually absorbing and eroding Vaso's shield. He stared in horror and disbelief, thinking, "My shield." Vaso trembled as he tried to hold up the rapidly cracking shield. But just a few seconds later, the shield was completely destroyed, and the slash headed straight for him, much to Vaso's own astonishment. A powerful slash aimed at Darius. John Click was stunned when what he attacked was just an illusion created by her. He thought, "Fire?" John Click turned his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he looked at Darius. He taunted, "A mage, huh? You're good at running away." She maintained a calm expression and spoke, "Let me ask you a question, is your brother also a knight?" John Click smugly raised his sword and replied, "That's right, but of course, he's not as good as me." He disdainfully slashed his sword at the air. "More fire dwarves?" Darius replied in a deep voice, "No, this time it'll be a little different." John Click was stunned by this enigmatic answer. Immediately after that, 2 hellfire dwarves with strange forms appeared. He looked at the 2 humanoid flames in front of him, silently assessing, 2 of them? John Click furiously attacked them, then suddenly noticed something unusual and thought, "The more I slash, the more they multiply." In just a short time, he was surrounded by a swarm of hellfire dwarves. Darius looked down from above, contentedly giving a bewitching smile. The hellfire dwarves quickly charged and attacked, catching him off guard. John Click began to get scared and turned to look at her, thinking in a panic, "No way." It was then that he realized the caliber of the person in front of him. John Click exclaimed in surprise, "How did a Mars tower witch appear here?" Scene changed to below the ship's deck, fragments of the shield and blood splattered. Keter looked in surprise at the empty space in front of him. He turned his head to look at Zassel, who had moved to the side at some point. This made Kepter's eyes widen in surprise. He looked at him, still able to stand steadily after that fatal attack, secretly amazed. Did he avoid that blow? Recalling the moment that had just happened when Kepter shattered his protective shield, he frowned suspiciously. He should have been cut in half. Observing the energy around Zassel's body, he began to speculate. Did he surround himself with defensive magic to strengthen his body? Kepter gave a perverted, excited smile, thinking, "Whatever it is, it's useless, he's just like a mouse caught in a trap." Ilo anxiously watched the battle and couldn't help but call out, "Guard!" Zassel gasped, clutching his chest tensely, thinking, "Knight." He recalled memories that seemed buried, recalling Spanzum's face that haunted him. He had met him in his previous life. Zassel fearfully thought back to that bloody scene. He had massacred a group of innocent mercenaries just for bumping into his shoulder. Just as he was about to collapse, a savior appeared. Alan stood in front, shielding Zassel behind him. The two faced each other, both possessing immense power. He thought back, the only one who could stop him was a mage. Both plunged into battle, almost evenly matched. Zassel thought of Alan while fighting, secretly calculating, and the method that person used was Back in reality, he had now summoned a new protective shield. Facing Kepter's frantic attacks, Zassel quickly calculated, layer a shield. His sword powerfully struck down upon his defense. Instantly, the shield shattered, creating a deafening sound. Surprisingly, right beneath that layer of protection was another shield. That was Zassel's calculation. Another shield up. Kepter thought in surprise. He blocked it. The moment he became careless, Zassel quickly condensed energy into his palm, preparing to counterattack. He powerfully struck Kepter in the stomach, catching him off guard. Taking that blow, he flew far back, creating a cloud of smoke. Kepter slammed hard into the wall, groaning in pain. Zassel was also severely injured and swayed, trying to hold onto the bars to stand steady. He assessed his trembling body, thinking, "Am I losing too much blood?" Then he reached out and broke the lock of the prison cell. Zassel released the imprisoned elves, saying, "Everyone, come out." Ilo gratefully bowed and said, "Thank you." Dan also said, "Thank you." He held out his hand and offered, "If you're okay, then follow me." Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed, "This brat." Kepter unexpectedly stood up after taking Zassel's direct attack, astonishing everyone there. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, as he growled, "You should have cut my head off." He was surprised to see Kepter still standing, wondering, "I did everything precisely." Zassel immediately reached out to shield Ilo behind him, ordering, "Please take the captives upstairs." Dan retorted discontentedly, "You want us to release the humans?" Another elf echoed, "You want?" But Ilo interrupted this discontent, agreeing with Zassel, "All right, guard." Kepter stood up, rolled his neck, and sneered, "Still have time to rescue slaves, huh?" As quick as lightning, he lunged forward, disappearing from his original position. Kepter, filled with bloodlust like a rampaging demon, furiously attacked Zassel's defenses, excitedly reminding him, "Worry about yourself first." Each sword swing easily shattered a layer of the shield. As soon as he broke the first layer, Kepter anticipated his move, giving Zassel no chance to resist and continuing his attack. He thought, "I won't give him any chance to counterattack." He smirked at Zassel's struggle during the fight. Under such overwhelming power, Zassel could only frantically use magic, shield, 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 shield. Seeing the elves struggling to escape, he told himself, "I must hold firm." The group of elves quickly retrieved the key from the jailer's corpse. They quickly rescued those enslaved by the pirates. Zassel secretly resolved, "Just a little longer, so everyone can escape from here." Soon after, an announcement sound rang out as if unlocking this dangerous situation, "Guards, everyone is safe." Kepter was still very confident in his abilities. He mocked, "You think this will work?" A gentle voice rang out, accompanied by a blazing red fire spreading throughout the cell. "Of course it will." He was stunned by this sudden turn of events, unable to react or dodge in time. Zassel changed his demeanor, smiling calmly as he declared, "And now, I'll destroy you." The fire grew larger, spreading throughout the ship's hold. Kepter began to get nervous, thinking, "What is this?" Zassel's eyes had changed, they were as sharp as a hunting leopard's. Feeling the danger, he immediately retreated, secretly pondering, the air around him has changed. Kepter's face showed an indescribable excitement. He thought, is he finally ready to strike? Kepter channeled the energy within his body, then aimed straight for Zassel. He charged forward defiantly, confidently stating, "Then I'll stab both you and your shield." Suddenly, Zassel began to use magic, startling Kepter. Zassel summoned a fiery red spear. He forcefully pointed the spear at him, fearless and ready to confront him, flame spear. Kepter's face darkened, and he aggressively swung his sword forward, assessing, a fire spear? Seeing Zassel with no less momentum in front of him, he immediately doubted, "No, this is completely different. This spear." The two attacks clashed, creating a dazzling light and a deafening sound. Kepter still secretly wondered, it must be at least several levels higher than the magic he cast before. At this moment, on the ship's deck, the unfavorable situation leaned towards John Click. He cursed angrily, damn it. John Click watched the ever-growing army of hell dwarfs surrounding him, hastily calculating his countermeasures. The more I kill, the more they multiply, but I can't kill them all. He frowned, stepping back, and grumbled, what in the world is my idiotic brother doing? Observing Darius still standing there nonchalantly, John Click grew even more annoyed, thinking, if he were here, I would have caught up to that witch by now. The dwarves didn't let him rest, charging forward to attack again. John Click still used only one slash to block them. He told himself, just need to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, the wooden planks beneath his feet began to crack, revealing a flickering light. The violent shaking of the ship made an already anxious John Click even more frantic. Watching the light beneath his feet grow larger, he became even more suspicious of this peculiar situation. A colossal pillar of light appeared, piercing through the ship's deck and shooting straight into the sky, making the night momentarily vanish and the sea surface tremble. John Click, standing directly in the center of that enormous energy source, immediately cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe he had been defeated, only able to helplessly recover and roar in fury, no way. Darius was also astonished by this sudden scene, covering his mouth and exclaiming, what is this? She heard the noise and turned her head to look. When she saw Ilo and the elves rescuing the prisoners, she thought, I was too careless. Then, looking at Zassel lying sprawled in the ship's hold, she blamed herself, I left Zassel to handle everything. Surrounded by flickering flames, he lay there silently and motionless. A system notification appeared, you have completed the quest and received your reward. You have received a medium-grade mana stone. Below the ship, the pirates were still aggressively rowing their small boats, continuously shouting, the leaders down. Surround them. Defense boats, gather. Hearing the chaotic sounds, Darius only let out a mocking laugh, then gently raised her staff. She used magic to command the infernal dwarves to disperse, saying, I should think carefully about this. Darius decisively stomped her staff on the deck, causing a loud sound. That sound was like a signal, making the dwarves, with a hint of hesitation, jump into the sea and rush to attack the pirates' small boats. The large ship began to move, leaving behind the dazzling light of the battle that had just ended. Healing power was being used by Ilo on Zassel. He embraced his heavily injured body, struggling to get up and asked, what happened? She gently reminded him, don't move, benefactor. The faint glow of magic was still emanating, and Ilo spoke, my mana hasn't recovered yet, so the healing will be a bit slow. Seeing Zassel awaken, Darius, standing aside, couldn't help but praise, well done, you defeated 2 knights by yourself. He was still bewildered and uttered, huh? Zassel suspiciously said, I thought I only fought 1. She calmly explained, it was actually 2. The 2 pirate leaders, tied to the mast, were unconscious and silent. Ilo gratefully said, I owe you. She earnestly confessed to Zassel's confusion, a great debt, even though I cannot repay it immediately, but Ilo solemnly declared, I, Ilo, a child of the White Willow tribe, by the name of my ancestors, swear that one day I will repay this kindness. He humbly replied, I am Zassel Zeman. I was merely doing my duty as a guardian, Lady Ilo. At the height of the moment, Darius suddenly interjected, don't forget us, the people of the Tower of Pyromancy, either. A clear call rang out, Tower Master. Dan and his group appeared and seriously reported, we have finished checking the prisoner's condition. She replied with satisfaction, excellent. Darius turned to Ilo and praised, your subordinates are very capable. Zassel was surprised and thought, they've been acting completely differently now. He turned to her and bewilderedly asked, Lady Ilo, when we were in the ship's hold, what did you mean? Ilo calmly replied, you're asking about. Darius started, turning her head when she heard her question, when I mentioned the spirits? On the vast sea, the ship continued forward, where the sun began to rise. Zassel replied, that's right. Ilo probed, are you of mixed blood with the dragonkin? Zassel wondered, dragonkin? He remembered the image of the large dragon hidden in the forest and mused, that's right. Actually, I carry the blood of the Azure Dragon, though it's just a drop in the lake. She gently raised his hand, slowly sniffing the faint scent, saying, but even with a little dragon blood, it's enough to attract spirits. Ilo calmly explained the reason to a puzzled Zassel. I can smell a very strong spiritual scent from you. That's why I wondered if you also have mixed dragon blood like me. Darius witnessed the entire conversation and couldn't help but secretly speculate, is mixed dragon blood the reason Zassel can develop so quickly? She looked towards the distant horizon and thought, he could become someone. In the sunlight, Zassel's face became clear. Darius mused, he'll cause chaos throughout the Endymion kingdom. No, wait, it's the entire continent, that's right. When it was completely bright, the ship docked at the harbor. The elf contingent safely disembarked, and soldiers helped the captives out. A familiar voice attracted Ilo's attention, Miss Ilo. Darius smiled kindly and asked, I'm sure you'll remain in seclusion until you fully recover your mana, won't you, miss? She nodded affirmingly, that's right. Looking at the magnificent castle and the bustling city, she offered, my mansion isn't far from here. If you don't mind, miss, you could stay there. I think you could help with Zassel's training. He pointed at himself in bewilderment, wondering, training? Ilo smiled radiantly and replied, if I can repay you that way, then I'd be very willing. Darius put an arm around Zassel's shoulder and patted him, asking, well, don't you want to? He replied cheerfully and enthusiastically, of course I do. I really want to. At this moment, an exciting thought sprang into Zassel's mind, special training from the Fire Mage Tower Master. She gestured to the elf group and said, then please, everyone, this way. Your luggage will be brought here soon. Ilo replied, thank you. Zassel, walking ahead, wondered anxiously, Tower Master, is that all right? The new semester is about to start. Darius winked reassuringly, don't worry, just leave that to Hubert. He couldn't help but be speechless, silently sympathizing, Professor. On the winding mountain road, the sea waves crashed below, and a convoy of carriages moved forward in a line. The coachman drove very carefully, and the carriages slowly made their way through forests and over mountains. Throughout the journey, the clatter of carriages echoed in the mountains and forests. Finally, the carriages stopped in front of a mansion as grand as a castle. Darius announced, we've arrived. Vassal got out of the carriage, looked up, and exclaimed, it's so big. Darius pushed open the mansion gates and smiled at everyone behind her, please, make yourselves at home, don't be shy. She led the group, walking through the vibrant flower garden. Ilo was drawn to the flowers. She expressed her gratitude, this is truly a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness, Tower Master. As Vassal was walking, his peripheral vision caught something. Looking at the fountain not far away, he was startled, wait, this place. A memory was triggered, Vassal was sure he had been here with his parents before. He called out to Darius, Tower Master, I have something I want to ask. She politely turned around, what is it? Vassal stepped forward and softly asked, this villa wasn't always yours, was it? Darius teased, one might think I stole it. He laughed awkwardly, I'm sorry. But she honestly shared, you're right. Its previous owner was some merchant guild. I only bought it a few years ago. Vassal looked at the fountain, memories, and a sense of familiarity returning. Just as he thought, this place was one of his family's properties. Darius asked with concern, do you want to ask anything else? Vassal smiled, no. He looked around the large mansion. After his family fell, he had heard it was sold for a low price. As he was about to step inside, Vassal couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought I'd return here one day. A week later, a nimble figure entered the room, a gentle voice called out, here you are, Ilo. The elf girl from the White Birch tribe appeared, respectfully saying, I heard you call for me. The madam lightly drank her tea, her eyes lighting up. What a relief. It seems most of your mana has recovered. In Darius's eyes, a faint green aura enveloped Ilo's body. She smiled, it's all thanks to you, Tower Master. Darius put down her teacup, getting straight to the point. So, about what we discussed earlier, can you help Vassal with his training? Ilo used her magic, streams of water dancing around her. When you say training, I assume you mean spirits? Darius nodded, exactly. Ilo looked around and wondered, but where's Vassal? She smiled mysteriously, I sent him to do something else. The river flowed through the gorge, agonizing screams echoed, and a figure fell freely into the water. With a splash, water shot into the sky. Not long after, Vassal surfaced and took a deep breath. He swam to shore, slicked back his hair, and sighed in frustration, failed again. Vassal recalled his previous conversation with Darius. She had asked, what did you learn from that battle with the pirate knights? I mean, what do you think you need? At that time, the enemy was closing in on him. Luckily, he had a shield. He hesitated, that thing. Then, looking at the cliff on the other side, he replied, distance. Darius praised, correct. In combat, distance is very important for a mage. She turned her head, flashed a confident smile, and instructed, watch closely. Standing on the precarious cliff, Darius didn't hesitate to step out into thin air. Flames flickered beneath her feet. Think about shrinking space. Her body vanished, leaving only a faint flicker of fire in its place. Whoosh! Darius landed on the opposite cliff. Vassal was astonished, that space-time teleportation magic, blink. She turned to him, from now on, you will practice crossing this cliff using blink. Vassal listened intently to her words, later, it will become a powerful tool for you. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing a quest, learn the space-time teleportation magic, blink. Reward, intermediate mana stone. Back in the present, Vassal wearily dragged his soaking wet body ashore. He climbed the cliff with determination not to give up. Blink. Whether the magic circle is large or small doesn't matter. Sitting on the cliff, Vassal tried to analyze, I can only learn this magic if I truly understand its rules. Standing on the cliff looking down, his eyes showed a hint of worry. Vassal focused on taking a step into the void. As expected, a scream for his free fall immediately followed. Time passed, and dusk fell. He wearily climbed the cliff with his soaked body. Is this learning magic, or physical training? Vassal closed his eyes, searching for the sensation of the magic flow. Focus now, think about shrinking the distance. This time, a fiery magic swirl, just like when Darius demonstrated, appeared under his feet. Vassal lifted his other foot off the cliff, fire enveloped both his legs. It seems I'm about to succeed. Just as he thought he could blink to the other cliff right now, a voice called from behind him, Vassal. And so, he stumbled and fell into the river. Darius, the culprit, smiled apologetically as she watched Vassal fall. And once again, the panic of losing gravity and a desperate scream echoed. That night, by the campfire, Darius brushed her hair back. Starting today, you will learn about soul contracts. Vassal warmed himself by the campfire, listening to her instructions. Ilo will help you. Ilo expressed her gratitude, I'm glad to be of assistance to you, sir. He bowed in thanks, thank you, Ilo. Vassal sat by the campfire as the elf girl began to instruct, please slowly close your eyes. Darius sat on a rock observing the situation. Ilo's soothing voice resonated, and imagined something related to fire. The fire crackled. She suggested, morning light, midday sun, or a campfire, anything will do. Immediately after, a powerful flame erupted within Vassal's body. Fire. Ilo was incredibly surprised. Amazing. To think a human body could possess such pure mana. Then she closed her eyes, I will enter your subconscious, and guide you. Ilo went behind Vassal and placed her hand on his back. In the subconscious, the girl in her spiritual form was holding the boy's hand, leading him forward. Most people don't know that anyone can enter the soul gate, whether human or elf, or any other existence. We are all born of nature, the purpose of all existence. We'll intertwine and the gates will open. Observing from outside, Darius was slightly surprised to sense a rich flow of magic. Ilo was also curious, what is this flow within his heart? This is. A blurry image appeared, someone stabbing someone else. Is it hatred? Ilo felt mental pain and clutched her head at the sight of the bloody image. Afterward, she slowly regained her composure, found her way, and continued forward, curious about what this flow within the heart was. They stood before the soul gate, but what they had to cross was a raging river. Ilo looked at Vassal next to her. Is that hatred? Then, she immediately denied it. No, perhaps it's. Outside, Vassal lost control of his mana and an extremely hot flame burst forth. Darius was startled to see this, but couldn't react in time to stop it. It happened too quickly. The person closest to Vassal was the most affected. Ilo couldn't escape immediately, so she could only unleash her mana to resist it. After an unknown amount of time, Vassal slowly opened his eyes. He saw a worried Darius by his side. She asked with concern, "Are you awake?" Vassal tried to sit up and looked at her. "Tower Master." He clutched his aching head, remembering nothing. "What happened?" Vassal vaguely inquired. "I feel like my mana burst." Just then, Ilo opened the door and walked in. He tilted his head. "Miss Ilo." He noticed her arm was bandaged. "Your arm." Ilo smiled to reassure Vassal. "My benefactor, I'm fine." Vassal gloomily asked everyone, and himself, "Is it because of me?" Without waiting for an answer, he covered his face, blaming himself. "I'm truly, truly sorry." That night, to ease his troubled mind, Vassal went to the flower garden to gaze at the moon. In the room, Darius watched him from the window and spoke. "Miss Ilo." She turned back. "What exactly happened?" Ilo recounted what had happened. It was terrifying. In the depths of Sir Vassal's consciousness. When we set foot on the path leading to the soul gate, we couldn't proceed because suddenly there was an incredibly intense flow of emotion. Darius rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought. "A flow of emotion?" Ilo confirmed. "That's right, it looked like a flow of hatred." She then offered a different observation, but it also felt more like sadness. That sorrow was so immense, I wondered how he could have hidden it for so long. The next morning, right at the edge of the forest next to the manor, Darius called, "Vassal." He turned his head and replied, "Yes, Tower Master." She smiled and announced, "Today we begin a new training session." Vassal respectfully bowed. "If you say so." Suddenly, he heard Darius declare, "Clean up." He was so surprised he immediately looked up. Strange. She assigned the task. "You are to help the servants in the manor for 1 week to clean every nook and cranny." Vassal thought to himself, surprised, clean the manor? Darius continued, "In the meantime, Lady Ilo and I will make a trip to the capital." Ilo politely bowed. "See you next week." Vassal awkwardly bowed in return. Yes, please take care." Before leaving, Darius also didn't forget to clarify, "This isn't a punishment, you know." Vassal obediently bowed his head. "All right." He made a plan. He would clean and practice refraction techniques in the remaining time. But her next words made his plans fall apart. "Oh, I'm just letting you know, but I forbid you from using magic this week, all right?" Vassal was dejected. After Darius left, he started cleaning the manor. First, he picked up a mop and surveyed the hallway. With the clumsiness of a teenager, he gripped the mop handle. "All right then." Then he pushed hard forward, his voice full of determination. "I'll train my body while cleaning." Vassal thought to himself, he was only forbidden from using magic, after all. But the consequences were truly unpredictable. Because the mop was still wet, he pushed it quickly forward, leaving a wet trail behind. Then, he slipped. Vassal fell backward, sending the mop flying, which conveniently knocked over the vase nearby. And with a crash, he landed on the floor. Vassal was unharmed, but the vase shattered. A maid approached from behind. "Who mops at that speed?" Vassal looked up, hearing the person say, "Mistress Daria was very fond of that vase." He suddenly recalled the Tower Master's instruction. "Oh, and Vassal, regarding the cleaning, you just need to listen to the head maid." At that time, head maid Dia had respectfully led a group of waiting servants to see Darius off. Dia was a middle-aged woman with a serious face and sharp, seemingly strict eyes. And at this moment, the person who had just spoken was her. Looking back at the shattered vase beside him, Vassal finally came to his senses. "I'm sorry." Dia put on her gloves and said indifferently, "I know you're not allowed to use magic for a week." She handed Vassal a cloth, "So from now on, clean according to my instructions." Thus began Vassal's life experience as an apprentice servant, as he picked up a vase to clean its base. Dia watched from behind. "You have to support the bottom of the vase with your hand, don't you?" When he was mopping the floor, she scolded him, "Didn't you think the area behind the door needed to be mopped too?" Vassal's face turned pale. "I'm sorry." Dia continued to nitpick, "But it seems you can't see the stains on the floor, can you?" And then came a series of annoying criticisms, nitpicks, and remarks from head maid Dia. After a session of cleaning, he tiredly sat on the floor and sighed. Vassal was covered in sweat, his eyes unfocused. This. Dia's stern words still buzzed in his head. Young Vassal, the rug, the window. He felt life had lost all meaning. Is this some kind of mental training? Before he could even rest, she continued to instruct, "Young Vassal, it's lunchtime. Follow me." He remained seated, unable to move, and forced to laugh. "Ha, I'll eat later." Dia turned her head, her voice cold and brooking no argument. "Follow me." Vassal groaned right where he was. Lai softly replied, "All right." In the servants' kitchen, the dishes had been laid out on the table, and lively chatter echoed throughout the room. Vaso looked around and silently assessed, "There really are a lot of people working here." Suddenly, someone spoke up to strike a conversation. "What's your name?" It was an old man with silver hair who looked quite benevolent. He politely replied, "I am Vaso Veman." He was a little surprised when he heard his family name, Veman. Vaso tensed up, feeling nervous. "Does he know me?" Unexpectedly, he suddenly praised him. "You're so handsome, with black hair and red eyes." The maid sitting opposite him also clapped her hands in agreement. "That's right, you look so cool." Suddenly, a muscular young man clapped Vaso on the shoulder. "You look pretty strong too. Let me have some of those muscles." He flinched. "Huh?" The young man's name was Lucian. He laughed heartily and slapped Vaso's back with a bop. "I'm just kidding." Then everyone burst into laughter again. Vaso clutched his shoulder, smiling on the outside, but inside he was in agony, breaking down and shedding tears. "Just endure it for 1 week. This must be training." It definitely is training. One incredibly beautiful sunset, as the orange twilight painted the sky red, Vaso carried wood with some of the household servants. Carrying wood was heavy labor. He sweated, reminiscing about his magic. "If I could use my wizard's body, I could finish this instantly." After finishing work, Vaso and everyone else sat down at a wooden table beside the stream. Everyone chatted animatedly. "Here, take it. You all did a great job." Everyone eagerly grabbed their large mugs of beer, clinked them together. "Cheers." Lucian glanced over, seeing Vaso chugging his beer. He didn't hesitate to give him a hard slap, startling Vaso and making him spit out the beer he had just drunk. Vaso, displeased, turned to question him. "Huh? Why did you hit me?" Lucian glared at him warningly. "You're still a student, remember? Drinking alcohol is off limits for you." It was then that Vaso suddenly remembered. Oh my, he forgot he was still a student, thinking he was still a mercenary. The old servant chuckled. It's all right, it's all right." He poured Vaso some beer from his own glass. "You'll have to gradually learn to drink too." He looked at the warm evening sunset, and besides, it'd be a sin not to drink when sitting before such a beautiful view. At this moment, the sun gradually set. The warm sunlight stretched over the forest, draping them in a thin, pale yellow blanket. From behind, someone's voice rang out, making Vaso turn to look. "There's another sin." Mrs. Rhea arrived with a basket of food. "It's drinking beer without snacks." After she laid the food on the table, the old silver-haired man smiled. All right, congratulations to the new member. Rhea looked towards Vaso. He was gradually blending in with Lucian's group. She just remained silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Lucian put his arm around Vaso's shoulder, and they laughed and chatted happily. In the following days, as usual, Rhea supervised Vaso mopping the floor. At meal times, he would happily socialize with Lucian's group. In the evening, he would sometimes rest tiredly by the fountain. In the morning, he would tend to the flowers and plants in the garden with the maids. Vaso would even happily eat bread without complaint. In the evening, he would sit blankly by the fountain again. Tomorrow would mark a full week. What is this feeling of dissatisfaction? While he was lost in thought, someone approached from behind. You seem to really like this place. Seeing Rhea, Vaso's conditioned reflex kicked in. He immediately stood up and bowed. Hello. Rhea pushed up her glasses. How many times a day do you intend to greet me? He gave a forced laugh. Haha. Do I do that often? I didn't realize. She asked with concern, what's your reason for being out here? Vaso hesitated slightly. He looked up at the bright starry sky. I remember someone when I stand here. Rhea was curious. I heard mages can teleport. Can't you go see them? Vaso replied. Teleportation magic is very difficult, and even if I could do it, they're currently in a place where I can't meet them. She understood. I thought mages wouldn't have any worries. He smiled and said, that's not true. Rhea turned and left, returning to her usual cold demeanor. Tomorrow is your last cleaning day. Do a good job. Vaso smiled. Yes. Before leaving, she turned around. I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person, Vaso. These words surprised him, leaving him speechless for a moment. Rhea ran her hand through her hair and smiled confidently. Even if you don't become a great mage, you can still be a good servant under me. Hearing that, Vaso started to get a headache. All right, I'll remember that. Finally, the day Darius and Ilo returned to the mansion arrived. You're back, Tower Master. Vaso went to the gate to greet them both. The Tower Master spoke, how are you? Ilo also asked with concern, how are you, Vaso? He smiled excitedly at them, I'm very well. Darius called Vaso to follow her, come with me for a moment. The two walked through the vibrant flower garden. Darius spoke first, you've had a tough week. Vaso replied, not at all. She explained, I was looking for medicine to restore Ilo's mana. It took quite some time, an elf's mana is very special. Suddenly Darius stopped, and I had to check something in the storage cellar. Vaso exclaimed, you're really busy, aren't you? She suddenly turned and changed the subject, this place once belonged to the Veman family. Vaso remained silent, lowering his head without a word. Darius continued, Ilo said that there's a very powerful torrent in your heart, and that's why you can't touch spirits. Vaso clenched his fists, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Her voice echoed in his ear, that torrent, do you feel that you've been wronged? Darius pressed, is it anger, or is it sadness? Vaso looked down at the ground, responding faintly, all of it. She continued, it reminds me of the first time I met you. A memory flashed, you fought alone to learn magic, but now that I think about it, you were just a lonely head of a household trying to rebuild your family. Darius looked towards the grand mansion. Then, take this place. Vaso was startled, huh? What do you mean? She calmly stated, I'm not giving it to you for free. Darius gave him hope, become the battle mage of the fire tower and the warrior who protects this country. But her next words were a bit more blunt, earn a lot of money and buy this place back from me. She smiled encouragingly, do you understand, young man? Vaso was slightly bewildered, he silently repeated, young man? Darius, radiant as a flower, sincerely advised, don't struggle alone. That evening, in the forest, by the campfire, sitting opposite Vaso, Ilo guided, last time, when I approached the soul's door. I didn't awaken your subconscious, I merely guided you with my mana. This time, let's go to the door together. He nodded dejectedly. Still unsure about himself, what if I hurt you again, Ilo? The girl smiled naively, reassuring him, I brought a lot of medicine, don't worry. Vaso scratched his head, no, that's not what I meant. Ilo ignored his wavering state of mind. She began to instruct, then close your eyes, think of fire like last time, I will awaken you in your mind. In Vaso's mind, a pure white figure appeared. He softly called out, is that you, Ilo? She spoke softly, can you see me? Vaso's gaze fell to his pale white hand and he mumbled, so this is your pure mana. Ilo went ahead to lead the way. Just like last time, everything was still smooth up to this point. After walking for a while, she stopped, but they both stood before a rocky outcrop, beneath which a turbulent current flowed. Ilo whispered, this waterfall is still here. Her voice was soft but full of regret. It's still very difficult to reach the source, which is located towards the soul's door. He took a few steps forward, this waterfall. Ilo tried to stop him, Vaso, if you go closer. The waterfall seemed to have a self-defense mechanism, not allowing anyone near. A surge of power like the cascade threw Vaso back. He fell to the ground. Ilo sighed, just looking at it is dangerous enough. Affected by the waterfall, countless thoughts flooded Vaso's mind. Graduating from the academy, choosing to enter the tower, restoring the family, avenging his father, this is. He clutched his head, I'm sorry. I can't make this thing disappear. Ilo stood behind him, comforting him, Vaso. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, how are things, Vaso? He recognized the owner of this voice, Darian. Immediately after, an warm voice spoke. He's a good person, Vaso couldn't forget this voice, the maid. Darius crossed her arms and smiled, you won't let him off easily, will you? Rhea respectfully smiled and replied, that's right, sir. Vaso's mind gradually calmed, and some fragmented memories surfaced. It was the image of kind Hubert patting his shoulder, come with me for a bit. It was the image of him happily drinking beer with Lucian's group. All right, cheers to the new member. It was Rhea's heartwarming encouragement, I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person, Vaso. It was Darius's sincere comfort, don't struggle alone. His mind couldn't help but shed tears. That's right, he can't make it disappear but. Vaso stood up, gazing determinedly at the spiritual gate. I can jump over it. In his mind was Darius's teaching, think about spatial temporal compression. Ilo hastily stopped him, don't come any closer. He gritted his teeth, enduring the torrent of negativity rushing into his body with his spiritual power, I'm fine. Vaso took a step off the cliff, and flames erupted beneath his feet. Firm in his heart, even if he falls, he's not alone. Ilo stared blankly at the figure before her and the fiery dust scattering in the air. Vaso's body had transformed into a hazy flame, disappearing from the cliff, flash step. His feet, still blazing with swirling fire magic, had already landed on the other side. Seeing Vaso successfully standing before the spiritual gate, Ilo rejoiced, benefactor, you did it. The system promptly announced, notification, you have completed the quest. You have received a medium-grade mana stone as a reward. Looking at the dazzling golden spiritual gate before him, Vaso was stunned, I've crossed over, what do I do now? Ilo spoke without him seeing her, which startled him slightly, please go into the gate of light in front of you, sir. Vaso confirmed, Miss Ilo. The elf girl smiled and explained, you didn't expect it, did you? We can still communicate thanks to our mana connection. Just then, the system appeared again. Notification, quest, make a pact with a spirit. Summon a spirit following the guidance of the elf spirit Ilo and form a pact with that spirit. Reward, medium-grade mana stone. Ilo instructed, please put your hand into that gate. Vaso complied but still asked worriedly, what will happen? His spirit body silently reached out his hand. Ilo's words were in his ear, now it's up to the spirit's decision. Vaso's spirit body fell into the darkness, surrounded by watchful eyes. He still heard Ilo's voice, "No one knows what kind of spirit will come here." Those eyes blinked and then vanished. "You might not be chosen." Ilo stood by, praying for him, "So, just reach out your hand and wait." Outside, Darius stood observing Vaso seriously. Ilo's voice still lingered, "That's all we can do." Not knowing how long his spirit body had been waiting, Vaso told himself, "If it's too difficult, it's okay if no spirit comes." His outstretched hand was aching, but he didn't lower it. He wouldn't be sad because of it. A powerful magic circle appeared, and a giant red dragon coiled around Vaso's spirit body. He was grateful for every moment that had brought him here. The dragon respectfully bowed its head, touching his hand, and a soul contract was sealed. A moment later, Vaso opened his eyes with difficulty, finding a tiny red dragon lying in his arms. Looking at the small red dragon with large, sparkling eyes clinging to his shirt, he was a little surprised. "Is this a spirit?" Ilo was overjoyed to tears. "Benefactor, congratulations, sir." Darius laughed loudly, not forgetting to remind him, "We don't just have one thing to celebrate." Hearing that, Vaso also paid attention to the current state of his body. "On your chest is a rotating magic circle, the fourth magic circle." Vaso recalled the moment he learned teleportation. Darius's eyes crinkled as he showered praise, saying he'd overcome his own barriers. The system appeared before his eyes, announcing, "You have comprehended new knowledge about summoning spirits and have thereby achieved the fourth magic circle. You will receive an additional reward, a clearance reward." Unclear, Vaso wondered, an additional reward? The little dragon, unexpectedly, had wings. It chirped a few times and then flew up. Then it peacefully landed on his head, seeming very pleased with its nest. Vaso looked up, seeing it happily gnawing at his hair. Ilo walked over and touched it. "I don't think this is a normal spirit." She lifted it off his head. "Are you going to name it?" Ilo brought the little dragon in front of Vaso. "Name it, and I will complete the pact." Madame Darius, by his side, looked on expectantly. "All right, then give it a good name." Vaso looked at the chubby red dragon in front of him, thinking for a moment. "Red, huh?" "Red, so." He uttered a name that left Darius, Rhea, and Ilo stunned as if struck by lightning. "How about bacon?" Vaso gave a forced laugh. "Haha, I'm just kidding." Even the little dragon let out a sigh of relief. He thought shyly, "Their reaction really is." He looked at the red dragon, softly, then, "Is Pepper okay?" The little dragon seemed to really like the name. It nodded and chirped happily. Ilo felt like she'd come back to life. "That sounds so adorable." Darius was satisfied. "Not bad." Vaso chuckled along, thinking, "Pepper is short for pepperoni, and pepperoni is also a kind of bacon." Darius spoke up. "So, to celebrate, tomorrow we'll officially begin special training." Ilo guaranteed, "I will teach you about spirits." Cradling Pepper in his hands, Vaso smiled. "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." He looked at the adorable red dragon, officially greeting it. "Nice to meet you, Pepper." 1 month later, at the academy, it was finally time for the towers to select students. A professor mused, "I wonder how many graduating students will be chosen this year." The bald professor smiled. "It's basically already decided anyway." Outside, a white carriage stopped. A silver-haired woman stepped out. "The White Tower judge has arrived. Each mage will select individuals for training throughout this semester." Then, a second carriage stopped. A man in yellow robes stepped out. "The Golden Tower judge has arrived. If they're not chosen, then who will be?" Next, a blond man in a blue coat stepped down. "The Azure Tower judge has arrived. He's right, so we." An academy professor smiled and said, "Must help these students more." The bald professor nodded in agreement. "Agreed." The other person continued, "For our benefit, for this school's benefit." The bald professor laughed. "Haha, that's right, for this school." Their conversation was overheard by Hubert. He clicked his tongue. Who would dare call themselves students when they only like a select few talented ones? Just then, a powerful hand gripped the carriage door. The fire tower judge had arrived. The students paled when they saw this person, fearfully taking a deep breath. The representative for the fire tower was a burly, rather fierce-looking man with long, wine-red hair and cold eyes, vermilion unseen. Hubert glanced over, couldn't help but gulp. Why is he here? Unseen stepped out of the carriage and looked around intently, then slightly curved his lips into a smile. He probably hasn't arrived yet. Hubert worriedly thought to himself on the side, sending him as a judge. Does that mean she doesn't want to choose Vaso? At this moment, in the town sky, a faint figure like a spark of electricity was using a flash step, zigzagging to quickly reach the destination. As Hubert worriedly thought that Vaso was nowhere in sight, he suddenly appeared right above Unseen's head. As a judge of the fire tower, Unseen was very sensitive to fire magic, so he became vigilant. Then he quickly turned and glanced upwards. On the other side, Vaso sighed in relief and wiped away his sweat. He stood on the rooftop opposite the academy, almost late. But before he could celebrate, his eyes met someone's figure down below. Seeing a man frowning and looking at him, Vaso was astonished. Vermilion Unseen? Without looking for long, Unseen turned and walked inside the academy. A warlike smile appeared on his face. This will be interesting. Beating him up will surely be refreshing. Going back in time a little, in front of Darius's mansion, Vaso spoke, "Thank you all very much." He looked at Ilo, sincerely wishing, "Ilo, I hope you return home safely." She smiled and nodded, "Thank you, sir, my benefactor." Then Vaso looked at Rhea, head maid. She was slightly surprised to be addressed and heard him say, "I will definitely return." He confidently declared, "Until then, I'll be the master of this place, so please manage it well." Rhea adjusted her glasses, a pleased smile on her face. "We understand." "I also hope so." Vaso bid everyone farewell, though it was a short time. "I truly thank you all very much." Darius confirmed again, "Kid, you don't need a carriage?" Vaso started his movements. "Yes, I don't want to be late, so running is much faster." So she spoke up, "Then, on your way back, young man, I have a request to ask of you." Darius handed him a carefully sealed letter. "Can you deliver this letter to Hubert?" Vaso took it, nodding, "Yes, I will definitely deliver it." He noticed Darius's expression seemed a bit unhappy. "Okay, thank you, kid." Back to the present, in Hubert's sunlit study. He received the letter, saying in a low voice, "It's fortunate that you arrived just in time, lad." Hubert opened the letter to read it, but spoke about something unrelated. "However, this selection, helping you will be quite difficult." He placed the letter on the table. "Because some things have just appeared that I need to quickly complete." Vaso smiled gratefully, "It's all right, Professor." Hubert seemed troubled. He frowned, his hands clasped together. "All I can tell you is..." Recalling the judge representing the fire tower, he advised, "Don't underestimate Brother Unseen." Hubert slowly stood up. "This selection..." He walked over and patted Vaso's shoulder. "You need to be the strongest, not just try your best. If it's you, you can do it." He gave a confident smile. "All right, don't worry, Professor." At this moment, the system sent a new quest notification, Quest, Tower Selection. Show the overwhelming difference between ranks and receive acknowledgement from the Selection Appraisal Committee. Number of acknowledgements from the Selection Appraisal Committee, 0 out of 10. Reward, mid-grade mana stone. The next day, in the examination hall, round 1 of the selection, the written exam began. Vaso focused on taking the exam. The written exam wasn't too difficult, because he had failed this exam many times in his previous life. After finishing the written exam, his mind wandered a bit, if there was anything to worry about. Vaso thought about Darius's letter, the teacher's letter. After this, Professor Hubert's travels would become more frequent, almost to the point where he couldn't teach his class at the academy anymore. And not long after that, the year he took a leave of absence, Professor Hubert. Vaso walked out of the examination room, still thinking about it, not knowing exactly what had happened. He saw a green snake on a tree approaching its prey. That could be a dangerous mission. Watching the snake catch the bird, Vaso hesitated, thinking of a high-ranking wizard in the fire tower. Just one day after round 1, the results were in. Highest score on the written exam, Vaso Zeman. Seeing him praised in front of the whole school, the students buzzed. Vaso got the highest score? No way, he's really good at studying, I'm so jealous. As he received the commendation for his round 1 achievement, he secretly wondered, could he stop it? The professor's death, There wasn't much time to think, because the second round of selection, the interview test, would begin shortly. Vaso and the students waited in the hallway as the professors explained the exam rules. Please enter when your name is called. It wasn't long before a professor called out, Vaso Zeman. He immediately stood up, secretly cheering himself on. He needed to stop it. He could stop it. Then, he quickly entered the interview room, because the evidence for it was right before his eyes. Vaso stopped in the middle of the room. In his previous life, he didn't remember Unsin being on the selection committee. He confidently clasped his hands behind his back, looking directly at the judges. He had changed the future, so he needed to join the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Looking at the stern and displeased Unsin in front of him, Vaso focused on his quest objective. He needed to be acknowledged here. The professor in charge of documents gave clear and specific instructions. When the judge asks, you must answer concisely and verbally, understood? He replied, yes. The White Tower judge read the question, we shall begin. 300 years ago, the formula created by the Mage Ojingong. The Q&A process began. The judge asked, Vaso replied, one must apply the concept of recycled materials to change the formula. He wasn't too worried. The interview questions were even easier than the written exam questions. As the White Tower judge read the question, yellow mana energy emanated from him. Vaso had noticed this. However, there was another task in the round 2 exam. The surge of mana suddenly flared up, a blinding golden light, and pressure overwhelmed him. But Vaso stood tall. That was to withstand the mana emanating from the selection committee. In his previous life, he had always failed at this round. But this time was different. He firmly answered the question without wavering. If you change the ratio of ingredients in the potion, you could achieve 3 times the effect. The Gold Tower judge couldn't help but praise, that kid is calm. His expression doesn't even change, even in a mana storm. Unsin smiled maliciously like a predator. Is that all? A massive surge of mana came from him, and the pressure suddenly increased several-fold. Vaso gritted his teeth, enduring this mountain-like pressure. Unsin grinned with amusement, remaining silent, maintaining the pressure for a long time. The Gold Tower judge looked at him, subconsciously frowning. He really is a mad tiger. If this continues... The Gold Tower judge turned his head, worried about the fate of the candidate. The candidate might die. However, he was astonished when he realized Vaso was still standing steadily. He can endure it. The Upper Tower judge praised him. How surprising. He turned to look at the group of professors trembling from the suppression at the next table. Even the newly appointed professors in charge of clerical duties were suffering. This judge secretly thought about Vaso. He's certainly an enviable genius. So relaxed under such great pressure, it's clear he's been recognized by the judges. The system prompted recognition from the selection committee January 10th, February 10th, March 10th, April 10th, May 10th, June 10th, July 10th, August 10th, September 10th. Unsin found it amusing. You're still enduring it, huh? He immediately unleashed even more mana. Let's see about that. The pressure increased several more times. Veins bulged on Vaso's face. He clenched his teeth and stood firm, not letting himself fall. Unsin seemed stimulated by his stubbornness, his eyes growing even sharper. Finally, the Upper Tower judge stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. We still have many other interviews, so let's stop here. Unsin retracted the mana storm suppression from his body, scoffing. He clicked his tongue. I was about to see something fun. How boring. Below, Vaso's hands behind his back were trembling uncontrollably. At the next table, the Academy's new professors gasped, sharing the same thought. They They're alive. The White Tower judge set down the question paper, smiling with satisfaction. You did very well. You may leave, candidate. Vaso left the room and closed the door. A professor's voice called out, next one, come in. He went outside and plopped down onto the waiting chair from before. It was only then that Vaso showed his anxiety and fear, trembling like a puppy. He thought he was about to die. However, his eyes suddenly lit up, recognition from the selection committee 9 out of 10. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the progress was nearly complete. So it means this still isn't enough. Haha, he's not easy either. Along the corridor, the upper tower judge spoke, Russell Zeman. He was walking with the other judges. He said, so that's the candidate the fire tower master has taken an interest in. The gold tower judge continued, he's a student everyone wants to take in, what a shame. The white tower judge suddenly asked, Unsen, the youngest priest, are you really doing military training? Suddenly, he turned his head and sternly asked her, what? Who's the youngest? She quickly clarified, no, I didn't mean it that way. The other two judges also looked at him warily and then fell silent. Unsen recalled the past. The soldiers were desperately running and shouting, stop the newcomer. They were extremely panicked when they saw the barrier crack. One person exclaimed, no, there's a crack in the barrier. A foot kicked hard into the other person's stomach. The man was pinned down and slashed. A series of screams and cries rang out. Moonlight shone in the night sky. Unsen looked at the people lying scattered on the ground and lamented, weaklings. He showed extreme anger, but tears fell. Back in reality, Unsen thought to himself, if they collapse, everyone else will be doomed too. Scene change. At the assembly point, a judge called out loudly, it's time to begin the third round of the examination. He announced, this exam is a treasure hunt type. He held up a blue mana stone and said, in the dense forest of the hill, the candidates must find blue mana stones. The candidates listened intently to the judge. He continued, the number of mana stones the candidates acquire and bring back will determine their scores. Russell looked at them and thought, it seemed they wanted the candidates to steal each other's mana stones. The judge commanded, all right, candidates, line up. Russell silently looked at the system panel. He wondered if he could pass this third trial. He sighed, thinking, would Unsen acknowledge him then? A shout, start. Russell and the candidates simultaneously moved forward. He pondered, first, then. He tried his best to run fast and told himself, I have to do everything I can first. After some time, the sun began to set. Russell wandered around, contemplating, should I summon it now? He cupped his hands together, and a flame ignited. He thought, it'll probably be mad at me for a bit, then it'll pass. When Pepper was summoned, it immediately clung to him. Russell apologized, saying, it's been too long, Pepper, I'm sorry, because I couldn't use magic at school. It looked at him and smiled happily. Russell created a magic circle, put his hand in it, and said to it, Pepper, can you help me with something? He took out a red mana stone and said, I want to find stones that look like this. Russell brought the stone to Pepper's nose for it to smell. It immediately flew off to find the stones. Russell watched it and thought, I heard people say that spirits in the mana world can sense magic energy very keenly. He smiled and asked, you've sniffed it out already, have you? It turned its head back to him, smiling in response. Russell followed the direction Pepper was flying. He said, then let's go. A red magic circle appeared on a nearby tree. Scene change. In a house, a voice spoke, finally found you. Hubert grabbed a man by the collar, lifted him, and threatened, where is the mage you dealt with now? The man replied fearfully, I don't know, I only sold him some alchemy ingredients, that's all I know. Hubert pressed, what about the alchemy formula? He growled, don't you know that's a heretical ritual? Hearing that, the man was stunned, what? Hubert shoved the man against the wall. Hubert said words that shocked the man, helping cultists is rebelling against the kingdom. He emphasized, I'll ask again, where did that mage go? The man panicked, I I really don't know. He recounted, I only heard that he would secretly follow a woman who brought her disciple, and he would go to confirm the appearance of that disciple. Hearing this, Hubert remembered Russell. He immediately hurried away, his heart uneasy. If the cultists want to confront her, it won't just be her. He continued to think, and Russell would also be in danger. No. Hubert rushed away, sparks flying from his body. He pondered, all the participants in the test are in danger. In the night forest, a participant was dejectedly muttering to himself, damn it, what the hell is a mana stone? He thought to himself, I can't use light magic, it would reveal my position. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He saw a strange shadow in front of him and immediately wondered, what is that? He immediately used his power, Wind Arrow. He approached and said, you startled me a bit. He wondered, was that another contestant? He looked around and thought, is he dead yet? After all, this is a competition. Just as he was about to walk away, he paused, wait. He turned to look and pondered, what if that guy possesses a mana stone? He walked closer but saw nothing. While he was bewildered, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, yet he remained unaware and muttered, where did he go? He suddenly panicked and darted his eyes behind him. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest. Elsewhere, Russell was still searching for mana stones. He walked up and thought, this place. He observed and said to himself, this must be the center of the forest, right? In front, there was a black bag full of blue mana stones, with Pepper beside them. Russell exclaimed, here it is. He felt something strange and pondered, but why are all the mana stones in one place? Russell stroked Pepper. He thought to himself, that's it, you did well, Pepper. He sat down by the mana stones and saw a golem core beside them. But is this a golem core? Russell picked it up, observed it, then pondered, it's destroyed. He assessed, it seems it was destroyed before the golem could be summoned. Who could it be? Suddenly, Pepper cried out, warning Russell. He immediately turned his head to look. In the bush, something suddenly moved. They were moving towards him. Russell watched in surprise. Suddenly, sharp earth pillars shot up from the ground. Russell quickly flipped backward to dodge the attack. He suddenly retreated backward when light bubbles suddenly flew up. He thought to himself, earth magic. He watched them fly straight up into the sky and wondered, becoming light magic? Russell heard and immediately dodged the light bubbles. As soon as he landed, there was a large explosion that caused the ground to collapse. He pondered, there wasn't just one opponent. Suddenly, a barrage of ice arrows was shot from behind him. Fortunately, Pepper reacted in time and breathed fire, melting the ice arrows. Russell praised, well done, Pepper. He raised his hand and shot out fire arrows. They shattered the light bubbles. The shattered light bubbles fell to the ground, creating explosions. From within the smoke and dust, Russell looked around. He looked intently. Lai slowly walked forward, and seeing this, he asked, who are you all? He looked at him and continued, you're supposed to be prestigious students chosen by the tower. Alex, who was hiding in the bushes, also appeared. And Violet also stepped out. Russell continued, yet you're using such cowardly and dirty tactics? Lai angrily waved his hand and cursed, shut up. Why is a low-level bastard like you the one who discovered the mana stone first? He gritted his teeth, thinking, surely only our group knew the location of the mana stone. This is too illogical. But then he looked towards Pepper and wondered, a spirit? Violet spoke up, it's a spirit. I understand now why he found the mana stone so quickly. Hearing this, Alex thought, Russell Zeman, I can't believe someone would conceal such a high-level skill themselves. Russell scratched his head and said, what's so special about finding it quickly? He then said, you say that as if I definitely wouldn't have found it anyway. He sighed and chuckled, oh, right, speaking of which. Russell continued, I almost forgot, you and the professors probably have some secret dealings, don't you? Lai instantly flinched. He thought to himself, this guy is too sharp. Russell turned around and said, "Anyway, I have no intention of getting involved. Just don't get in my way." Lai heard that and angrily said, "Don't lie to yourself." But in an instant, Russell teleported behind him and threatened, "Go ahead and try, you'll regret it." Violet was terrified to see this. Alex was also stunned, asking himself, "Teleportation?" Suddenly, Pepper growled. Russell asked it, "Pepper?" He turned his face towards the forest and observed. He assessed, "There's movement from the forest." Russell said to Lai, "Hey." He replied, "Go." He asked, "The professors who helped you guys, did those old men say they'd destroy the hack golem?" He replied, "Not at all." Alex and Violet stepped forward simultaneously. "We also find this very strange." Russell immediately turned around, alert. He seriously warned, "Something is coming." Suddenly, the birds in the forest all flew away simultaneously. The forest moved violently. The zombies swarmed forward. Russell was stunned. "Zombies?" Violet panicked. "Why are there zombies in the test area?" Alex added, "No way." Lai also panicked equally, blurting out, What?" He thought to himself, I must run now." So he turned around. But the sight before him stunned him. The four of them were surrounded by zombies. He said in despair, "There's no way out." Pepper flew up, and a wall of fire was immediately erected around the four of them. Lai glanced at Russell and thought, "A wall of fire? That's a 4th-tier magic spell." He turned and instructed, "From now on, each of you will focus on a different direction and handle any zombie that breaks through the wall of fire from that side, okay?" The other three were bewildered. Russell shouted, "Did you hear me?" Only then did they come to their senses and chorused, "Yes, yes." Lai thought to himself in fear, "I can't believe I was planning to pick a fight with someone like him. If we'd actually fought, I'd have suffered heavy losses." Russell looked at the burning zombies and mused, "The firewall is only a temporary solution." The zombies continued to rush into the firewall. He observed them and thought, "I need to find the mages controlling these zombies. I have to find a way out of here." A zombie rushed into the firewall. One side of its face was burned off. Russell looked at it and thought, "A zombie." He pondered, heretics who hunt for forbidden magic, and the blasphemous entities they summon. He frowned and thought, in the past, the Tower Masters subjugated those heretics. So, are these remnants from that event? What are their intentions in coming here? Russell was suddenly startled. He wondered, are they perhaps hunting me? The zombies continued to rush forward madly. He bit his lip slightly, deliberating, "No, right now I need to focus on fighting first. The magic we're using is a type of curse." He assessed, one characteristic of it is its very low mana consumption, so the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. Russell turned back to remind the other three, "Everyone, use your mana wisely." He continued, "Reduce firepower and aim for their weak points." Lai replied wearily, "Easier said than done." Alex added, "But anyway, the judges will be here soon, if we can just hold out until then." Violet interrupted, "The judges won't be coming." Lai immediately panicked, "What? What are you talking about?" Russell said, "He's right." He continued, "There's no way the judges." He continued, "From the capital's magic tower wouldn't detect this evil energy source." Violet replied, "Maybe they used some kind of trap to erase all signs of mana." Russell suddenly remembered the red magic circle on the tree this afternoon and wondered, a trap. Hearing that, Lai trembled, disheartened, "So we have to fight all these enemies by ourselves?" Violet said, "Reduce the size and increase the sharpness." But he still said fearfully, "Damn it, what's the point of fighting with such intricate methods?" Nearby, Alex was trying to attack the zombies. Lai looked at him and thought, "What? Even this guy is following along?" The heretic hiding in the distance observed and said, "They're quick-witted, they've started conserving mana." The person next to him added, "The kids are imitating that wretched woman student, aren't they?" He raised his hand to create a purple fireball. Behind him was a giant monster holding a hammer. He continued, however, what if they encounter a situation where they can no longer conserve mana? Suddenly a loud noise made Zassel and the others glance over. The monster walked through the firewall. It roared ferociously. Seeing it, Zassel and the other three exclaimed in surprise, a weasel. Violet immediately used ice magic on the weasel. A series of light bubbles were also fired. Alex fired crystal rays at the weasel. But it seemed none of it had any effect on it. The weasel growled ferociously. It swung its hammer high towards Alex. He looked at it in panic. Suddenly, sparks were unleashed by Zassel, Origin Zassel, Flame Spear, Maximum Burst. The weasel dropped its hammer, its body gradually vanishing. The purple fireball in the heretic's hand shattered. He scratched his head. What? He asked his accomplice. He defeated a giant weasel with just one blow? Violet was stunned. That magic just now, she assessed, had destructive power equal to a 5-ring magic spell. She looked at Zassel and wondered, is he really a student like me? Zassel suddenly realized something. He saw Pepper flying around and immediately wondered, Pepper? The weasels, observing Pepper, also noticed it and thought, that is. Suddenly Zassel smiled and said, so you were hiding there. He created a flame sword and used the mage's body technique. Violet looked at him in surprise and thought, what is he trying to do? Zassel gripped the flame sword and said, now. He threw the flame sword with great force. As he threw it he said, it's my turn. The flame sword was thrown with extreme force, making it fly like a rocket towards the two weasels. They immediately panicked. We need to dodge quickly. Has our position been discovered? The blazing flame sword flew towards them. The weasel immediately cast a spell. He hastily said, block it. A group of zombies created by him blocked in front of him. The flame sword flew towards the zombies. The weasel was terrified. The flame sword surged past them and shot straight at the two weasels. A huge explosion erupted right in the middle of the forest. Zassel watched and wondered, did I deal with them? The weasel emerged from the smoke and dust. He thought to himself, that woman really raised a monster. He used his companion to shield himself from the blow. We saved this move to deal with the judges. He smiled maniacally. I didn't expect to use it on you in the end. Zassel was horrified by the sight before him. The participating candidates were being held hostage by skeletal soldiers. Zassel and the three others were again surrounded on all sides. The bald gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed, Professor Hubert. The thorny-haired man standing next to him also stammered to stop him. I'm sorry to say this, but only judges are allowed here, so. Hubert rushed inside, shouting, Senior Yuzen. Yuzen didn't turn his head, only calmly replied, the mission is over. But upon hearing the next announcement, his pupils couldn't help but widen in surprise. The cultists are coming here too? Hubert anxiously reported, they're pursuing Zassel. The candidates at the examination grounds are also in danger. Yuzen's face darkened with anger, radiating a strong killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, how dare they cause trouble right in front of me? Scene shifts to the forest. Wei smirked, a dangerous green flame in his hand. He threatened, if you move even a finger. A candidate was forced to kneel by a skeletal soldier with a sword at his throat. His face paled as he felt the killing intent that could end him at any moment. Wei warned, then I'll kill all of them and turn them into my skeletal soldiers. Zassel thought tensely. He covered the man's mouth to prevent him from chanting a spell. He imagined himself acting stealthily and calculated, if I can't stop him, even if I use flash. In his imagination, even with a stab, the man still smiled triumphantly. Wei snapped his fingers, activating destructive magic. A bloody vision appeared in Zassel's mind, then everyone will die. Wei and his skeletal soldiers confidently provoked, so don't bother resisting, step out here. His face was filled with tension as the man mentioned him, the child from the fire tower. Zassel bit his lip, thinking, just as I thought, I'm their target. He silently thought, beginning to withdraw his magic. Zassel slowly stepped out from the shadows, facing the skeletal soldiers and Wei. He sneered mockingly, saying, "Impressive, I can't believe you'd sacrifice your life to save your friend." Hearing that word, Zassel was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Friend, huh? So what?" Lei was startled when he heard him sarcastically say, "If you're weak, they'll call you weak." Violet also lowered his head, not daring to look up as Zassel said, "But if you're strong, they'll fear you." The tied-up examinees could only turn pale upon hearing his words, accepting them. Contempt, disgust, envy, these guys just hate those who are stronger than them. Wei silently watched Zassel's monologue. He calmly looked straight at him and said, "Perhaps you wouldn't understand." To everyone's astonishment, Zassel coldly stated his reason, "I did it because a guardian's duty is to protect everyone." Wei covered his face, trying to suppress his mad laughter. He scoffed, "In a world where the strong hunt the weak, huh? What? Duty? Justice?" He raised his hand and began to control the skeletal soldiers towards him. Wei started to retort, "Those are just big words from the weak." Zassel let out a dismissive sneer and said, "Look at the one hiding behind the skeletal soldiers and not daring to do anything himself." He began to angrily lower his head and clench his teeth, restraining himself. Wei controlled a skeletal soldier to approach him from behind. It grabbed Zassel, holding him tight. He said, "Yes, because you want it this way." The skeletal soldier suddenly wrapped a cloth around Zassel's mouth, then locked it tight. Wei angrily yelled, "So I'll kill you with my own hands." He summoned waves of white bones to surround himself. Wei's eyes widened as he growled, "The boy from the fire tower." Wei held a sharp bone sword in his hand and smugly looked at the tightly held Zassel, saying, "It's a pity I won't hear your scream, but I have no other choice." He glared at his next action. In Zassel's mind, he was quickly thinking, "There's a magic that doesn't require a verbal incantation." He began to recall that spell, which could be performed purely by a will. In his memory, when the system appeared, it announced, "You have completed the quest. You will receive a mid-grade mana stone as a reward. You have gained great enlightenment from soul summoning and have reached fourth circle magic. You will receive an additional reward. Clarify reward." Zassel was doubtful. An additional reward? A ring surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. Zassel curiously thought, a ring. And that was the magical artifact, the Cloud Ring. It can transform into a thundercloud when needed. The ring's power will be unleashed and grow with the user's development. At that moment, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, the sound reverberating throughout the eerie forest. Wei excitedly said, "Your death will usher in our revenge." Just as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, terrifying him. Flickering lightning bolts began to appear from Zassel's body. Wei looked up at the sky in shock and involuntarily exclaimed, "The sky!" At that very moment, he used his magic, and the command echoed in his mind, "Crush them, Thunder Hoof." The dazzling light from the sky briefly illuminated the entire area. Powerful lightning bolts struck down, creating immense pressure. The attack made everyone recoil and cover their eyes. Wei took the direct hit and screamed in pain. The orb containing blue flame in his hand was also shattered. Only a moment after the dust settled did his pathetic state become clear. Wei had been struck by lightning and turned black. The skeleton soldiers he controlled also collapsed. Zassel remained standing in place, his powerful energy still radiating, as Violet approached him from behind. She gently untied the rope binding Zassel, unable to help but praise him. "I can't believe you thought to use a magic artifact in that situation. You were really skilled." He calmly removed the gag from his mouth and replied, "Thank you." Violet awkwardly scratched her head and said, "We're the ones who should be thanking you." She regained her composure, turned to look at the standing contestants, and suggested, "We need to call the judges here quickly." The chaotic scene made Violet worry. "It seems everyone needs treatment," Lei said with a dazzling smile to a girl, warning her. "Don't forget to tell the judges what I did for you." Alex urged, "Line up." Under the starry night sky, Zassel calmly said, "The judges will be here soon." Violet wondered, "What? How do they know about this?" He smiled and replied, "Because my friend will lead them here." Pepper diligently left marks on the trees to guide the way. It burned a symbol wherever it went. Before long, a trail of light was lit in the forest. She looked at Zassel with admiration, thinking, how many steps ahead did he think? He noticed something unusual and bent down to observe. The ring on Zassel's hand gradually weakened. He thought, the ring used more mana than I expected. As Violet was leaving, the defeated Wei began to stir. He angrily chanted, sacrifice, sacrifice for what I do. Wei's eyes widened like a ribbon worm as he muttered, my life, my lifespan, and even my death. Then both felt a murderous aura and quickly turned back. At this moment, a mountain of white bones was summoned. They piled up and then transformed into a monster right before Violet and Zassel, summoning a giant skeleton soldier. The giant skeleton soldier growled from above, its red eyes staring down at them. Its long tongue flickered out, full of dread. Zassel's eyebrows furrowed, and he raised his hand to cover the radiating energy, thinking, this level far exceeds level 5. At this point, seeing the situation was bad, Violet turned back and loudly ordered, everyone, run into the forest. Then from the side of the students, Lei pushed his classmates, his face full of fear as he hastily fled, muttering to himself, I must escape at all costs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his whole body froze. Lei looked at the bags filled with mana stones, muttering, that's... At Zassel's side, Violet turned to him, angrily asking, what are you doing? Why aren't you running? Zassel looked ahead and explained, he's targeting it. He continued, and I'm the only one who can hold him off until the judges arrive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yuzin and Hubert were rapidly rushing towards the battle. Back at Zassel's location, in front of him, the giant skeleton soldier was slowly approaching with its terrifying face and long tongue. Violet glanced at Zassel, who was standing in front of the giant skeleton soldier, her heart filled with confusion. He must be out of mana. What is he doing? Her eyes followed Zassel's resolute figure, his hand gripping the flame spear, as she silently called his name in her head, Zassel Zaman. The giant skeleton soldier swung its arm into the air. Then it swung its arm down with all its might onto the ground where Zassel was standing, creating a loud sound. But fortunately, he quickly jumped behind the giant skeleton soldier. He thought to himself, a shield wouldn't be able to block this blow. Zassel gritted his teeth, gripping the flame spear tightly behind him with all his might, thinking, even one hit would be dangerous enough. He raised his hand and forcefully threw the flame spear towards the giant skeleton soldier. Its large tail plunged into the ground, causing small cracks on the surface. The entire giant skeleton soldier trembled, a large wound appearing on its waist, making it groan in pain. Zassel landed on the ground below, looking up at the giant skeleton soldier before him. He silently assessed, that hit him, but... He frowned, sweat beading on his face, thinking, this is too difficult. Vasso's annoyed voice rang out as he watched the giant skeletal soldier slowly regenerating its recent wounds. TCH, it can regenerate too, huh? Suddenly, its tail moved beneath the ground, making Zasso follow its movement, and he wondered, perplexed, what's that? Beneath the ground, the giant skeletal soldier's tail rapidly moved towards Zasso, causing him to drop his guard. Then suddenly, its tail shot out from the ground towards Zasso. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, but he couldn't hide his shock and blurted out, its tail? The giant skeletal soldier's tail wiggled in the air in front of Zasso. Suddenly, it lunged downwards quickly. Seeing this, Vasso raised his hand to block, frowning and cursing under his breath, damn it. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot straight into the giant skeletal soldier's tail, stopping its attack, much to Zasso's confusion. Violet, on the other side, was using her power, yelling loudly, you saved my life. Then she suddenly created many ice arrows, pointing them towards the giant skeletal soldier and continued, so how could I leave you and run? Violet controlled the ice arrows, firing them directly at the giant skeletal soldier, freezing a part of its body. Her voice continued to echo, and as you said. Suddenly, among the fleeing crowd, a pair of feet stopped dead when they heard Violet's voice. Alex turned his head to look back, Violet's voice now ringing out with certainty, this is the mission. The others also stopped simultaneously, looking at each other without a word. Violet continued, of a guardian. They began to turn around and run back towards the battle, making Lei, who was still clutching his bag, scream in horror, "Huh! Why are you guys coming back?" He was furious seeing them continue towards the battle, loudly scolding, "Are you all insane?" Lei continued to yell, "If anything happens to you guys, I don't care at all, got it?" On the other side, a figure lying motionless on the ground suddenly awoke when a small stone accidentally flew and touched him. Savy, in pain all over, struggled to move, gritting his teeth and letting out a cry, "CC." Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, his voice faltering, "Could it be?" Savy's eyes turned towards the fierce battle, and he blurted out, "A sacrificial curse? A giant skeletal soldier?" He curled his lips into a sarcastic smile, his voice full of mockery, "Ha ha! Serves you right, making a fuss just to survive alone." Savy saw the students standing in a line behind Zaso and continued, "They've all formed up." Alex scratched his head, his voice full of apology, "Sorry for being late." Vaso thought in surprise, "My plan wasn't like this." His eyes widened as he looked behind him, deep in thought, remaining silent. Then Zaso smiled as he understood something. He smiled, his eyes full of determination, and spoke, "Flame Spear. If you guys want to fight with me, I won't stop you." Then he threw the flame spear straight at the giant skeletal soldier and said, "But if you want to live, if you want to win." Vaso tilted his face and proposed, "Then listen carefully to what I have to say." Just then, the giant skeletal soldier swung its arm. It shattered the layer of ice on its body. It roared, and green aura emanated from its entire body. Zaso said loudly from the side, "I'll create an opening." He gathered all his strength, swung the arm gripping the flame spear, and ordered loudly, "So attack with all your might." Then Zaso hurled the flame spear towards the giant skeletal soldier that was slowly approaching. Before it could fully react, the flame spear shot towards it. Zaso saw the opportunity was perfect and immediately yelled towards the others, "Now!" Simultaneously, powerful arrows shot quickly towards where the giant skeletal soldier was standing. Creating a large explosion, a blinding light made everyone cover their eyes, followed by thick swirling smoke and dust. The giant skeletal soldier cried out in pain, "See!" Zaso saw it was slowly recovering itself and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth angrily, clutched his trembling hand, and mumbled, "One more time." Zaso tried to move his hand, focusing on using his mana. He told himself, "One more time, flame spear." He thought to himself, everyone risked staying to face the danger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Unsen and Hubert were still rushing towards the battle. Zaso told himself. Because of the Guardian's mission, they were still trying to reach the battle quickly. Back in the battle, Zaso looked at the students still trying to destroy the giant skeletal soldier, and reminded himself, "And for myself." Suddenly, the flames around him gradually flared up, engulfing his entire body, and he whispered to himself, "So I must go further." A horn grew on Zaso's forehead. His eyes gradually changed, his red pupils slowly turning yellow, his heart filled with certainty. "I must protect them." Zaso, engulfed in flames, gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly, "Flame spear." He used all his strength and spoke, full power. Zaso moved his whole body, directing the spear towards the giant skeletal soldier. He opened his eyes wide when he saw the time had come. Zaso immediately and decisively threw the flame spear with great force. Seeing this, the others also controlled their power and cried out in unison, "Attack!" A huge surge of power enveloped the flame spear as it sped rapidly forward. The flame spear rapidly shot towards the giant skeletal soldier, making it cry out in fright. The flame spear passed through its body, causing the entire giant skeletal soldier to shatter into pieces. Unsen rushed towards the battlefield where the fight was taking place. And he saw the contestants fighting a monster, a giant skeleton. Unsen unhappily clenched his teeth. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should have run. King Unsen believed that weakness was a flaw. If one person fell, everyone would fall with them. He stood watching for a long time without intervening, until a spark of fire flickered in the distance. That powerful spark shattered Unsin's perception, flame spear. The flames were stronger than ever, illuminating the entire forest, blindingly bright. But that day, Unsin realized that Flame Spear had powerfully shattered the giant skeleton's skull. Vaso was tired and panting, and Unsin realized it was precisely because they were weak that all it took was for one person to stand up. Behind Zaso were the other contestants who had fought alongside him, and they would all rise together. A powerful explosion erupted, flames engulfed the sky. As the smoke and fire gradually cleared, the giant skeleton fell to the ground. Inside it was the face of the heretic, still alive. He gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing with eerie green magic. Not yet. Following his magic, the fragments gradually restored the skeleton's body. It's not over yet. He had no idea what danger awaited him. A foot stepped sideways to gain momentum. Unsin gathered magic into his fist. A massive surge of power accumulated in his palm. Overheat. Only then did Wei feel the terrifying pressure threatening his life. Unsin punched powerfully towards Wei, releasing the magical force in his hand. Begone, evil thing. His power left the contestants gaping in astonishment. Waiting for the smoke and fire to clear, the large conical area in front of Unsin had been leveled. That Wei must have been completely obliterated. Behind him, a weak voice echoed, "If you were planning to come." Zaso's body swayed, about to fall. "You should have come sooner." As he finished speaking, he fainted, and behind him, a quick hand caught him. Hubert suddenly appeared behind him, holding Zaso and praising him. "Well done." Even the notoriously stern Unsin broke into a rare satisfied smile. Just then, the system appeared, announcing, "Selection Judge Approval Rating, 10 out of 10. You have completed the mission. You have received a medium-grade mana stone reward." When Zaso opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling lights above his head, and a gentle voice beside him asked, "Are you awake?" He still looked quite hazy, as if he hadn't had enough sleep. "This is..." Zaso suddenly jolted awake. "Are the other contestants okay?" Hubert reassured him, "Thanks to you, they're all safe and sound." He breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Professor Hubert adjusted his glasses. Everyone says the same. If Zaso hadn't been there, all of them would have lost their lives. He smiled shyly, very humbly. They helped me too." The professor smiled kindly. "But aren't you curious about the results of the competition?" Zaso slowly realized, "Oh, right. The selection exam." Hubert shared, "Actually, there were many problems. From the moment the heretics attacked the examination area, the mission became meaningless. In this situation, cooperation was more important than competition. Therefore, all the selection judges came to a conclusion. In this selection exam, the one who deserved the highest score," he announced, "the result is you, Zaso." He was stunned in surprise. A feeling of joy spread through his heart. He thought, the highest score in the tower's selection exam? Zaso bowed his head. "Thank you, Professor." He felt relieved. Finally he could graduate from the academy. Hubert continued, "As for the heretics, an investigation has been launched to find out who is behind everything. Soon, they will get to the root of all the problems." Then, Zaso said that there was actually still another heretic. The professor was startled. Wasn't there only one? The remaining heretic had fled when he saw the situation was not good. Savi fled, holding a grudge. "I will catch you and make you pay for this humiliation, you rookie at the fire tower." Unsin pushed the door open, carrying a package, and stepped in. "It seems I've lost track of him." Zaso happily said, "You're here, senior?" Unsin nodded slightly. "Let me see how you are." Hubert feared Unsin would cause trouble for him, so he hesitantly said, "Zaso needs to rest for a while." But he was stopped by him. "Professor." He smiled brightly to reassure him, "I'm fine." That evening, in the training ground, Zaso stood opposite Unsin. He looked more cheerful than his usual annoyed face. "When fighting those heretics, you must have found it very boring." Unsin stated the reason, "Because I had to fight those weaklings." Regarding this remark, Zaso remained silent. He clenched his fist and continued, I believe weakness is also a weakness, and my thinking on that has never changed. At this point, Zaso interjected, I agree with you, but... He looked up, sharing his thoughts, the weak exist. It's so the strong can become stronger and protect them. And the weak, because the strong have protected them, they too will strive to develop themselves. Zaso concluded, therefore, no one is left behind, and we will move forward together. Hearing that, Unsen frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Then, he smirked, not a bad answer. He threw the package in his hand to him. Open it. Zaso took it, secretly wondering, this is... He opened the package. It was a cloak with red roses printed on it, styled exactly like the one on Unsen's shoulder, a fire tower cloak. Unsen nodded, giving a knowing smile, don't celebrate too soon. He stated, if you want to join the fire tower, you still have to pass another test. Zaso was puzzled, secretly wondering, but the selection competition has already ended, hasn't it? Unsen narrowed his eyes and explained, it can be considered an ancient tradition. He used magic to draw a circle at his feet. Unsen explained the rules, try to make me leave this circle. You can use any magic you like. He confidently waved his hand, if you can make me move out of the circle, you win. But if you fail, you'll have to pay a suitable price. Zaso looked up at him. He put one hand behind his back, secretly gathering magic, don't regret this later, okay? Zaso extended his hand forward, as if he hadn't just done something behind his back. He gave a knowing smile, you yourself said I could use. Zaso burned with fighting spirit, fiery red magic flowing around him, any magic I want. The mansion suddenly shook violently. This startled Hubert, who was walking down the hallway, making him panic. At that very moment, Unsen was also bracing himself against the powerful aftershock of the attack. Moreover, his feet were pushed backward. This made him laugh and say to himself, I'm covered in armor of no less than 5th-tier magic. I didn't expect to be pushed back by such a young Zaso, yet I was still pushed back. Just then, Hubert ran over and loudly called out, Senior, what are you doing? He angrily scolded Unsen, I can't believe you're pushing Zaso this hard, especially when his body hasn't even recovered yet. Feeling a bit guilty about being caught red-handed, Unsen awkwardly defended himself, this is a long-standing tradition of our fire tower. However, Hubert didn't hold back, asserting, this looks more like the actions of a bunch of immature brats. His pride stung, Unsen retorted loudly, what do you mean, immature brats? I'm doing this so he can learn discipline before living with others. Of course, he wasn't about to give up, arguing back, if he still needs you to teach him discipline, then perhaps the pillars of the academy have all fallen into decay. Then he sighed helplessly and turned to apologize to Zaso, I apologize on his behalf, my boy. Zaso, of course, didn't mind and replied with a smile, I'm fine. Just then, Unsen spoke up, by the way, since I created this trial, the first person to ever pass it. He didn't expect anyone to be able to pass his violent assessment, but it was you, Zaso. The magic you used also astonished him, using primordial magic artifacts. Besides the explosion just now, and furthermore, the explosion made him unable to stand his ground and recoil. There's also something Unsen didn't expect, I can't believe you can even summon a spirit. At this point, he could only exclaim, honestly, I'm very surprised. After hearing him say this, Hubert asked in surprise, Zaso summoned a spirit? At this, Zaso introduced the little spirit in his hand, yes, its name is Pepper. Both Unsen and Hubert gazed at Pepper with scrutinizing eyes. Seeing it let out an innocent cry, the two old men helplessly sighed, it's rather cute. The next day, on the podium, Zaso, representing the graduating students, stood there and read aloud his message, and finally, I, Zaso-mon here. He smiled and sent sincere wishes to his friends, I hope that all of you will be guided by the light of mana. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of congratulatory applause immediately erupted below. The morning sun shone through the rows of trees. Hubert praised Zaso's speech, that graduation speech was fitting for the top student. These words made Zaso happily reply, "Thank you, Professor. You're no longer a student. From now on, you can call me Senior." Following his words, he quickly changed his address. "Yes, Senior." Then he asked, "Do you have a place to stay in the capital yet?" He honestly replied, "I'm thinking of finding a small room in the outskirts of the capital." Suddenly, Hubert suggested, "No need, stay at my place. After all, I can't go home until my contract with the academy ends." His offer made Zaso ask in surprise, "Is that really okay?" He calmly replied, "Of course. I'm the one offering it to you." At this moment, he recalled the time Darius offered to buy him a house. "I can't believe I never used the luxurious apartment I bought from the Tower Master." Moreover, she also reminded him, "Remember, the market price for this place is quite expensive." Thinking of that, a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Why does this feel so familiar? A moment later, in his room, Zaso was busy tidying up his belongings, with Pepper also lending a hand. Just then, the system sent a notification, "Congratulations on graduating from the academy. Special rewards are being sent. Reward, high-grade magic stone." This notification, along with the scroll in his hand, made him exclaim in surprise, "This is..." He unrolled the scroll and found a map similar to the previous one. There was another message, a notification, "Quest 1, find the location marked on the map and resolve the related quest." Looking at the map, he smirked and said, "No way, there's no way I wouldn't recognize this place." According to what Exo knew, it was a forbidden island, a place where ordinary people aren't allowed to set foot, Kulin Island. This place is easy to get to, but hard to leave. It's teeming with magic beasts, an extremely dangerous place. To even reach it, one would need to be at least a 6th-tier mage. Remembering this information, Exo was quite puzzled. He was extremely curious about this sudden opportunity that came to him. He couldn't understand what its purpose was. He recalled that day, that person stabbed him once and uttered a cryptic sentence, "I can't believe the horn of the Forgotten King is carved onto your body." This made him wonder, does it simply want me to become stronger? Remembering the feeling of that horn digging into his stomach, he wondered, or does it have another purpose, which is why it's trying so hard to help me get stronger? That horn granted him unexpected power. With this power, back to reality, Exo sat on his bed and mused, "I still don't know anything." He picked up Pepper and said, "But I must become stronger, because after all, I still have many things to protect." A moment later, he was sitting in a carriage speeding down the road. A voice from inside asked, "Is this your first time in the capital?" He politely replied, "No, I've been there before." Upon hearing this, Unsen suddenly remembered something. "Ah, right, this kid is a Zeman tribesman, I almost forgot." Suddenly, Exo spoke up, "Senior, there's something I want to ask you." Unsen calmly replied, "What is it?" Exo brought up what Hubert had mentioned earlier, about the mission Professor Hubert once talked about. He wanted to know one thing, that matter is related to those heretics, isn't it? The reason he asked was because he believed that if it wasn't, there'd be no way the professor could have recovered so quickly when they attacked. His intelligence made Unsen laugh and praise him, "You're sharp." So he honestly confirmed, "That's right, Hubert's mission is to track down the Heretic Council." However, there was one point he wasn't sure about, but I'm not sure if calling them a council is accurate. This group worships a severed head. Upon hearing this, Exo eagerly offered, "I also want to help with that mission." Unsen laughed at this, teasing, "What, you want to hunt down heretics?" He was joking outwardly, but inwardly he was still wary of Exo, finding it hard to tell if the boy was lying. In his judgment, the boy had a very honest look in his eyes. After a moment of silent thought, he finally agreed loudly, "All right, as a man, one should dream big. I'll report this to the Tower Master." Seeing that he had agreed, Exo joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, sir." Before Exo could enjoy the moment for a few seconds, he added another word, "but." Unsen laughed heartily and set a condition, "Only if you learn my magic before we reach the capital." His condition made Exo sigh in exasperation. He really likes to bet, doesn't he? At that moment, he quickly demonstrated the magic he was proud of. Its name was Overheat. He stated, a one-hit kill type of magic. As Unsen introduced, Overheat is a one-hit kill skill used by focusing mana, even if only for a brief moment. Fearing Exo would misunderstand, he even thoughtfully gave a specific example. You can imagine it's like using a slingshot. You compress the mana and then shoot it out. After saying that, he waved his hand to disperse the magic power in his hand. Then he smiled and asked, "Can you do it?" A moment later, the two stopped at a spot, and Exo began to practice according to Unsen's method. He practiced day and night on the journey, and it seemed he had mastered this skill. One fine day, a thunderous explosion echoed near a cliff. Exo easily unleashed a move that pierced through the cliff. This made Unsen extremely satisfied. It truly exceeded my expectations. He was a bit incredulous at Exo's ability. I didn't expect him to be able to integrate Overheat into his original magic. I've never met anyone so talented before. At that moment, Exo raised his trembling hand and lamented disappointedly, "My hand is still trembling too much." However, Unsen gently placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, "You already know how to use it now, but..." He noticed a few drawbacks when he used this skill. Overheat requires mana to be concentrated at a single point in time, so you must be careful of a counterattack after using it. Hearing this, he had a slight objection. If that's the case, it's very risky to use this move against strong opponents. He knew he would say that, so he smiled and said, "Not always. Remember, the best defense is a good offense." On the day they arrived in the capital, Unsen's advice still lingered in Exo's mind. As I said, you'll never know when someone stronger than you will appear. He also carefully advised, however, the strong often look down on the weaker. The moment they let their guard down. At the same time, Alan was helping Melview down from the carriage. "Please step down slowly." Meanwhile, he noticed a figure across from them. That figure was none other than Exo. He also recognized Alan. That person is. Unsen's final reminder was, when that moment comes, the hidden trick you possess will be what decides the winner. A moment later, Exo personally went to thank Darius. "Thank you, Madam Tower Master. It is thanks to you that I am in this position today." Darius happily replied, "Congratulations on joining the Fire Tower." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh, and..." She looked towards Melview and Alan and said, "Luckily, you arrived just when the Tower Master of the Spear Tower was visiting." Their true identities were Alan Pete, Mage of the Spear Tower, and Hemingway Melview, Tower Master of the Spear Tower. At this moment, Melview spoke up, "I was wondering why you chose today to meet me." His gaze fell upon Exo, then he sighed and said, "So, it's to show off the student you've taken in during your twilight years, eh?" Darius made no attempt to hide her pride and replied, "Of course." Furthermore, she boasted, because this young man, though young, is already a hero who has defeated a heretic. At this point, she showed her annoyance at Melview's condescending attitude, and frankly, what do you have to complain about me showing off my student? Your words annoy me greatly. As for Exo, his eyes were fixed straight ahead. He recognized Melview's disciple, Alan. In a few years, he will receive the title of the youngest sixth-rank mage, an extraordinary genius. He recalled memories from the past. In my previous life, he helped me a lot. I never thought we'd meet again like this. After a moment of silence, Melview finally spoke, "TCH, to me, that's nothing to boast about." Now it was his turn to praise his own disciple. If you were to look at it objectively, you'd see Alan's skills are better. Seeing these two about to start a new argument, Unsen helplessly sighed, "They're at it again, heavens." Thus, the battle began, with Darius exclaiming in anger, "Oh, did you forget that my student is younger?" Melview was no less sharp and retorted, "I already considered that before making my judgment." Her magic flared up, clashing with his, and she laughed, "Considering that? You're too clever then." He didn't hesitate to retort, "What? Go teach your student well before you argue with me. Are you afraid of losing?" Seeing his master about to get into a fight, Alan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He smiled and stepped in to mediate. Our tower master isn't usually like this. But every time he meets you, he reveals this childish side. His words made Melview shout in annoyance. What did you say? And he calmly said, you must be remembering your youth, aren't you? These words made Melview even angrier. This scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? At this, he leaned in and reminded him, Tower Master, you still have to visit the royal palace today, don't you? When he was reminded of this, his anger subsided, and he said, that's right. After calming his master, Alan approached Zassel and said, I apologize for being a bit disrespectful. He extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself, in our first meeting. The junior, realizing he intended to apologize for his master's temper, quickly said, no, it's fine. At this point, he suddenly hesitated and uttered, but. He honestly stated, I'm a bit disappointed. In a calm tone, he said, I wanted to show you two my magic. His words surprised Yusang, who muttered to himself, look at this kid. Meanwhile, Meowville seemed to thoroughly enjoy Zassel's temperament, laughing loudly and saying, how bold. Then his tone suddenly deepened, I wonder. Suddenly, he unleashed his magic power and asked, I wonder where that confidence comes from. Zassel showed no fear of his magic, on the contrary, he relished it. Is this the mana of the Commerce Tower Master? It feels like I'm drowning in a sea. This action of his pleased and amused him. I never expected something to astonish me at this age. At this, Meowville stood up and called out, Fire Tower Master. He made a suggestion, let's make a bet. This suggestion piqued Darius's interest, a bet? At this very moment, a bet took place between Zassel and Alan. 5 years, within 5 years, if your disciple. He laid out the terms of this gamble, catches up to my disciple's level. The reward he put up for the bet was a priceless treasure. I will give you one of my mythical relics. Evidently, this sparked Darius's fighting spirit, and she exclaimed, oh. As for Zassel, as soon as he knew what the reward was, he was utterly astonished, a mythical relic. According to the information he knew, a relic from the mythical age, artifacts that survived the forgotten mythical age. From what he had heard, even the weakest relics contained mana nearly equivalent to the seventh circle. Just then, Darius suddenly proposed a different time frame, 3 years. The reduced time startled Meowville, who exclaimed, what? Darius didn't hesitate to play big in this matter. If my disciple cannot catch up to your disciple in 3 years, then I will give you my mythical relic, old man. Her bold play made Meowville laugh and say, you can still take back your words now. However, she didn't listen to him. Instead, she smugly said, you just prepare your relic. Seeing that everything was settled, Meowville didn't linger and turned to leave. Let's go. This much cordial greeting is enough. Before leaving, Alan politely greeted Darius, then we'll take our leave now, Fire Tower Master. A moment later, as the two master and disciple descended the stairs, Alan asked worriedly, is it really okay for you to bet a mythical relic like that? Meowville calmly replied, of course not. This made Alan exclaim in shock, what? Ignoring his confusion, he leisurely reminded him, so you must do your best to show it. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to play along. All right, I will fulfill my role as a senior. After that conversation, the two said nothing more. Meowville looked out the window and mused, Ramon family. Upstairs, Yusang was helplessly scolding Zassel, it's only the first day, and you can't sit still. Is Alan Pet your friend? Zassel was so scolded that he could only reply, I apologize. Meowville was very interested in him at this moment, wondering to himself, can it be resurrected? Darius raised her teacup and asked, Yusang told me you want to withdraw from monitoring the cultists? Zassel truthfully confirmed, yes, ma'am. His certainty made Darius quickly tell him some news. Just in time, my spy just reported to me. She revealed quite shocking news. They found traces of the cultists who attacked the academy. At the same time, she also provided information about where the attackers were hiding. The location is in the neutral city of Sudra. Furthermore, this criminal is trying to escape quietly. He's trying to get away on his own. Upon hearing this, Zassel himself had to admit, Sudra, a paradise for criminals. He chose a good place to hide. At this point, Darius said sternly, since you've faced this criminal before, it'll be easier for you to track him than anyone else. At this point, her voice suddenly lowered as she reminded him, well, kid, you know that guy must have already set a trap. Then she asked, do you still want to take the risk? At this moment, Zassel suddenly stood at attention. He saluted properly and declared, I will fulfill my duty as a protector of this kingdom. His oath made Darius sigh and say, all right, then you'll depart tomorrow. Before letting him leave, she also didn't forget to instruct him, I'll prepare the teleportation gate for you, don't forget to bring your equipment. Her allowing Zassel to participate in this operation made him feel lighter than ever, it's a good thing she allowed it. This is the first step to prevent Professor Hubert's death. A moment later, on the bustling street, a carriage slowly moved along the road. Zassel, sitting inside, was astonished by what he had received. I can't believe they gave me 2 high-grade potions at once. In my previous life, they were so expensive, I didn't even have the money to look at them. At the same time, he also knew full well why he received so many good items. She allowed me to take on the mission, but she's probably still worried because I'm just a rookie. Just as he was looking out the carriage window, he suddenly saw something. A magnificent building made him recall something, this is. So he quickly shouted to the coachman, let me get off for a moment. He didn't know what he needed to do at the Love From Museum in the fantasy room, I forgot. At this moment, Zassel stood before a shriveled heart placed in a glass case, thinking, the origin of my regression started here. Then he spoke, greeting the inanimate object, long time no see. Questions constantly swirled in his mind. I kept wondering why a miracle happened to me, and then I found the answer. He clenched his fist and determinedly said, to grow stronger, and to protect even more people. At that very moment, the shriveled heart surprisingly showed a sign of response. The system appeared with new information, notification, heart protection quest, protect the Dragon King's heart currently stored at the Endymion Museum in the capital. Reward unknown. Notification, Dragonification quest, awaken the power of the dragon through your will, reward intermediate mana stone of human demon. Looking at the rewards he would receive after the quests, Zassel couldn't help but exclaim, so they're generous enough to give out quests too, huh? Moving to the first reward, as he assessed, first is the Dragon King's heart. Meaning I'll have to perform in a way that matches the royal items bestowed. It's difficult, but not impossible. However, when he got to the second notification, he felt a bit uneasy, but what's Dragonification? So he immediately went into deep thought. Seeing that Zassel still didn't fully understand these 2 words, the system immediately appeared and stated, explanation, Dragonification. Immediately, he felt an abundant source of magic power within him, which made him exclaim in surprise, this is. At this moment, he was feeling a surge of magic power he had never experienced before. I've never felt like this before. To feel such a reinforcement of magic at a time of crisis. At that very moment, Zassel suddenly saw something. It turned out he saw his transformed self through the reflection in the glass case. This transformation made him exclaim, is this me? Time passed until sunset. Zassel had returned to his room. He sat on the bed and told himself, it seems this power erupts during the fire training. He recalled the moment the system announced, you have fully absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King, Mars. Mana exceeding the absorption limit will be stored as a foundation. Remembering these things, he ruffled Pepper's head troubledly and confided in it, I wish I could control those feelings as I please. He thought in silence and concluded, I can unleash even more power by combining fire fusion with Dragonification. The damage should be critically lethal, almost equivalent to a level 6. However, despite thinking so, Zassel also knew he was facing difficulties. The problem is I have no way to tame it. After all, the power only erupts when I'm in danger. As he was engrossed in confiding, Pepper, I don't know what idea it came up with. Zassel thought, I don't have time to train because I still have a mission, and besides, even if I did, normal training wouldn't work. Suddenly, Pepper bit Zassel's pants hard and pulled strongly as if trying to drag him somewhere. No matter what it did, he still looked like a dazed zombie, asking himself, what should I do? Seeing him whine like that, Pepper was a bit annoyed. No matter how much I concentrate, I can't recreate that feeling of panic like last time. Seeing him whine endlessly, it got annoyed and breathed fire straight into his face. After that, it ranted at him. Zassel understood what Pepper meant and blurted out, "You mean you can help me?" Seeing that he had understood what it was implying, it happily chirped a few times. Following its lead, he quickly sat upright, while it climbed onto his head. Next, Zassel gradually entered a meditative state. A moment later, he appeared somewhere else. He quickly realized where this place was. This is the spirit realm, where I first met Pepper. He only now realized why Pepper had brought him here. That's right, time here passes differently from the outside. Perhaps it was the ideal place to cultivate magic. But I don't have anyone to spar with. As Zassel looked around in confusion, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. When he turned around, he was startled to see a colossal dragon. Looking closely, he recognized the dragon and hesitantly called out, "Pepper." Hearing him call its name, Pepper happily lowered its head for him to caress, while he helplessly exclaimed, "It's you." After that, Zassel awkwardly said, "Thank you for helping me, but fighting with you is a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of monsters suddenly appeared around him for him to train with. This made him nod and say, "I guess I was worrying for nothing." Looking at the training monsters advancing towards him, Zassel smiled excitedly. He stretched his muscles, preparing for an energetic training session. "So, you'll help me then?" In the bustling tavern, two subordinates asked, "Leader, the cultists have left the capital. Should we pursue them?" The Fire Mage spy leader quickly reminded everyone, get ready." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the tavern's butler, Zaxxon, "Please inform me that there's trouble at Fire Tower." Zaxxon raised his hand to signal he understood and replied, "All right, everyone be careful." The Fire Mage spy leader smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry." He mentioned Zassel, "Surely a member personally trained by Daria is coming to help. I can't let him hog the spotlight alone." After saying that, he flicked his cloak and departed. With a fearless and proud stance, he steadfastly told his comrades, "Let's go." 3 days later, at the same tavern, the communication orb delivered some news that made Zaxxon extremely anxious. The god of the Fire Tower, he needs to arrive quickly. It turned out this news was bad news. Urgent report from Sudra, the Fire Tower spies sent out are missing. The next morning on the street, people looked surprised at something. What's that? It turned out they were noticing Zassel and wondered, a kid like that in Sudra? He was currently in the neutral city of Sudra. Zassel walked through the city and silently marveled, if it weren't for the space gate in the royal capital, it would have taken a while longer to get to Sudra, a week. Besides that, there was also something else. But thanks to the training in the spirit realm, where time stands still, being there made him feel like he was losing track of time. "It feels like it took me a whole month to get here." Also in that place, the fire magic within Zassel erupted fiercely. Finally, thanks to that, he reached the realm he desired. Of course, I succeeded with enhancement spells like dragonification. The system sent a series of notifications. "You have acquired the power of dragons through your own efforts. Dragon horns will reflect your proficiency. During dragonification, your understanding of the fire attribute will multiply." Even with this power, Zassel still had to struggling with some monster-slaying tasks, but there are still too many problems to solve. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. The bird-like monster attacked him with a powerful magic blow. Just as he was about to counterattack, the fire spear in his hand suddenly vanished. So he took the full force of that blow. After taking a beating, Raysol only then realized, first, the time was too short. After being utterly defeated, he was still a bit angry and cursed, "Damn it, I only got 15 seconds." After cursing, he tried to stand up. However, another problem arose. Second was the recoil when using it, this recoil. While he was thinking about the second unresolved problem, someone suddenly dared to block his path. Just like overheating, using this skill makes you lose your ability to defend yourself. A bandit appeared out of nowhere and brazenly blocked his way. Moreover, he asked in a vile voice, "Hey kid, are you lost?" As he was enticing Raysol, "If you want, I'll show you the way." He was about to ignore him, but he suddenly remembered something. Ah, what a coincidence. A little later, at a bar in the city, the bald guy who dared to block Riesel's path earlier, now with a bruised and battered face, cheerfully led him to this place. "This place is Yellow River." He and his subordinates even respectfully saw him inside, wishing him a pleasant trip. Looking at these two, he expressed a bit of disdain. "Useless loafers." Then he sighed helplessly and said, "Beat it." A little later, he stepped inside. The bar's butler, upon seeing him, greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guest." Then he asked, "What would the esteemed guest like?" Casually ordered a drink, a 37-year-old red rake cocktail, mixed with 12-year-old brick, served straight. Someone next to him, hearing his order, immediately mocked, "Crazy, are you trying to mix a cocktail with over 70% alcohol?" Despite being teased, he couldn't refute it because drinking that would actually be lethal. This way of ordering drinks is a code of the Fire Tower. Jackson had already realized his identity. He didn't expect the young man to be a member of the Fire Tower. He placed the glass on the table with a slight bewilderment in his heart. Isn't he too young? But since he was acting, he had to play his role and said, "Here's your drink." Suddenly, a protective circle appeared around Raysol. Jackson then explained, "It's soundproofing magic. The guests can't hear our conversation." He casually poured the wine while introducing himself. "I am Jackson, a mage from the Crimson Tower, specially dispatched here. I work secretly under the guise of management at Yellow River." As a courtesy, he revealed his identity and suggested, "I'm from the Fire Tower, let's talk somewhere else." A little later, in a quiet corner of the bar, Riesel's surprised voice rang out, "So the Fire Tower's scout went missing 3 days ago?" Sadly nodded in confirmation, "Yes," and also added, "The last time we contacted each other." He revealed the last place the scout had been. The scout team was heading to the desert ruins. Hearing this, wondered, did they fall into a trap there? Jackson denied it and suggested, "They're not the type to act rashly and fall into a simple trap." At this point, Raysol directly asked, "Do you have a map to the desert ruins?" His question slightly surprised him, making him exclaim, "A map?" He quickly explained, "I need to find and rescue them." However, he sighed wearily and said, "That's not a place you can go alone. The ruins where the exploration team went missing are very close to the Empire's border and are quite dangerous." Jackson's attitude made him realize that this person didn't seem to trust him. So, while he was rambling on, "Unless you wait for reinforcements to arrive," he immediately unleashed terrifying magical power to overwhelm him. Then he asked in a low voice, "It's fine if I set off first, isn't it?" His magical power truly made Jackson break out in a cold sweat. "I heard he recently reached the 4th magic circle, but—" He realized he had truly misjudged him, but this magic must be at least level 5, not to mention he can control it freely and skillfully. After he retracted his magic, Jackson coughed a few times and said, "I suppose I was a bit hasty." It was then that he finally produced the map. "I'll tell you the way there." His attitude made him extremely satisfied. At the same time, inside an ancient fortress, a hooded subordinate with bandages wrapped around his face respectfully knelt on the ground and reported, "As per your command, we have left traces." His master heard this and said with delight, "Excellent. I can already smell the stench of blood from those pursuing them." The scorching sunlight shone down on the desolate land. He continuously poured water into his mouth and complained to himself, "I should have practiced more ice magic." He poured water over his head, frustrated with the weather. "Damn it, it's too hot here." Looking at the ancient palace slowly collapsing before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "No matter what, this place is bigger than I thought." He quickly ran a circle around to observe the terrain. Observing the entire palace, he secretly calculated, there are many paths leading inside. He began to think about the course of action this time. If my mission is just to find the cultists, then all I need to do is destroy these ruins and force them to reveal themselves. He stopped running and stood still. He thought for a moment longer, but since they might be holding the spies inside, I can't do that. Remembering the mission, he said helplessly, basically, I'll have to go inside. He spoke with serious annoyance. They've probably laid traps everywhere. He concentrated his strength in his legs and said firmly, in that case. He immediately jumped onto the tall, broken stone pillars, intending to enter from above. Floating from above, he looked down and thought smugly, I'll enter in the most unexpected way. From the rooftop, he boldly free-fell downwards. As he was about to hit the ground, a small vortex kept him suspended in midair. He wondered in surprise, wind? He gently placed his feet on the mat in the center of the room. He cautiously looked around and secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, there are no traps. He turned his head towards the gigantic wall inlaid with a massive painting and whispered, a fresco, a dragon. Looking closely at the painting, he saw a warrior fighting a dragon, and thought in surprise, and a warrior, with black hair. He looked at the opposite side where the wall was broken and couldn't help but wonder, who are their opponents? A deep, ancient sound echoed, sending chills down one's spine. How astonishing! He turned his head to look around, thinking, there he is. From the two doors, a legion of skeletal soldiers suddenly appeared, surrounding him. The deep, eerie voice echoed again, I can't believe that person from the academy is my pursuer. The mindless skeletal soldiers, controlled, staggered closer, each step creating a clanking sound. He excitedly said, since you've entered here yourself, I don't have to bother searching for you anymore. Facing them, he remained calm, listening to him speak, to show my gratitude. Savi let out a creepy, triumphant laugh and said, I should grant you death. He replied with a confident, mocking tone, saying, so loud, yet you ran quite far, didn't you? He got angry, his eyes glowing as he used his power, gritting his teeth and cursing, arrogant brat. Savi commanded the skeletal legion to charge frantically, attacking, and furiously roared, die. He cautiously observed the enemy, thinking to himself, there are even bodies of elite soldiers who died on the battlefield. They're much stronger than last night. He stood in a hidden corner, watching with excited laughter, thinking, this place will be your grave. He lightly stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately after, a wall of red fire erupted, engulfing and separating him from the skeletal soldiers. Savi spoke, sounding doubtful, that magic again? He smirked confidently and replied, no, I bet this time it'll be different. He raised his hand high and began to cast a spell. He recalled his efforts during training, muttering to himself, I haven't just been training dragons all this time, you know. He focused energy around his body, strengthening his power, thinking, I'll enhance the existing firewall magic and add directional control. He seriously poured all his strength into a wave of fire, shooting it towards the skeletal legion. The firewall began to glow. Just a few seconds later, it flared up fiercely like a giant torch. The flames gradually spread to where the skeletal soldiers were. They panicked, letting out fearful cries at the approaching inferno. The intense flames swallowed everything, incinerating an entire legion. Before his immense power, Savi stood in the darkness, observing the situation where the flames raged. He looked at the astonishing sight, his eyes wide with shock and panic, exclaiming, my army, it can't be this easy. At this moment, he had found Savi's position, and with the aura of a god of death, he strode forward menacingly, saying, there you are. From behind a gate, he was startled to realize his own mistake. Savi thought doubtfully, how did he? Could it be? He belatedly realized the truth about his magic, he had used clairvoyance amidst the flames. Savi turned, intending to escape, damn it, now running is. His train of thought was cut short by his death-like voice, too late. He had circled around and appeared in front of Savi, raising his fist and smiling, to run away. A single blow shattered the barrier wall, sending smoke and dust flying. Savi was punched across the room. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath, damn it. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it, blaming himself. Is that all I could do? He calmly walked closer to Savy. He stood proudly in front of him and proposed, surrender, and we'd both get out of trouble. How about it? Savy still managed a vile laugh at his composure, and with difficulty, he spoke, I can't do that. He struggled to stand upright, his body trembling as he said, this soul no longer belongs to me. As if that weren't enough, I even betrayed my family. Savy screamed hysterically, I've abandoned everything that was mine. Suddenly, two figures appeared from the ceiling, plummeting down. Ali and Bet jumped down from above, their eyes flashing with murderous intent as they used magic aimed straight at him. He sensed the danger, became highly vigilant, and turned his head to face the hostility of the other two. As the attack landed, thick smoke and dust flew everywhere. Ali and Bet stood shielding the heavily wounded Savy. She excitedly said, serves you right, you pathetic stalker. He looked down from above with contempt in his eyes and said, you must be the decoy, huh? And your opponent is that unknown kid? How pathetic. Bet, showing no respect, openly mocked his wretched state, saying, that look, like a dead rat, really suits you. At this moment, Savy spoke up, drawing their attention, it's him. He furiously yelled, he's our target, the disciple of the Fire Tower Master. Hearing this information, Ali's eyes widened in surprise. Bet, enraged, ground her teeth and asked, you mean that bitch Daria's, right? Just as their conversation was ongoing, a light vortex rose in the center of the room. He broke through the defensive shield, his face dark and grim as he said, filthy scumbags like you. He angrily warned in a loud voice, you'd better not mention my master's name. The system displayed a notification, mission, battle the cultists. Capture at least one of the 3 cultists, or kill them all. Reward, mid-grade mana stone. In this tense atmosphere, he let out a scoff. He crossed his arms over his chest and smugly said, it'd be better if your kind just died sooner. Bet made a twisted face and exclaimed, really? But that bitch's disciple won't die that easily. Every word she spoke was like a key unlocking his anger. I'll kill you, turn your corpse into a puppet, and then make it dance outside the fire tower. He began to use his power, commanding, Savy, block the entrance. He quickly replied, understood. The next second, countless white skeletons appeared from the entrance, blocking all exits. Bet let out an excited laugh and exclaimed, this is getting more and more fun. Vaso remained still, musing, instead of hiding and summoning undead, they're launching an all-out attack? Seeing the fierce aura emanating from the 2 people in front of him, he became highly vigilant, thinking, they're completely different from any opponents I've faced before. Bet impatiently urged, aren't you coming? If not, we'll go first. Vaso interrupted her, let me ask you a question. He seriously asked, what did you do with the scouts who came before me? Ali voiced her doubt, scouts? Bet furiously attacked, yelling, don't try to deceive me to buy time. Vaso calmly dodged the claws rushing towards him, thinking, do these guys not know about those scouts? Ali took advantage of the opening and joined the fight, powerfully lashing out with his whip at him. Vaso looked at the whip heading towards him and calmly watched it descend. Just seconds before the blow landed, he quickly jumped aside, dodging the attack, or are they pretending not to know? Vaso's gaze became resolute, no matter what, I'll find out. Observing his actions, Bet suspiciously questioned, you bastard, are you trying to run away? Vaso began to use magic to summon, calling forth a flaming spear to directly confront the cultist squad. Vaso powerfully swung his spear, releasing a surge of power that easily deflected her magic. Bet thought in surprise, he blocked that attack? A voice rang out, it's common. Savy, standing behind him, angrily yelled a reminder, that spear crushed the giant skeleton monster. She laughed maniacally and excitedly said, this is getting more and more interesting. Bet raised her hand high, beginning to concentrate her magic power. A powerful surge of energy erupted, creating a giant illusion. The 2 large hands began to intertwine. She began chanting to summon her weapon, a thick aura of killing intent spread with the appearance of the demonic claw spear. Her face contorted maniacally as she said, "Guess which one is sharper?" Vaso maintained a calm expression, looking directly at her. Bet impatiently attacked directly with her spear. A, next to her, quickly tried to stop her. "Bet, don't act on your own." She ignored the advice, confidently saying, "It'd be too shameful to be afraid of a brat like him." He seriously faced Bet without a trace of fear. The two spear tips clashed, creating a dazzling light. Two opposing sources of power intersected, creating an invisible pressure. Very quickly after that, Bet's spear was shattered. Vaso's spear quickly struck off one of her arms. In just a few brief seconds, the series of events that just occurred made Bet's mind freeze. Under the dazzling sunlight streaming from the ceiling, a painful scream began to echo. She wailed in fear, disbelieving her eyes. "My arm." Immediately after, A, standing in the distance, swung his whip directly at Bet's neck, sending her to the other world. Blood splattered on Vaso's face, surprising him. He annoyedly swung his whip and said, "You idiot, I told you not to act on your own." A clenched the whip in his hand and praised, "Disciple of the Fire Tower, I am your enemy, but I still have to acknowledge you." He released a power even greater than Bet's. Vaso sternly listened to him say, "Therefore, from this moment on." A created a powerful whirlwind, making him step back. A seriously said, "I'll do my best to tear you apart." A successfully repelled Vaso using the Nightmare Tail whirlwind magic. The whirlwind grew larger and its covered area became wider. He looked at his calm face while facing his attack and disdainfully said, "It doesn't matter how good you are. Can you block an attack from this direction?" The moment I wasn't paying attention, a flame silently erupted along his whip. Only then did he turn his head in surprise, his eyes wide. Vaso took advantage of the opening and appeared in front of A, smiling as he greeted him. Aghast in surprise, teleportation. A quickly grabbed the wrist of the hand that was about to attack him. The clear power disparity made his action like a grain of sand in the desert. He easily delivered a fatal punch to his stomach. A cried out in pain. In the ancient space, continuous sounds of punching and kicking echoed. Chavi stared blankly at the scene before him, speechless. He watched Vaso furiously punching A's face, thinking in astonishment, "What's going on?" Chavi collapsed, kneeling on the ground, unwillingly asking himself, "Are we losing again?" He sat on the ground, clutching his head, trembling, his heart filled with fear. "I'm dead for sure. No, I won't even die peacefully." Chavi looked towards Bet's corpse and cursed under his breath, "Those damned teammates." After boasting as if he were someone very capable, but in the end. Suddenly, he saw a dazzling red gem lying next to her. Chavi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "That's an artifact." Vaso punched A until he vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. He raised his head in resentment, gritting his teeth, and said. He interrupted. Vaso grabbed A's head, intimidatingly threatening. He asked seriously. A contemptuously spat out a mouthful of blood. He replied defiantly. Vaso, with a probing gaze, secretly assessed. At this moment, A seized the opportunity. He summoned a small knife in his hand, secretly intending to launch a sneak attack. The very next second, a tentacle shot out like lightning from nowhere. It strongly wrapped around A, making him choke out a cry. Vaso vigilantly turned his head to look at the perpetrator. He was immediately horrified. Chavi held the crimson object in his hand, reverently raising it as he frantically repeated. He exclaimed in alarm. A, being squeezed tight, couldn't help but be terrified. The tentacle quickly dragged him away, making a curse angrily. Chavi screamed frantically. His eyes flashed with intense murderous intent as he yelled, devoid of reason. Chavi let the tentacles pull everything towards him, still respectfully proclaiming. Countless sharp white bones grew from beneath his body. They immediately pierced through A's body and then absorbed him. A roar echoed, a deep sound reverberated, a massive shadow appeared. It released power from its body, roaring loudly. Vaso, overwhelmed by that power, had to retreat, cautiously thinking. The system displayed a notification. All cultists are dead. Destroy the abomination, reward 3 intermediate mana stones. The abomination lowered its head, looking at its massive body, growling and beginning to speak. Roar. The abomination opened its disgusting mouth and discontentedly shrieked. It angrily gathered energy in its palm. Immediately after, that arm deformed into a demon's claw. The abomination raged. Vaso stared in shock at the attack heading towards him. He remembered Beth when she fought him, secretly wondering. A colossal wave of power surged directly towards Vaso's position. He stood frozen, frantically watching death draw closer. The moment the attack hit its target, a horrific explosion instantly destroyed a massive ancient palace. In the violently shaking rubble, something seemed to want to break free. A pillar of fire emerged from the dense rubble. Vaso emerged from the ruins, holding his fire spear. He sighed in relief. Vaso landed safely and couldn't help but exclaim, "This idiot." Looking at the mountain of shattered bricks and stones, he questioned in dissatisfaction, "I can't believe he can't control his own power," then dug his own grave. That pile of rubble violently shook once again. Vaso's face darkened as he thought in alarm, "What?" Abomination powerfully rushed out from the ruins, roaring defiantly, and Vaso's jaw dropped. A series of chains appeared, and it angrily whipped them towards Vaso, saying, "Die." Abomination's face, full of mad excitement, spoke up, "I will devour you down to your bones." An explosion rang out behind it. Vaso cautiously observed the situation in the hazy smoke, secretly wondering, they didn't? Before the dense smoke and fire, everything around was obscured. Thanks to that considerable commotion, Abomination detected his position. It turned its head and said, "Ah, there you are." Behind it, several tentacles had curled up to form a solid shield. Abomination said smugly, "Your attacks are useless against me." Vaso gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. He was right, his defensive capabilities were absurdly strong. Looking at the earth net in front of him, he quickly calculated, "I need to come up with a different solution." It swung its chains towards him again, saying disdainfully, "No matter how much you rack your brain, it's useless." Vaso channeled power into his legs and moved swiftly, thinking, "Now." He backed away to avoid Abomination's attack, telling himself, "I need to buy a little more time." Watching him constantly move, it delightedly said, "That's right, just run and tremble in despair before my overwhelming power." Vaso took a breath to calm himself, then looked up and thought, "Nonsense." He raised his hand to use summoning magic, thinking, "This is just the beginning." Vaso called out, "Pepper." A small fire dragon appeared, and he gently requested, "Give me a hand, will you?" Pepper happily agreed with a chirp. Fire flared up in Vaso's hand, and he determinedly thought, "All right, let's begin." Vaso flicked his hand, and a blazing red flame immediately shot towards Abomination. It didn't budge, just stood still, watching the flame hurtling towards it. Another explosion occurred in this barren landscape. Abomination, in a defensive stance, still stood firm after taking his attack directly. It opened its eyes and began to mock, "Idiot, you think this kind of magic can hurt me?" Looking at the desolate scene before it, Abomination exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you hide?" Vaso smirked meaningfully, saying, "Right here." Pepper took advantage of its distraction and began to attack from the side, catching Abomination off guard. Fierce flames erupted, quickly engulfing it. He swiftly teleported upwards and observed. Abomination was writhing, angrily cursing, "You wretched fly." Dark clouds, hinting at lightning, began to appear in the sky. Vaso looked down from above and started calculating, "Now I've got his attention." He began to freefall, thinking seriously, "The rest is." Vaso summoned a flaming spear with magic, secretly determined, "I'll use overwhelming piercing power for this move." Pepper was now lightly dodging Abomination's attacks. At this moment, it detected that Vaso had begun to act. Pepper quickly jumped out of the attack range. Abomination, with its vision obscured and unaware of what was about to happen, still roared, "Vaso! Stop fooling around, come out here for me." From above, holding his spear, he aimed straight for its head and dove down, confidently replying, "As you wish." The collision occurred, creating an astonishing wave of pressure. Vasso's body went rigid as if he had just hit an iron plate. Abomination scornfully mocked. He quickly cut him off. Vasso used his magic to summon lightning bolts, enveloping his body, then smiled triumphantly, saying, "In the sky, thick with dark clouds, a mace appeared, enveloped in immense power." He left the fire spear still stuck in Abomination's head as a guide point, while he quickly jumped away from the dangerous spot. Immediately after, the gigantic mace in the sky quickly struck down. An attack like a nail, pinning the fire mace straight into Abomination's head. Along with that, a high-voltage current went straight into its body. Another explosion occurred in the desolate desert forest. The pressure created a small whirlwind, blowing dust everywhere. A large hole was blasted into the ground, and Vasso gently landed not too far away. He gasped, looking at the devastation before him, and asked. When the smoke and dust cleared, he was astonished to see Abomination's legs still standing firm. But upon closer inspection, its body was now nothing but a bare, dry skeleton. That skeleton was also slowly cracking and shattering. The system announced. Immediately, Vasso, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, relaxing his body. Pepper appeared, clinging to his shoulder and rubbing against his face. Vasso smiled in approval. Abomination's skeleton suddenly cracked, causing its head to fall off. It rolled down the slope. The skull stopped right at Vasso's feet, surprising him. Immediately after, a deep, resonant sound came from the skull. It seems Darius managed to raise an extraordinary child in his final years. Who would have thought this guy would be a Raymond? He was astonished, silently thinking. It began to float up, speaking strange words. This immediately made Vasso's pupils widen in horror. He angrily picked up the skull and yelled. It merely sneered at his pain, saying. Having said that, it began to shatter in Vasso's hand. The sky was covered in dark clouds, with continuous lightning, signaling ill omens, along with its eerie voice. Rain began to fall in light drops. Vasso painfully collapsed, gritting his teeth in anger. His heart ached as if cut, refusing to accept it, he screamed in demand. Vasso angrily screamed. The skull still chuckled mockingly, replying. Hearing this, his face darkened, and he stared wide-eyed as it spoke. Having said that, the skull immediately shattered in Vasso's hand. The rain grew heavier, pattering down. He collapsed, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. Pepper nuzzled against Vasso, letting out a comforting sound. The ruined landscape and the loud sound of the rain made the scene even more heartbreaking. In the vast desert, he sat there in pain, lost in countless thoughts. From afar, a pair of binoculars had observed everything. Through the binoculars, Hasley announced, "The battle is over." He told his comrades, "Send the report." Scene shifts to the 2nd Legion, 12th Desert, Imperial Army. Legion Commander Viscount Manhua impatiently leafed through the report. He impatiently reread the report, a battle between someone who is likely an Endymion mage and a cultist, victory goes to the mage. Judging by their power, the mage's level. Manhua angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, yelling, "It must be above level 5? He exploded, calling out, "Hey, strategist!" Bonner flinched and replied, "Yes, Legion Commander." Manhua slammed his hand on the table, clutched the report, and loudly questioned, "How could such a powerful mage be so close to us, and you didn't know?" He bowed his head, awkwardly replying, "I apologize, sir, but there have been no reports of high-level Endymion mages." Another person spoke up to salvage the situation, "Perhaps it's a new mage. There's a rumor that the fire tower has a new young member." Bonner forced a smile and agreed, "If that's the case, he must have just graduated. What's the need to investigate? As long as they don't get close to us, there's nothing to worry about." This evasive answer only worsened Manhua's mood. He angrily stood up and cursed without restraint. "You fools! That newly graduated guy is already above level 5. That means he might even support all of Endymion in the future. Monmat slumped into his chair in despair, rubbing his temples with a sigh. The atmosphere in the meeting room began to fall silent. He buried his face in his hands, complaining wearily, "Damn it, I really don't want to." Monmat's eyes gleamed with cunning as he said, "But there's no other way but to call that madman." Scene shifts to a place where the sun blazed so intensely it seemed to scorch everything. Rasso sat on a sand dune, frantically drinking water. He raised his hand to wipe his face, his mind inevitably tangled. "I keep thinking about that." Recalling the mystery of that skull, he wondered, did that cultist really kill Father? Rasso shook his head, wanting to cast away this distraction, secretly reminding himself, "Wait, I need to focus on the mission first, I need to find the scouts." He glanced cautiously behind him, thinking, especially when from afar, a flickering light reflected the sunlight, revealing someone's position. Rasso heightened his guard, thinking, "I'm being followed." The people in white cloaks stood on a rocky outcrop, using binoculars to watch him. Rasso speculated, they must be Imperial scouts. He stood up, brushing the sand off himself, while calculating, they haven't attacked me, so their mission must just be surveillance. Suddenly, something caught Rasso's attention. Amidst the vast sea of sand, a faint figure appeared in the distance. He wondered, is that someone? Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from where that person stood. Rasso quickly used his power to evade. A cut appeared on his face, drawing blood. A giant sword-like streak appeared, easily cutting off the tops of several sand dunes and curving past Rasso's previous position. He quickly jumped aside, tumbling to the ground. Rasso looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Aura!" The system appeared, announcing, "Mission, a major incident. You have encountered an opponent of a level you have never seen before. Escape from this opponent without being injured. Reward, 5 mid-grade mana stones. Condition, escape." He thought in a panic, no way. Watching the person in front of him approaching, Rasso couldn't help but be wary. That guy. Spanzum's footsteps slowed down. He placed his blade on his shoulder, tilted his head, assessing him. Rasso secretly wondered, is that Spanzum? Spanzum wore a smiling face and spoke, "I was aiming for your neck." Looking at the energy radiating from him, he narrowed his eyes and said, "So the report about someone above level 5 was true." Rasso gritted his teeth, thinking warily, the Empire's assassin. The killing intent emanating from Spanzum was so thick it made others fearful. He seriously recalled, the disciple of the master swordsman Emkri, but the most fitting word to describe Spanzum is. He smiled in a perverted, excited way and said, "It'll be fun to cut you down." Rasso's face was serious as he assessed, the mad killer, Spanzum. He excitedly replied, "Oh, so you know my name." Spanzum condensed power into the blade in his hand and calmly said, "You really?" He gritted his teeth in silence, his nerves so tense they felt like they would snap. He carried the aura of the Grim Reaper delivering a verdict, "Now you will be able to accept the immeasurable pain you are about to endure." A name that haunted, recalling bloody memories where death wore a ruthless cloak, the bloodthirsty maniac. The bright red glow from Spanzum's sword was still deeply etched in his memory, that blood-red aura, I remember it clearly. Just because I happened to bump into him on the road, he brutally tortured and killed an entire mercenary group. I was almost killed too. Suddenly, at that very moment, a figure darted down from above. That person jumped down, blocking the space between Rasso and Spanzum. That person's gaze was sharp and dangerous. But facing that, Spanzum showed no fear and instead let out a savage smile. The flow of power from the two collided, just like the situation at this very moment. At that time, before everyone's eyes, someone was imprisoned inside a large block of ice. Even a near-peak mage would face immense difficulties, and even Alanface, who had taken a step into the ranks of mages, struggled greatly to defeat him. In their words, every single phrase spoke cautiously about Spanzum. In short, he was an incredibly powerful enemy. These words were like a bell shattering his last bit of patience. Well then, let's begin. Spanzum delivered a powerful strike towards the target, the flying blood. Immediately after, an arm was raised as if to block the attack. Rasso created a shield to protect himself. But it seemed that the shield had no effect on the trajectory of that flying blood attack, which just charged forward. One decisive blow shattered the defense. Astonishment was clearly visible in Rasso's eyes. Using his speed and agility, he avoided that attack. A large explosion occurred. Fortunately, he had dodged in time. It seemed Spanzem considered those shields childish games and dealt with them quickly. How could he be so strong that he broke through 5 layers of shields? Rasso's mind was now full of doubt. How did Allenface manage to defeat him back then? Seeing him deep in thought, Spanzem's eyes lit up with what seemed like anticipation. Rasso's defensive capability exists but isn't strong enough. Layers of shields, huh? Well handled, but the mana concentration creating those shields is too low. With that, he swung his sword, and a terrifying bright red light appeared. An unfamiliar term echoed, as if touching a blind spot in Rasso's understanding. Concentration, huh? That X-shaped slash lunged towards him. Summoning a weapon, Rasso used it to block Spanzem's attack. Seeing that, he seemed quite surprised. Spanzem's voice seemed to chuckle, revealing a hint of interest at discovering a secret hidden beneath that ordinary facade. What's that? He was like a hunter who'd found interesting prey, speaking with sarcasm and longing. You're hiding quite a few interesting things, aren't you? Rasso paid no mind and prepared for the next counterattack. Thanks for the compliment. There's still something powerful in every word you say. How will you block this? That attack flew forth at terrifying speed. Spanzem mused when he saw it. It still retains its original form after being thrown. To counter it, he still used the same move, but more powerfully and dangerously. 2 attacks, 2 surges of power, clashed against each other. He was exhilarated, as if it were a rare and wonderful entertainment, indeed, fighting a mage. At this moment, Rasso was behind Spanzem without him even realizing. How interesting. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, then swung it down directly and decisively. But Rasso probably didn't expect that as he brought his weapon down, Spanzem's figure had vanished. Teasing words, sharp as knives, were unleashed, provoking unspoken humiliation. You can run like a rat too, huh? Rasso's eyes widened in disbelief and panic. But blood splattered. The battle filled him with joy, as if released from a long-lasting boredom. How long has it been since I've had this much fun? Rasso's figure appeared before Spanzem. That attack had left its mark on him. His words seemed like a question, but were full of sarcasm. Are you hurt? Spanzem paused, giving his opponent some time, like a cat toying with a mouse before ending the game. All right, I'll wait for you. A layer of aura enveloped his body, making attacks unable to penetrate that cold steel-like flesh. He strengthened his body with aura. Rasso's thoughts were in a turmoil at this moment. My mage body can't compare to his. Spanzem smiled mockingly. I can't believe the wound I inflicted has stopped bleeding already. He spoke sarcastically, implying that the entire mage organization was just as stubborn. Are the others in the fire tower as stubborn as that, or is that a condition to join your fire tower? That seemed to strike a chord in Rasso's mind, startling him. That question made the atmosphere suffocating. Rasso probed curiously. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Spanzem broke into a crazed smile. Recent memories resurfaced in his mind. That guy I met a few days ago was just as stubborn. Spanzem's words still carried the tremor of that soldier. A reconnaissance team has gone missing. Hearing this, Rasso's expression turned indescribably ugly, but then he heard something unbelievable. So you're the one who killed them. He merely shrugged and smiled as if it were a normal thing. Rasso clenched his fist, a thought appearing in his mind. To locate the reconnaissance team. After fighting him for a bit, I had planned to escape, but... A system panel appeared in his mind. You have encountered an opponent of unprecedented level. Escape from this opponent unharmed. Reward upon completion, 5x mid-grade mana stones. Escape condition. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Rasso's body. His entire body was now filled with a burning vigor, as if he had been reborn. Tun's resolve was torn by choices. This is not the time to think about the future. Spasm squinted as if seeing a new game begin. When you fought me, did you hide your strength? Spasm's low voice carried deathly words. Let's see if you can still be at ease when your body. His gaze was as if to devour his prey, having to endure the pain of being torn to shreds. At that moment, a ring-like object radiating a blue power stream appeared on Rat-Ro's hand. His crucial magic artifact still couldn't be reactivated. The cloud ring hadn't recharged its energy. In the end, there's only one way left. Spasm raised the sword in his hand high and prepared to bring it down. He continuously unleashed a series of decisive moves: bloody flight, frenzied current. Those attacks lunged at Rat-Ro with terrifying power. Facing that, he didn't evade at all, but confronted it. Each attack appeared before Rat-Ro's eyes. A deep aura rose, dragon power circulated, a mighty fireball appeared, dragon transformation. Spasm was stunned when his attacks had no effect on Rat-Ro. He pierced through my attacks. That powerful fireball charged forward, destroying everything in its path. From within that fireball, Rat-Ro leapt out, his eyes burning with resolute golden light. Each passing second, he muttered in his head. The weapon in his hand was ready to strike. 14 more seconds. Rat-Ro gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. He decisively gripped the spear, blazing like fire, origin, flame spear. A sense of danger permeated, but Spasm wasn't afraid. He smiled. This should be. Rat-Ro sprang from the ground into the air. He raised his spear, preparing to counterattack. This is a bit dangerous. The power from the fireball was incredibly fearsome. Flashes of fire blazed up repeatedly, in wave after wave. Rat-Ro landed, surrounded by swirling smoke and dust. Although he still held his weapon, the atmosphere had changed significantly. Spasm appeared from nowhere behind him. His terrifying voice rang out, "I don't know what trick you used." He swung his sword, aiming to attack Rat-Ro, but was blocked by him. Spasm's keenness made every opponent wary when fighting him. "But I'm sure you temporarily enhanced your strength." The number dwindled in Rat-Ro's mind. Each second passed like a drop of blood falling in a life-and-death battle. 9 seconds. He swung his weapon, counterattacking Spasm. Rat-Ro clutched the blazing fire spear, sweeping it into a brilliant streak of fire that ripped through space. Fire erupted violently below, scorching everything in its path. Time shortened like the last thread holding onto life. 6 seconds. Mockery and sarcasm in Spasm's words. If that's still not enough, then that power is truly useless. He leaped up, an evil smile appearing as he spoke. "Let's end this, shall we?" Spasm gathered terrifying power in the sword in his hand. The attacks were unleashed one after another, bloody flight, all-out defense. He descended from mid-air, using that power. Rat-Ro gripped the blazing fire spear, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to incinerate his enemy with every last bit of his will. The brilliantly burning weapon in Rat-Ro's hand collided with Spasm's sword in the blue sky. The two streams of power merged, carrying ashes and killing intent. Each of them displayed their unique abilities. The spear struck the ground, causing it to crack open. The flames erupted fiercely, incinerating everything in an instant, a dazzling light filling the space. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the figures of the two slowly appeared. At this moment, Rat-Ro was completely exhausted, his whole body prostrate on the ground. All that remained around was a desolate scene, with only embers burning out. Time ticked by, only a fleeting moment remained, 2 seconds. Spasm's voice rang out full of mockery, as if giving his prey one last chance to struggle. "Are you done yet?" Rat-Ro's eyes were still blazing. Not yet. Everything was staked on the shortest second. He still used his last bit of strength to strike. To the man's astonishment, 1 more second. The final magic circle was revealed, the 6th magic circle. Under Rat-Ro's power, he made the ground blaze with each step, creating intense shock waves that spread out fiercely. Flames spread across the ground like a sea of fire, a silhouette standing tall in the blue sky. Spasm was momentarily stunned, focused only on what he saw before him. The sea of fire erupted, engulfing everything, brilliant orange-red light tearing through the sky. Bubbles of fire boiled under the blazing red sky. Waves of fire surged, incinerating everything to ash in a furious rage. Fusion. Thoughts flashed through Rat-Ro's mind as he read the ancient book, Fusion. Understanding its mechanism, but with his current strength, casting it was still impossible. He knew its principle. The flames blazed fiercely. A pillar of power erupted as if to cut the space in half, but because it requires the sixth magic circle, I can't use this high-level magic. Rat-Ro used the power he could harness, a thought appearing, starting from small flames. The lava, like a scorching deluge, spread across the area, submerging the entire space in a sea of fire. This magic would cover the entire area in lava. Suddenly, there was the sound of something flapping its wings. It turned out to be Pepper, who appeared just in time to save Rat-Ro from the lava deluge. "Thank you, Pepper." It was choking with anger, both furious and panicked as it tried to pull him up. As twilight gradually fell, Pepper set Rat-Ro down not far from there. Suddenly, footsteps appeared behind him. Rat-Ro turned his head, a sputtering cough rang out. It was Spasm. The man still had some capability to escape that blazing sea of lava. Rat-Ro raised his fist towards the man in a threatening gesture. His voice rang out coldly. "Earlier it was Spasm, now you're the one saying these words. Any last words?" The man froze for a few seconds, contemplating a little. A faint smile on his lips was accompanied by a mocking voice. "How funny, isn't it?" Every word Spasm spoke seemed intended to play on Rat-Ro's mind. "They push you onto the battlefield under the banner of protecting the homeland, but they don't tell you how to escape this plight." His voice always contained a sarcastic mockery. "You have to kill one person after another. The path a guardian must walk is truly bloody." Spasm uttered a venomous sentence. "Now I welcome you to walk that path." He looked up at him, still smiling until the very end. Then he could no longer resist and collapsed completely. It was getting dark, and Rat-Ro stood frozen before Spasm's collapse. Suddenly a notification appeared. "Reward for the victor. Notification. You have completed the mission beyond the requirements. You will receive 8 mid-grade mana stones." Elsewhere, in a room, a stream of blue light enveloped something. In that blue light, the silhouette of a hooded figure was talking to Jackson. "According to rumors, Spasm, a knight of the Empire, is operating in secret in the desert." The person's words continued, making him pause slightly. The disappearance of the scouts must also be related to him. What he had just heard from that person's mouth made Jackson's entire body stiffen. Damn it, if this is true, then the disciple of the Fire Tower is also in danger. As he was worrying about Rat-Ro, the door burst open. No matter how good he is, if he fights Spasm, The figure of the person who just entered was approaching where the mysterious person was talking to Jackson. That person came and placed a sword on the table in front of Jackson. The person who had been talking to him earlier was startled to see that sword. "Isn't this Spasm's sword?" The voice of the person carrying the sword rang out. "You can have red rake or brick." It turned out that person was Rat-Ro, who smiled amiably. "Please, may I have a glass of water?" Seeing Rat-Ro return safely made Jackson's worries vanish. "All right, you can drink whatever you want." The scene shifted to Rat-Ro's silhouette standing beside a sphere emitting an ethereal jade-green light. On that sphere was the notification about Rat-Ro defeating Spasm. "Sudra report, Fire Tower Scout, warrior on duty, Rat-Ro Raymond, has killed the heretics and Spasm. Rumors have spread, Camelot, the capital of Endymion, Rat-Ro Raymond, the last heir of the fallen Raymond family. The rumors spread far and wide that he had defeated the abomination, the heretic's magic beast, and he also took down Spasm, a knight of the Empire. Even though he only joined the Fire Tower a short while ago, this rumor is hard to believe." It met with a lot of mixed reactions. After passing through the gate, Rat-Ro was slightly surprised. The presence of the Masters made him joyful, and he exclaimed loudly, "Masters!" Darius ruffled Rat-Ro's hair, treating him like a young child, and happily said, "Kid, thank you for surviving and coming back." Some felt relieved. As for Mivu, he was doing something mysterious. Mivu's voice was somewhat playful. "Oh dear, this bet is going to be difficult." From Alan's expression, it was clear he was very pleased with Rat Row. This junior is even better than I thought. Some were stirred with rivalry. Amidst the gloomy mountains, the entire sky was covered in pure white snow. A chilling voice echoed, Spasm's death. It seemed this person was not at all satisfied with what they had received. Is that all you wanted to tell me? And there were others who felt anger and hatred. The Empire's great swordsman, Hill. His subordinates trembled with every word. Yes, sir. Although everyone had different emotions. Hill raised the sword in his hand with sharp eyes and a fearless face. Blood debt must be paid with blood, disciple for disciple's life. But they all had one thing in common. Hill's eyes suddenly became fierce, glowing with a powerful blue light. He quickly performed a decisive slash. Everything swept by the sword's power shattered, creating a huge explosion in these icy, snowy mountains. Jasso Raymond left a strong impression on them. Hill's rage was revealed through his ferocious words. Daria Snow White, I will collect this debt with blood. The carriage was already prepared. A voice spoke, so you mean? Darius was very serious about this matter. Are the evil cults involved in your father's death? Jasso's calm reply made Darius ponder slightly. Yes, that's right. After that, she recounted some things that you should know. Many records were lost in the war. The tragic and ruined scene caused by the war appeared in Darius's words. It's very difficult to find out exactly what happened back then, or rather, finding the culprit won't be easy. Jasso replied calmly and concisely, I know that very well. Before he could finish speaking, a warm hand took his, but we can be sure of one thing. In front of Jasso was Darius's benevolent face and the sincerity in her words. If we continue to track the evil cults, we might find the truth, don't you think so too? What made him happiest at this moment was her solidarity and her not leaving him alone. I and the Flame Tower will always be by your side to help you. Thank you. Jasso's face was completely different from before. He felt more at ease from Darius's words of comfort. The sound of someone on horseback announced to them, We've arrived. As soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Darius gave Jasso a few more instructions, so I hope that today, you can set aside your worries and doubts. She took him to the mansion to expand his knowledge. A series of noble ladies and people of status gathered here. The Magic Tower Council. A magic council comprising the masters of over 20 magic towers existing in Endymion. Jasso walked with Darius into this luxurious banquet. 2 months ago, thanks to his achievement of defeating Spain, Jasso was able to attend this place as his master's assistant, even though he was just a newcomer to the tower. A guest's introduction of him rang out, Oh, so this is the talented disciple. It's an honor to meet you. Jasso smiled happily, Thank you. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, Long time no see, senior. Footsteps approached where Darius and Jasso were talking, See you next time. Nicolo's appearance delighted Darius greatly. It truly has been a long time, hasn't it, Golden Tower Master? She introduced his title to Jasso. This is Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. As it was their first meeting, he was a bit flustered, but his politeness was evident in his bow. Hello, sir. Though Niccolo looked somewhat fierce on the outside, his personality was different. No need to be so formal. You defeated the disciple of that damn brat. His words mentioned someone, making Jasso curious. That damn brat? Darius explained to him, Hill, the Empire's great swordsman. The one named Spandim you killed was his disciple. Niccolo had a long scar on his face, making his expression a bit strange. Haha, when I heard that news, I felt so relieved. Jasso noticed something unusual about one of Niccolo's eyes, his eye. While they were talking, Mioview's voice cut in, Don't bring up old wounds anymore and go prepare for the presentation. Didn't you say we had something important to discuss today, Flower Tower Master, Golden Tower Master? How are you two doing? The person who just appeared surprised Jasso. Normal Tower Master. Darius began to provoke Mioview in a mocking tone. You seem jealous that my disciple is being praised by everyone. But he wasn't one to back down and retorted to Darius, Do you think I'm as petty as you? Seeing these two always bicker whenever they met made Nicolo want to leave. Then I'll go prepare now. Nicolo's actions made Jasso a bit flustered. Golden Tower Master, they're at it again. Despite that, Mioview still reminded Darius of some things. Since we're on the subject, you haven't forgotten about our bet on the relic from the Age of Gods, have you? Of course not. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a hand from behind grabbed his shoulder. Hey, my dear Alan is all ready. Alan calmly responded to Mioview, let's go to our seats, master. Being dragged to his seat by Alan made Mioview struggle in anger, but to no avail. Hey, kid, I'm still talking. You brat, let me go. Seeing this amusing scene, Jasso's mood improved somewhat. Immediately after, an announcement echoed through the great hall, let us begin this meeting of the Magic Tower Council. Virtual images appeared before everyone. The main issue for this meeting is the relic being excavated at Mount Keo Van. From their words, one could guess what they were worried about. At first glance, this relic seems to date back to the Age of Myths. And there are no signs yet that the items inside have been taken. Nicolo spoke loudly to everyone. In other words, there's a very high chance a sacred relic remains intact inside. Jasso pondered what Nicolo had just said, a sacred relic from the Age of Myths. Darius added, we might find a sacred relic that will shake the current era. Without mincing words or bickering, Nicolo directly addressed the main issue. Therefore, we need your help to secure the relic. The names mentioned were Mr. Alan Peck of the Normal Tower. Then Jasso's designation, along with Mr. Jasso Zeman of the Fire Tower. I want to entrust this matter to the two of you. This choice satisfied everyone there with Nicolo's decision. That's a good idea. Exactly, he's proven his ability. Receiving praise from everyone made Darius beam with pride. Of course, don't you see whose disciple he is? Just when everything seemed settled, a voice rang out, I object. Darius's eyes showed doubt. It was the appearance of Geron and Brain. Geron, Red Tower Mage, Brain, Red Tower Master. The appearance of these two also made Nicolo suspicious. Red Tower Master. He immediately posed a question, may I ask you why? Brain glanced in one direction and said, Alex Zeman. That name startled Jasso. He calmly continued, because he lost. The voices of people objecting to Brain's mention of that name rang out. How can you blame the son for the father's loss? Exactly, the war with the Empire was a very long time ago. He cast a threatening look at the crowd. Even if that loss caused the kingdom to lose its most talented and elite warriors when he abandoned the battle without permission. Those words silenced the resistance of everyone in the great hall. At this moment, Darius shouted, defending Jasso, that's just speculation, there were no records from that time. Brain calmly replied, you're wrong. That brief answer also brought silence to the space. I was there. Both Darius and Jasso's faces showed surprise, and whispers filled the air. A scornful smile appeared on his face. I saw him flee with my own eyes. These words immediately made Jasso doubt his own father. My father ran away? Brain said with a highly sarcastic tone, take responsibility. Without letting him think, Jasso immediately spoke loudly in anger. I mean, take responsibility for insulting the Zeman family. Seeing that, Darius immediately stepped forward to stop him. Kid, now's not the time. Jasso seemed to still want to say something, but Brain sighed and said in a calm voice, as if the honor of a fallen family is all that important, Jasso Zeman. You should consider yourself lucky that your master is Darius. While he was speaking arrogantly, someone entered from behind. Otherwise, I would have cut out your tongue and made you an example for all other arrogant fools, you disrespectful mage. That person's voice rang out, every word seemingly mocking Brain, master of the Red Tower. Every time I see you, you seem more arrogant. Others might mistake you for the king, you know. Seeing the person who had just entered made all the guests present astonished. Hackett walked in like a true leader, calm yet sharp. Princess Hackett, Princess Hackett Radmus. The command rang out, and everyone bowed before her. Greetings, Princess. Even an arrogant man like Brain had to humble himself and bow. Greetings, Princess. Why is the princess here? Hackett stepped forward and smiled. I heard from outside. The master of the Red Tower was right. Seeing what she had just said, Brain immediately looked up suspiciously. Strange. Hackett said, glancing towards Jasso, if a person incurs a debt, he must pay it. He knew that implied him, so he thought for a moment. At this moment, Darius, seeing the situation was not good, began to speak. However, Princess, before she could finish, Hackett interrupted, but... Her next words surprised even Alan. You must give someone a chance to repay their debt. Just like that, every word she uttered surprised everyone. For this mission, I have ordered that the Common Tower and Fire Tower will defend. Not only that, Hackett also ordered those who intended to oppose the decision, such as Brain, to assist, along with the Red Tower. Hackett's eyes were now very serious and determined. Even so, Brain forced a smile, his voice eerie. Princess, it's not such a simple matter. Hackett continued to give orders to Nicolo, master of the Gold Tower. Yes, Princess. She spoke loudly. Who is the biggest sponsor for the excavation in this mission? Nicolo bowed respectfully and replied, it is you, Princess. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Hackett looked towards Brain as if that were her answer. Well, then, I think the problem is resolved, isn't it? Then, footsteps leaving echoed in the hall. Brain's face looked unpleasant, but he still wore a calculating smile. Afterward, Nicolo continued the meeting. All right, the next items on the agenda according to the excavation plan for this mission. Jasso was deeply impressed by what Hackett had just done. Hackett Radmus. It was already dusk, and the moon was high. The sound of wheels echoed in the silent air. That Brain still refused to give up his ambition. This is my chance to destroy the Zeman family. I can't believe the princess interfered. Suddenly, Geron detected something was wrong. He immediately jumped onto the top of the carriage with his glowing red sword in hand. The carriage was blocked by the person in front, so it had to stop abruptly. The wheels scraped against the road, causing smoke to rise. Brain calmly stepped down from the carriage. I see you have no manners. It turned out that the person blocking their way was Darius. Darius just smiled slightly and uttered, don't you think you're the same? Just then, the sword in Geron's hand was pressed against Darius's neck. His eyes were very annoyed and wary as he looked at her. Darius showed no fear, tilting her head casually. Do you think that's enough? Geron's eyes looked very alert. Brain's voice rang out, breaking through Geron's guard. Put your weapon down. He bowed his head and withdrew his weapon. Brain seemed to understand Darius too well, so he spoke frankly. Considering our relationship, it seems you're not here to apologize. Tell me what you want. A name rang out from her lips, Alex Zeman, which made him suspicious. Darius asked about that person. You witnessed his death, didn't you? Brain replied softly, I didn't see it clearly, but, before he could finish, Darius cut him off. What a pity. She must have wanted to know the truth for a long time, so she came to find him. I'm trying to investigate it, and I thought I could ask you about it. Brain said irritably, Daria, I can't believe you've gone this far. What's your connection to that dead Zeman? Refuting his provocation, Darius didn't hesitate. It's a master's responsibility to their disciple. Darius was angered by his disrespect. A disciple's problem is also the master's problem. I am simply helping my disciple solve a problem. She continued, no matter who it is. Under Darius's staff, a cage of purple light appeared. It spread throughout the atmosphere there. For some reason, Brain made a sudden decision, turn the car around and head to the Grand Duke's mansion. He seemed to want to confirm something. There are some things I want to check. The scene shifted to a dark mansion, without a single light. The eye on the skull hanging above the door lit up. There, Jasso was still suspicious about what happened. Father's death in the war is beyond doubt, but... Brain was in front of him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Why is this man still spouting nonsense? His voice rang out. The Zeman family has an obligation to repay the Empire. Brain continued to insult the Zeman Empire. How would a young empire feel if we trusted the Zeman family with this important mission? He continued to speak. If Jasso takes charge of the defense as he currently is, the Red Tower will not provide any support. But the whispers of the crowd followed. Jasso is a promising disciple. The Red Tower's master is a bit. Niccolo above seemed worried. He had convinced the crowd with just a few words. Niccolo pondered, as expected from the Red Tower's master. No, considering his background, this is obvious. Then he recalled a bit of the past. Grand Duke Bismarck. Brain also appeared. He is known as the king's uncle and the most powerful man on the continent. Grand Duke Brain Trilogy. Niccolo was still wrestling with his decision. To go against him means to go against the Grand Duke's faction. Then his gaze fell on Mio View. The only ones here who can confront him are. Words rang out from Mio View. That's ridiculous. Darius could no longer remain calm. She gripped her staff angrily. Kid, don't interfere. I'll handle this. Jasso was still deep in thought. It's the two of them. Suddenly, his voice rang out, surprising Darius beside him. I want to ask the Red Tower Master some things. Brain was startled at being called out. He spoke without humility. Will you take responsibility for what you just said? Outside the castle, twilight was gradually falling. A deep voice spoke. You'll be leaving tomorrow, right? From inside, Darius said sternly, but how can you perform your duty well when you're distracted? Looking down from above, struggling to hold his weapon, she continuously provoked, surely what that old man said is still bothering you. Look. He bowed his head and replied, no, master. Darius stared at his soiled appearance and frowned. Thousands of scrutinizing eyes were all focused on him. She secretly thought, those who praised the boy as a disciple. Suddenly, they turned to slander his deceased father as a coward. How could he not be swayed? Darius landed on the ground and walked towards him. Kid. Then she stood in front of him and reminded, a secret can only be kept for so long. Just focus on continuing your path. After hearing that, he immediately gripped the hilt of the weapon in his hand and continued on his path. Then, with a determined expression, he shouted, Master, please teach me again. She stared at him and smiled with satisfaction. Darius looked at him and thought, of course, that path won't be easy, but you must walk it. Now that it was dark, the neighborhood became peaceful, her thoughts still echoing, children must step out of their parents' shadows on their own. Among the crowded street, Hackett wore a hood, as if to conceal her identity. She slowly turned to look, even at that shadow. The tall castle thus appeared clearly, no matter how big it was. 3 days later, he slowly walked out from the teleportation gate at Mount Kio-Van. Looking at the cold, desolate scenery completely covered in frost, he exclaimed, so this is Mount Kio-Van, truly. After that, he and his subordinates began to involuntarily shiver, cold. Unable to bear it, he snapped his fingers, summoning his power. Then, his entire body was enveloped by a warm aura. The people carrying goods also whispered in surprise. The air suddenly got warmer. Hackett, whose face was red from the cold, also became warmer thanks to his warm aura. Suddenly, someone approached and cheerfully greeted, excuse me, are you the disciple from the fire tower? He calmly replied, yes, that's right. Then he extended his hand and cheerfully instructed, we've been waiting for you, please come this way. Hearing that, he immediately followed, but suddenly the things around them caught his attention. Looking at the emblem on the black flag, he thought, Royal Road Golden Tower. Then he looked at the yellow flags, Eternal Golden Tower, and then to the other side, Chaos Golden Tower. He concluded, so all earth element magic experts are gathered here. Suddenly, the guide stopped and asked, impressive scale, isn't it? Finally, the two arrived. Looking at the magnificent structure made of ice before his eyes, he marveled, they even made this entire place out of magic crystals. Looking at his reflection through the ice, he excitedly said, it's like a mirror. The guide also agreed, yes, that's why they call the ruins the Glass Temple. An old man, upon seeing him, joyfully shook his hand and introduced, welcome, I am from the Golden Tower and I'm in charge of this expedition. He also happily responded, hello, Elder, I am from the Fire Tower. Recalling the image of the talented man in his youth, he secretly marveled, a talented man who was originally a commoner became an elder of the Royal Road Golden Tower. He's also an old archaeologist and explorer who has excavated more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. Then he smiled confidently again. Perhaps he'll be able to answer my questions. From a distance, he adjusted his glasses and approached, speaking, "There you are, sir." Seeing him, he happily said, "Sir, so you've come too." The two shook hands politely. "A pleasure to meet you." The two chatted very cheerfully with each other. "A diligent genius, huh? It's like cheating, isn't it? I want to protect the holy relics from the age of gods." He withdrew his hand and continued his familiar habit of adjusting his glasses. "Now then, if only the Red Tower's guard has arrived, we can discuss our moves and tasks together." Standing in a corner, he watched the two talk cheerfully and thought, it's reassuring to have the kingdom's disciples guarding the excavation site. Looking towards the tightly closed gate, he wondered, but what kind of problem could occur at such a foul-smelling ruin that they had to send all available personnel? Suddenly, he broke out in a sweat and pondered. He thought to himself, it seems a bit excessive, but... Suddenly, from a distance, rocks exploded, and the crowd shouted, "What's going on?" From underground, a giant monster appeared. He fearfully stepped back. "It's a crystal golem." He tried to protect everyone, get to safety quickly. This monster was made of giant, sharp blocks of ice. It roared furiously, then shot crystals towards them. One by one, they were pierced by crystals, screaming in pain. He gritted his teeth in anger. The shield couldn't even withstand one blow. Then he channeled energy into the ground. A barrier of earth and rock was quickly erected. The sharp crystal attacks continued relentlessly. He shouted, suggesting, "Everyone, quickly erect earth walls to block the attacks." At this moment, she was helping a severely injured person, her mouth constantly encouraging, "Come on." Suddenly, there was a sound that frightened her. From behind, a crystal hand was quickly reaching out, preparing to grab her. Followed by thousands of powerful shots. She secretly used magic, preparing to stop them. Suddenly, he appeared and quickly used his power to stop it. Origin, Fire Lance. She looked at him in surprise, not yet able to retract her power. He turned to her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, he was attracted by something. Looking at her long hair, he was stunned. "Purple hair, don't tell me." Then he couldn't help but shout, "Princess." This statement made her grind her teeth in anger. Taking advantage of his distraction, the monster quickly moved towards them. Suddenly, he muttered something, "Origin, Ice Arrow." After that, a series of powerful energy beams rushed forward fiercely. The rushing power created a huge explosion. The monster was still able to stand firm afterward. After a while, its body was slightly damaged, but it was still very strong. He sighed wearily. "I tried to completely destroy its body, but its body is too hard." After that, the monster created another strong tremor on the ground. At this moment, he began to channel his power, Origin. Then he quickly jumped down and blocked in front of them, his eyes still tightly shut in fear. He gripped his sword tightly to gain momentum. Then he powerfully slashed down, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. Bloodflame sword. The earth and rocks gradually dissipated. At this moment, he dared to open his eyes, and a person slowly approached. Then that person introduced himself to the surprise of both and, "Looks like it's not too late, is it?" Then he introduced himself, "I am from the Red Tower." He could only watch in silence, and so could. 3 days ago, looking very dashing, someone suddenly spoke up, "Alex." He sat on the table and said in a low voice, "Has begun to deliver his father's death. Do you have any theories?" From underground, a ghostly voice echoed, "Speculation." Then the voice continued, "Speculation, huh?" Then, he looked up and asked, "Don't you remember why you killed him?" When he heard that, his face darkened in anger. Then he continued to provoke, "Are you afraid of being caught?" He clenched his fist resolutely, "No way that's happening." Then he turned and sighed, "I'm just disappointed." He said accusingly, "If you had dealt with Mon during the selection, then there would be no room for doubt." When he heard that, he quickly explained, "It's because I received false information that Mon was a weakling kid." He angrily shouted, "Are you trying to say it's my fault, then?" At the same time, a figure appeared. As the smoke cleared, a low voice resonated, "Did you call me just to watch you two argue?" Bismarck. As he sat comfortably in his chair, he immediately bowed respectfully. "I greet your grace." Bismarck calmly asked, "My grandson caused trouble, didn't he?" He agreed, "That's right. Originally it was only supposed to be a few members of the guard unit." Seeing him rambling, the old man gestured to stop him. "Focus on the main issue. How do we seize those ruins?" He turned and gestured, and the man immediately approached respectfully. "My disciple here will join the guard unit." They began to plan, "If we create a side path through the pyramid's protective barrier." Then the old man continued, "The intruders, after passing through that path, will attack the defending mages. As you know, for our plan to succeed, we need to—" Bismarck rubbed his chin, contemplating. Then he made his proposal. "We need to subdue the Tower Master currently protecting the king to eliminate the Tower Masters safely and without causing damage." Recalling the figures of two immensely powerful individuals, the old man continued, "We need that thing that's in the ruins, so what needs to be done now is—" Bismarck looked at the box in his hand, which was constantly emitting murderous aura, his eyes revealing cruelty. "Don't we at least need an ace up our sleeve for this important mission, right?" Moving to another location, he was shouting loudly to the person inside the tent, "Just a little more." He grabbed her hand and pleaded, "Please give up, princess, it's too difficult." She just put her hand over her mouth, signaling, "Keep this a secret." She spoke sternly as if giving an order, "My presence here is top secret information. It must be kept hidden and no one can know about it." She immediately adjusted herself and casually continued, "You just pretend you didn't see me and overlook this. Of course, it might be very difficult for you to understand." Then, as she prepared to put her hat back on to conceal her identity from everyone, he asked, "You must really love those ruins and the artifacts within them, don't you?" He smiled and expressed, "If I were you, I would be very disappointed not to be able to witness those ruins and artifacts myself." Then he looked at her reassuringly, "If you are determined to go there, you have nothing to worry about when I am here if you have a request." She countered, "No, that won't do. Neither the king nor the nobles would let me go to places like this alone. Therefore, you need to keep my secret." Then she wondered, "And you, as a knight, don't you feel worried for me, a princess, being in this place?" Recalling that magical flow, he exclaimed, "In just a brief moment, I witnessed the princess's power." Then he continued to explain, "Ordinary knights can't compare to your extraordinary strength, so there's no need to worry about you at all." She blushed angrily, "Extraordinary strength?" Then she powerfully flicked the forehead of the innocent boy. She turned away, leaving him with a huge bump on his forehead. "Anyway, I'm off. You stay here and do your best in your role, okay?" She turned away, smiling hopefully. "He's not bad, even if he's just a rookie." After a moment of daze, he realized, "I should have asked her to pretend she didn't see the dragon's heart instead. He's casting a spell and shouting to everyone, 'Everyone, keep working together.'" Immediately after, he quickly appeared, "Sorry for being late." He looked up ahead. Seeing his teammates casting spells, he exclaimed in surprise, "Magic isn't working either. What the hell is going on?" He spoke softly, looking down. "Space collapse is one of the most powerful shields. Everyone's attacks are trying to break through the shield. But the shield is too thick, everyone was knocked back." He helplessly swung his hand and punched the ground. "Damn it, even if we found the entrance to the ruins, why out of all things is it space collapse?" Far in the distance, Zero was leaning against the cave wall, watching the struggling group over there. He thought to himself, "I should send a report to the Archduke." A little later, the whole group retreated back to their tent. Spiegelman couldn't help but shout, "What? Is there a way to destroy those shields?" Alan, standing next to him, said, "With the achievements from the Age of Gods that the spearmanship possesses, we can focus our strength and pierce through it." Spiegelman happily replied, "But I doubt they'd lend it. That's why I intend to take action." Then he clasped Alan's hand tightly. Spiegelman gleefully said, "If you can solve it, I promise I'll repay you on behalf of the Golden Tower." Alan smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." The scene shifts to another location. Alan then met Zero to ask for their help. "Although I don't want to, I'm relying on you." Nodded and said, "Relying? No need, everything will be fine." Zero, meanwhile, stared at the other two and thought, with Alan gone, there's only one combat mage left here. Suddenly, turned to him and said, "Sir Zero, I'd like to discuss rotating shifts with you for tonight." Zero looked at him with murderous eyes. "I'll go first." Then he turned and left. "I'm tired, so I'm leaving first." Looked at Zero and thought, what a smirk. The scene shifts to outside the stronghold, where two mages were sitting by a campfire on guard duty. Suddenly, one person saw something suspicious. The two of them saw a group of people dressed in black who looked very suspicious, so they immediately stood up and shouted, "Who's there? Stop! This place is under the jurisdiction of the Golden Tower." As soon as the words left their mouths, the two mages were dealt finishing blows by the mysterious group. Suddenly, Zero appeared among these mysterious people. He approached the barrier and destroyed it. Zero said, "There's been a change in the plan." The barrier gradually opened, revealing collapsing space protecting the ruins. The barrier opened, and the mysterious group calmly walked in. Zero crossed his arms and said, "To bring the relic that can destroy it." He continued, "Alan has gone to the Tower of Commerce." The masked man named Karen leaned back and stretched, saying, "The smell of burning flesh, how fragrant." Zero calmly said, "To threaten him, we just need to take Spiegelman hostage." Karen didn't think so. "What about the one called the Disciple of the Fire Tower? Kidnapping isn't very good." He coldly said, "Kill him. I won't forgive any mistakes this time." A man in armor appeared before Zero. He stared at him and said, "You're watching and complaining too much." Zero, not to be outdone, stared back at him with a murderous look. Then Karen, sensing trouble, intervened, "Hey." He continued, "We're on the same side, don't do that." Karen glanced at Zero and insulted him, "TSK, this is the beloved bastard." His words infuriated him. "He's yours, over there, he can't be harmed." Provoked, Zero raised his hand to attack Karen. He immediately unleashed a spell array to strike back. He roared, "What did you just say?" Karen spoke up, "I'm not allowed to joke around here." He tilted his head and said, "Be a little more generous." While this group was having a minor altercation, the disciples had already finished drawing a bright red magic circle. Arms emerged from the circle, like these guys. Then a monstrous creature crawled onto the ground. Karen said coldly, "Although, no way it would happen, but..." He continued, "If things go south, don't forget what the Grand Duke gave you." Zero recalled some past events. Ben stood before him and said, "Remember this." He said seriously, "After this mission ends, you will live like a ghost until the day the Grand Duke ascends the throne." He ordered, "Not a single survivor is to return from the conquest." Zero bowed his head slightly and said, "But if anything goes wrong?" Then he looked up and asked, "Can I use what the Grand Duke gave me?" He squinted, looking straight at him. Then he stepped forward and said, "You want?" He placed his hand on Zero's shoulder and asked, "My approval?" He burst out laughing, "I simply believe that you won't fail no matter what." Back to reality, a massive explosion was before Zero. He stood there and murmured, "Of course, as Father wishes." An aura of gloom immediately enveloped Zero. "I will become a ghost." He put on a cold expression and said, "A ghost that spreads fear and despair." Late at night in the camp, Spiegelman suddenly exclaimed, "What?" He looked worried and said, "You want to know about a dragon species with many horns?" Spiegelman asked him, "Why suddenly?" He honestly said, "I saw a painting at the mission site. Its strange appearance captivated me." He rested his hand on his chin, looking at him, and said, "To be honest, I can't give you a precise answer either." He slightly bowed his head and replied, "Is that so?" Suddenly, Spiegelman spoke up, "But I thought of the Holy Dragon King." Upon hearing this name, he couldn't help but wonder, Holy Dragon King, does such a creature exist? He rubbed his chin, turned his face to the side, and said, "Since there aren't many historical records about it, I don't have many clues." Spiegelman continued, "But it said that it was raised to deal with." He said, "Some evil force." Suddenly a red dragon appeared overhead. He exclaimed softly, "Pepper." Seeing Pepper, Spiegelman excitedly said, "You can even summon spirits?" Then Pepper flew off to another spot. It stood in front of the tent flap and hissed a warning at something outside. I looked at it, confused. Immediately, a force hit the tent flap from outside. Very quickly after that, the monstrous creature aggressively charged in. Both and Spiegelman were utterly surprised by this situation. The humanoid monster looked utterly hideous. Its entire body radiated incredibly powerful flames. It used its power to engulf everything in a sea of fire. Everyone in the camp screamed, "Ambush!" The armored man appeared, blocking a group of mages trying to escape. The mages cast spells, trying to suppress him. "It's an enemy. Quickly, unite to suppress them." The attack transformed into sharp thorns pointing at him. Thick smoke billowed, and his hand casually brushed the smoke away. The armored man said contemptuously, "Such pathetic skills." The mages were stunned. "What? He took that hit without a scratch?" Immediately, the armored man swung his mace. Then he slammed it to the ground and unleashed a colossal magical force. The mages were trapped and couldn't escape. As for Karen, he leisurely went to find his prey. Two mages appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Then they shouted and unleashed their spell, Earth Arrows. Karen stood nonchalantly, not bothering to dodge. How annoying. He unleashed a magic circle, blocking the attack. Unexpectedly, this circle was a teleportation spell. It appeared behind the mages. Karen used their own trick against them, teleporting the attack behind the two mages to strike them. One person turned around and exclaimed, "What?" But unfortunately for them, they reacted too late. Their demise was inevitable. Karen stood there, looking at the two fallen mages. Then he looked up at the sky and wondered, "Where is old man Spiegelman, I wonder?" Elsewhere in the camp, where the intruders had broken in, had cleverly erected a barrier earlier, so he and Spiegelman were still safe and sound. He immediately asked, "Are you still all right, sir?" Needless to say, he was extremely angry at this moment, which madman dared to attack the Endymion excavation site. Looked down at the thing at his feet, zombies. Then he said with certainty, "Only they use zombies as weapons." Spiegelman said with some doubt, "Could it be the evil cultists?" He replied, "Elder." Then he turned to him and said, "I'm sorry, I have to protect someone important." He quickly left. "See you outside the ruins, okay?" Spiegelman exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" He asked, bewildered, "Is there anyone more important than me?" Somewhere in the camp, Hackett was trying to fight against monsters. She decisively swung her hammer. Then Hackett swung again, taking down all the monsters. She looked down at their corpses and murmured to herself, "Where did these things suddenly come from?" Next, Hackett turned and called to the people behind her, "It's safe now, this way." This group of people immediately ran towards her. But they suddenly stopped and fearfully glanced to one side. Hackett looked in that direction, then exclaimed, "You!" The armored man appeared, blocking the group of mages and her. Hackett didn't hesitate to pick up her hammer and charge at the opponent, thinking, "This full-power blow will take them down." She ran to gain momentum, then leaped high. Immediately after, Hackett brought her hammer down onto his neck. Following the momentum, she slid down, then landed in front of him. Hackett suddenly glanced behind her, then confusedly wondered to herself, after a blow with that much force, he's still fine. The armored man asked her, "Who are you?" She quickly stood up, trembling, but still gripping her hammer tightly. Hackett angrily thought, "If only I had a decent sword." She looked at the mages standing behind her and regained her composure. "No, I can't lose heart." She stared at her opponent with a serious expression. "I am Hackett Ratmose, Princess of the Kingdom of Endymion." Hackett bravely cast a spell, enveloping herself, "I will protect my people." Seeing this, the armored man swung his mace. "Well, this is interesting." Suddenly, a flame flew past her and headed straight for the enemy. Had arrived, he used fire to attack the armored man. Turned the fire into a spear, knocking him far away. He looked worriedly at Heket. Are you all right, princess? Reinforcements are coming. She embarrassedly scolded him. What kind of strange name did you call me? The armored man from a distance shouted back, You, the one with the fire spear. He walked towards them, radiating killing intent. You must be a disciple of the fire tower. Stared at the armored man with an unwavering expression. Then he turned to Heket. I'll handle this. Please take everyone to the relic's entrance first. We'll meet the elder there. Spiegelman helped the injured mage to safety, help the others. Heket asked with a hint of worry, Are you sure you can handle this alone? He turned his head and confidently replied, You said you'd give me a chance to repay my debt. She pressed her lips together and softly smiled. Then Heket turned and left with the other mages. Then I'll leave it to you. The armored man put his hand on his head and exclaimed, I'd be happier if you all came at me together. Still full of spirit, said, This is our fight. The armored man began to get serious. He stared at him. Suddenly, Pepper spat fire, making him only able to exclaim, What? As a result, the armored man was hit by a massive explosion. He watched the move and thought to himself, Too hot and blazing flame spear. At this moment, a fire spear was created, with an added explosive spell, blazing flame spear, burst. Raising the spear and charging, he shouted. The armored man was no slouch. He got into position, ready to receive the attack. He raised the spear high and yelled. The spear struck him precisely on the head. The armored man stood frozen in place, unable to react in time. Immediately after that, he released a massive flame from the spear, aiming to burn him to ashes. Elsewhere, a group of mages was fleeing. They suddenly stopped because they saw a figure blocking their path. One person recognized him and shouted. A mage stepped forward and asked him. However, their response was a fatal slash. Zero coldly brought his blade down without mercy. He looked at them with eyes that couldn't be more cruel. After that, Zero walked over and looked down into the ravine, where the encampment was engulfed in flames. He widened his eyes and thought of a name, Spiegelman. Zero couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, Princess Hyacinth sensed something and immediately turned to look behind her. Zero was surprised to see her. Princess Hyacinth. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion spread to where he stood. Then Zero looked to the side. A dark shadow flashed by in the distance. The armored man then got into position and tried to take the full damage from Zero. He let out a breath. Zero looked at him in surprise. Then the armored man's faceplate shattered. Zero sneered. He provoked him. The armored man gritted his teeth. He flew into a rage, his whole body emanating dark energy. Zero looked at the armored man with a hint of fear. He could see that this armored man had two hearts inside. He thought. The armored man shouted and charged at him. His attack speed was very fast. Zero had to evade the blow. The armored man, holding a mace, stared intently at him. Zero smiled faintly. He thought, he's much faster than that guy. Then Zero stopped and got into position to unleash a move. He immediately quickly accelerated and rushed to attack him. Zero's attack accurately aimed at the armored man, flame spear, decapitating strike. He was hit by the attack and immediately coughed. Then the armored man fell. He raised his spear in front of him and said, It's over. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in front of Zero. This vortex emitted a surge of power like rushing water towards him. It quickly extinguished Zero's flames and pushed him away. There were wooden pillars floating on the recent water. Zero struggled to regain his balance. He looked towards the vortex and wondered, what just happened? Suddenly he lowered his head and looked at the ground. Zero immediately thought of someone. It's him. It turned out Karen had used water to save the armored man's life. He teased, deep-sea water pressure is useful, isn't it? The armored man angrily said, Shut up. Zero created a spear with his hand and stared at his opponent. I won't let you get away this time. Then he unleashed his move, Flame Spear, Whirlwind. Zero held the spear and thought, this attack. He immediately launched it towards his opponent. How can he dodge it? Karen immediately countered, I just thought of a great idea. Right after that, he created a giant water shield. Zero stood dumbfounded on the spot. His flames were suppressed by the shield, and the other mages were also stunned. Huh? Hackett turned to look at Zero. In front of everyone was the sight of the seemingly unstoppable fiery spear being blocked by Karen's shield. Even Hackett couldn't believe it. Zero looked incredibly panicked at this moment. No, it can't be. He yelled, this can't be happening. The fiery spear still surged towards the water shield with its immense power. The huge explosion sent rocks flying and smoke billowing everywhere. Zero stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly he widened his eyes in alarm and cried out, no! Zero looked around frantically, Princess, Elder. A hand reached out from the rubble, calling to him, here. Zero saw Spiggle struggling to get out of the rubble. He cheered, Elder. Zero knelt down, are you all right? The Elder asked him in return, where are the others? Zero shook his head as an answer. Then he lowered his head, I'm sorry. In the distance, a fire blazed. Zero and Spiggle simultaneously turned towards the fire. Surprisingly, Zero was the one who rescued Hackett and carried her out. Seeing this, Zero immediately shouted, Princess. Spiggle was no less surprised, Princess Hackett. Zero immediately went to Hackett, thank heavens, your highness is all right. He happily said to Zero, Sir Zero, thank you for rescuing the princess. He forced a smile as if responding to his thanks. However, behind that smile, Zero, while Zero wasn't paying attention, pressed his sword against his stomach. Then he immediately slashed Zero's body. He immediately knelt down, coughing up fresh blood. Spiggle cried out in horror, young Zero. Pepper immediately lunged to attack Zero to avenge his master. Luckily for him, a water shield appeared, blocking Pepper. Immediately after, a voice rang out, making Zero turn around, you keep bothering me. Karen and his cronies used a teleportation gate to get here. He clenched his fist and hissed, you wretched bug. Zero, having lost blood, immediately felt dizzy. Pepper, my body has no strength left. Zero turned to Karen and asked, I thought I told you about using Spiggle as a hostage. He retorted, well, you can play the hostage role too, can't you? Spiggle felt extremely angry and attacked him. Zero, how dare you betray us? The armored man threw a mace at him and yelled, shut up, old man. This powerful attack quickly knocked Spiggle down. He was wounded in the back and lay sprawled on the ground. As for Karen, he turned and asked, anyway, who's that broad? Zero looked down at the unconscious girl and said, Princess Hackett. If we save her, we can control the entire Endymion kingdom. He glared at Karen, because of your foolish actions, everything almost went to waste. He argued, well, as long as she's not dead, that's fine, right? Suddenly, Zero interrupted them, I can't let that happen. He slowly stood up and tried to use his power, you won't achieve your goal. Immediately after, the armored man volunteered to confront him, I'll handle this guy. Zero endured the pain and prepared to counterattack. Then he chanted a spell on the ring he was wearing, Mist Ring, Summon Bone. The armored man swung his mace close to Zero, this is for last time, kid. Mist emanated from the ring, making Karen a little surprised, Mist? The armored man, sure of victory, slammed his mace down, die. Zero's eyes widened and he shouted, Dragon Transformation. The armored man was unexpectedly pushed back. Zero unleashed a giant flame, knocking him away. Karen stared at him, no way, that mist. Was it to obscure our vision? Behind that mist. Zero unleashed a barrage of attacks on the armored man and the minions, making them yelp in pain. The mist dissipated, leaving the minions sprawled on the floor. Karen cast a water shield around himself, so there's a reason that guy was defeated. I can sense them without seeing. Immediately after, a series of shields were erected. The sudden increase in mana surpassed my perception. However, a pair of blazing eyes was staring at him. Karen thought in horror, what the hell? When he lost focus, Zero stabbed Karen directly with his spear. He put all his strength into this attack. He suddenly laughed, you look no different from a monster. And he continued to stab him with the spear. In a corner somewhere, Zero laid Hackett down on the ground. Zero thought, if I abandon the survivors, the mission will fail. Then he shouted, dual chant, fiery blood sword. Zero jumped in with twin swords, come on, Zero Zemin. He gritted his teeth, dragon transformation is almost over. For this final blow, Zero combined the two swords into a double-headed spear. Zero, full of momentum, lunged down from the air. Zero had his spear ready to stab him. I'll bet everything on this strike. The two collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After that blow, Zero knelt down, coughing. It seemed his body had reached its limit. On the other side, Zero was burnt, standing still like a statue. He had a massive hole gouged through his chest. The situation was dire. Then Zero fell. In the distance, a flash of light appeared. Zero vigilantly turned to look at the light. Then a voice startled him, damn it, so he finally fell. Zero looked at Karen, you must be. He glanced at him, don't tell me you thought he was the only one who could stand against you. So simple-minded. Karen's words somewhat stunned him, and this guy also has similar abilities to you, you know. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his hand behind his back. The creature about to appear had horns on its head. Its tail emerged, and Karen said, you possess power comparable to a dragon. Gradually, its wings spread out. Zero cautiously looked at what appeared before him. Before him was Zero, transformed into a monster. Karen introduced, the Heart of Chimera. Zero stared at Zero, you've turned into a beast, the Heart of Chimera. He thought, its magic power is immeasurably strong. Immediately after, Zero raised his hand, then clenched his fist. The unlucky one caught in the attack was Karen. He tried to remove the magic gripping his neck. Zero growled, did you intentionally hide your strength to force me to use this heart? Karen clarified, you did it voluntarily, though. Then he glared at Zero. Karen continued, didn't the Heart of Chimera immediately help you advance countless magic circles? And also. He paused for a moment and said, I didn't tell you to fight that guy and end up losing. Zero swung his arm, dropping him. All right, I admit I misunderstood the mission. Then he raised his hand. Zero Zemin, it's time to end this. Immediately, a surge of power rushed forward, as if to squeeze his heart. Zero grabbed Zero's neck tightly. You've performed very well so far. Then he raised his hand, creating a gigantic wave of power. But unfortunately, you can't protect anything anymore. This wave of power crashed against the barrier. It's over, Zero Zemin. His attack was strong enough to shatter the barrier, revealing what it was protecting. Karen shielded himself from Zero's power and thought, shattering even the spatial barrier, huh? You're quite something, Zero. Zero unleashed a fiery punch to his face, yelling, it's not over yet, you bastard. This attack caused Zero some minor scratches. He chuckled softly. Heh, I've reconsidered. Zero immediately kicked Zero away. I'll let you die a satisfying death. His body slammed against the barrier. Then Zero was gradually sucked into the space within the barrier, inside the spatial crack. Zero, from outside, laughed and said, go on and slowly enjoy the torment of having your soul torn apart. Carry the shame of an incompetent one to the end of infinite time. The scene shifts to a hospital room. He flailed his arms as if he'd just had a nightmare. The nurse, seeing this, worriedly called out, you're awake? Zero looked down at his hands, panting heavily. The nurse continued, you're in Camelot Hospital. He tried to sit up and get out of bed. Hospital? What about the fight in the ruins? The nurse asked, bewildered, huh? What exactly are you trying to say? Zero, as if frantic, grabbed the nurse's shoulders. The princess. Is the princess and everyone else all right? Immediately after, a male nurse quickly rushed over. Patient, please calm down. The nurse looked into Zero's eyes and tried to explain. While you were cleaning at the Lubrium Museum, you suddenly had a seizure, so you were brought to the hospital. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Well, what? Then Zero screamed, Pepper. Pepper. He frantically looked around for Pepper, despite the nurse's attempts to stop him. Pepper, where are you? Have I returned to the time before the regression? Zero reconsidered. No, something definitely happened. Immediately after, a golden ring flew towards him. It quickly bound Zero. The head nurse appeared and said, You've made enough noise. You are a patient, please calm down. Let us help you back to bed. She invited him to her office to talk. According to the nurse, he had fainted at the museum and experienced severe hallucinations upon waking. Zero said seriously, I've never had hallucinations before. She replied to him, I see, I understand. The head nurse went to the window and said, I deeply empathize with what you've shared. Then she asked, Have you ever heard of the dream-eating tree? The head nurse continued, It uses the most beautiful illusions as a trap, then leaves people to starve to death beneath its roots and uses their corpses as nutrients. He asked her, a bit annoyed, What does that have to do with my situation? The head nurse tapped on the window glass and said, That day, pollen from the dream-eating tree displayed in the museum leaked into the air. Besides you, many other people. She continued, who also experienced similar hallucinations. He looked at her in bewilderment. Huh? You mean? The head nurse returned to the desk and wrote some documents. The main point is, the museum will cover all medical expenses for the patients. So, it was all just a hallucination. The head nurse placed her hand on the stack of documents and said, This is the medical report. You can ask the museum's management for compensation. Then she leaned closer and said in a dangerous tone, This is when you should wake up. He asked himself in bewilderment, It was all just a dream. No, she'll definitely know about this. At night, at the fire tower. He walked distractedly to the tower's entrance. No dream could be this real. Immediately, a guard shouted, Wait a minute. Please stop. He bowed his head and mumbled, I've come to see her. If she's my master, she'll definitely recognize me. The guard looked at him contemptuously. Who do you think you are? He looked up at the tall tower and prayed silently, Please, tell me this isn't all a dream, please. He said in desperation, My name is. I used to be her disciple. The guards looked at each other and asked, Her disciple? I've never heard that name. A guard angrily shouted, I knew he was crazy. Get out of here. He clenched his fists. Then he rushed into the tower. Please just give me a moment. Please let me see her. An annoyed guard immediately raised a hand and struck him. This crazy person is really. He was knocked down to the ground. He struggled to get up and mumbled, Master, master. She, who was passing by in a carriage, noticed the commotion and looked down, asking the guards, What's going on? The guard bowed and replied, Master of the fire tower, this young man keeps claiming to be your disciple. She exclaimed in surprise, My disciple? She looked down at him, utterly disheveled, and asked a devastating question, Do I know you? Her question left him stunned. He widened his eyes, then slowly lowered his head. Seeing him so disheveled, she sighed softly. The guard quickly reminded her, We should go now, ma'am. The carriage gradually entered the tower. In a room inside the tower. He placed his hand on the protective glass of a treasure chest and thought, That means it really was all because of the nightmare pollen? Then he punched the glass. This is ridiculous. The glass cracked. If this truly is a dream, then wake me up before I reach this point. There's no way this is real. Behind the glass, a red stone was revealed. His actions were immediately discovered by the guards. A guard quickly pinned him to the ground and loudly asked, Who are you? Other guards rushed over simultaneously and told each other, "Drag him out." He, unwilling, shouted, "There's no way this is real." After that, he tried to prove that his life wasn't a dream, but it was all in vain. A few years passed. He still desperately tried to resist this reality, but the passing years had eroded his will. Under a bridge somewhere, someone handed him a newspaper to read. He held it in his hand and read it carefully. Many years passed. He'd now become a middle-aged man with a beard, living at the bottom of society. He read the newspaper, the youngest master of the fire tower. The newspaper printed a picture. Finally, no way, he pondered for a moment. He thought, someone like him never had a chance from the very beginning anyway. The scene shifts to the academy. He was now working as a groundskeeper. He never expected to return here. He had cleared his mind and given up his ambitions. And then, finally, he had abandoned himself. He paused for a moment, thinking back, this kind of life isn't too bad. In fact, this is probably the most suitable job for who he is now. Suddenly, he heard someone passing by him. He crept closer and hid behind the wall. A group of students were ganging up and bullying someone. "Who do you think you are to act like that? Know your place. Just because we talk to you, you think you're our equal?" He decided to turn and leave. "This doesn't concern me, it's best if I ignore it." The bullied person was. "No matter what you say," he declared fiercely, "I will become a magic user." The blond man chuckled softly. "Why, this crippled bastard." His words caught his attention. Suffering from mana-circulatory stenosis, yet so talkative. The blond man ordered his henchmen to hold the victim. "Furthermore, remember the crimes your family committed. He used fire magic to try and hit him. I'll leave you with a mark you'll never forget." The blond man brought his fiery finger close to the victim's face. He stoically closed his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of punches echoed. Then he slowly opened his eyes to see the bullies lying flat on the ground. He looked up and saw him sweeping the courtyard. He muttered, "Why is this place so dirty?" He looked with eyes full of admiration. A moment later, he ate bread while complaining, "How troublesome." Seeing him sitting next to him, he asked, "Why are you following me, kid?" He held out a book and innocently replied, "I'm just reading, sir. I find this place very quiet and good for concentrating." He sensed someone watching him and glanced over. His sharp gaze made the bullies turn pale with fear. After warning them, he let out a sigh. Then he asked, "You have mana channel stenosis, don't you?" He continued, "I know someone just like you who also attended this academy." He asked curiously, What happened to that person, sir?" He threw the bread on the ground and said angrily, "He was expelled because he couldn't overcome his own limitations, like trash destined to become useless." He continued, "He couldn't even achieve his goal. For a magic user, mana channel stenosis is no different from a death sentence." He stared at him and said, "Sometimes, knowing when to give up is also an act of courage." He cut him off, "I can't do that." He stood up and smiled, saying, "I can't give up on my dream." Then he left, leaving him in silent contemplation. Then, suddenly someone called out, "Hey, you there." A bald staff member waved him over, "Come here." He went over and asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Be careful." The bald man warned him, "Don't hesitate with him. If anything happens, you could be in big trouble." He asked back, confused, "I don't quite understand what you mean." The bald man then said, "That's the son of the traitor the Red Tower expelled, a fallen family." The scene shifts to a very gloomy room, where a group of believers are gathered. The world of the Guardians is coming to an end. At the academy, the skull placed in the middle of the room shouted and announced, "Our return." On a beautiful morning at the academy, someone was practicing magic with a small gem. Just a little more. He painfully gripped his magic practicing hand with his other hand. He approached and asked him, "Why don't you give up on becoming a mage?" He asked curiously, "What's your reason for continuing?" He slightly lowered his head and replied, "It's because I made a promise." His words made him think of his mother. Then, the sound of footsteps of a group of people approached. It was the blond guy and his cronies. So, you're here. Last time was just an oversight, but this time, don't even think about escaping. He channeled his magic and instructed, watch closely. He said seriously, this is the only way I can become a mage. The blond guy was astonished by his power. What? He clenched his hand into a fist and immediately punched the enemy. The scene shifts to winter at the academy. He was watching him run to build his physical strength. A mage might overexert his weak body when using magic. He shouted, run faster. If you don't keep your distance, you'll easily lose your life in battle. Then, the two started sparring. Magic can move faster with a strong and well-trained body. Unlike those who have fully developed physically, the effectiveness of magic will be magnified if used by an immature and learning child. He lightly struck his neck. However, his development speed was truly very slow. He knelt down, panting. Seeing this, he said, you promised to try, but is this all you've got? He quickly regained his spirit. One more time, please help me. And many days later, he was chanting offensive spells, practical magic. He unleashed his attack, Ice Lance, and his opponent was immediately defeated. At the academy competition, the judge announced the winner, name, ... The students watching couldn't help but whisper, the kid with the meager mana due to a blockage won. The skill gap between them is huge. That's amazing. The defeated blond guy gnashed his teeth and said, you bastard, just you wait. He then looked up at the stands as if searching for someone. He thought of him and silently thanked him, thanks to you, I've become a mage, reaching 2 magic circles. In a corner of the stands, he stood with his arms crossed, watching him and smiling faintly. Suddenly, someone called out his name. A man with a noble demeanor said to him with contempt, long time no see, you worm. He recognized the man, name. The scene shifts to a dark, dusty warehouse. He was beaten to a pulp by S-men, sorry about that. The bald staff member cleared his throat and said to him with feigned pity, didn't I tell you to stop causing trouble already? Said in a raised voice, because that's my son, you've bothered him too many times. Remembered the blond guy who had just been defeated. Then he sneered and said, since that's your son, it's no surprise you're both such scumbags. He bowed his head and said, it seems you don't realize your current situation, do you? If I use dark magic connections, I can easily eliminate you. Threatened him, not just you, but also the kid you care about. Chortled at that. He burst out laughing as if he had heard something incredibly funny. Said self-deprecatingly, care about that kid? He continued, I just wanted to unleash that kid's potential for fun. That evening, was packing his luggage. He remembered what told him, this is an order. Leave the academy now if you don't want to die. He hesitated a bit and thought. Carried his luggage out of the academy gate, but he was spotted. Where are you going? Stopped for a moment and replied, I'm leaving this place. He asked, why? Why are you leaving? Clutched his luggage. Then he ran away without looking back. Ran faster and blocked him, didn't you hear me? Stop right now. He looked surprised when he saw his face. When he saw S' injured face, he immediately asked, your face? He replied in a low voice, what do you expect from someone like me? Then he said hurtful words, do you think I'm your tutor or something? Walked past and bumped his shoulder. He concluded with one sentence, stop fantasizing. Jasso's words made him cry. The scene shifts to Kuma, he seems to be talking to someone. That is why I desire money and power. Everything becomes easy when you're rich. Suddenly, Kuma jumped. Outside the academy, a group of people in black were using magic to subdue. What's happening? Kuma gritted his teeth and said, how dare you block Frederica's path? Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. Jasso, who had already traveled some distance, stopped because of the explosion. The flames slowly flared up. He quickly went to the explosion site and found all the buildings being incinerated. Jasso was panicked because he knew where the explosion happened, the academy. Amidst the raging fire at the academy, a somber voice echoed. Today's attack. A figure cloaked in dark robes with murderous eyes sat atop a pile of corpses and commanded. Also announces the return of our sect. Go. He calmly watched his subordinates mercilessly slaughter and slowly spoke. Instill fear and despair. The cruelty in his every word blended with the whooshing sounds as his subordinates massacred. Then let them taste blood. The professors at the academy were notably wary of this person's subordinates. Without hesitation, his subordinates used ice arrows to deal with the professors in the school. Meanwhile, the stranger's subordinate was now wearing a bloodthirsty smile. He looked toward Spider and exclaimed, "There's still a surviving rat." A moment later, Jasso rushed back to the academy. He hid behind a stone pillar, looked toward Spider, and realized the current situation. He's been spotted. At this moment, the stranger's subordinate approached Spider and exclaimed with amusement. That situation made Jasso worriedly wonder. Why isn't he running away? Suddenly, the subordinate asked Spider, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing that, he laughed and replied, "I've stalled long enough for others to escape, so that's good enough." At the same time, Jasso's eyes widened in astonishment. I can feel it, that terrifying magic. He noticed the bodies of the professors lying on the ground and understood clearly. Even the professors couldn't deal with him. Suddenly, he recalled a long-forgotten memory from his past life. After becoming a guardian, I must become even stronger to protect more people. Whenever the time came, I would appear. However, life isn't like a dream, and when I awoke from it, I was still just a weakling. What could I do? In this situation, he had only one plan in his mind. He had to run away. That's right, there's no need to sacrifice myself. Just then, the subordinate was mockingly taunting Spider. You weak fool, you should know your place. Without a hint of fear, Spider calmly replied, More than anyone, I know I can't win. The next words he spoke made Jasso hesitate. But protecting the people. In his strong presence at that moment, Jasso saw a faint reflection of himself. Is a guardian's duty. And these words of his seemed to awaken something within Jasso. At that moment, the subordinate prepared to finish Spider off. That naivete will kill you. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight into his side. The one who did this was Jasso. Annoyed by his interference, the subordinate channeled his magic into his other hand. Then he forcefully struck Jasso, sending him tumbling backward. Next, he pulled the knife from his side and angrily cursed. You damned bugs, how dare you! Suddenly, someone was about to use a level 3 ice arrow spell. This attack hit the subordinate directly. The one who struck was Spider, panting heavily from exhaustion. Sensing the opportunity, Jasso quickly picked up his weapon. He rushed towards the subordinate. Finally, he delivered a fatal blow to him. The battle ended with victory leaning towards Spider and Jasso. Seeing him painfully collapsed on the ground, Spider rushed over and called out loudly, Jasso. Before he could even ask, you asked him first. Are you okay? He was so worried about your wound that he exclaimed. Jasso, it won't stop bleeding. However, no matter how tired you were at the moment, you only stared and warned. Go, hurry, the others are coming. Being chased away by you, Spider loudly said. But I can't go alone. Suddenly, Jasso placed a hand on his shoulder. You sternly asked him, Are you going to make me a useless teacher, who can't even protect his own disciple? Your words astonished Spider because he noticed only 2 words. And you were still busy urging him. You must survive and leave this place. A smile bloomed on your lips along with the declaration. And become a guardian, surely one more promise to me wouldn't hurt, right? At this moment, Spider burst into tears and affirmed. I promise, I will become a guardian, master. Then Jasso watched him leave and secretly thought. You were always like that. You slowly stood up and deep down had to admit that. You're like a lost dream of mine. Like the courage I abandoned. And for that reason, that's why I hate you. At that moment, you spoke up, demanding of those present. Stop. Seeing Spider, with tears in his eyes, running and looking back at him. Jasso could only tell himself. And it's also why I like you. At this moment, a crazed individual unleashed power and loudly said, "This piece of trash, using level 2 magic on you is a waste." Without a trace of fear, on the contrary, Jasso's heart and mind were only thinking, "Thanks to you, I can live." Suddenly, you jumped high. With your intelligence, you had already realized. I can only learn magic when I understand the high and low rules of the magic circle. Instantly, you used a teleportation skill and suddenly appeared near a hooded figure. Without mercy, you struck, sending this person to meet their ancestors. He himself also managed to use magic in time. And then an explosion occurred along with Jasso's last thought. You must live, Spider. A moment later, in a place hidden with many beautiful star clusters, a voice rang out, waking Jasso. It's time for you to go. He looked at himself in bewilderment and wondered. Where is this? Kin Dying calmly stood behind him and said, So you're finally awake. Then he asked, How was that world? Jasso calmly replied, I had lost the dream I always pursued, even though I had also found my dream again and protected it. At this, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise because he saw someone. It turned out to be Spider. His presence startled him, and he hastily asked, Spider, didn't you escape? So he rushed over to him. But suddenly, something blocked him. This made him even more bewildered, and he hesitantly uttered, Ultimately. Jasso seemed disappointed in himself and said, I couldn't protect anything either. Suddenly, Kin Dying said, No, you're mistaken. He called his name and revealed, Jasso Zemin, heir to the dragon's power. Only then did Jasso remember and ask, Sir, who are you? Kin Dying placed his hand on the barrier and calmly spoke, I am the master of this cruel world. He turned to look at him and continued, Oh, those people also call me by a name. A name was uttered, drawing Jasso's surprise. Kin Dying. After a moment of regaining composure, Jasso finally uttered the name. Kin Dying. Meanwhile, Kin Dying, still composed, touched the barrier and explained. That's right, this place allows you to see the deepest fear within you. He glanced at Jasso and said, For you, that is your worth. His words made Jasso waver slightly. Then he continued, The reason you gained power was the day Jasso revived and realized that he was still just a mediocre third-rate mage. Combined with Ben's fabricated story, I saw him flee with my own eyes. All those things combined made the Mirror Temple ask Jasso just one question. Are you worthy of the power you possess? Surely you already have an answer for yourself. Jasso once resolutely said, I can become stronger and protect even more people. The Mirror Temple saw and remembered this. Your reason is to become a guardian who can protect everyone. After a moment of silence, Jasso slowly stood up and asked, So, do you mean these were all just tests for me? The Mirror Temple readily admitted, That's right, you have overcome the fear within your own mind. Furthermore, he added, you proved that even without power, you can still protect others. That is because of your choice, your determination, and your courage. At that moment, Spider's body was slowly fading, but he still held a faint smile and affirmed, I won't forget our promise. Seeing him like that, Jasso smiled contentedly and called out, Spider. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, accompanied by the Mirror Temple's voice. What is before you is not an illusion. Those are the things you are protecting and will devote your life to protecting. At this moment, he joyfully thought to himself, Finally, I have fulfilled my oath. My heir. He slowly removed his mask and mused, It's time for you. Suddenly, Spider emitted a brilliant golden light, and the mirror temple silently declared, "Come forth with the dazzling light." Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Receive Blood Dragon, Re-established Body. You received the first golden mask. Elsewhere, Jiro, with an emotionless face and a cold voice, remarked, "Impressive. The current situation is quite unstable for humanity." Jiro looked at Alan and asked, "Your name is Alan Pett, isn't it?" Alan paid no attention to him, only quietly uttering, "I'm sorry, Princess." After saying that, he weakly collapsed to his knees. Then Karen spoke. "I hear you're a genius." He praised Alan for the recent battle. "You understood the battle situation immediately upon joining and acted very rationally, even though you had very little information." He recalled when he used his move to save Hakit and exclaimed, "Who would have guessed you'd use that artifact as a decoy to save the princess?" At that time, he could even trap Jiro to buy more time. However, things are different now. However, those efforts were useless. At this moment, Karen watched Jiro fly towards the stronghold and asked, "Hey, if it's over, then I'll clean up these unnecessary things." The current situation was that Alan could only helplessly watch Jiro fly towards the stronghold. Jiro observed for a moment and then mumbled, "First, that magic barrier." Then he summoned a giant machine. Spigerman immediately recognized what it was and frantically shouted, "That's a relic from the Age of Gods." Hearing that, Hakit worriedly gritted her teeth and wondered, "Can't we do anything?" As for Jiro, he started the machine while thinking to himself, after finding that item, a firm conviction settled in his heart. "I won't give it to humanity. I'll show the world myself." His conviction was similar to Ben's madness. "What I do will prove it." He just wanted to prove that I'm better than you. Immediately, he shouted loudly, "Break it." And so, the machine crashed directly into the stronghold's barrier. A loud boom echoed. Without stopping, Jiro continued to forcefully control the machine to shatter the barrier. And not long after, instead of the barrier being shattered, the machine was completely destroyed. This left Jiro stunned. Even Cheiron, Hakit, and Spigerman were so surprised they had the same thought. Even a relic from the era of gods has no effect. A sharp cry rang out. It stuck inside the magic barrier. Suddenly, Alan said, "There's someone on the other side." Indeed, from behind the thick cloud of dust, a faint magical light appeared. The one who created that light and caused the relic machine to be destroyed was Jasso. The moment Karen saw him, she flinched in disbelief. Jiro himself was so surprised he yelled, "That mask, no way." Suddenly, Jasso lunged towards Karen. He didn't hesitate and quickly got into a fighting stance. Then, two powerful magic currents collided. But it seemed Jasso's magic was superior, forcing Karen to brace herself and fight back, gritting her teeth and cursing. Damn it! While he was distracted like that, Jasso doubled his magic. Finally, he struck him, forcing him to retreat. Not stopping there, he suddenly teleported forward. The battle before him made Gerald exclaim, unable to believe he could tear apart the teleportation gate. At that moment, Zero was busy beaming at Hakit and Spigerman, and he was also saying something. However, the two of them didn't quite understand, and Spigerman, looking confused, asked, "What are you saying?" Seeing they didn't understand him, Zero quickly took off his mask, then smiled and said, "I'm glad you're all safe." The moment she saw him, Hakit was so astonished she loudly called his name, Zero Zeman. Spigerman, bewildered, asked, "Why are you here?" Contrary to their astonishment, Alan breathed a sigh of relief. "Princess, I didn't think this battle would be easy before, but now that he's here." At this moment, Hakit gently wanted to touch Zero's face, unable to believe he was still alive. But before she could touch him, he stopped her. From behind them, Geron flew up. His dangerous presence made Zero frown and say, "We'll talk later." Zero's appearance displeased him, and he spoke, "That little rat annoys me." His killing intent flared as he declared, "Your return here won't solve anything. I'll kill you and reclaim that artifact." A magical glow appeared in the snow-covered place. Suddenly, an explosive blast occurred, and a deafening clang rang out. It turned out Zero had raised his weapon to counter Jiran's attack in his madness. "This mask belongs to me." Ignoring his words, Zero merely asked, "You're behind all of this, aren't you?" Of course, he didn't answer, but instead yelled, "Shut up." After saying those two words, he forcefully flung Zero away. Suddenly, Zero appeared behind him and yelled, "Stop and admit it." He aggressively asserted, "You are merely his shadow." Then he slashed at Jiran, but he quickly dodged. Jiran somehow leaped over several mountains, then landed steadily, only to find Zero standing opposite him. With a hoarse voice, he firmly declared, "The truth is simple, I am Jiran, Dawn of Ruin." He fiercely attacked Zero and roared, "Not his shadow." An earth-shattering explosion erupted again, carrying terrifying magic. Thick dust and smoke obscured everything. Unexpectedly, Zero managed to stand firm after that blow. Suddenly, he swiftly moved forward, leaving behind the chaos from the explosion. Jiran's voice rang out, "If I had that mask," he smugly asserted, "then he would become my shadow." His madness erupted, "Strength is the truth." His eyes glanced at Zero, then he loudly said, "You know that." After a moment of silence, Zero removed his mask and said, "Strength isn't the most important thing, Jiran." At that moment, the system sent a notification, "Mask for mental support and generating a blood dragon's mark. Second dragon transformation ready. Do you want to use the mask?" Receiving this notification, he didn't hesitate, put the mask back on, and commanded, "Of course. I'll use it." Immediately, a powerful magical aura enveloped him. He was now in his second dragon transformation state. His strength increased dramatically, combined with his assertion, "Courage is paramount." Hearing this, Jiran found it laughable and repeated, "Courage?" Next, he went wild, screaming, "What nonsense from someone who has never fallen into darkness." His stubbornness left Zero speechless, unsure what to say. But then he had to admit something, "No, you're wrong. I, too, have fallen into darkness." His voice was deep, but the difference is. At this point, he spoke with determination, "I always strive towards the light." After saying that, he summoned a magic spear with piercing damage. Of course, Zero's words didn't sink into Jiran's mind and only made him scornful, "Nonsense." He lunged forward and roared, "Then prove it." While attacking Zero, he gnashed his teeth in a frenzy, "Prove the light you pursue." Facing the fierce assault, Zero did not shy away and countered. Another massive explosion occurred. After that explosion, the two youths had retreated a great distance from each other. Suddenly, Jiran felt a pang of pain. It turned out one of his arms had been disabled. This made him disbelieving, murmuring to himself, "I even have the heart of a chimera." He couldn't believe he lost and wondered, "So why?" Despair and unwillingness enveloped his mind as he looked at Zero. "I still can't reach him." "Why?" At that moment, Zero's voice rang out, "Give up, Jiran." Just hearing his voice was enough to drive Jiran mad. "Shut up." "Ah." Unwilling to stop, he grew several more arms and roared, asserting, "I cannot lose." But it seemed that using too much magic had severely injured him, causing him to cough up blood. At the same time, the system sent another reminder to Zero, notifying him that the dragon transformation state had 10 seconds remaining. While looking at the notification, he slowly said, "Me too, I cannot lose." After saying that, his spear was ready for battle. A powerful surge of magic emanated from the spear. Instantly, Jiran, filled with killing intent, lunged towards Zero, wishing to finish him off, die. Showing no fear, he calmly faced it. A blazing fire move was unleashed, directly hitting Jiran. Jiran himself didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. Zero's power didn't stop there, it spread everywhere, causing everything around to explode. At that very moment, the sun was also slowly rising. At this moment, only Zero remained standing. He was still unharmed after the battle. Unlike him, Geron struggled, coughing up blood. Even though he had lost half of his lower body, his determination remained undiminished. Not yet. He used his remaining strength to whisper, "Not yet." After saying those 3 words, he collapsed. His entire body gradually faded away, and in his heart, he called out the name, Chimera. Watching himself slowly turn to dust, Geron could only feel disappointed in himself. I wanted to become a dragon, but in the end, I couldn't do it. In his final moments, he helplessly asked himself, is this also fate? Suddenly, an explosion occurred. A volcano unexpectedly erupted right after Geron took his last breath. As Zero stood lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him loudly, "Zero Zeman." Alan, Hackett, and Alan approached him step by step, waving at him joyfully. He responded with a smile. Suddenly, something hit him square in the back. Realizing it was his pet dragon, he hugged it and exclaimed, "Pepper, you're safe." Feeling that the danger had passed, Zero sighed in relief, "Thank God." Hackett smiled at him and said, "Let's go home." After the storm, the sky cleared, they laughed and chatted happily. Leaving behind the devastation of the battle, they decided to return home, to Endymion. At Endymion Kingdom, Endymion Supreme Court, Geron, the great judge, loudly declared, the sorcerer from the Red Tower conspired with heretics, threatening the security of the kingdom. The judge sternly named those who would be punished. His master, the Red Tower's Tower Master, is also responsible for this. Then he called out, "Defendant, Ben, step forward. To the left is the Red Tower Master." Then he gave Ben a chance to defend himself. Does the defendant have anything to say in his defense? Ben frankly admitted everything. "No, it was my irresponsibility for not noticing it." Just as he was saying, a student's misdeeds are the teacher's responsibility. As Tower Master, I accept responsibility. A hand suddenly went up, interrupting him, "Your Honor." Bismarck stood up and requested to speak. "May I say a few words, Bismarck Radmus, Grand Duke of the Empire?" Before offering his opinion, the old man subtly glanced at everyone. He used his gaze to warn the royal family and nobles present in the court. Under his intimidating gaze, no one dared to move or whisper. They could only listen in fearful silence to his opinion. Although the verdict is not wrong, the truth is that the Red Tower Master has also made significant contributions to national interests. He suggested reducing Brake's sentence, so how about we reduce it to 6 months in prison? The judge didn't even think and immediately nodded. This made Brake smirk triumphantly. This decision also made someone in the court clench their fist in annoyance. That person was none other than Darius. The current situation made her realize that they had planned everything. Darius Snow, the Fire Tower Master. Next, she glanced at someone. It turned out she was looking towards the most authoritative person in the Empire, who was standing high above. That person was none other than Alfonso, the king of this kingdom. Seeing his continued silence, she anxiously wondered. The Grand Duke is constantly challenging the royal family's authority. What is His Majesty thinking? At the same time, Zero was trying on new clothes. Spigerman, standing next to him, praised him endlessly. "Clothes make the man, and this outfit suits you perfectly." As they were all admiring the outfit, someone unexpectedly approached and said, "So everyone's here." As soon as they saw the newcomer, the 3 of them assumed a respectful stance and bowed. "Greetings, Princess." Hackett gave a gentle smile and replied, "Rise, I am the one who should greet you all." Hackett Radmus, Princess. Unexpectedly, she bowed to all 3 of them. "To my benefactors, I offer my sincere gratitude." Moreover, she unexpectedly called Zero by name, "Especially you, Sir Zero," which made him bewildered and reply, "Yes." However, she said nothing more, turned her back and left, giving a mysterious wink, "See you later, Zero." Then the door slammed shut. Alan and Spigerman both looked at Zero with eyes that seemed to understand everything, while he bewilderedly repeated his own name, Zero. After a moment of bewilderment, he forced himself to calm down, focus. He was determined about one thing. This was an opportunity to engrave the Zeman family's name into everyone's minds. A moment later, Zero, Alan, and Spiegelman all simultaneously knelt before Emperor Alfonso of the Empire. Today's meeting is to honor the knights for their contributions. After acknowledging their achievements, I will reward each individual for their contributions. He first placed the ceremonial sword on Spiegelman's shoulder. Spiegelman, the mage from the Gold Tower who resisted the threat of heresy to the kingdom's safety. He then bestowed a reward upon Spiegelman. Therefore, you are awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement potions. With joy upon receiving the reward, Spiegelman loudly replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." The next person was none other than Alan Pete, the second son of Count Pete and a mage from the Spear Tower. You bravely fought against the heresy targeting our achievements. He also rewarded him. You were granted the Dawn Medal, a Morgan Rod, and the title of Baron. Alan joyfully accepted the reward. "As you command, Your Majesty." Of course, this time it was Zero's turn, and finally, Zero Zeman, lift your head. Hearing Alfonso call his name, Zero quickly lifted his head. He unexpectedly mentioned Zero's father. In the past, your father fled the battlefield, causing great harm to the kingdom. His words made Break smile triumphantly, so it's natural for everyone to doubt the loyalty of the Zeman family. Even Zero himself felt a bit ashamed upon hearing this. But then Alfonso unexpectedly ordered, "So, prove it today." These words made Zero exclaim in confusion, "Yes?" He referred to Darius's previous statement. The Fire Tower Master said you have the potential to become a 5-ring mage. Darius looked at Zero with satisfaction and thought, the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. Break, on the other hand, was astonished by Alfonso's words. With this achievement, no one can doubt you anymore. At this moment, Darius realized King Alfonso's intention, so the king's intention is to turn Zero Zeman into a hero in front of everyone. He had a plan, and it was to weaken the Grand Duke's faction. At this time, Zero was manifesting a magic circle. According to what he knew, a 1-ring spell reveals a person's element, but what he's displaying right now is something else. For those who know nothing about magic, this is the best spell to witness. Mio View, upon seeing his magic circles, exclaimed in surprise, 5 circles. While they were marveling at his power, someone was looking at him with a puzzled expression. He's developing so fast. Even Nicolo had to praise Zeso's power, excellent. Emilia remained silent, offering no comment. At this moment, after seeing Zeso's abilities, Alfonso spoke up, saying, "I thought your father was a withered flower." He even concluded with an exclamation, "Who would have thought he'd hide such a beautiful seed?" Zeso, hearing this, replied, "Your praise is truly kind, Your Majesty." Then he loudly declared, "Hear ye, knights. Regarding the special case of the Zeman family, I bestow upon him the title of Count, and furthermore, the 3rd-class military service medal. Moreover, he granted Zeso authority. I grant you the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households near the city." Receiving his reward, Zeso respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." After that bestowal, all the nobles unanimously cheered him, "Long live Zeman! Long live Zeman!" Suddenly Alfonso placed his hand on his shoulder, then he unexpectedly gently helped him stand up, rise. His warmth made him a little bewildered. Then he sincerely said, "Thank you for saving my daughter's life. These words are not from a king, but from a father. I wish to repay you. Is there anything you desire?" Seeing him make an offer, Zeso hesitated, wanting to say, "I wish, I." A moment later in his room, he sat on the bed and thought to himself, "I was worried about getting it, but everything went smoothly." Before him was something very distorted, a dragon's heart. It looked a bit ugly. Although he commented that this thing was ugly, he still hoped it would work well, but when magic power is infused, it will return to its true form. "I hope I can do it." Immediately he quickly infused magic power into it. Magic began to emanate. Suddenly Zeso felt a strange change. The dragon's heart then suddenly turned blue and shattered. A source of magic power also escaped from it. Something gradually emerged from that magic power. The appearance of this thing astonished Zayso. Just then, the system sent a message, notification, the dragon's heart has returned to its true form. You have received the horn of the Forgotten King, Thunder Gem. At this moment, Zayso was closing his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy surrounding him. That spiritual energy emanated from the dragon's heart. In his mind, Zayso recalled the previous time he absorbed the fire gem. Comparing these two experiences, he exclaimed, "It's still more pleasant than absorbing the fire gem." He then checked the ability he had just absorbed and was a little surprised. The power of lightning is incredible. Even without full absorption, the 5-ring spell is already complete. Just then, the system continued to send news, notification, you have fully absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King, Thunder Gem. Notification. Mana exceeding the absorption limit will transform into potential. Notification. Intermediate Lightning Element Mastery has reached its limit and evolved into Advanced Lightning Element Mastery. Suddenly everything in Zayso's room was burnt and then fell to the ground. Additionally, there was a loud cry. It turned out Pepper rushed towards him. Seeing it suddenly grow so huge, he exclaimed in shock, "Pepper." As if realizing something, he asked, "Are you also affected by the power of lightning?" Pepper nodded as if confirming. Then it suddenly flew up, and moreover, it stomped hard on the ground in the garden to gain momentum and launch itself. Seeing it like that, Zayso anxiously called out, "Pepper." Hearing him call its name, Pepper quickly landed on the windowsill. Next, it pointed to itself as if signaling something. Understanding what it meant, he asked, "Do you want me to go up there?" Before he could fully process it, it suddenly placed its claws on his shoulder, then flew straight up, carrying him high into the sky. Being suddenly picked up like that, he was a little scared and exclaimed, "Wait." But Zayso didn't know what he saw next, as he cried out in admiration. It turned out Pepper was taking him on a stroll across the star-filled night sky. This action made him exclaim, "Pepper isn't just bigger, its flying ability has improved a lot." He gently told it, "You're bigger now, so you're easy to spot, but why shouldn't I be worried?" Suddenly, the magic fire on its body enveloped him. It was as if a pair of large fire wings embraced him, and surprisingly, a pair of wings grew on his back. Seeing the things on his back, Zayso happily asked, "Flexible wings made of spirit fire, should I call them soul wings?" In his mind, he began to mutter about what he currently possessed, Thunder Essence, mid-grade mana from a 5th-level magic circle, and now soul wings. A surge of confidence rose within him. With this power, it felt like he could face any opponent without fear. The next day, in Darius's office, Hubert sternly asked, "Tower Master, I heard you have a mission for me." Darius indifferently assigned him the mission, escort Count Kimberly, the envoy from the Kingdom of Qin, here. According to her information, despite their rather weak national potential, they maintain neutrality due to their abundant mana production capacity. Moreover, she knew all too well that Marquis Jorio Comanche of the Great Power faction had tried to drag the Empire into the conflict, to prevent it from falling into the Empire's hands. That's why she was certain that Count Kimberly would surely find cooperation with them to be better. After receiving the mission from Darius, Hubert sighed deeply. As he walked out of the mansion, he grumbled, "The Kingdom of Qin, this mission won't be easy." Just then, someone suddenly called his name, Hubert. Seeing that the person calling him was Zayso, he happily greeted him, "Long time no see, Zayso." He also warmly ran to him and replied, "Yes, I'm glad to see you're still healthy, Master." Then he suddenly asked, "Are you going to the Kingdom of Qin, Master?" His question made Hubert ask back in surprise, "How do you know?" He loudly announced, "Let me go with you, Master. The Tower Master has given permission." The reason for this suggestion was that, as he remembered, the memory of this event was still clear in his mind. Professor Hubert would lose his life in this mission. At the same time, the system sent another notification, "Mission, survive danger with Hubert." Mission completion reward, high-grade mana stone, can be consumed, X5. Mid-grade mana stone, can be consumed, X5. Because of the mission board and also because of Hubert, Zaso was resolute. There's no reason to stop him, I have to go with him. A moment later, both of them left the capital together. Hubert gently landed on a branch and wondered, we're almost there. With you, I feel more at ease, but why are you coming along? Zaso, using his dragon wings to fly, sternly replied, I want to achieve a new feat also, I've never done a mission with you before, that's why. Additionally, he took advantage of the agility from his wings and volunteered, I'll go ahead and scout. As he flew ahead to scout, he silently speculated, if the mission fails, Hubert will die. And the Empire will intervene in Ken's internal affairs, which means it's highly likely the Empire is involved in his death. His eyes looked at his system board and he concluded, my mission is very clear. Suddenly, a clank sound rang out as two swords clashed. As Zaso was flying, he accidentally saw a battle between two factions taking place below. An idea appeared in his head, he must eliminate the threat from the Empire. He quickly unleashed his magic power. Then, with a single thought, he easily dealt with the small fry below and prevented Hubert's death. Just then, a man stepped out of the carriage. Seeing Zaso's abilities, he was somewhat surprised and murmured to himself, a 5-star mage, who is he? At that moment, Zaso slowly descended to the ground, and Pepper retreated from his body. Then he smiled politely and introduced himself, you are Count Kimberly, aren't you? I am Zaso Zeman, a mage of the Fire Tower. I have come to escort you. Kimberly recognized who he was and exclaimed with great joy, so you are Zaso. Thank you. Someone has been following me ever since I left the castle. Just then, Zaso suddenly sensed something. So he quickly told Kimberly, please wait a moment, sir. From afar, he saw a presence of formidable magic power. I can feel it. From deep within the forest, that spiritual energy made him wary. His realm is at least on par with Spansum, perhaps even higher. Just then, one of Kimberly's guards, fighting the person with that powerful magic, spoke up, the Count can't have gone far. He then loudly ordered his subordinates, I must buy time. They all responded, understood. It seemed their stubbornness made the wielder of powerful magic smile with amusement. Next, he easily swung his sword, dispatching those who were surrounding him. Zaso recognized him at first glance. It's him. Just then, a shocking explosion occurred. Only one person remained standing, none other than the wielder of powerful magic. Zaso knew who he was, the one who killed Hubert, the Empire's sword master, Cry Hill. A figure burst out from the forest. Hubert quickly landed in front of Zaso and Kimberly. Then he introduced himself, I'm glad to see you're safe. I am Hubert, a tower mage of the Fire Tower. Kimberly bowed in response, I am Kimberly. Thanks to you, I'm alive. At this moment, Hubert's gaze fell upon the corpse at his feet. Then he sternly declared, I've discovered it. This was done by the Imperial Army. His words startled Kimberly, who asked, the Imperial Army? Zaso then interjected, it seems they don't intend to hide their identity, meaning they don't find it necessary. His words made Kimberly a little nervous, or perhaps the situation was too urgent for them to care. While speaking, he suddenly glanced at someone and asked, is that right? He addressed the cloaked person in the carriage as, Princess. Immediately, the carriage door opened, and Camilla stepped out, praising his keenness and introducing herself, indeed, you are as exceptional as the rumors say. Allow me to formally introduce myself, I am Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Ken. A moment later, two figures darted through the forest, accompanied by an explanation, Marquis Comanche is consolidating power by having his son marry the princess. Kimberly, riding on Hubert's back, recounted all the events in detail, with the Empire's backing, who knows how ruthless he will become. Seeing Hubert moving so fast, he wondered, but I've already shaken them off, why are you in such a hurry? Hubert replied sternly, they've been chasing you ever since you left the castle. There must be a guild behind them. Zaso himself was carrying the princess in his arms and accelerating his escape, yet he felt something was amiss. I've gone quite far, and there's no sign of pursuit, but what is this suspicious feeling? Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying wave of magic power approaching. So he quickly shouted a warning, "Everyone get down." Just as everyone ducked down, a surge of spiritual energy came flying from somewhere, streaking past their heads. Zeso and Hubert were suddenly blocked by someone's magic. That magic power powerfully trapped them, leaving them no way out. Knowing they couldn't do anything but fight, Hubert put Kimberly down and said, "Run quickly, we'll handle things here." Zeso also put Camila down and warned, "He's here." As soon as the two of them ran off, Hubert and Zeso had to stay behind to face a formidable enemy. As soon as Hubert saw that person, he was stunned to realize that person was. He knew who this person was, a monster in human disguise, the great swordmaster of the Mcry Hill Empire. Hill stared at the two of them and exclaimed, "Black hair, red eyes." Hubert secretly called out the man's name, Mcry Hill. The man's gaze fixed on Zeso as he asked, "You must be Zeso Zeman." At that moment, the system sent a notification, "Quest, Escape Danger Alive with Hubert." Quest completion reward, high-grade mana stone, consumable, X3, mid-grade mana stone, consumable, X5. In this moment, Zeso felt the imminent danger. The killing intent he exuded with just that gaze was insane. Hill's eyes, full of resentment, glared at him and declared, "I will make you pay for taking my disciple's life." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his Crimson Sword technique. Not standing idly by, Hubert placed his hands on the ground and activated his seismic technique. Zassel's eyes were filled with unyielding determination. He also began to cast dual spells. A shield was erected to block Hiu's sword strike. The rocks and debris from the seismic attack forced him back. However, he wasn't one to simply dodge. Instead, he mercilessly cut through everything. Rocks and debris flew everywhere with each strike. Hubert's eyes were full of caution as he looked at him. Seeing his chance, he suddenly clenched his fist. At the same time, Hiu was restrained by several stone pillars. Seeing his chance, Hubert loudly called out, "Zassel." Hearing him call out, Zassel quickly rushed towards Hiu. An explosion occurred immediately after. Zassel retreated unharmed after the blast. From within the thick smoke and dust, a disdainful voice echoed, "You only learned a few cheap tricks." Hiu appeared unharmed. He used his sword as a shield and casually remarked, "Is that all that scoundrel has?" This situation made Zassel wonder, did he use aura as a shield? At this moment, Hiu plunged his sword into the ground. Then he said smugly, "Let me show you something interesting." He unleashed his Fuchsia sword technique, and surprisingly, a sword suddenly pierced straight into Hubert's stomach, making Zassel cry out in alarm, "Hubert!" At this moment, Hiu kindly introduced his weapon, a sword made from dragon bone, blackened with the blood of 10 mages. He then picked up the sword he had previously plunged into the ground, lunged at Zassel, and yelled, "Perfect for fighting mages like you." Seeing the situation was grim, Zassel quickly used his wings and carried Hubert to dodge. He flew high up, while Hiu stood below, marveling, "Not bad." At this moment, he noticed the stones on the ground caused by Hiu's previous technique. They were explosive firestones. And of course, he didn't stop, continuing to attack, "Try to dodge this one." While dodging his attacks, Zassel thought of a plan. These stones will explode with terrifying destructive power when impacted forcefully. That's enough to distract him. No sooner said than done, he quickly set Hubert aside and thanked his dragon friend. "Thanks, Pepper." Hiu, annoyed that he kept dodging, asked, "Do you want to buy time for your comrade, knowing you can't beat me?" Zassel didn't bother to answer him. He only turned to instruct Hubert, "Professor Hubert, when I give the signal, run quickly and rendezvous with the princess and the count. I'll buy you time." Hubert, hearing this, resolutely said, "I can't abandon you and run." However, he smiled and firmly replied, "Trust me, I'll definitely come back." Hiu, seeing the two talking, angrily asked, "Are you two done talking?" At this moment, Zassel poured all his magic power. He used the lightning chain technique. The explosion quickly occurred. Seeing his chance, he loudly signaled Hubert, "Run." He had planned that the explosive firestones would give Hubert time to escape. Even so, he still had to anticipate Hugh's strength, thinking, I can't underestimate him. So he simultaneously used two cloud blade techniques. At this moment, Zassel was in his second stage dragon transformation. He was filled with determination. I'll give it my all. He quickly summoned the magic spear, ninth form. He was determined to win this battle as he rained down a series of magic spears on Hugh with this attack. In a distant place, Hubert was using his magic to protect himself and the two Camillas from the aftershocks of the magic spears. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, caused by this technique. Zassel himself had returned to his original state. The situation seemed dire as he realized, what's happening? It seems. Hugh's deep voice still echoed, you're finished. He was indeed slightly scratched after the magic spear attack, but ultimately unharmed. Moreover, he declared furiously, don't think I'll let you die easily. Seeing him still alive and well, Zassel cursed inwardly, damn it. He withstood that attack? Suddenly, the bone dragon sword in his hand fluctuated, causing him agonizing pain as he cursed loudly, what the hell? This damn sword! From inside the sword, an angry voice questioned Hugh, how dare you harm the Dragon King with the bone dragon? That voice felt quite familiar to Zassel. It was a voice he had heard before the dragon tablet. Just as the voice inside the sword exclaimed, how ridiculous, Zassel recognized who was inside the sword. Could it be the Holy Dragon King? The appearance of the Holy Dragon King made Zassel exclaim its identity in shock. Holy Dragon King. It sternly said, I will grant you power, but only for a limited time. It wanted him to punish those who dared to defile its name, the power to punish those filthy people who dared to insult the Dragon King's name. Then it gradually disappeared, which made Zassel quickly call out to it, Holy Dragon King, I have something to ask you. Understanding what he wanted to ask, the Holy Dragon King gave guidance, find the dragon tribe, they will help you connect with me. You will become the master and hope of the remaining dragons in this world. The Holy Dragon King's magic now covered him. He clenched his hand and thought, I don't understand what the Dragon King means. Though he still didn't understand the Holy Dragon King's meaning, he was resolute, I must try this power right now. Returning to Hugh, one of his arms was ravaged by the Holy Dragon King's magic, causing him to scream in pain. Without hesitation, he severed his own arm. This naturally caused him excruciating pain. Seeing an opportunity, Zassel lunged to attack him with the blazing flame spear technique. Unexpectedly, Hugh's recently severed arm gradually regenerated. He was able to regenerate his arm, block Zassel's attack, and then angrily grit his teeth, you underestimate me too much. His deep voice echoed, making Zassel flinch slightly, you thought if I lost an arm, you'd have an advantage? He stared intently at Zassel and furiously uttered, that defiant look, it's just like your father. All you Zaman people are like this. These words made Zassel focus on a key point, so he quickly asked, you know my father? He frankly admitted, yes. At this moment, Hugh said, I always wanted to pluck out those eyes, but unfortunately, others interfered. These words made Zassel angry and want to retort, you're talking about. However, before he could finish speaking, Hugh appeared behind him and gave him important information, foolish. Why would you think the Empire was behind your father's death? After saying that, he slashed at Zassel, but Zassel quickly dodged. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his sword. As a result, Zassel still managed to dodge in time. As Zassel's feet touched the ground, something unexpectedly shot up from beneath it, piercing directly through his side. This unexpected incident startled him, making him exclaim, this thing. Hugh himself, however, was very nonchalant and disdained his ability. How disappointing, you couldn't even dodge that move. This battle is so boring. Then he unexpectedly clenched his fist. Immediately, a series of explosions occurred, but fortunately, Zassel quickly escaped. As he was running away, Hugh suddenly appeared in front of him and exclaimed, everything is as clear as day. As soon as he saw him, he quickly activated his defense. However, his magic power was so strong that it pushed him straight to the ground and caused a tremendous tremor. After knocking him down, he landed on the ground and then bluntly criticized him. "Someone with such mediocre talent as you dares to confidently challenge me." Seeing Zassel struggling to sit up, Hugh didn't hesitate to mock him. "How unsightly." At this point, he suddenly unleashed his spiritual power. "If there's no price to pay, at this age, it would be a long time before you awaken and achieve power." Then he casually swung his sword high and exclaimed, "For a brat like you." The moment he brought down a heavy sword strike, he shouted, "It's too soon." Zassel, lying on the ground, immediately darted away. He used all his strength to avoid Hugh's attack. The current situation put him in a more passive position than ever, I can't deny it. Deep down, he had to acknowledge Hugh's ability. He's an unusually strong opponent. At that moment, Hugh hastily chased after Zassel. Seeing him lunging towards him, he quickly got into a fighting stance, then unleashed a magic attack. However, this attack didn't faze him as he easily swung his sword, deflecting the boy's attack. This situation made Zassel anxiously wonder, "There's no other way. Will I lose?" As soon as he thought this, he declared stubbornly, "No, I can't give up." Refusing to give up, he once again summoned magic. Then he used a gravity spell on Hugh with determination. "I'll show you." Hit by the gravity spell, Hugh was quickly pulled down. And he was filled with determination to show him, "My power as a mage." Just as his gravity spell engulfed him, a burst spell was suddenly unleashed, intended to burn him to death. As a result of the burst spell, Zassel tiredly fell backward, panting from exhaustion. But then something happened that made him widen his eyes in astonishment. A figure gradually emerged from the flames. Although scorched, that figure still stood firm and took strong, steady steps. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Despite being charred black, he could still easily lift Zassel. He angrily questioned him, "You want to trick me with these petty tricks?" It seemed he no longer wanted to drag things out but just wanted to finish him off. "I'll end you." In this moment of life and death, he himself had to admit, yes, he's right. At that moment, Zassel consecutively used 2 cloud blade techniques, summoning lightning directly onto himself. Even as he was struck by lightning, he seemed to have understood that to go further, he had to be willing to give up everything, including the body he currently inhabited. His actions made Hugh's eyes widen in astonishment. Immediately, Zassel delivered a devastating kick to him. After being struck directly by lightning, his inner strength seemed to have increased a bit. By using electricity to stimulate his body, his speed would skyrocket. At this moment, he had brought out every card he had to fight him. This was the trump card hidden until now. Without hesitation, he charged towards him with the fast spear, death strike move. Hugh himself didn't expect that Zassel still had the strength to fight him. At that moment, his spear pierced through him. However, he himself was also injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The one who fell now was not him, but Zassel. Meanwhile, he leisurely recovered and laughed, praising Zassel, "What a monster." After saying that, Hugh powerfully slammed Zassel to the ground. Knowing he couldn't fight Hugh now, he still hoped, "Please, just one last time." Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out and a powerful magical force struck Hugh, sending him flying. "You are still just a monster," cried Hugh. Severely wounded by this person, Hugh sat on the ground in a daze and exclaimed, "You!" This person then outright insulted Hugh. "How does it feel to crawl on the ground like a lowly insect?" Just as Hugh was about to say more, he was ultimately cut off by Nicolo. "Give it up." He directly blew Hugh up. On the ground, there was no longer any trace of his body, only a lingering red bloodstain. Nicolo stood in contemplation for a moment. He himself didn't expect Zassel alone could severely wound Hugh and buy time until reinforcements arrived. Unbelievable. Not only him, but Zassel had been able to push Cry to this point. He looked at Zassel, lying collapsed on the ground, and couldn't help but praise him. "Well done, Zassel. Your efforts have changed Endymion and Kin." At this moment, he could affirm one thing: now, no one doubts your strength. At this time, Zassel was trying to open his eyes, and when he saw the person in front of him, he let out a cry. Then he smiled and called out, "Hubert!" At the same time, Nicolo called him the rise of a hero. Time passed to 10 days later in a room. Despite his injuries, Zassel diligently practiced magic, even with the help of abundant magical flow and a sorcerer's body. I still haven't reached that level. So the power gap between us is this big. He recalled that day when he finally waited for reinforcements. If Nicolo hadn't appeared in time, he knew that if he hadn't waited, he would have died. After that battle, he understood that he thought he had become stronger, but the road ahead of him was still very long. At this moment, he thought of the Holy Dragon King again. But what did this mean? The Holy Dragon King had left a final message for him. Find the dragons. They will connect us. These words made him somewhat at a loss. How am I supposed to find dragons now? Zassel wondered. Everyone knows dragons are extinct. Are there any left now? A moment later, Hubert came to visit him and asked Han. Could it have been anyone other than the Empire? He immediately confirmed with certainty, yes. He recounted to him what Hiu had said to him. That person asked me why I thought the Empire was behind my father's death. Upon hearing this, he thoughtfully reminded Zassel, perhaps he's provoking you, but caution never hurts. We will secretly investigate this matter at the Fire Tower. Seeing him help him with this again, he couldn't help but exclaim happily, Thank you, Master. Hubert then said, the Tower Master was very worried. It's fortunate you returned safely. Suddenly, he gave something to Zassel, take this. Looking at the thing in his hand, he curiously asked, what's this? He immediately told him, an invitation to the royal banquet. On the day of the banquet, amidst the luxuriously dressed nobles, a weary voice was heard. Is it because I only ever wear loose clothes? Zassel was a little uncomfortable wearing the splendid outfit. I just can't get used to this type of clothing. Just then, someone suddenly called out loudly, Youngster. Darius approached him and joyfully rambled on, You seem to be all right, thank goodness. You've done another great thing this time. As your teacher and the Tower Master, nothing could make me happier than this. While the two were chatting intimately, someone else approached to greet them, Tower Master, long time no see. Knowing who it was, Darius politely inquired, Julian, are you well? You've actually appeared. Julian replied to her, but his eyes were fixed on Zassel. I couldn't bear not to meet the disciple who is at the center of all these rumors directly. His appearance made Zassel disbelieve his eyes. No way, is that Julian? Then he spoke up, asking, Are you Julian person? Seeing that Zassel recognized him, he was quite pleased and exclaimed, It's good that you know me, that makes things easier to talk about. From what he knew, the weapon master Julian person could wield 18 different types of weapons and was an aura master of transcendental level. Zassel was a little surprised that Julian wanted to talk to him. I can't believe such a person is approaching me. At this moment Julian asked, You gave that guy Cry a hard time, didn't you? He humbly replied, I was just lucky. However, Julian countered, If you have good skills, luck will also be on your side. Speaking of Cry's death, he seemed extremely satisfied. It's good that scoundrel was eliminated. Both him and his disciples were all trash. His attitude made Zassel secretly exclaim, This is the first time I've heard such vicious words from someone who isn't a mercenary in the palace. Darius, who had been silent until now, also chuckled, agreeing with Julian, Indeed, you're right. Then Julian suddenly touched Zassel's bicep and assessed, Are you practicing spear techniques? Your muscles are very firm. Zassel honestly replied, I've only just learned the basics. Suddenly, he took Zassel's hand and said, Fundamentals are very important, but formal training is still essential for breakthroughs. He placed a ring in his hand and instructed, When you feel the time is right, bring this ring to me. His actions made Zassel wonder, May I ask why you are so kind to me? Julian didn't answer directly, but jokingly replied amidst Darius's helpless sigh, What do you mean? Just consider that I'm helping a promising young talent develop. Looking at him, she could only criticize in her heart, you truly are a terrifying warrior dressed like a noble. At this moment, Zassel joyfully affirmed, I will definitely come to see you. Just then, a cry rang out, the brilliant sun, the ruler of Endymion. Alfonso and Hecate entered to the shouts of, Your Imperial Majesty. Both walked proudly amidst the respectful bows of everyone present. Hecate's eyes darted around as if searching for someone. As soon as she saw that person, she smiled sweetly. The person who made her smile was none other than Zassel. A moment later, Alfonso called out, Zassel's Amen, Hubert. He praised the two of them, with Niccolo below nodding in acknowledgement. You two have made significant contributions concerning our alliance with Kin and our recent victory. Now it was time for the award ceremony. Sir Hubert was granted 500 gold coins and 100 horses. I grant you the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the southern Endymion region. Upon receiving the reward, Hubert respectfully replied, I thank your highness for your decree. Then Alfonso turned to Zassel, as for Sir Zassel, 3,000 gold coins and the immense reward he bestowed upon Zassel made the boy quite surprised. 3 cities in the western Endymion region will be granted, and along with that, you will also be bestowed the title of Count. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone brought the documents for those 3 cities to him. These are the related documents and the names and locations of the 3 cities you will govern. He accepted the documents and respectfully replied, I thank your highness for your decree. He was currently overjoyed. Finally, he was thrilled with the results he'd received, a new territory. I've taken another step on the path to rebuilding my family, he thought. After completing the award ceremony, Alfonso raised a wine glass and declared, the ceremony is complete. Let the feast continue. He cheerfully raised his glass. It's time for everyone to fully enjoy this great victory. Everyone was now enjoying the feast. They danced together and chatted lively. Hecate, meanwhile, sat quietly in the place of honor. Her maid approached and asked, What are you thinking about, princess? She pointed towards one side of the hall and replied, There, over there. She looked at Zassel, surrounded by a crowd of noble ladies and princes, and said, Count Zamen is quite popular, isn't he? He needs to learn how to refuse when he's uncomfortable. What should I do? Her maid suddenly suggested, How about you invite him to dance? She didn't immediately agree to the suggestion, but simply said, First, let's wait and see. Hecate, showing understanding, remarked, When interacting with a younger man, they say one shouldn't be too pushy. Isn't it the older person's responsibility to be patient and wait? Her words confused her close maid, who asked, Your Highness, where did you learn that? Meanwhile, Zassel was trying to escape the noble ladies surrounding him. Excuse me. They looked in the direction he was going and murmured, Is the Count coming this way? Suddenly, he extended his hand forward and respectfully called out, Your Highness, Princess. He actually invited Hecate to dance with him. If you don't mind, would you care to dance with me? Hecate didn't refuse. Instead, she turned to her close maid and smugly said, See? I told you so. A moment later, the two of them danced hand in hand. While dancing, Hecate suddenly spoke, Sir Zassel, is there something you wish to ask me? Zassel didn't hesitate to ask, The other day you said you'd keep an eye on me. May I ask why you said that? Hecate smiled hesitantly and replied, Well, it's because your talent far surpasses your age. And the second reason? Suddenly, she gently touched Zassel's face and softly said, Your face. Her action made him blush and exclaim, Huh? Meanwhile, she flirted with him without any shyness. People really love someone with a handsome face like yours. Hecate frankly praised Zassel's appearance. Your face is handsome, exactly my type. Her uninhibited honesty made Zassel blush and exclaim, Your Highness, your praise for me is a bit too much. Suddenly, she hugged his waist and asked suggestively, I wonder if you know this. At this moment, she was like a sly man flirting with the one they desired, but women don't say such things to men they don't like. Moreover, she smiled and said, And I'm not one of those who expect an immediate response. I only hope that you will return my feelings. A moment later, Zassel, flustered, went to sit by the fountain and pondered Hakett's confession to him. I already know what kind of person she is, but I didn't expect her to say something so flowery to me. He already knew her status, Heket Radmos, the king's only blood relative, the woman closest to the throne. He could also foresee the benefits if he married her. Considering her background, accepting her feelings would be the best choice, but... However, he was still a bit confused. I still don't know what my feelings for her are. Just then, someone approached Zassel. Seeing that it was Alan, he immediately greeted him. "Oh, Mr. Alan." He smiled and said, "Please forgive me for interrupting." Hearing him say that, he calmly replied, "It's nothing, I was just thinking a little." Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to speak frankly. "That's good then. So, I'm here to discuss a proposal with you, Count Zassel." His words made him a bit curious, exclaiming, "A proposal?" And he said 3 words, "The bet." The next sentence Alan uttered with an extremely cold expression was, "I hope it ends soon." This made Zassel confused. The next day, Darius was holding something in her hand and coldly demanded, "I was wondering why that old man kept all these letters. Let's end this bet." Alan had also instructed last night, informed the Tower Lords. Zassel recalled his words and couldn't help but sigh. "I expected this, but it happened sooner than I thought." Back with Darius, she spoke up and asked, "What do you think, youngest one?" Zassel looked at the system board and said, "Originally, the bet was planned to last 3 years." At this moment, the system had a new notification: mission, reach Alan Page's level within 3 years. Completion reward, ancient relic of the Master of Spear Arts, high-grade mana stone. Consumption, X1. After reading that board, he continued, "I don't think we need to wait any longer, ma'am." Darius agreed with him without hesitation. "All right, then let's go to that place." A moment later, at the arena, operating with a 6th-level magic, it was a battleground equipped with a magic shield, capable of withstanding even the blows of an experienced or a swordsman. Zassel was currently there, feeling quite nervous. In my previous life, I could only become a 2nd-level mage, so I never thought I'd come to this arena. By then, Darius was activating something and loudly reminded, "Start right now." Melville was also doing the same as she, while smilingly replying, "Let's see how much longer you can put on airs." Then he announced, "This is a shield created by the 2 masters of the magic tower using body-protecting magic." A shield was created around the arena, and inside the shield, his voice echoed with delight, "So there's no need to worry about destroying the surroundings. Feel free to use all your strength." On the arena, only Alan and Zassel remained. Looking at Alan, Zassel, without any self-doubt, was certain, even if he is a genius, that people call the Mage of Mages. But now, in terms of skill, his level and mine are not that far apart. There was one thing he learned from experience, and the most important thing when fighting an opponent of the same caliber is distance. His gaze became resolute with the thought, "I must." Alan's cold gaze met his. At that moment, Zassel proactively attacked Alan with the aim of closing the distance between them. "Go." This situation put Alan on high alert, as he assessed, "I have a feeling my opponent is a knight or a swordsman. He's not a fellow mage like myself." This shows he's confident in his own firepower and endurance. Despite his caution, the fire tower's firepower was intense, so perhaps its power surpassed that of the ice tower, but he himself didn't hesitate to engage in combat, using the Ice Rain spell. His attack thoroughly satisfied Zassel, who exclaimed, as expected of Alan, "The casting speed of his magic is terrifyingly fast." Even so, he wasn't intimidated and confronted him. However, the Fire Rain spell was unleashed, and the 2 hot and cold magic streams collided. Flames erupted everywhere, but Darius calmly enjoyed the fight. Melville was quite impressed with Rasso's ability. He immediately mimicked Alan's magic casting method. "That's quite impressive." On the dusty arena floor, Rasso lunged out from the smoke. At this moment, he took the initiative. "This time, it's my turn to attack." The next spell he unleashed to attack Alan was Fire Lightning. A sky-shattering explosion occurred, but fortunately, Alan quickly retreated. Rasso, of course, left him no escape. Just for a moment? Do you mean you won't let me get close to you until the battle ends? Then I have to block your escape route first. Another bombardment spell was unleashed, earthquake, and instantly, the ground beneath Alan's feet exploded. At this moment, Rasso had enough confidence to be sure, in this situation, even if it's Alan, it'll be difficult to maintain distance from me. He was about to create another large explosion with the intention, let's continue to pressure him like this. However, before he could, the air was suddenly filled with coldness, and Alan whispered, "Khan." As the next word left his lips, the ground was immediately covered in ice and snow, freeze. The situation was now that Alan had covered the ground with ice. His action thrilled Rasso. He froze the ground to prevent the earthquake. He looked at him and thought, what a monster. At the same time, he spoke coldly, Sir Rasso, it ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack, while Rasso quickly erected a screen of fire. Just as he was focused on creating fire, he suddenly felt Alan's ice envelop him. This is... When did he? How can I move like this? What Alan used was called ice solidification. Darius knew exactly what it was and smirked, asking Melville, someone taught him the Ice Tower's secret technique, didn't they? Melville replied calmly, in the future, Alan will become the master of the Ice Tower, so this makes sense, doesn't it? At this moment, Alan called out, Rasso. He said coldly, honestly, you've made incredible progress. I wanted to see what else you could do, but... Confidently, he declared, the Tower Master is waiting, so I'll have to stop here for now. We'll fight again next time. Then he used a large source of magic power to attack Rasso, intending to end the match early. Seeing that magic power surged towards him, Rasso showed no fear. Instead, he grumbled, I didn't want to reveal my true self. A moment later, a powerful aftershock appeared in the arena, shaking everything outside it. Rasso now seemed to have entered a dragon transformation state, and he teleported towards Alan. He himself felt danger but couldn't do anything. What's happening? A violent, frenzied aura. My muscles can't move. Darius in the stands uttered 3 words, Dragon Sphere. Melville then excitedly blurted out, it's not for nothing that I said his case is talent doesn't wait for age. Looking at Rasso in his dragon transformation state, he asked curiously, so he's really a descendant of the dragon race? Darius himself couldn't believe Rasso's dragon transformation state and exclaimed, no way, I'm sure the kid's parents are both normal people. Hearing that, Melville said, then there's only one answer. On the arena floor, Rasso was unleashing his fire dragon power. Seeing him like that, Melville guessed that among the ancestors of the Raymond family, there was someone of a high-ranking dragon race. At this moment, Alan had flown up from the ground. He felt magic power from Rasso. That magic was enough to make his whole body tremble. Although he knew he couldn't underestimate his magic power, he still wanted to fight to the end. You're not the only one hiding power, Rasso. Now Rasso looked at the icy power surrounding him and realized, beast domain, at this level, it could even freeze an entire army. Of course, he wasn't intimidated and intended to charge straight in. If I break this magic, I'll win. As for Alan, it seemed he didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to make his move. Let's end it here. A surge of icy magic rushed towards Rasso. Chilling winds blew through every pore and hair of Rasso, making him feel cold, a shiver that not only froze mana but also time. He gripped his spear, intending to do something. If he were to suddenly cut through this icy magic, it would be very difficult to break this magic if it weren't for his combat experience with Cry Hill. This made Alan exclaim in utter horror, what? At this moment, Rasso leaped high into the air. Alan saw him preparing to attack but couldn't do anything, too fast. I don't have time to use warp, I need to block the blow quickly, otherwise. And so, a thunderous explosion occurred. Alan lay on the ground trembling as the spear pointed directly at his face. It seemed Rasso had won this match. Without any anger at losing, Alan sighed helplessly and mused inwardly, just as I expected, it ended up like this. He looked at Rasso and exclaimed, I lost. Immediately, the system displayed a notification: quest completed. You will receive high-grade mana stones. A relic from the Age of Gods will be transferred via Hemingway. The match ended. Darius turned around. She seemed to be preparing to leave. But before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Melville, you have to prepare the relic from the Age of Gods, right, old man? Teased by her, he replied angrily, I admit I lost this bet, okay? Of course, he would deliver what he had promised if Rasso won, as the owner of the Spear Tower. Of course, I'll keep my word. I can't believe I lost. This is the relic from the Age of Gods as promised. Seeing him actually take out that item, Darius said with satisfaction, I can't believe you actually took it out, old man. Did you bet all your capital this time? A little later, in the carriage, Rasso re-examined the treasure he had just obtained, Araka's sewing kit. According to the information he knew, a relic from the Age of Gods, mimicking the goddess Araka's ability to cut and sew space. Additionally, there was a knife that could cut through time and space, a dagger that could cut through space. But with a prior intention, he infused magic power into these two items, and he realized another effect if he did so with the thread connecting the dagger and the needle to sew space. There was also another use: it could connect tangible space with the space captured by the dagger. This treasure delighted Rasso immensely. Even just cutting space was extraordinary. Could they be combined? If used well, it could be very useful for ambushes or defense. Just then, the driver loudly announced, We've arrived, sir. That person announced, Autumn Moon Castle. Inside the castle, weapons were displayed everywhere. The castle's owner seemed quite happy to see Rasso appear here. Oh, you're here, Rasso, thanks for visiting. Jillian spoke up and asked, I heard you defeated Alan. Rasso humbly replied, it was just luck, rumors spread so quickly. Then he looked around and asked, Is this your workplace? Jillian heard that and replied, That's right, why do you ask? He didn't hesitate to say, Because this place is full of weapons, it looks more like a training room. Jillian heard that and smiled, saying, At first, it wasn't like this, but with constant training, it accumulated over time. He touched a spear on the rack and asked, I heard you use a spear, right? Rasso quickly replied, Yes. After hearing him, he suddenly gave him a spear and commanded, Take it. This action made him wonder, Why are you suddenly giving me this? Jillian casually warmed up and chuckled, saying, To guide someone properly, the most important thing is to know their skill level, so let's warm up, show me what you've got. Hearing this, Rasso suddenly remembered the letter he had received from him, an invitation from Sir Jillian. Now he understood, so this was why he suddenly sent him an invitation. Since he was already here, he didn't mind fighting a match, and well, this was a good opportunity to be taught by a weapon master. Moreover, he was a little excited. If he could take this opportunity to improve his spear fighting skills, it would be a great help for his future. Seeing Rasso's spirited attitude, Jillian exclaimed, Good eye, I'll let you go first. Hearing him give way, he immediately rushed forward and shouted, Then I won't refuse. The old castle echoed with crashing sounds of fighting. Rasso was sent flying far away. It seemed he had taken quite a beating from Jillian. Even without using magic, he couldn't believe Sir could defeat him so easily. He looked at his stern face and couldn't help but exclaim, Truly a weapon master. At this moment, he spoke up and asked, So, what do you think? Then he frankly assessed his spear skills, excellent eyesight and flexible thinking, but it seems you have no talent for spear fighting. However, he had to praise his self-study. I'm very impressed that you've learned this much on your own. At this point, he gave a mysterious smirk and muttered to himself, This kid. He himself admired Rasso, very interesting. As for Rasso, he had no idea he was being highly praised, and was only wondering to himself, should I just use magic? Suddenly Jillian asked, You didn't expect me to teach you for free, did you? He made an offer, I will train you for a week, and in return, you must fight our knights. This offer made Rasso think, fighting the knights, it's not a bad offer, but just fighting won't make a draw. He naturally agreed, but with a condition. All right, deal, I have a request. This made Jillian quite curious, a request. Later in the training yard, the summoned knights were buzzing with chatter. what's going on? It's rare to see all the knights gathered. I heard it's because Sir Rasso is visiting. They talked about Rasso. Isn't Rasso a mage, the one who blew off Cry Hill's arm? I heard he has horns on his head and breathes fire. Just as they were gossiping, ridiculous, that would make it a circus, someone suddenly rushed to remind them, shush, quiet down, the Lord is coming, and immediately the knights collectively said, greetings, my lord. Jillian got straight to the point, everyone's gathered, from today on, you will fight 2 matches with young Rasso here. His announcement left the knights confused and bewildered. The first match will be with magic and aura. The second match will not. At this point, they started buzzing again, we'll fight without magic or aura. Wouldn't that be a clear disadvantage for Sir Rasso? Actually, this type of training was suggested by Rasso. The purpose of this training session is to improve skills rather than experience, so not using magic would be better. At that moment, he greeted everyone, I'm Rasso, and I hope to learn from all of you. So, can we start now? At this moment, a knight stepped forward, ready to duel Rasso. He coldly introduced himself, I am Roakin, a 4th-rank knight. It is an honor for me to cross swords with a hero like you here. Rasso smiled and replied, let's begin right away. Hearing that, Roakin said gravely, in that case. Rasso's eyes, full of caution, stared at him. Suddenly, he lunged at him. This speed made him exclaim, he's fast. As the two fought, he was somewhat impressed by Rohakin's skill. Such a perfect stance, as if it came right out of a swordplay manual. A 4th-rank knight, yet so skilled? Truly, as expected from a knight trained by Sir Gillian. However, he wasn't intimidated, but a thwack sound echoed, and Roakin was knocked backward. With the spear point aimed at his face, Rasso asked, do you want to continue? Roakin, convinced, replied, no, I accept my defeat. After the duel, the knights were again astonished and abuzz about Rasso's abilities. Did everyone see his footwork? So, there was a reason he wanted to use a spear instead of magic. Hearing those murmurs, Zillion had to tell himself that they were all openly surprised. He knew well, it's only natural for one's pride to be hurt after losing to a mage. Especially in a battle based on martial arts like this. He recalled the conditions Zassel had mentioned before fighting the knights. I will spar with the knights, but please allow me to fight them without using magic. Initially, he thought he only accepted this offer because he found it interesting. But who would have thought that offer would make the knights' fighting spirit flare up so much? Yet it became a huge boost for everyone. Just then, a swordsman stepped forward and expressed his desire to fight Zassel. Would you mind if I sparred with you? This offer from Vincent surprised everyone. They couldn't believe Sir Vincent wanted to fight him. He's a 2nd-rank knight. This means he thinks even 3rd-rank knights couldn't handle Sir Zassel. Zassel looked at him and assessed, a 2nd-rank knight, strong enough to contend with a vice-captain of the Knight Order. And of course, he was happy to fight him. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Moreover, he was very much looking forward to it. This will be a wonderful experience. As time passed into the evening, laughter and chatter echoed inside the castle. I can't believe you managed to draw with Sir Vincent. It seems I've underestimated you. Zassel walked behind Zillion and humbly replied, I just got lucky. Hearing him say that, Zillion exclaimed, lucky again? Suddenly, he asked, if you had used magic there, do you think Vincent would have had a chance to win against you? This question made him struggle to answer, that. He believed, you're not affirming it? Well, even if Vincent were a 1st-rank knight, the outcome would still be the same. Of course, Zassel also acknowledged his words, he's not wrong. I'm already a 5-ring mage, which puts me on par with a Grandmaster Knight. At this moment, both of them stood before an iron door. Zillion sternly reminded, don't underestimate yourself too much. They say excessive humility can lead to arrogance. Upon hearing that, Zassel replied, I'll remember that. At this moment, he opened the gate and said, besides that. The gate opened as he said, now it's time for me to show you your gift. Behind the gate was a library filled with books. Zillion explained, these are all the books I've collected from across this continent. In my youth. He pointed out the type of book Zassel needed. Books on swordsmanship are on the left side. Zassel looked around and exclaimed, "That's amazing." Meanwhile, he told him, "Choose a book to study." So he quickly searched for the book he needed. "If I look too closely, it'll take too much time. For now, I should focus on finding a direction for swordsmanship." A moment later, Zassel brought the book he needed to Zillion. Seeing this, he asked, "You've chosen a book on swordsmanship, have you?" He presented 2 books and said, "I'm deliberating between these 2 books." As soon as he saw the covers of the 2 books, he realized, it's the 6-stage skybreaking method and La Mancha. He said that they were both excellent spear arts books. Afterwards, he also explained the effects of the first book. The 6-stage skybreaking method is harder to learn, but if mastered, it can become one of the strongest spear arts. And for the second book, La Mancha is a refined spear art, so being able to use it without unnecessary movements is a big plus. At this point, Zillion also suggested, "However, I would recommend choosing the 6-stage skybreaking method." Hearing that, Zassel hesitantly spoke up, "I'll choose." He chose the opposite of Zillion's recommendation. This book. Seeing this, he wasn't too surprised and exclaimed, "La Mancha?" Then he explained, "As a mage, I think a refined spear art that can be flexibly used based on the situation would suit me better than a powerful spear art." Hearing that, Zillion thought to himself, so he chose based on rationality instead of a powerful martial art. Indeed, a mage's thinking is different. Of course, he supported Zassel's decision. "I respect your choice. In that case, you should conquer La Mancha." Seeing that he truly gave him this book without hesitation, Zassel felt a bit bewildered. He gives me a book like this without hesitation. I feel this every time I meet him. He truly is very generous. As if understanding what he was thinking, he immediately reminded him, "Don't forget you have to spar with the knights, okay?" Hearing that, he also remembered, right, it's not free." Time passed until winter, on the familiar carriage rattling down the road. Zassel sat inside the carriage, holding a treasure in his hand and practicing, swinging, slashing, thrusting, parrying. He closed his eyes and practiced alone, basic moves coming together to form a flow. In the middle of his practice, he suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes and told himself, "I'm stuck here again." He put the treasure into his coat pocket and thought, "It's been a year and a half since I received La Mancha from Sir Zillion. Just remembering its form is already an accomplishment." Zassel knew what he needed to do to improve his spear art, but to perfect this spear art, I need to realize its true meaning. To do that, I'll need absolute focus, but there are too many external distractions. Just then, the system appeared, notifying him, "Quest, become a 6-ring mage. Overcome the wall you are facing and become a true 6-ring mage. Reward, highest grade mana stone, consumable, X1, high grade mana stone, consumable, X5, mid grade mana stone, consumable, X5, low grade mana stone, consumable, X20. Reward for completing the 6th magic circle." After reading the notification, Zassel thought seriously. Becoming a 6-ring mage is an issue related to training and enlightenment. There's no quick solution for it. He remembered the words of the Holy Dragon King again, "Their existence will link me to you. You will become the master and hope of the remaining dragons in this world." From that statement, he had also begun searching for where dragons were, and how am I supposed to find traces of dragons now? Well, I've already checked ancient texts and found 4 places where I might find traces of dragons. He had looked at the first 2 places. I've checked 2 places, but there's nothing. Only 2 places remained, the Red Mountain Range and Corin Island. Those were the places he hadn't searched yet, both of them. Zassel considered the 2 places. Corin seemed more logical, but exploring it at his current level would be too dangerous. So he decided, I'll postpone going to Corin Island until I become a 6-ring mage. And for now, I'll head to the Red Mountain Range. This time, I'll explore the underground world. He had actually discussed this with Darius, and she had asked him back, "You're planning to go underground?" He answered directly and confidently, "Yes." Hearing that, she reminded him, the underground is where the dwarves reside. Humans cannot easily enter that place. Of course, Zassel had anticipated this, I know. Seeing that he had planned everything, she could only ponder for a moment. Then she suggested, if you must go, go ask YJ, the master of the White Magic Tower. Hearing that, Zassel asked again, the master of the White Magic Tower? Darius said, yes, she's a demigod with half-elven blood, perhaps she'd know something. Back in reality, Zassel had arrived where he needed to be. He stared at the castle and thought to himself, a dwarf is part of the elven race, what she said makes sense. Just then, he sensed someone rushing towards him. So he quickly turned around, on guard. At the same time, Darius, at his mansion, suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I forgot to tell Zassel, I wonder if they've met yet. Returning to Zassel, Unsen suddenly rushed out and hugged him. His appearance made Zassel exclaim in surprise, Lord Unsen? Unsen was quite happy to see him again. Long time no see, Junior. A little later, he went somewhere with Unsen and curiously asked, so you also signed up to research the underground world? He replied casually, I thought I'd be quite lonely because this isn't a prominent research location, but with you here, it won't be boring. After that, he wondered about something else. Have you ever met the master of the White Tower? He calmly replied, of course. Zassel asked again, what kind of person is she? Unsen pondered for a moment and replied, how should I put it? As he followed Unsen to meet the master of the White Tower, he heard him mysteriously say, she's like a cute person, but quite eccentric. Well, you'll understand when you meet her. As soon as he stepped into a luxurious room. Just standing at the doorway, Zassel was quite startled. What kind of room is this? Seeing everything decorated inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, how cute. At this moment, the person sitting on the chair spoke up, welcome. While Unsen bowed to this person, Zassel was so surprised he froze. Unsen and Emilia, the master of the White Tower, the little girl looked at Zassel and asked, Zassel Draymond, right, Emilia Merwin, master of the White Tower. The person sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, holding a giant rabbit, was Emilia Merwin, master of the White Tower, controller of the Wind Spirit. Zassel's eyes scanned the room, then he wondered, I wonder if she's a hybrid of elven and human blood. From her, I can feel a rather pure amount of magic. Those things can only be felt from elves with pure souls. At that moment, Unsen next to him laughed heartily in admiration. The White Tower Master is truly talented. She can remember the names of all important people, so this young man must be quite important. No sooner had he finished speaking, Emilia rode her plush rabbit into the air and continued, compared to that, one could say. The little girl flew in front of Zassel, assessing him. You have many mysterious qualities? Emilia said as she moved closer to him, specifically, I sense quite a powerful magic on you. Being approached so closely by the little girl, he exclaimed in surprise, Tower Master, you. However, the little girl didn't hear his cry and continued to ponder. I see, I understand now. Emilia looked up and smiled faintly, stating her deduction, so you've formed a soul contract with a spirit, haven't you? Being seen through by the little girl, Zassel was a little surprised. Yes, just as the Tower Master said. Though he pretended to be calm, inwardly he felt a flicker of worry and mumbled, no one has ever known that I've formed a contract with a spirit before. Just then, Emilia suddenly made a suggestion, so would you like me to summon the spirit you've contracted with? Zassel, puzzled, quickly asked back, may I ask your reason for doing so? Seeing him so ignorant, the little girl explained with a hint of helplessness, the underground world you intend to enter, it's safe to say it's not a place one can enter normally. Basically, there must be a special way. When you want to go there, you must be lucky enough to find a hidden spatial gate. Or you need to obtain a meticulously detailed map of that location, only then can the spatial gate you're looking for appear. Hearing that, Zassel seemed to understand the issue and continued to inquire further, but I don't have those things currently. So, your point is that I'll need to awaken the power of the spirit's soul to be able to go there? Emilia looked at his hand radiating power and replied, you've understood some of it. Immediately after, from the flame of power that Zazzle radiated, the small dragon pepper instantly appeared, startling Emilia, who exclaimed, "Oh my, what an animal!" And then, a second later, the girl hugged it excitedly, smiling brightly, "You're too cute." This is also a mutated spirit beast, and the soul power of this spirit beast is also at the intermediate level. What's your name, kid? Scene change. At the same time, at another magnificent and splendid castle under the starry night sky. In his room, Bismarck was currently trimming a bonsai pot. Suddenly, his trimming motion paused for a moment because of something. Bismarck calmly sensed what was present beside him and inquired, "I know you're different from Hypnos, you know how to behave properly, you wouldn't bother me without a reason. Now tell me, what business brings you here at this hour?" He softly called the name of the one who had just appeared in his room. Before the skull of the ferryman cultist, to conclude his question. "Karen." He calmly replied to Bismarck, "It's just for business. Hypnos, your transaction manager, is busy, so I had to come here as a substitute." Hearing that, he had no choice but to drop the matter and accept the item from Karen, sighing softly, "Ah, I see. Has it already been 5 years?" What he handed to Bismarck was an apple with a slightly different color from normal apples. Karen watched him slowly bring the apple to his mouth to enjoy it, mumbling, "That's right, it's time for you to use that." As Bismarck absorbed the apple, a surge of vitality immediately radiated, enveloping him. Bismarck felt his body changing and, filled with hope, said, "I understand now. If I can continuously find something this good, then in the future, achieving immortality won't be difficult. However, currently, its side effects are still quite numerous, so there are many limitations." He then suddenly remembered something and asked Karen, "Oh, do you know about Daria's disciple having gone to Blood Mountain Gorge?" He promptly replied, "I always pay attention to matters related to people who were burned to death. I know you're worried about something related to that. That gorge is adjacent to the Amazon rainforest." Based on Bismarck's question, Karen stated his deduction about him, "Perhaps what you're worried about is that child causing some trouble. This is what you're worried about, isn't it?" Bismarck tiredly rubbed his neck and replied to him, "That's right, everything is so annoying. I'm very worried about it." Hearing that, Karen quickly reassured him, revealing, "Don't think too much about that. The location where that is taking place is the central part of the mountain, quite far from the forest. Without guidance, that place cannot be found." However, a second later, he seemed worried as he expressed, "But the situation is still quite complicated because everyone is heading there, so nothing can be predicted." Hearing these words, Bismarck was a bit suspicious. What do you mean?" But Karen did not answer his question and hurriedly wanted to leave. "All right, just think lightly about everything. For now, I'll only say this much, because besides this job, I still have a lot of other things to do." Before leaving, he also didn't forget to complain inwardly, "Indeed, talking to those who worship evil gods is truly difficult." Ending the conversation with Karen, Bismarck returned to his bonsai pot and mused about a few things. "All right, if I can ascend to the throne someday, then I will." However, his words were swallowed back before he could finish, replaced by a look of surprise. "Huh?" Bismarck looked at his bonsai tree, which had become a dead tree, and chuckled to himself, "Anyway, you need to hurry up with everything you have to do." Scene change. In a barren desert, a horse-drawn carriage was speeding forward accompanied by the sound of conversation. "Fortunately, you were here. Thanks to your guidance, I've arrived in the underworld as planned." As that person finished speaking, the image of Emilia cradling Pepper in her arms immediately appeared. "Thanks to this spirit beast, it can sense the aura of dwarves in the ground, that's why you'll be able to find your way to the underworld." Ending the flashback, Vaso, stroking young Pepper who was lying on his lap, replied to Yuzan, "I didn't really do anything, everything was thanks to Pepper here, more accurately." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound immediately rang out from outside the carriage, attracting Yuzan's attention. He looked at the scenery with houses built everywhere on the cliffside and said, "It seems we've arrived. Blood Mountain Gorge." Vaso, from inside the carriage, looked out the window and quietly mused, even though I'm in the carriage and quite far from the mountain range, I can already feel an immense mystical power flowing through every inch of soil and every rock here. With Pepper bothering him beside him, he was filled with satisfaction mixed with anticipation. This is truly a land rich in spiritual energy. If I'm lucky, I might find traces of dragons here. And Yuzan, seemingly seeing through his intention, suggested, I think we should go to the gorge and get straight to work. There's no need to waste time in this city. What do you think? And of course, without much thought, Vaso immediately agreed with him. All right, I think so too. A moment later, the two arrived at an empty plot of land in the gorge and stood facing each other. He was the first to speak. Shall we begin? Saying that, Vaso tossed Pepper into the air, ordering it, Pepper, use your senses to find the aura of dwarfs here. Following his command, it darted into the air, its eyes glowing with dazzling light as it sensed the aura. On the ground below, Yuzan watched Pepper flying in a zigzag pattern with a bit of doubt, wondering if the little one could sense the dwarf's aura deep underground from such a height. Vaso calmly reassured him, don't worry, it will definitely sense it. Suddenly, Yuzan discovered something and exclaimed, Huh, what's that? They watched in panic as a flock of birds chased Pepper, causing a commotion. A flock of eagles? They seemed to be trying to attack Pepper. Just as Yuzan summoned his magic, preparing to unleash a spell, let me handle those eagles. Vaso suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Sir, don't be hasty. He asked with some confusion, what do you mean? Those eagles aren't easy to deal with. They intend to attack Pepper. However, as soon as he finished speaking, those eagles were immediately counterattacked by Pepper. Witnessing this scene, Yuzan was a bit startled, while Vaso proudly declared, but it's fine, Pepper will know how to take them down. Back to young Pepper, at that moment, it took a deep breath, so deep that its belly swelled as if it had swallowed a gas canister. And then, it exhaled forcefully, spitting out a huge flame that incinerated those eagles into roasted birds. After that moment, it danced around joyfully. The two of them just chuckled looking at it, truly a fire dragon, indeed. At this moment, Pepper's eyes suddenly detected something. Vaso watched it continuously chirping and speculated, now it seems it's dedicated itself to finding traces of the dwarves. A little later, he and Yuzan followed Pepper's guidance, crossing a gorge full of holes. Seeing them, he assessed with some surprise, looking at this gorge, there are over 300 caves. Yuzan frowned slightly, somewhat seriously asserting, even though I've investigated, I didn't think there would be this many. This makes the path to the underworld even more difficult. They kept walking until Pepper pointed to one of those caves. Oh, it seems it has found the place. At this moment, Yuzan immediately conjured a small sphere. He quickly threw it inside the cave to scout ahead. Watching the sphere continuously roll forward, he said, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary cave. Vaso also noticed the cave's peculiarity and added, there are no stalactites here, nor any cool air, only stuffy heat. He looked at the deep, dark scenery inside and mused, this cave must be man-made. Saying that, Vaso gently stroked his chin, speculating on the situation, so, this could be an entrance, or perhaps they deliberately made it to mislead people looking for the underworld. However, we still need to check it to verify everything. Seeing his expression, Yuzan approached with a hint of amusement, patting his head to reassure him, why are you so serious about everything? Just relax. But if there's a trap, it'll be incredibly troublesome. Hearing his words, Vaso's mood also relaxed a bit, and he gave a gentle smile. He smiled confidently and resolutely decided, it's fine. Since we've found our way here, we need to go in and see everything the dwarves have prepared for us. Scene change. Inside the cave, there was a loud rumbling sound of something moving, shaking the entire cave. Yuzan hurriedly ran forward, annoyed, damn it, how many traps did they set? Vaso, chasing after him, quickly replied, it's 15 so far. Hearing that, Yuzan angrily yelled, those boastful guys. At that moment, Vaso, running behind him, was also a bit confused because things weren't as he thought. He'd assumed those traps would be easy to break with magic. Unexpectedly, there were magic tools controlling magic power everywhere in the cave. There's no other way, I'll have to transform into a dragon. Just as Vaso was about to carry out his plan, a strange, invisible thread suddenly swept through his mind. This is magic power. Thinking that, Vaso instinctively stopped running and thought, even though it's faint, I'm sure I felt magic power. Yuzin, running ahead, saw him stop and, puzzled, called out, Vaso, what are you wandering around for? He didn't answer him. Instead, he unleashed a large amount of magic to summon a fire spear, secretly deducing, if that's the case, then the magic power control devices would be scattered throughout the cave, not just here. There's only one reason. Immediately after, Vaso instantly slashed a few spear strikes forward. After his attack, the wall beside them immediately collapsed. Yuzin stared blankly at what was before him and exclaimed, This is... Vaso smiled proudly and boasted, I think I found it. He looked at the gate radiating abundant magic power in front of him and exclaimed, the path to the underworld, a teleportation gate. Having said that, Vaso recalled the sensation of sensing magic power earlier and silently affirmed, no matter how excellent the dwarves' technique is, they can't cross spaces without using magic power. So there are no magic power control devices in the teleportation gate area. Yuzin, thoroughly pleased, put a hand on Vaso's shoulder and praised, You did well. A teleportation gate created by dwarves is definitely worth putting in the report. A moment later, the previously normal teleportation gate suddenly fluctuated. Yuzin and Vaso carefully stepped through the gate to enter the world beyond. Before them now was a world without sunlight, yet it glowed with an ethereal blue hue of magic power from the pillars in the town. This is the underworld. Vaso carefully stepped down the entrance leading into the town and was somewhat surprised as he assessed, I thought this place would be tiny since it's just an underground city, but surprisingly, it's as vast as the capital city of Endymion. As he was momentarily distracted, a voice rang out, catching his attention, It's been a long time since humans came here. Before him were the dwarves Mage and Jin. Mage was the first to speak, praising, Humans don't easily find the teleportation gate. Jin quickly followed up, inquiring, Did someone from the clan give you a map, or did you make a pact with a spirit? Mage didn't need to know Vaso's answer and quickly interjected, Anyway, since you're here, we'll treat you as a guest. They were so enthusiastic that as soon as one finished speaking, the other continued, If you intend to enter the city, please follow us. I'll lead the way for you. Mage and Jin laughed and playfully encouraged, Get excited. It's much more interesting in the city than it is here. They just didn't know that Vaso, at this moment, was silently exclaiming with unclear emotions, They're dwarves. He smiled widely with delight, cheering in his heart, How funny. And then, Jin, acting as a guide, led him on a tour, explaining, Look at those glowing stones on the ceiling. Mage quickly chimed in, presenting, They've been there for hundreds of years, but they still shine like stars. Next was a series of actions introducing objects to Vaso. Mage spoke first, This is mithril armor, and Jin followed. This meat is brewed from underground rock. He watched the two of them, one speaking and the other chiming in, and mumbled, a bit helplessly, It doesn't sound like guidance, more like showing off. Suddenly, a familiar large, rough hand reached out and placed itself on Vaso's shoulder. All right. Yuzin, who had just appeared, reminded him, Even though we're traveling together, our research objectives are different, aren't they? His eyes at this moment expressed, I want to see the dwarven training methods. But Vaso didn't realize and asked back, That's right, but why? And without a moment's hesitation, Yuzin immediately ran after Jin and left. From now on, let's split up and act independently. Vaso, flustered, quickly called out, Yuzin, let me go with you. But he didn't listen and said goodbye, see you back here in 3 weeks. As he stood there stunned, Mage from behind patted him and asked, Where are you going? He didn't need to know if Vaso agreed or not and just pulled him along, Come on, we have so many more things to show you. Vaso, being dragged along unwillingly, forced a smile and replied, I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, he discovered something and widened his eyes, exclaiming, "That is." Before him was an imposing fire dragon statue. Come on. With that thought, Vaso immediately struck up a conversation with Miji. Miji, I heard the legend says that the underworld is protected by two dragons. Is that true? Hearing him mention this story, he immediately let go of him and revealed, that story is truly epic. The white dragon, who governs iron and wind, bestowed us with iron blessings, while the fire dragon, who governs fire, granted us fire blessings. From Miji's story, Vaso seemed to understand the origin of what he was seeing, which is why statues of those two dragons are placed here. But that wasn't all. Miji continued to reveal another interesting piece of information to him. When the fire dragon bestowed its power upon us, they say it was once here thousands of years ago. Hearing that, Vaso immediately felt a glimmer of hope, thinking, if that dragon was truly once here, there must still be traces of its spirit. Without further ado, he immediately asked Miji, are outsiders allowed into the shrine? He replied unreservedly, I was planning to take you there at the end, but the order doesn't matter. Follow me. On their path, besides the light from the rocks, there was also the sound and red-hot glow of the iron forge. Miji led him through the forge area, continuing his guide-like presentation, explaining that the weapons sold in the underworld were on a completely different level from those found in ordinary forges. Mia's favorite weapon, the famous beast King Kurin, was also forged by our ancestors. Vaso listened to him speak while looking around and said, but it seems there are not only dwarves here. Miji quickly continued, looking at those who were not dwarves and explaining, most elves live in the forest. They only come here when they need to trade or buy materials. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, attracting him, benefactor. He looked towards the person who had called him and recognized them, exclaiming in surprise, Lady Ilo. She approached him radiantly and greeted him, I'm so glad to see you again, benefactor. As Ilo finished speaking, another person appeared beside her and approached, you are the young man who helped Ilo, aren't you? He happily extended his hand to greet him, introducing himself, I am Scan, elder of the White Willow tribe. He quickly reached out to shake his hand and continued, I am Vaso Zeman from the Endymion Fire Tower of Magic. As their hands met, Scan's eyes gleamed with interest and he murmured to himself, I heard you helped Ilo, so I was curious what kind of person you are. He felt the flow of magic in Vaso's body and quietly sighed, I feel like I'm standing in front of a volcano. I never thought a human could possess such pure magic. After finishing his greeting with Scan, he turned his attention to Ilo beside him, oh, Lady Ilo, why are you here? Hearing Vaso ask her, she replied with a hint of surprise and confusion, we came to buy weapons. Hearing her answer, he felt a bit strange. Peaceful elves buying weapons, he thought, then immediately asked directly, did something happen in your tribe? Hearing this, Ilo sighed and hesitated, saying, well. She revealed shocking news that made him and Scan look worried. The battle between the monsters in the Great Forest and the Amazons is very fierce. After speaking, Ilo painfully blamed herself, if my blood were normal, this wouldn't have happened. Scan quickly embraced her and reassured her, it's not your fault, don't worry too much. Hearing their conversation, Vaso seemed to understand the problem. I was once told that Ilo carries the blood of the Azure Dragon. A memory flashed in his mind of her gently holding his hand and revealing, yes, actually, I have the blood of the Azure Dragon. Back in reality, Vaso eagerly and curiously asked her, Lady Ilo, are there any dragons or legends related to them in the White Willow tribe? However, her answer dashed his hopes, I'm sorry, I don't know anything beyond the fact that I inherited dragon's blood. Vaso quickly gave a forced smile and replied, it's all right. Then, Ilo suddenly remembered something and asked him, benefactor, how long will you stay in the underworld? Because if there are records in the post office, I'd like to pass them on to you. Vaso immediately smiled brightly and politely replied, thank you very much for your concern. I'm sure I'll be here for about 3 weeks. Ending his conversation with Ilo, he and Miji continued to the foot of the fire dragon statue. This is the fire dragon shrine. Vaso looked up at the giant statue, silently assessing it. It doesn't look very special. Let's see what the White Dragon Shrine is like. After seeing the Fire Dragon, they moved to the White Dragon. Mage folded his arms proudly and said, "The size and location of the White Dragon and Fire Dragon shrines are identical." Vaso looked up at the White Dragon statue, agreeing with him, and added, "The only difference is the color." He focused on observing the statue, ignoring other things. This stone statue is also the final point. It feels quite insane like that. Mage quickly left a message and departed. "I'll wait for you outside the gate, so feel free to explore." He called out in response, "Yes." After he left, Vaso approached the stone pedestal at the base of the statue and touched it. "Is there anything special here?" As soon as his hand touched the stone pedestal, a mysterious surge of magic immediately enveloped his hand. Vaso looked at the magic circle appearing on the back of his hand, exclaiming in surprise. The stone statue reacted. Immediately after, the White Dragon's eye suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Its deep, mysterious voice immediately resonated. "A surge of immense power has been released. I've waited a long time. It's fortunate you arrived before my life ends." The light emanating from the White Dragon grew larger and more dazzling with each word it uttered. "Come here, progenitor of dragons, our master." That immense magical power enveloped Zaso, who was bewildered, listening to every word hinting at him. "Origin of dragons, you are the master of our dragon clan." He looked at the magic compass on the back of his hand, which was pointing in one direction, assessing. The voice is quite weak, as if it could die out at any moment. And then, Vaso channeled magic into his heel and shouted, "Accelerate." Immediately, he dashed forward with astonishing speed in the direction the arrow pointed. With his speed, Vaso was like a shooting star streaking across the sky, mumbling, "This creature seems to be on the verge of death." The direction he was aiming for was the teleportation gate. Vaso didn't hesitate and plunged straight into it. "I guess I can't be wrong." After passing through the teleportation gate, he returned to Blood Mountain Ravine and increased his speed even further, urging, "Faster." Vaso flew forward while observing the arrow on his compass, which was pointing close to the target. To increase his speed further, he stomped hard on a rock slab in the ravine. Immediately after, Vaso lightly bounced and shot straight into the sky like a rocket, exclaiming, "I'm getting closer to that dragon." Upon reaching a certain altitude, facing the dazzling sunlight, he began to look around for what he desired. After a while of looking around, Vaso noticed a house in the middle of the ravine and shouted, "Found it." Immediately after, he quickly descended to the house, curiously assessing, "Is this a dragon's house? Why is it so small? Or is it just to conceal their identity?" With that, Vaso pushed the main door open slightly. As soon as he saw what was inside, he curled his lips into a faint smile. That's right. Surprisingly, behind what seemed to be a house, was a dark space different from the dazzling sunlight of the fiery ravine. Vaso exclaimed excitedly, "Just as I suspected." Next, he carefully proceeded deeper inside, heading towards another door. Vaso looked at the giant door in front of him and wondered, "Is that the entrance?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the mysterious voice resonated again, to Zaso's wide-eyed surprise, "Have you arrived?" In front of him was a dazzling streak of light, and that voice emanated from it, "Master of our dragon clan." And as the streak of light faded, an enormous, colossal dragon immediately appeared before him, introducing itself, "White Dragon's Inverter, welcome." It lay weakly on the ground, regretfully expressing, "I wish I could talk to you longer, but I don't have much time left." Hearing that, Vaso asked with some confusion, "What do you mean?" Sinverter looked directly at him with its deep eyes and replied, "Dust returns to dust, that's what I mean. It's time for me to return to my ancestors." Hearing its words, Vaso silently admired a bit. He's about to die, but his voice is still so calm. As expected of the Dragon Clan, I can't predict them at all. Just as he was a little distracted, Sinverter suddenly manifested a small horn and said, "I received this power from my previous master." With that, it controlled the horn to fly towards Zaso, respectfully handing it over, "Now I entrust it to you." Immediately, the system displayed a notification, inheriting the power of White Dragon's Inverter, Horn of the Wind God. Looking at this notification, he was somewhat stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and muttered to himself, "So this horn helps me possess the power of wind and fire?" Although he received something so precious, Zeso was still a little skeptical, unable to believe it. So this is the horn of the wind god. It's really strange. However, Sinverter's voice rang out again, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Will you accept the power from this horn?" Zeso had no reason to refuse and replied, "Thank you." He clenched his fists, full of excitement and joy, exclaiming, "This horn has helped me gain a lot more understanding of magic. Compared to gradual practice, I can say I've advanced a step. When I reach the 6th magic circle, I'll surely be able to use these spells more effectively." Just then, Sinverter's body suddenly changed, and a surge of immense magical power appeared, lifting it into the air. "Isn't that right? After receiving such a huge amount of power, you remain calm as if nothing happened. Master, you are indeed the dragonkin power we've been waiting for. Everything is set. I hope you can continue my will and save the dragonkin." Seeing this, Vaso, who was bracing himself not to be blown away, exclaimed in panic, "I still have many questions." But before he could say anything, Sinverter turned into dust and flew away, not forgetting to leave a message for him. "Though my physical body has vanished, my mission is not over. My power will follow you and bless you, my master. Only when you meet a child with dragonkin blood will my power cease." Upon hearing this, Vaso, bewildered and confused, exclaimed, "A child with dragonkin blood?" The remaining spiritual power of Sinverter then flew through the fiery blood gorge. It passed through the teleportation gate to the underworld, until its spiritual power flew before Ilo, who was gazing at the view by the window. She reached out and grasped the faint thread, a little curious. This is. With just this small action from Ilo, Sinverter's spiritual power immediately entered her body. In the pitch-black space of the underground city, Ilo's room glowed brightly in the darkness. At the same time, Vaso had just returned from the gorge, stepping through the teleportation gate back to the underworld. He was a bit tired, rubbing his forehead and letting out a sigh. Vaso regretfully sighed, "I didn't think he'd vanish so quickly. I couldn't ask anything." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Seeing who it was, Vaso exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Ilo." However, her state at that moment seemed strange. She took off her hooded cloak and reintroduced herself, "Ilo of the Divine Tree Tribe." Suddenly, Zeso's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had seen something terrifying. He looked at the glowing halo around Ilo's head and exclaimed in alarm, "Lady Ilo, on your head." But she paid little attention and knelt down to perform a strange greeting, "Greetings, Dragon Emperor." As soon as Ilo repeated those words, her body suddenly swayed, "Dragon Emperor." Vaso watched Ilo faint and fall to the ground, crying out in panic, "Lady Ilo, what's wrong? Wake up!" Scene change, everything returned to the crowded house space of the underworld. Currently, in the room, he looked at the person lying on the bed, trying to put his thoughts in order. So the white dragon was referring to Lady Ilo? Vaso tried to sense the power emanating from her, deducing, it seems Lady Ilo's power hasn't fully awakened yet. A moment later, Ilo gradually opened her eyes and woke up. He rushed to her side and asked, "You're awake?" Seeing him, Ilo was startled, immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "Benefactor." Hearing these two words from her mouth, he became even more certain that she must have woken up and was no longer calling him Dragon Emperor. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification, "Dragon Clan's second lineage. A star with Dragon Clan blood has awakened, but she cannot yet unleash her power, nor has she fully awakened her Dragon Clan bloodline. When she awakens her power, she will realize the mission she needs to fulfill." Seeing this large amount of information, he pondered, a bit confused, what is this? It took a few seconds for him to react and understand the problem. So, when she awakens, she might have to submit to the Dragon Emperor, which is me. That would be a bit hard for her to accept. As he was lost in his thoughts, Ilo spoke up, asking curiously, why am I at this inn?" He quickly found a reason to answer her. Ah, you met me and suddenly fainted, so I brought you back here. After speaking, he didn't forget to remind himself silently, I don't need to tell her everything I know yet. Receiving this answer, Ilo expressed even greater respect. It's a good thing Benefactor met me then. Thank you very much, Benefactor. Saying that, she reached out and touched something on her head. Could it be because of this bed that I fainted? Ilo bowed her head slightly, recalling what had happened and telling him, before I fainted, I vaguely saw a white light flying towards me. It seems the Dragon Clan blood is flowing in my veins. Hearing this, he realized what it was and whispered, it's the silver light, probably the white dragon's dragon soul. After finishing her story, Ilo quickly got out of bed and bid him farewell, the person with me will worry if they don't see me. So I'll be leaving now. She respectfully gave a beautiful, bright smile and bowed, see you again, Benefactor. Before leaving, Ilo didn't forget to offer a blessing, may the forest god bless your path. Time quickly passed to the next day. He was now wandering through the bustling streets, lost in his own thoughts. I quickly found traces of the white dragon in a short amount of time. Now I have plenty of time here. After walking for a while, he looked up at something and decided, this time, while I'm here. The thing he was looking at was the shop sign of the duo Mage and Jin. I need to find out a few more things. Meanwhile, inside Mage and Jin's shop, the blacksmith's furnace was raging, heating the object inside. Once the iron bar was heated, it would be moved to the flattening and shaping stage to become whatever its creator desired. At the same time, in a corner of the forge, the duo Mage and Jin were receiving a distinguished guest, a human. What's the matter? He didn't hesitate and immediately replied, I came because I have something I want to show you too. Hearing him, they were a bit curious. It seems you want to examine something, don't you? He put his hand into his space to retrieve an item while replying, something like that. Could you two take a look at this? Immediately after, he pulled out a red stone emitting magical power from his space. Seeing it, Mage seemed excited and exclaimed, it's pure magic. He quickly examined the stone and assessed, it seems it doesn't contain mana. Instead, mana has condensed into a stone. Jin looked at its color and pondered, agreeing, it really does look like that, quite similar to a dragon's heart. Upon hearing this word, his heart trembled slightly, and he murmured, a dragon's heart? Before he could recover from his astonishment, Jin took the stone and scrutinized it, but it's strange. The purity is too high for it to be a low-level dragon's heart, but isn't it a bit too small for a high-level one? And with this curiosity, Mage immediately snatched the stone, suggesting, hey, could you just leave it here and come back later? Jin chimed in, we promise not to do anything to affect it, I swear on iron and fire. Hearing their sudden proposal, he hesitated a bit, also slightly suspicious, but there was no reason to refuse. Thinking it over, he immediately agreed, all right, I'll leave it here then. Receiving his agreement, Mage was so overjoyed he danced with Jin, great. Jin seemed to have already planned out the next steps. We must study the Encyclopedia of Dragons right now. Seeing the two of them like that, he felt a bit helpless and mused, they're like excited mages who just received research funding. After finishing his meeting with the two of them, he continued to another, larger location with spiral staircases. Inside, sounds of conversations and greetings echoed, so you're the one Mage mentioned. Welcome to the Great Library, I am. He followed the librarian deeper into the Great Library, observing, how strange, a library underground. Hearing his words, the wise librarian immediately continued, valuable knowledge must be stored deep within the earth. Saying this, he took out an item and handed it over, saying, normally, this isn't allowed, but due to a master's recommendation, we'll let you into vault number 3. Take this pass. The masters, among many dwarves, were considered the best. They swore by fire and iron. It's often said that among 1,000 people, very few earn the title. He never thought those two, Mage and his brother, were masters. Thinking that, he gave a wry smile and replied to the librarian, thank you. A moment later, moving to another, more adorned room, he mused, although it's an underground library. It's quite spacious. He carefully sat down at a long table's chair and assessed. It seems very different from libraries on the surface. Next, he began to flip through books, searching for the information he wanted. I have 19 more days until I return to the fire tower. I have to get past the 6-ring magical barrier within that time. However, after a while of searching, he could only receive disappointment. What? That's not easy at all. Leaving the library, he returned to the underground town in frustration, wondering how difficult it still is to cross that barrier. Seeing him return, Mage enthusiastically greeted, "Human, you're here." He nodded slightly in response, "Yes, today is the day I set off. I came to retrieve what I left here and say goodbye." Hearing this, Mage was momentarily surprised and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You're already leaving?" Jean, unwilling, quickly pleaded, "Could you stay a few more days? There are hot springs nearby." Seeing their expressions, he seemed to realize something was amiss and gave a forced laugh. They probably still haven't figured out what that magic stone is. Just as he thought, Mage complained dejectedly, "Actually, I'm sorry. We haven't discovered anything special yet." Jean quickly added, trying to salvage the situation, "Of course, that doesn't mean we haven't found anything at all." He handed over the stone while explaining, "According to what we've discovered, this magic stone wasn't formed naturally, it's artificial." Hearing that, he looked at the stone a little incredulously. "What reason do you two have for that conclusion?" Jean quickly replied while Mage was flipping through a book. A similar alchemical reaction appeared. When he found the right page, he quickly showed it to him. "Read it while listening. Based on the content of this book, we've drawn some conclusions. We think this is an opus, but it has been modified in some places." He immediately took the book and carefully read its contents. Opus, a term in alchemy, means masterpiece. After reading, he took the stone back and silently confirmed, "It seems these two have affirmed that this stone is as valuable as a philosopher's stone." At this moment, Mage said with regret, "If only we knew what it was extracted from, that would be great. We only know that much information so far." "I'm sorry." He quickly shook his head politely, "No, you two have helped a lot." He thanked them respectfully, "Thank you, thanks to you too, I know how wonderful it is underground." Mage, filled with pride, quickly changed his expression and replied, "Come here whenever you like, we're always ready to welcome you." Jean, standing nearby, agreed without hesitation, "That's right." After bidding them farewell, he quickly returned to the Warp Gate tunnel. Given the situation, it seems the material used to create this magic stone is a dragon's heart. He looked at the gate before him and sighed softly, "A dragon's heart." If other mages heard this, they'd be very surprised. Suddenly, he noticed something and nervously looked around. "Sir, you're still not here?" As he was searching for someone, a familiar voice immediately rang out, "Hey, kid." Hearing his name called, he was a little startled. "Sir." Seeing Yuzen's somewhat unusual body, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so muscular." He struck a few poses, showing off his powerful physique, and asked with concern, "Did you wait long?" He seemed to notice something on Yuzen and asked, "No, but what are you applying, sir?" He proudly introduced it. "This cream is the dwarf's secret to muscles. When we return, I plan to adjust it to be suitable for humans." Yuzen, looking extremely cheerful, revealed, "I made one for you too, just wait." He forced a smile and replied, "Yes, sir." At this moment, as they passed through the gate back to the crack, Yuzen noticed his worried expression and asked with concern, "You seem worried? Did the research not go well?" He quickly answered him, "No, it's not that, sir. Actually, I achieved what I wanted." Hearing that, Yuzen hummed softly in affirmation, "Then there's only one thing that could be bothering you." When he heard Yuzen's next words, he was slightly startled and paused. "The 6-circle barrier, right?" He ran his hand over his neck and sighed, "Setting a goal and not being able to reach it makes me a bit frustrated." Seeing him like that, Yuzen pondered for a moment. "They often say that if there are 100 mages, Then there will be 100 ways to achieve enlightenment. Enlightenment is a very tricky problem. Even well-intentioned advice can be harmful, so there's an unwritten rule not to help. But basic advice doesn't hurt. Thinking, he then called out. He suddenly asked him a strange question. Confused, asked back. Yuzin followed him out of the cave and began to tell. He slowly recalled the time he strenuously practiced rope exercises, but kept on trying. Until enduring the force while sitting under a waterfall, then striving. After a period of training in various disciplines, Yuzin challenged himself to return to his weightlifting. With his iron will and effort, remembering that moment, he proudly exclaimed. Every word Yuzin spoke was extremely inspiring and moving. If you train every day, then one day you'll naturally achieve it. Upon hearing this, his heart felt enlightened and full of hope. He looked at Yuzin's majestic back in front of him and told himself, I've matured a lot compared to a month ago. Suddenly, he exclaimed. Yuzin comfortably gazed at the fiery red sunset before his eyes. I think the sunset at Red Mountain is truly beautiful. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, told himself. His deep eyes looked forward and he exclaimed. Piece by piece, memories flooded his mind as if breaking through the layer of ice blocking his view as he muttered to himself. Everything I've learned and experienced is also divided into segments, as if beyond that barrier. There's an even greater knowledge waiting for me to discover. And then, a dazzling light appeared, engulfing the entire space. Ripples like water touched by something, along with the sound of its owner. Looking at the scene inside his mind with curiosity. Everything I've learned and seen is manifested here. Peeking through the lush green leaves, he saw the sunset as if in a crevice and softly exclaimed. As if something urged him to reach out and use his fire magic. If I had a formula, the image of the sunset. Immediately, he raised his hand high. Zasho's eyes slightly lowered, frowning as he looked straight at the target ahead. He used Zasho's aim and signature move. Just then, Yuzin grabbed his arm, stopping him and reminding. He pulled Zasho's arm aside and loudly questioned. To prevent a bigger incident, Yuzin quickly cast his magic. Immediately after, he supported the deeply sleeping boy, feeling a bit self-reproachful. However, Yuzin still felt a little proud and smiled subtly. He looked at the glowing halo above Zasho's head and softly praised. While he was sound asleep and unaware, the system notification popped up. Rewards, high-grade magic stone, high-grade magic stone, mid-grade magic stone, low-grade magic stone. Are they given as a gift? Scene change. On a beautiful morning, dazzling sunlight shone directly into the magic tower. Beneath the clear blue sky, filled with gently drifting clouds. Inside the magic tower, Zasho was sitting blankly in the middle of the room, doing something. What he was staring at was his right hand. Zasho recalled the image of that day when he created a massive fireball with this hand. Thinking this, he immediately clenched his hand excitedly and exclaimed, Finally, I've reached 6 magic circles. After that, Zasho summoned a small magic circle from his other hand to feel his own power. Indeed, the magic flowing in my body is much stronger, it's completely different from when I had 5 magic circles. As he thought, he remembered the reward notification that was added then, and furthermore, if the golden mask was received a second time for this promotion to the 6th magic circle. Thinking this, Zasho immediately took out the mask he had received. He felt the sensation of using it again and assessed, it's completely different from the previous offensive elemental spell, this time it's a spell to dispel negative attributes along with power enhancement. Thinking of this, Zasho put the mask back into his inventory. When I fight against the Dark Mage, it'll be simpler. Just then, Darius opened the door and entered his room, asking, You're back? How was your trip to the underworld? Suddenly, her expression changed rapidly in surprise as she exclaimed, You've broken through the limit barrier to reach the next level? Zasho immediately stood up, scratched his head, and chuckled, Yes, I learned a lot from going out. Hearing his answer, Darius stepped forward, thinking to herself, Just a moment ago he was at the 5th magic circle, but now he's at the 6th. So I underestimated his talent. I thought it would take a couple more years for him to level up. She took Zasho's hand, praising him proudly. He's too talented. Thinking this, Darius praised him. You truly are my disciple. Zasho respectfully replied, I'll need Master's help even more in the future. At this moment, her mind was filled with confidence, and she smirked slightly. If my husband knew about this, he'd surely be surprised. Suddenly, Darius reached out her hand towards Zasho, startling him. Now then. She began to unleash her magic, challenging him. Let's see your abilities after you've leveled up. Before long, the scenery around them had changed to an arena with towering walls. Looking at the surrounding landscape, Zasho spoke, reminiscing slightly. This place reminds me of the exploration ruins I went to before. Back then, just fighting one giant was exhausting. Hearing his words, she began to emit her magic, assessing, You mean you can deal with this dungeon more easily now? Unbeknownst to Zasho, a lollipop had appeared in Darius's mouth, and she said excitedly, If that's the case, should I raise the difficulty? No sooner said than done, she immediately summoned hell dwarves to attack Zasho. Seeing this, he exclaimed in a panic, I didn't mean that. However, the hell dwarves had already been summoned. They quickly surrounded Zasho. He tilted his head slightly upwards, secretly assessing, I estimate the difficulty here has increased significantly. While Zasho was distracted, Darius spoke up, You're surprised a bit too early, the real difficulty is yet to come. She used a balancing spell to summon a massive fireball. From within that fireball, a pile of golems, larger than the dwarves, appeared. And the fire surrounding him grew even larger as those golems landed. Those giant golems were the kings of hell dwarves. Zasho struggled to withstand the heat blowing towards him, gritting his teeth slightly. If it's come to this, then. He quickly unleashed his power, preparing to counterattack. I also need to. Darius saw his action and curled her lips into a smile. Good. Zasho was now summoning a massive fireball, just like he did at the Blood Mountain Gorge, telling himself, Just unleash all my power. Darius looked on, increasingly filled with anticipation, and exclaimed, All right, unleash whatever magic you've got. His eyes were now extremely confident, and he flashed a bright smile. Master, this magic. As Zasho spoke to himself in his heart, he hurled the giant fireball at the monsters surrounding him. This is what I've comprehended. At that moment, the monsters stared blankly at the flashing fire gradually brightening before their eyes. From a tiny speck of light, it gradually expanded to its maximum, illuminating the entire area as if it wanted to blast away all the monsters. A moment later, that brilliant light gradually faded, leaving only the crackling sound of fire in the air. Zasho looked at the devastated scene before his eyes and softly mused, The destructive power is too great. If this battle truly took place, many targets would be destroyed. Darius walked through the ruins of the battlefield towards him, praising, I didn't think you'd comprehend so much after advancing. Honestly, I'm quite surprised by what you've shown here. Tell me. Zasho didn't hesitate and immediately recounted everything to her. It's a magic that demonstrates the transformation of fire magic. Hearing this, Darius immediately became interested. So, it's a transformation compared to its original properties? As she spoke, a thought arose in her mind. He has comprehended Heartfire. This is also crucial for mages who want to achieve great things later on. What's more, he hasn't even perfected this magic yet, but its offensive power has already reached such a mighty level. What will happen if the magic is perfected later? Zasho, facing her, was unaware of her thoughts at the time, so he could only give a foolish smile. It's truly something to look forward to. I will keep an eye on what he displays in the future. The mock battle ended, and the scene changed to another, brighter room illuminated by sunlight. Zasho sat meditating on the bed, mumbling something, attack speed, proficiency in elemental magic. What he was mumbling were the things Darius had told him. Everything met the standards of primordial magic. Now he could officially register to join the Mage Association. Recalling her words, he excitedly cheered in his heart, so I've gained Master's recognition. The next thing to do is... Immediately, Zasho summoned Sinvator's horn and the pile of dragon heartstones. Luckily, I got this. He reached out to take Sinvator's horn, deciding, now I need to absorb this before the break. It's going to take some time. Thinking this, Zasho gripped the horn tightly in his hand and began to emanate power. All right. He took the horn and plunged it directly into his body to absorb it. Let's see how it goes. Time flew by. The sky outside the demon tower changed from twilight to the next morning, and then from night to the morning after that. A few days passed. Inside Zasho's room, notifications continuously echoed, absorbed the dragon god's horn, achieved new wind attribute power. Magic power has significantly increased, latent power has been greatly enhanced after the wind attribute strengthened, understanding of the wind attribute is now vast. After finishing the absorption of the dragon horn, he slowly descended and stood upright on the ground. Zasho slowly opened his eyes and felt his body, silently assessing, so, my wind attribute has greatly strengthened. This means future spells will be more powerful. Because I absorbed this wind attribute, my body already feels much lighter. Thinking this, he immediately stood on his tiptoes. Following that, Zasho threw a quick punch forward. His punch cut through the wind. Zasho was utterly surprised, unable to believe his eyes. My punching speed is too fast. If I cast magic spells, how much faster would they be? Like this, with just physical strength alone, I can already deal with second-tier knights. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door, interrupting him. Someone is requesting to see you, sir. Just from the servant's announcement, Zasho knew who it was. Is it that person? The one who said she'd meet me after returning? Scene change. The surroundings had shifted from his room to another, more beautiful room. Inside, the sound of conversation filled the air. So, you've been to the underworld? Zasho, now dressed in a very elegant outfit, replied to the person opposite him, that's right. The familiar girl in front of him gently stroked her hair and expressed, I'm very curious about what insights you gained there, which is why I was so eager to meet you right away. Hearing this, Zasho eagerly recounted a few things about the underworld to her. There are many caves there. Many dwarves. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Indeed, these are things I had already guessed. As soon as she finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared. Upon seeing what was on the system, Zasho found himself a bit speechless. On the system screen appeared, notification, quest, answer according to the princess's wishes. Princess Heket Rasmus has been waiting for your answer for a long time. Therefore, quickly answer her. Reward, intermediate magic stone, elemental magic ring. According to the system notification, she's calling out to you, Sir Zasho, filled with anticipation. Did you think of me while you were traveling? Upon hearing the question and the quest, he complained with a bit of dissatisfaction. What the hell? There's a quest like this now? Heket asked, during the entire trip, was there a single moment you thought of me? Zasho felt shy. He covered his mouth with his hand and hesitantly replied, Princess, you're just teasing me. Heket leisurely enjoyed her tea. Your reaction puts me at ease. Many times, you don't show any emotions, so teasing you is the only pleasure I have. Heket sat opposite Zasho. She said, at least my efforts weren't in vain. He looked bewildered. Efforts? Heket smiled brightly and explained, even though I tease, I'm not that kind of person. I don't demand an immediate answer, but remember this. Zasho recalled the past. Ever since the last ball, he had always thought of Heket. He tormented himself for his thoughtless actions then. Zasho had used the excuse of being busy with revenge to push her away. Zasho sat silently, not saying anything, but deep down he felt terrible. He was truly a coward. It's no wonder it has now become a quest. His quest appeared, notification, quest, respond to the princess's true feelings. Princess Heket Rasmus has been waiting for your answer for a very long time. It's time to let her know your thoughts. Reward, a pair of intermediate magic stones of Eros and Seki's rings. Suddenly, Heket realized how late it was. Oh my, it's already this late. Before leaving, she expressed her feelings to Zasho. When I'm with you, time seems to stop. Heket sadly confessed, I'm a bit disappointed that I haven't received an answer from you today. Suddenly, he knelt before Heket. Please forgive me, princess, could you spare me a few more minutes? Zasho also began to open his heart. Princess, just as you said, I am nothing but a stiff log. Therefore, I can only say this. Then he opened a ring box and proposed to Heket. I eagerly await the future of us walking together. In that incredibly romantic atmosphere, Heket was truly surprised. She smiled brightly with a very happy expression. It's you all right, there's not an ounce of romance in you. Heket reached out and took the ring. Done. It's strange, the dry words you spoke sound so sweet to me. Zasho's face was no less joyful. Just like you, I also look forward to our future together. Heket looked at the ring on her hand and said, prepare yourself. The two held hands and exchanged sweet words. Because you made me wait, I'll tease you for the rest of our lives. The scene shifted to the engagement ceremony. Those preparing for the wedding were busy and shouting, be careful, do you know how much that bottle of wine costs? Where was the pork supposed to be delivered today? Today is the princess's engagement, I won't allow any mistakes to happen. A messenger appeared riding an elephant, everyone was incredibly surprised. Look, it's an elephant. Someone else recognized, it's a messenger from over there. What an exorbitant waste. Sage Casa Golden Saw said, this is an opportunity to introduce the young mage, barely 20, who has reached level 6, to the populace. Grand Prince Sarion Golden Saw looked at him. The two walked past the wedding, talking. Casa asked, do you believe it? I see this more as a plan to forge an alliance against the Empire. Sarion replied, it must be. If not, they wouldn't invite so many nations. People crowded the streets to watch the wedding. Casa continued talking. However, whether that young mage is excellent enough for me to ally with Endymion is an entirely different matter. Sarion continued, do you really need to say so much just to evaluate him? He turned back to remind him, enough with the idle chatter, let's continue with the ceremony. He also still had another thought, I want to see the face of the one named Zassel. While a male servant was helping Zassel get dressed for the wedding, he asked in confusion, for suits for the banquet and a cape, Alan, is an engagement ceremony always this complicated? Alan closed his book, he began to explain, today isn't just a betrothal ceremony. Alan explained more about the wedding. Today is also an occasion for envoys from neighboring non-aligned nations to gather. His Majesty seems to not want this betrothal ceremony to be a mere celebratory event. Zassel seemed to understand everything. It appears they want to achieve political goals through this betrothal ceremony. Alan replied, of course, it's not only to consolidate the royal family's power, but also to display Endymion's prestige. Zassel mused, to display Endymion's prestige? So I'm the card they want to show off, then. Zassel sighed tiredly, in that case, my responsibility is immense. Alan began to console him, I'm sure you'll do well. Alan seized the opportunity, if you're thinking that way, why don't we study the etiquette rules? Zassel became dejected, oh no. The scene shifts to the extremely solemn wedding venue. The guests also began to arrive. Everyone was happy and eager to attend. Please welcome the bride, the first heir to the throne of the Endymion royal family. The bride, with her exquisite beauty, appeared. Heket Zamos entered the ceremony hall. The groom was no less stunning in appearance. Next, please welcome the groom, Count Zassel Zaman, into the ceremony hall. He walked towards the door leading into the wedding. Zassel strode confidently, countless rumors about him reaching his ears. Is that the young man said to possess power equal to a tower master? He doesn't look as strong as the rumors say, does he? Sarion, from the side, smiled brightly and reminded them, you can verify it yourself, instead of grumbling down there, all right? A guest wondered, verify, how? He cleared his throat, snapped his fingers, like this, for example. As soon as he signaled, countless ferocious snakes suddenly rushed directly towards Zassel. Heket screamed in fear, Zassel. Zassel, unafraid, instead comforted Heket, my love, please don't worry. He smirked, It seemed the opportunity Zassel had been waiting for had finally arrived. Now all he had to do was seize it. He'd been wondering how to show off, but with the stage already set, why not perform? Then Zassel displayed his power, causing all the snakes to be annihilated. Everyone was surprised by his power. Oh, it's a reflection spell circle, 1, 2, 3, 6, he's really a level 6 mage. He pointed to the sky, smiling with satisfaction. The grander the festival, the more fun it is, right? Zassel's power stood out in the wedding venue. Sarion couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, huh? Sarion had to admit, considering he concealed such power, he's even stronger than the rumors say. Zassel brightly asked his fiancée, Hakit, shall we continue? At the same time, deep in the dark green forest, Hypnos was thinking, the disciple of the one about to be burned at the stake is getting engaged to someone from Endymion's royal family? So, another mage of near Tower Master level is joining the royal family, huh? Meanwhile, a monster was lurking behind him. Just as the monster was about to pounce on Hypnos, he turned his head to look. What's that sound? Hypnos didn't find the monster scary. It was nothing special, just a mere mouse daring to bare its fangs. Scene change. Bismarck, with ill intentions and a gloomy demeanor, said, Anyway, congratulations. It's truly reassuring to have such a powerful member in the royal family. I've never dreamed of having such a member in my family. They're all just a bunch of scoundrels vying for power. As he spoke, he imagined Alfonso and Hakit. After Hypnos successfully chained the large monster, he spoke to someone. What's the progress of the excavation in the great forest? The other side replied, Honestly, it will take at least another year. Even if it's finished, we're not sure how many keystone locks we can restore. Hypnos asked, Is the power of the keystone lock still guaranteed? The other side replied again, The Tartarus keystone locks were used to seal the giants, those who once tried to conquer this continent. A wondrous blue stone appeared. Just a few of them could imprison a level 8 mage. As Hypnos spoke, he looked around the forest. The problem is the Tartarus seal. If we tamper with it, it will cause the monsters in the great forest to lose control. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Isn't that good news? Assuming I can attract the attention of the enraged monsters, we can accelerate the plan by weakening Endymion's military force. Hypnos thought about the scenario in his head, smiling sinisterly. To joyfully watch your people die, you truly are suited to be a tyrant. Of course, all of this is thanks to the slandering and historical erasure by later generations, including the story of humanity's savior who defeated the giants. The scene shifts to another one of his flashbacks, a black-haired hero from another world. Joining forces with dragons to seal the giants was one of the hero's most glorious achievements, a story forbidden from being passed down to posterity. As Hypnos reminisced, he recalled Zassel's image. Now that I think about it, the disciple of the one about to be burned at the stake also has black hair. The image of Zassel as an adult appeared in his mind. That unusually rapid strengthening process, could it be that he inherited the bloodline of humanity's savior? While Zassel and Hakit happily entered the ceremonial hall together, Hypnos was still plotting. Even so, thousands of years have passed. He can't perfectly inherit the power. He smiled wickedly. Oh well, just in case, it's still best to threaten him a little. In the magnificent castle, nobles surrounded Zassel, making acquaintances. Congratulations, Count Zaymon. I am from the distant south. I am from the Naze Alliance. Walker Hill Academy, where you enrolled, is within our territory. He forced a smile and thought, nobles and lords from various regions and nations have all come. It seems this party will last 3 days. Suddenly, someone called his name from afar, making Zassel startle and look back. Count Zassel Zaymon. It was a person dressed quite elegantly and neatly. He respectfully bowed and introduced himself. Sarion, Prince of Golden Sand Hill, greets your excellency. I am delighted for your wedding, which will be spoken of for centuries. He vaguely recalled, who is this person? In his memory, Zassel remembered a person dressed formally and elegantly standing among people dressed in dazzling splendor. He feigned joy and shook Sarion's hand. He said evasively, thank you for the gift, but please give something else next time. Zassel thought to himself, I don't really like snakes. He replied cheerfully, I'll keep that in mind. Withdrawing his hand, Zassel still kept a smile on his face. He extended his hand, implicitly asking, So, are you satisfied with this party? Sarion seemed displeased, thinking to himself, most people would be angry if their gift was spoken of that way, no matter how tolerant they are. But then he politely replied, As the Prince of the Golden Dunes, I very much wish to form an alliance with Endymion. Does that answer your question? The Golden Dunes is one of the most prosperous nations on the continent. An alliance with this place would be a great help for the battle against the Empire. Saying this, Sarion sighed, put his hand on his hip, and continued, But more than a national alliance, I want to invest more in Count Zaymon as a person. He still smiled cheerfully despite Zassel's now very awkward expression. I'm better at investing than doing politics, so please become the youngest 8-ring mage. He thought to himself with a hint of disdain, a prince who is also a merchant, well, indeed. Then Zassel happily took Sarion's hand, I hope we can cooperate. He also replied joyfully, Me too, may our friendship last forever. Much later, in another quiet place, Zassel's voice rang out, full of fatigue, the party is finally over. He lay stretched out on the soft bed, reaching out comfortably, what a long 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out, No wonder you're tired. Hackett smiled and slowly walked in, holding a stack of papers in her hand. You've never experienced this before, have you? Zassel, surprised to see her, Hackett. Zassel quickly ran to take the stack of papers, asking, What's this? Hackett replied, It's work documents. A lot of work piled up because of the wedding. She calmly sat on the sofa, I wanted to take it to my room, but... Then Hackett rested her chin on her hand and smiled brightly, a halo seemingly radiating around her, It seems my fiancé wants to see me hold it. Seeing this, Zassel blushed shyly, You're teasing me again. Meanwhile, Hackett sat beside him, chuckling. Suddenly, Zassel pulled out a letter with a red seal from the pile of papers, wondering, What's this? Slightly different from the others, she turned and explained, That one's for you. Reading the contents of the letter, Zassel speculated, an application for external research. Hackett added, I thought you wanted to leave early, but you seemed hesitant, so I already took care of it for you. Then she worried, Did I overstep my authority? He smiled brightly and reassured her, Not at all. Then Zassel happily hugged Hackett gently, Thank you. Their cheeks involuntarily blushed with shyness. In Hackett's eyes, radiating pride, Zassel softly said, I'm happy with such a small thing, I'm glad you did it. Hackett gently ran her hand through his soft hair, Well, perhaps because the wedding ended smoothly, I'm starting to feel tired after all those days of partying. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned in, gently cupping his chin, a bit shyly, Should I turn off the lights? As soon as he heard those words, Zassel also looked stunned and blushed. She stared at his handsome face, suggesting, What do you think? He chuckled with delight, How wonderful! With that, the two actually moved to the bed, forming an alluring pose, with Hackett on top and Zassel on the bottom. Zassel gently brushed away his beloved's hair, I think so too. Then the two exchanged a passionate kiss, the afternoon sun casting the shadows of a man and a woman intertwined, extremely romantically. In another place, Union City. Oh my, I already said there's no one. Scene shifts to inside a large office room with many books, an employment office. At the desk, someone angrily slammed the table and questioned, Don't tell me there's no one here. If we can't find anyone here, where else are we supposed to look? The manager regretfully announced, We have some 3-ring mages, but they refuse to comply. You all know we need at least a 4-ring mage to stop the pirates. They were engrossed in their argument, not noticing a person in a completely black cloak softly push open the door and enter behind them. That person spoke, interrupting the debate, Are you looking for a 4-ring mage? This sentence successfully caught his attention. He asked, confused, That's right. Who are you? The mysterious man slowly took out a small piece of paper, he seemed to ponder. An ID card, with complete information, name, Ridman Lewis, age 38, freelance occupation. Upon careful reading, this was indeed what he needed, a four-circle mage. After they finished reading, the man retrieved the card, slowly smiled and took off his hood. Allow me to introduce myself. The hood was removed, revealing a radiant face, successfully disguised as a completely different person. My name is Ridman. I'm looking for a mission to Kurin Island. The scene shifts to a boat cutting through the waves, sailing out to sea. The sound of waves crashing against the hull. Dozens of seagulls were circling around. Everything was still peaceful for now. Atop the mast was a blue flag with the symbol of a white dove. Ridman stood outside, arms crossed, deep in thought. As long as we don't run into trouble before reaching Kurin Island, that'd be perfect. Suddenly, a man standing behind him called out, "Hey, Ridman." The call made Ridman instinctively turn his head. The man, Kac, quickly approached. His body was twice as large, he held a glass of wine in his hand, and many other glasses floated around him. Kac cheerfully put his arm around Ridman's shoulder and invited him, "Don't sit there alone, come have a drink." Ridman quickly retorted, "Kac, drinking while on a mission?" He laughed loudly, "It's fine, it's fine. We're not getting drunk." Ridman, feeling something was amiss, suggested, "Please lower your voice, Kac Nemen, four-circle mage." Ridman, three-circle mage. He still burst into proud laughter. "You think this is normal beer? This beer is chilled by my magic." Ridman finally gave in, conceding to Kac's wishes. "All right, I'll drink." "Put it down." With that, he used his power to push the remaining glass towards Ridman. "Ridman, what about you?" Ridman's face showed a hint of displeasure. However, he still reached out and took it, not forgetting to compliment, "Cold beer is always good." Kac was extremely pleased to hear him say that. "That's more like it." With that, Ridman immediately tipped the glass and drank in gulps amidst Kac's hearty laughter. Ridman thought to himself, "I can't believe I met him here." According to Ridman's memories, he had achieved a record high score at the academy by increasing pharmaceutical efficiency by 20%. In his previous life, he was sponsored by Grand Duke Bismarck. And at that time, the Duke had forced him to hand over all his research results to the Empire. Then Ridman thought to himself with determination, "But this time, I'll stop that from happening." Kac raised his glass, smiling brightly, "A toast, right?" Ridman hesitantly raised his glass, "Yes." Kac still stared silently at him. Suddenly, one of them looked at his wrist and wondered, which made Kac's eyes widen in shock. "Kac, I feel the flow of magic from your bracelet. Is that an artifact?" Kac calmly raised his bracelet and explained, "This. Well, it helps me maintain my composure." With that, he laughed loudly again and changed the subject. "All right, you've all finished your drinks, let's start round 2. No sooner had he finished speaking than the people on the ship shouted a loud warning, "Pirates! Pirates are coming!" Ridman was also extremely surprised. All around his ship, a fleet of ships was successively closing in. 5 ships were approaching. The one who hired the mages earlier urged in great panic, "Hurry up, where are the mages?" Suddenly, Kac wore a very peculiar smile. "What's the point of bringing these fools?" No sooner had he finished speaking than they fell one by one. He continued to spread his arms and laugh loudly, "You fools, they didn't realize the beer had already been drugged." Upon seeing that, he was stunned and shouted loudly, "Sir." The mage hirer, now vaguely confused and uncertain, said, "Don't tell me. You're an accomplice of the pirates?" It was then that Kac began to reveal his true nature. "You should have checked my background more carefully." Then Kac began to threaten, "I won't waste any more words. If you don't want to die, steer the ship towards us quickly." Suddenly, the ring in his hand glowed strangely. He still didn't understand and made a condition, "I'll spare your lives if you cooperate." He didn't notice a strange speck of light had appeared in the middle of the sky. From high above, a terrifying and powerful bolt of lightning struck directly into the sea, creating colossal waves. Heaven's thunder hammer! The ship shook violently. Kac cried out in alarm, What the hell? Gridman calmly stood up and said, sorry. With that, he continued to use his power, making the ring glow. Gridman smiled meaningfully. Did I scare you? Gridman sneered. Are you that surprised? KAC was stunned to see that Gridman was unaffected by his power. How can you perform that magic? Gridman remained calm. What's strange about it? Looking at the ring in Gridman's hand emitting lightning, he understood. So you're using an ancient artifact? Gridman found that reason plausible and thought, that's right, I pretended to be a 4-ring mage, but using magic that's too powerful isn't good, so I need a reason like having an ancient artifact to assist. Without further ado, Gridman immediately used his power to finish him off. From below, an angry flame gradually rose. Since you already know, then the flame spread powerfully, engulfing KAC on all sides. You shall endure this fire magic. He now pleaded miserably, please spare me. The mage hirer was utterly surprised by the whole scene. So KAC was a spy for the pirates? But Gridman, how did you know that? On the ground, KAC was surrounded by a pile of ashes, no longer human, groaning in pain. Gridman had felt something was wrong ever since KAC drank that glass of beer. His bracelet continuously emitted green wisps of gas. I discovered it by looking at the artifact he was wearing. Gridman calmly explained, when an artifact is worn, it has the function of causing the user's magic to radiate outward. It seems he wanted to signal the location of our ship to his pirate comrades. The mage hirer looked forward and shouted in panic, it's the pirates. No sooner had he finished speaking than numerous pirate ships successively dropped anchor onto the ship where Gridman was standing. They're attacking. He kept rubbing his chin, calculating, even if he's a 4-ring mage, there are too many pirate ships now. He might not be able to handle them. Gridman's voice rang out reassuringly, it's all right. Gridman continued, just leave it to me, I'll be gone for just a moment. I'll rely on you for everything here. Hearing that, he was surprised. What? Where are you going? The flame from earlier flared up again, surrounding him. He smiled brightly at him. I'm just going to do a little something. Having said that, he quickly used his power and flew straight up into the air. From his hand, power gradually radiated out. I need to finish this quickly. Then around him, sparks continuously shot out like fireworks, gradually spreading around, a meteor shower. A moment later, on the sea surface, only fragments of the pirate ship from earlier remained. The sea surface became peaceful again, and the fiery sunset glow also began to descend. He vaguely opened his eyes when a voice rang out, "You're awake?" He just woke up and anxiously asked, what about the pirates now? No sooner had he spoken than a painful, uncomfortable sensation emanated from one side of his chest, making him clutch it. Gridman's calm voice still rang in his ears, it's all right, just rest. I brought you in here, you're tired, so you don't need to worry about anything. He said awkwardly, I tried my best, but I didn't have enough strength. Gridman turned to reassure him, it's quite all right. Then he held up a piece of paper in his hand and asked, did you write this book? He was stunned to see Gridman holding his document. That's my document, how did you? Gridman slowly stood up and explained, I accidentally saw it. Is this research to increase the effectiveness of revival potions? He exclaimed in admiration, it truly is it. Hearing that, his face brightened a bit, and he eagerly asked, you think so? Gridman happily stood beside his bed and agreed. Exactly. I want to help you with this topic, all right? He hesitated a bit, if you help, I'd be grateful, but... He explained with some embarrassment, you've read it. That research requires too many medicinal ingredients. Therefore, the research cost is too high. Gridman calmly said, for you, money is just fleeting. I have money, you don't need to worry. No sooner had he finished speaking than he took out a guarantee token from his person. Take the Yin Tower token and show them this, and they'll support you in that research. He thought to himself, Master will surely recognize how important this research is. Reading the words on it, his eyes gradually lit up, people of the Yin Tower, mages. Then, reading the name, he jumped up, his hair flying with the movement, full of surprise mixed with admiration. What? I didn't think I'd meet such a famous person. Then he was surprised. So what about that appearance? Seeing that, Gridman smiled and explained, I'm just in disguise. At this, he calmed down. I see. He sat and thought, hands clasped. Indeed, until now, you are the first person to see the value of my research. Thanks to this, he felt extremely grateful, putting his hand to his chest and saying honorably, I am. I will do as you say. A moment later, at the bow of the ship, Gridman was holding a navigation map. Directly ahead, a beautiful island was faintly appearing. That's Kurin Island, but how? Comparing it with the information on the map, he muttered, something's different. On the paper were directional drawings, prominently a red path indicating the way to the treasure. Previously, the map had a dot. Now the dot had disappeared, and the words appeared, the river of fire flows on the glacier. Go upstream towards the source of the river of fire. Gridman stared, analyzing, so what does this mean? The new text just appeared. It seems that as we got closer to Kurin Island, a new hint appeared. In his mind, the hint from the map kept echoing, the river of fire flows on the glacier. Soon, the ship docked, and the sailors' voices rang out, prepare to drop anchor. The one who hired the mage continuously clasped his hands in gratitude, thanks to you two, the ship arrived here safely. Thank you two very much. He continuously waved his hands, deflecting, I didn't do anything, it was all him. He didn't pay much attention, just smiled brightly in silence, thinking, just let him be. Then he took out a bag filled with gleaming gold bars, shining so brightly in the sunlight it was dazzling. This is your reward and payment. Please accept it. His eyes lit up at the sight of money and he quickly reached out to take it, under the admiring gaze of the other, while with his other hand he continuously shook hands. Thank you. I wish you success on your future journeys. He thought sadly, I still want to stay by his side to learn more, but... While lost in thought, a voice called out from the opposite side, Hey! He flinched, his eyes wide as he turned to look and replied, Yes? He transformed back into his true form, smiling as he spoke with a meaningful tone. You should go to DM Thap, okay? He joyfully replied, Yes. Walking the entire way, there was almost no one around. He sighed, it's true that humans rarely appear in beastfolk territory. He observed his surroundings, thinking, looks like I need to go deeper inside. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by from above, quick as lightning. He vaguely wondered, is that? Looking closer, he secretly guessed, is it a monkey tribe? Don't move so fast. Suddenly, the monkey stopped to observe. Down below, he was still fumbling around, where exactly is this place? Looking across, he sighed, all right, I need to go into a tavern and ask for some information. From the reception desk, a talking goat warmly welcomed him. Are you traveling alone, sir? He bluntly placed a gold coin on the counter to order. Give me a cold beer. The bartender, startled by such wealth, immediately refused. That gold coin is too much, sir. He kept his smile and continued. It's all right, just take it. I also need to ask for some information. That was all it took. The manager just needed that. He immediately reached out to take it. Please ask away, sir. As soon as he pushed the beer glass towards him, he asked, do you know if there's a river of fire around here? He explained in surprise, a river of fire? There are a few places with lava flows. He raised the glass to his mouth, wondering, many places? Then he pictured the beautiful scenery. This island was originally formed from volcanic lava, after all. The manager clasped his hands on his hips and smiled knowingly. Of course, in those places, the lava flow isn't strong. Hearing that, he was satisfied and asked further, I see. And what about a river of fire flowing on a glacier? Do you know anything about that? Perhaps he hadn't memorized this question, so he looked flustered. Then he bowed politely, that's too difficult for me. He waved his hand sympathetically, it's all right. Saying that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, sighing with a hint of disappointment. I guess I'll have to find that out myself. Saying that, he looked towards the city gate. The sunlight of the day was incredibly dazzling. All right, first things first, now that I'm here, I need to get straight to the core issue. A few minutes later, he had followed the path into the forest. After a while, he was blocked by a large boulder. He stood, rubbing his chin, staring ahead. Huh? Suddenly, a monkey hand appeared from the nearby tree canopy and cheerfully said, "Sir, do you need a guide?" Then a monkey folk jumped down, offering a friendly smile, their sparkling eyes gesturing to suggest, 2 silver coins per hour, and I'll lead you anywhere. He looked down in surprise, thinking, these monkey folks, they seem quite reckless now. He still stood there, clasping his hands and forcing a smile, trying to persuade, as 1,000 pairs of terrifying red eyes had appeared in the tree canopies around the two of them, watching. A moment later, in the peaceful forest, the confident voice of the monkey folk rang out, among the races living on the coast, no race has wider connections than us monkey folk. While walking ahead, leading the way, he spread his arms wide as if to reinforce his reliability. Doesn't that prove we know this region best? He slowly walked behind, replying, "Oh, that's quite trustworthy, but where exactly are you planning to take me?" The question made the monkey folk halt for a moment. Then he turned back, clasped his hands together, and gave an artificial smile. "That depends on your wishes, sir." Just as he turned his back and took another step, he quickly retorted, causing him to stop again. "This is truly quite strange. I have no recollection of ever telling you my destination, do I?" Then his eyes slowly moved up to the tree canopies above, and for 2 silver coins? He had long since noticed all the hidden figures and exposed them. It seems there are too many guides. The monkey folk, seeing that he had known all along, was startled and took a few steps back. "Oh, when did you know, sir?" He calmly replied, "From the moment you first came to meet me." He was surprised. Then why?" He calmly said, "Because I need servants, what else?" The remark made the monkey folk grind his teeth in anger. He changed his attitude, a grotesque smile spreading across his face as he said, "I intended to spare your life if you gave me what you have, but I've changed my mind." With that, the monkey folk yelled out to his comrades, "Flay him." Of course, for him, these things weren't even worth noticing. He confidently smiled, "You think I followed you into this trap without knowing anything? Then you're gravely mistaken." Seeing thousands of powerful magic beams pouring from his hand, the monkey folk stammered in fear, magic domain. "Everyone, stop." But it was already too late, he scoffed, "It's going to hurt a little, all right?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a dazzling, powerful shockwave spread out. A moment later, only the monkey folk from before was still alive. All the surrounding monkey folk were burnt to a crisp, making him so terrified his legs couldn't stand firm. "I can't believe it," he wiped them all out. Then he suddenly felt his hair stand on end and slowly looked back. At this moment, continuing to exert his power, he spoke in a gentle yet utterly menacing voice, "You must be very tired, aren't you?" The magic flow didn't diminish. "I'm a little curious." Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled eerily, making the monkey folk stiffen. "You'll answer me obediently, won't you?" With just a few basic childish threats, they finally succumbed, and the monkey folk spoke. "Is this where the lava erupts?" He sat on a dry tree root nearby and replied, "Yes, precisely where the river of fire flows intensely over the glacial river." The monkey folk sat below, utterly subservient, led by the same monkey folk from earlier. He revealed with difficulty, "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of such a place." He began to lose his composure and interrogated, "So you mean you lied about knowing this region best?" Seeing this, he quickly denied, No, I didn't. There really isn't such a place in the island's outskirts." He didn't stop there and continued to question, "If there isn't one in the island's outskirts, then that means it's on the island itself, doesn't it?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, the monkey folk finally bowed his head and honestly said, "Actually, I don't know what's on the island." He thought he would be punished, but he just stood up and slowly walked forward. "If that's the case, then I'll have to go deeper into the island." He was surprised. "Yes, really?" He put his hands on his hips and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Is it not allowed?" He looked up hesitantly. "I know you're very strong, but..." Then he continued to warn, the ones inside the island are really not ordinary. They're very aggressive, and if they know a human has set foot on the island, they'll attack immediately. Although warned beforehand, he couldn't give up. A long while later, it was already dark. Sitting alone by the fire warming himself, he thought to himself, I was clearly warned like that, but... Suddenly, a powerful voice broke his train of thought. Is that him, the outsider stirring up this island? They stared at him, assessing. He looked smaller than I thought. Seeing them, he immediately thought, isn't this too fast? The three beast men in front were incredibly muscular, their heads shaped like buffaloes with two massive horns. He exclaimed, a murderous encounter. Is this the instinct of beast men who only pursue strength? However, his face showed no hesitation. He calmly asked, You've come to compete with me, haven't you? One of the beast men immediately spoke up, So you already know why we're here, huh? My apologies, but this is our instinct. Let's not beat around the bush any longer. He immediately got into a fighting stance. Come on, if you're ready, attack. Seeing this, he excitedly summoned magic. Let's begin. The beast man, as he charged, wondered, Is your spirit always so lively? Let's see if your strength matches it. As he gathered his strength, he speculated, a simple magic spell won't be able to stop that attack, because I need to condense as much mana as possible. Thinking that, he immediately aimed his hand towards him, preparing to attack. Then a powerful surge of magic flowed towards him, impact shot. The beast man was still full of confidence, not bad, but when it comes to strength, I don't lose to anyone here. As soon as he touched the impact wave, he knew something was wrong but still bluffed, for example, magic spells only at this level. His feet were slowly pushed back, then my strength. Before he could finish his sentence, the beast man was hit directly. Then he fell backward from the source of the power. The two remaining beast men witnessed the entire scene and were utterly astonished. He blew away the leader in one blow? This human mage is too strong. At this moment, the two of them stepped forward one after another to challenge. This time you fight me. No, fight me first. Seeing this, he was speechless, smiled, and waved his hand. Suddenly, from a distance, the beast man leader's powerful voice echoed, too noisy. You two, stand back. His eyes seemed to be covered with a red reflective layer as he sternly said, That's not an opponent you two can handle. He secretly thought, he wasn't injured at all? Clearly, the force of my attack was strong enough to break bones. He stared at the small body and pondered, so it's a body optimized for combat. If he knew how to control aura, he might even turn into a superhuman, no, probably even more than that. He forced a smile and asked, Do you want to continue fighting? The beast man leader sighed and replied, Of course. But then he turned his face away, making an excuse, although I'd really like to, my body feels all sore. Then he extended his hand to shake hands and surrender. I lose, you're very strong. After fighting for a while, the two finally had time to talk. The beast man leader wondered, But what are you doing on the island? As far as I know, humans only operate outside the island. He replied, I'm looking for the place where the river of fire flows intensely on the glacier. Given that the beast man leader was in the outskirts, he asked, Do you happen to know about that place? Hearing that, he was at a loss. In my 80 years of life, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a place. He smiled, Is that so? But deep down, he couldn't accept the reality. There's no way it could be found so easily. Everything in the underworld is going too well. After pondering for a while, the beast man leader finally revealed, Perhaps if you go to the new land, you might find a clue. He looked up, wondering, New land, what is that? In his recollection, it's a place with a massive volcano constantly on the verge of erupting, with hot lava continuously flowing out and incinerating everything around it. New land means a sacred place where gods reside. I'm not fated to go there, but I think besides that place, it's hard to determine the location you're talking about right now. Hearing that, he pondered, Come to think of it, there are a few records about the first-generation beast king being a dragon-human hybrid. Having had many combat experiences before, he basically understood, since I've obtained evidence through the altar in the underworld, I think it's valuable enough to explore. The next day, he continued his exploration. As he walked, he mumbled, "Where is that place, that new land?" From somewhere, a huge explosion shook the heavens and earth. Looking at the defeated monster in front of him, he sighed tiredly, "Have I really had to fight 17 times just today?" The Beastman leader also once said, "If you want to enter the new land, you must gain recognition from the Grand Shamans or Grand Elders. That recognition, of course, comes from proving your strength." Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he wondered, "I've been doing this for half a month just because of that statement, but isn't this enough for the fish to bite the hook?" Just as he finished thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, "Are you the human from another place, the one mentioned in rumors?" Many others surrounded him, surprising him a little. The Grand Shaman did nothing but suggest, "Follow me, someone is looking for you." Looking at the rope, he quietly guessed, "That rope, is it a symbol of the Grand Shaman?" He immediately asked the person in front of him, "Who is it, a Grand Shaman or a Grand Elder?" He replied, "It's Lord Mia." He was stunned, Beast King Mia. Then he clenched his fist and smiled with amusement. "I anticipated that someone from the Grand Shaman or Grand Elder level would come looking for me, but I didn't expect the Beast King to seek me out. She's truly a big fish I hadn't expected." In another place, the atmosphere was somewhat hazy and mysterious. Somewhere, whispers could be heard, "You must have heard the story about the outsider causing trouble on the island recently, right?" The other replied, "Yes, Beast King. I heard that the gatekeeper general of the White Snake tribe and the leader of the Lion tribe were also attacked." She sat with her chin in her hand, smiling, revealing her beastly fangs. She eagerly said, "Even those who are about to reach the Grand Shaman realm were attacked? I really want to meet this person and see what they're like." The other beastmen of the leopard tribe, bowing respectfully, assured, "Our leopard tribe will drag him to kneel before your majesty." Hearing that, she immediately stopped them. "No, there's no need for that. Just move quietly to this place," she said sternly with hidden meaning. "You mean that kid?" She responded generously, "Exactly, bring him here as a guest of my Beast King." The yellow leopard standing there secretly assessed, "He doesn't look special at all. Not like the rumors said." The leader of the leopard tribe spoke up, "When can you depart?" "Happily," he said, "I can depart right away." The others still secretly wondered. Clearly, those who were attacked earlier were too careless. Why is she treating this guy like a guest? Suddenly, he lost his composure, his face contorted as he intended to do something. What exactly is the Beast King planning? Before he could act, a voice rang out, "Stop, he is a guest of the Beast King." The leader of the leopard tribe fiercely turned and threatened, "If your combat instinct is meaninglessly taking over, then don't interfere in this matter, and I won't hold you accountable." Now standing amidst a group of leopard beastmen, the leader spoke, "No matter how warlike I may be, I'm not so inhumane as to lay a hand on the Beast King's guest." Then he turned away and sighed, "That's better. Yes, isn't it just a matter of fighting one battle?" Suddenly, a yellow leopard leaned forward and called out, "Hey, buddy." Hearing that, he turned around in surprise. The leader of the black leopard tribe immediately became annoyed when he heard him raise his voice. He ignored him and continued sternly, "Because we're quite busy, we'll definitely have to speed up." "Are you okay with that?" Vaso enthusiastically said, "I'll try." Hearing that, he replied, with a playful tone, "All right." Without many words, he immediately darted off. The speed was so fast it created a long trail of wind connecting from the ground. "Then try to catch me." The golden leopard kept moving continuously from one place to another. As he ran, he smugly thought to himself, "This human kid, I need to show him some fundamental differences." Suddenly, Vaso easily caught up to the golden leopard's speed and calmly spoke. "Oh my!" The golden leopard turned around and was utterly astonished to see him easily keeping up. Vaso teased, "Pretty fast, aren't I?" He couldn't help but think to himself, "No way, can he keep up with my top speed?" He was still very excited from behind. If you're going to adjust your speed because you're worried about me, there's no need. Then Vaso narrowed his eyes and continued, I'm still going very slowly. A moment later, they arrived at another place in the forest. A beast man exclaimed, You're pretty good. You're human, but you seem perfectly normal even when chasing me? After that, they all stopped at a certain spot. The golden leopards around them were panting while wondering. Among humans, are you the fastest runner? Vaso, showing no sign of fatigue, stroked his chin, let's see. Perhaps in our kingdom alone, there are about 30 people. He continued, if you count the entire territory, there are about 100 people. The golden leopard lost all its previous arrogance. Hearing Vaso's words struck him like lightning, making him flatten his ears in fear. I can't believe it, that many? Suddenly Vaso became serious. Instead of that, does such a vast city exist within the forest? Remembering the image of the entire city from above, most of them were made of leaves and wood, yet they were incredibly sturdy and strangely beautiful. He silently marveled, as expected, it's the Beastman's capital. Next, they led Vaso to a place that looked like a giant tent and introduced, this is the Beast King's residence. With an astonished look, he thought to himself, this is. He continued to think, those with power at least from the fourth circle and above, these people are masters of Karina. Vaso looked somewhat bewildered, the density of speculation is astonishing, it feels like walking through a swamp. Suddenly, streams of fiery red power appeared from nowhere, enveloping Vaso's body. He smiled triumphantly, indeed, I've passed the 6th magic circle. The wild boar beastman next to him was a bit startled, oh my. He stomped his foot, making a sound on the ground. Is he dispelling the speculations that the great masters of Nabok are emitting? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, you scoundrels, I told you not to mess around. The Beast King walked out from inside. She smiled warmly and introduced herself. Pleasure to meet you, human boy, I am Beast King Mui the Beast King. Vaso looked at Mui with a hint of fear and assessed, worthy of being the Beast King, her realm is astonishing. She's no less than master. But. Then Vaso thought again, I can't believe the Beast King is a woman. Seeing him just standing there silently, she called out loudly, what are you looking at? Seeing that, Vaso skillfully bowed respectfully, I am a magic apprentice of Yin Tower and the Earl of Endymion. Vaso Zemin respectfully greets the Beast King. I don't understand much about the rituals of the Beastman tribe, please forgive me. Hearing that, she turned over, pleased and smug. All right, there's no need to mind the rituals. Seeing that, Vaso felt less confused. So that's what she likes? Then Mui settled regally on the powerful chair, looking down from above, and questioned in a stern voice. So, what brings you, a person from a distant continent, here? Vaso looked up from below with a respectful expression. Where the river of fire flows turbulently over the glacial water, I am looking for that place. Suddenly, the beastmen around were collectively stunned. He looked at the crowd and mused, judging by this reaction, I guessed correctly. These people clearly know that place. Thinking this, Vaso stated his thought, I believe it exists in the place everyone calls New Land. The mysterious figures lurking in the shadows had their eyes glowing crimson. They angrily roared, how impious and disrespectful. How dare an outsider even mention the sacred land? Seeing that, Mui immediately interrupted, silence. I know you overseers are very flustered. But. Then her murderous gaze swept over them. Don't you see I'm speaking right now? None of the people dared to make a sound. They only bowed their heads and listened. Then she conceded, although there is indeed such a place in the new land, as you said, why do you want to go there? Vaso still refused to say. I have my own wishes. Mui propped her chin, looking down with boredom. The ambition of those continent mages to research mysteries and the unknown is truly intense. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the rejection wasn't too violent. I'm sure things can be resolved smoothly. Suddenly, Mui spoke again, but what should be done? Then she continued to explain, you probably know by the reactions of the overseers, but there has never been such a precedent from ancient times until now. Seeing Mui agree, one also chimed in, that's right, New Land is the ancestral land of our people. An outsider who isn't a warrior of New Land wants to enter and exit it. Impossible. Seeing them being unreasonable again, Mui growled threateningly, silence. Don't you see I'm handling this? Vaso cautiously spoke up, New Land. Then he continued, there has never been a precedent for outsiders to enter or exit, or is there a rule that prohibits others from entering or exiting? She was a little surprised and hopeful that he could understand so clearly. I didn't expect him to understand the essence so well. His comprehension and strength are no less than a great shaman's. He will surely help the Beastman tribe develop quite a lot. She had started to become more interested in him. Mui smiled smugly and continued, go on. He continued to express, just now an elder said, if you are not a warrior, you cannot enter or exit New Land. Doesn't that mean even if you are an outsider, if recognized as a warrior, you can enter New Land? The Boarman heard that and crossed his arms, smiling with a hint of disdain. The overseers also started discussing the Warriors' Challenge. An outsider wants to compete in the Warriors' Challenge? Seeing that Vaso was wavering a bit, she continued to laugh loudly, human boy, are you really going to compete in the Warriors' Challenge? Vaso was a bit hesitant but clenched his fist in determination, if I want to go to New Land legally, that's the only way. Then he put his hand to his chest, his eyes full of hope, of course. In a secluded place surrounded by many streams of magic, a voice echoed, explaining. The rules of the challenge are simple, endure in this ravine for 10 days, without any food or drink provided. You must find everything necessary to survive, and images of formidable beastmen appeared, every day, you must face 5 great shamans and defeat them. Looking back, Vaso secretly assessed, so, it's to evaluate strength, mental fortitude, and survival skills, and also the flowing chi in that ravine. Vaso continued to think, even though it's just a faint scent in the wind, I still sense an unusual malevolent aura. I must be careful not to get distracted. Mui crossed her arms, looking up solemnly, now was the time to enter the ravine. A loud announcement rang out, the challenger's trial officially begins now. As soon as the announcement ended, Vaso quickly moved. Without hesitation, he jumped straight down. A moment later, he successfully landed. As soon as Vaso landed, he had to cover his nose with his hand. As he looked around, he thought, the malevolent aura is much more intense than I expected. The Fenrir snake was killed by the first Beast King. Is this ravine where Doc Mongon's body was thrown? Soon, he was surrounded by a swarm of snakes, all hissing ominously. One opened its mouth, preparing to attack Vaso. Vaso cried out in panic, Pepper. As soon as he finished speaking, a very cute little dragon appeared, and a fireball emerged from its mouth. Then, a powerful surge of energy erupted, annihilating all the snakes. He stood watching the flame, gushing like water, smiling excitedly, let's eat snake meat tonight. Hearing that, Pepper also cried out in excited agreement. The scene shifted to outside the ravine. Streaks of fiery red magic continued to emanate, and whispers filled the air. It's the final day, and his spiritual power is still so strong? His real strength is also incredibly powerful. Vaso stood amidst the flames, so the surrounding snakes couldn't do anything to him. The magical flame hadn't extinguished for 5 days. Everyone continued to observe from above, and some began to exclaim, to face 20 great shamans without a single injury, that's truly impressive. Mui gripped her spear tightly and spoke, this won't do. Then she smiled brightly, how can I resist something that looks so delicious? As soon as she finished speaking, Mui immediately jumped down, astonishing everyone. Beast King. She landed powerfully, creating an incredibly strong gust of wind, scattering dust and rocks. Vaso quickly put his hand up to shield himself, isn't this a bit too much? As the dust cleared, Mui's figure appeared. He was surprised, the Beast King is directly intervening? She kept her smile and replied, seeing your strength gets my blood boiling. Then Mui proudly pointed at her muscular body and said, "Strictly speaking, this body is also a Beastman's champion." Then she held out her hand and proposed, "So, let's fight 5 rounds." Mui looked at Vaso smugly, "Because I also have integrity and conscience. If you can withstand 5 of my attacks, then consider yourself to have passed the challenger's trial." Vaso looked puzzled. 5 times? That would take all day today. Of course, compared to the Beast King, the great shamans would be easier to deal with, but... He looked at her with a bit of tension, because this isn't exactly the atmosphere for understanding each other, so... Vaso had also begun to transform, in that case. Then he radiated a powerful magical aura. "I'll give it my all." Vaso's power was so strong that even the beastmen on the cliff above were affected. They were astonished. "What? This aura? Isn't that guy human?" Mui was also a little surprised. Then she looked at Vaso and asked, "Is that your full power?" Then she bent down, digging her feet into the ground, her muscles bulging powerfully. "Good, very good. I'm very excited to enjoy this." Vaso was tense. "Come on." In an instant, Mui appeared right in front of Vaso at close range. The strong gust of wind made him struggle to stand firm. "All right." Mui smiled smugly, raising her blade towards Vaso. As soon as the blade touched, it was blocked by a barrier he created. In just 3 seconds, the barrier shattered into fragments. Vaso exclaimed, "Truly a superhuman among superhumans. Just defending against an attack is difficult, let alone facing her directly." The attack made him lose his footing and fall back powerfully. Vaso continued to create a gigantic magic vortex. First, he had to stop the movement with cold air and... The magic streams gathered, growing larger and larger. Vaso thought, just buying time. Then it started to turn towards Mui, and she laughed excitedly. Then Mui placed her hand on a patch of ground. "Interesting, very interesting." Then she powerfully flung the patch of ground up to block Vaso's stream of power. He stood aside, marveling, "I'm going crazy. Breaking the ground and blocking it with just arm strength?" Mui was still full of energy. "That last one was very interesting, so I'll adjust this round accordingly." Vaso tiredly thought, "Does she mean I have to fight 3 more times?" He exclaimed, "This is insane." As soon as he finished speaking, Mui powerfully lunged forward to attack. She used insane strength to punch the weapon in his hand, surprising Vaso. Vaso gritted his teeth and called, "Pepper." As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately appeared. Pepper quickly used its flames to forcefully spray towards Mui. However, she could still easily approach and kick him flying away. The powerful kick sent Vaso flying straight into the opposite wall, creating a large crack. A strange blue light streak appeared behind Mui. Vaso had also returned to his cool original form, holding a weapon that continuously emitted powerful magic. From the light streak next to Mui, something incredibly sharp shot down, startling Mui. Mui still smiled, raising her hand, then she powerfully punched it. They were a pair of hammers. Mui's force sent them flying, suspended in the sky. Then the hammer fell. She immediately grabbed it and smiled. "You're really worth me using this." Then, with a powerful leap, she raised her hammer, preparing to attack. He continued to use his hand to stop the power. They continued to form a circle of fire, just like the power from earlier. Suddenly, her feet touched the ground. She continued to bring the hammer back to gain momentum. He continued to raise his spear, creating many streaks of fire around it. In just a few moments, the fiery vortex grew larger, overwhelming everything and leaving him a bit stunned. Then a large explosion occurred. When the flames dissipated, only shattered layers of earth remained around the cliff. He had unleashed all his power and returned to his original state. He sat down, panting. She slowly advanced. I wanted to play some more, but unfortunately, it seems the situation won't allow it, huh?" Then she knelt down in front of him and smiled. "Anyway, it was very interesting, so..." Then she excitedly announced, "I will let you pass." After hearing that, he gently fainted. A while later, he was brought back to the camp to recover. His body was bandaged with gauze. He suddenly woke up, panting. Suddenly, Pepper appeared right next to him, surprising him a little. "Pepper." From outside the door, a voice rang out. "That kid doesn't even know fatigue, she just sticks right next to you." Seeing her, he sat up and replied, "Oh, you're here. Beast King." With one hand, she gently removed the bandages wrapped around his body, and with the other, she slowly reached out. A series of dark thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly brought Pepper up to shield himself and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" She still teased him nonchalantly. "I'm going to show you, what else? Those burning marks you left on me." Then she grabbed Pepper, who was placed on the ground. He still stammered, blushing. "No, so I." Then she forcefully took it out. Look, it made him jump and scream. After opening his eyes, he finally calmed down. "What was that?" Recalled the explanation. "I didn't expect you to make the setting sun explode with a spear." If he had dodged even a little bit later, the burn would surely have been bigger than this. The final blow must have passed through. Smiled awkwardly at his bewildered gaze. He thought to himself, "No, isn't it a bit heartless to say I passed after leaving such a wound?" Suddenly, she worriedly placed her hand on his forehead to check. "But why is your face so red? It doesn't seem like a fever, could it be that you—" Then she burst out laughing, amused. "Do you want to mate with me?" Calmly replied nonsensically, "Yes." She licked her lips greedily. "If so, should I call you a male instead of a foreigner?" Having said that, she moved even closer. He was flustered. "Your Majesty, Beast King, calm down and listen to me for a moment." However, she ignored his words and continued, "If it's your seed, I am even more determined to accept it." Seeing his confusion, she smiled and repeated, "If it's your seed, I approve, I'm ready to accept it." He daintily took a corner of the blanket to cover his delicate body and pondered, "That would be a good offer if I needed to expand my lineage for many generations. As for now—" Then, without hesitation, he extended his hand to stop her. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but your actions surprise me a little." Then, recalling the happy moments between him and his fiancée, he revealed, "I already have my fiancée." Hearing that, she understood and immediately got off the bed. "Then I retract my intention. I will not marry someone who is already engaged." But she continued to smile playfully. "But don't let your guard down. I have no intention of wasting. Where's my food?" Hesitantly got to the main point. "Can I go to the new land with you now?" She turned to explain. "Honestly, after witnessing your power yesterday, I stopped believing. You'll become the object of envy in this kingdom." Asked, "So when will you agree to let me go?" Looking at the body full of wounds. She gave a time frame. "First, your body has to be completely healed. The doctor said it'll be at least 2 months, all right?" Sometime later, in a corner of the forest, the clear blue sky combined with the sound of a waterfall created a poetic scene. A voice rang out. "How ridiculous!" Carried in his arms, wondered, "How can you be frolicking around like this after only 3 weeks? Are you a monster?" He politely turned to her. "You tore the ground with your bare hands, what are you talking about?" The overloaded body of the mage had to carry the Beast King. Thanks to the Beast King, he had recovered. While moving high above, he spoke his doubts. "Thank you for taking the time to help me recover, but aren't you busy? After all, you're the Beast King." She didn't seem bothered at all, laughing loudly. "Humans and us beasts have different views, why should we care?" Suddenly, she pointed down at the clear blue lake beside them and shouted, come down to the cliff with me." Immediately plunged down without hesitation. However, she suggested, "Don't go into the lake, fly over the surface of the water instead." After doing so, he spoke up again, asking, "What do I do next?" Excitedly pointed towards the source of cold spring water flowing out and suggested again, "Fly into that cave." Immediately obeyed. As soon as he saw the scenery inside the cave, he was captivated. I didn't expect there to be such a mystical space inside this cave. Then he carried her and landed on a rock patch in the corner of the cave. He said, pointing towards the source, "Can you see it? The lakes inside and outside the cave are all formed by that waterfall. That's called the Tandia waterfall." She explained, "That's the entrance to that waterfall. Once you go in there, remember to go against the current." She continued to speak, "Then you will see what you want. Your body will remain here." He flew up. Mystical streams of power surrounded him. Then he didn't hesitate and flew straight into the place he was guided to. He kept teleporting from one place to another. After a while, he finally found the exit. Looking at the magnificent scenery before him, he exclaimed, "Is this what they call Tandia? A sacred land, where the beastfolk gods reside." He slowly landed on a riverbank and spoke. Behind it was a colossal river, a lake created from the pure water of the gods. Then he moved along the river's current, wondering, "But is this what I'm looking for? It's big, but it looks quite ordinary." After a moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual and asked himself, "The water split into two colors?" Putting that aside, he told himself, "The mission I received is to go to the end of the fiery river. Let's keep going." When he arrived, he felt the warm temperature of the lake before him. He exclaimed, "I never thought the source of a river would be a volcano." Then he continued to look around, thinking to himself, "Let's see what's here." According to the mission's hint, this setting seems correct. Suddenly, a small movement appeared in the middle of the hot lake, attracting his attention. He stared at it, overjoyed. "I think I found it." Without further hesitation, he immediately jumped into the deep water. As he dived down, he speculated. Bubbles were rising, proving there was something at the bottom of the lake. His eyes darted around, searching. It was highly likely the true source of the river. From a small hole, bubbles were slowly moving out of it, making him even more certain. Here it is. Inside, ocean blue rocks appeared, illuminating a large area within. From the surface of the lake, bubbles continuously rose. Then he powerfully lunged out of the water, gasping for air. He carried his soaking wet body, heavily taking each step forward. "This must be the right place. It's too dark, I can't see anything." As for Pepper, it was still full of energy. It let out joyful cries. A streak of light appeared like a guiding tool, making the two curious to follow it. Small luminous particles gently settled on the nose of some mysterious creature. It immediately stood up, creating a formidable surge of power that forced Pepper and him to quickly shield themselves. From beside it, a strange flame appeared, emitting a voice. "Fire Dragon, it is shameful that you accept a human as your master. But finally, the heir has arrived." That voice continued to echo. "Please forgive this humble servant, my beloved." After that, the flame became even more fierce. "My lord, I have guarded this place for many years so that I may pass on the magic to my successor." His hands involuntarily trembled. He thought to himself, "Even though I haven't touched it, I can still feel it. With my current level, can I take this thing?" Suddenly, a translucent system appeared beside him. Notification. The defiled thoughts of the Beast King have reacted to the Sacred Lord. His thoughts were formed. Purify the Beast King's thoughts. Reward, the ultimate divine artifact of the god. He exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Suddenly, it gradually appeared from within the air. Then suddenly, he roared powerfully. Exclaimed. Even though it was just a thought, it already made me tremble with fear. Gritting his teeth to reassure himself. "That's a demon beast. No, it must be a divine beast." Suddenly, the voice from before rang out again. Please hold it. From within the air, the flame that had just formed, shaped like a weapon, continuously radiated warmth. That voice repeated again. Please hold it. That flame shone directly into his surprised eyes. Without further hesitation, he immediately grabbed it. As if it had found its rightful owner, a powerful surge of energy radiated from the weapon and enveloped his body. This is... Suddenly, he was transported to a different space. He looked in surprise at people wearing armor, drawing their bows and shooting. A battlefield. Looking down, he wondered, why am I suddenly seeing these things? The voice from before rang out. You damn giants! A girl in black attire powerfully stepped forward to face the giants. Sternly determined. Today, I will surely exterminate all of you. A giant one-eyed monster angrily charged forward. Danger! Suddenly something startled him, making him gasp in shock. Suddenly, she turned to him and smiled. She's smiling at me. She can see me? Then suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The scales on her gauntlets looked like they're carved from black stone, and those horns too. Looking at the scales and her face after erupting with power, he understood implicitly. Now I understand this woman's identity. She spoke up. To the holiness of the 6 gods who abandoned this small earth. I created this with the horns I painstakingly collected. He also silently remembered her name. O Dragon God. The figure of that woman powerfully charged forward. This will make him reborn as a new soul. It possesses enough power to kill a god. This will let you know what you need to do. Then a powerful flame plunged down. The crimson spear from before directly plunged into the beast, incinerating it. The powerful flame involuntarily made him step back. He was confused. Even if it's a forethought body, it could still defeat the first-generation Beast King in a single strike? The rule is the 8th magic circle. Oh no, it must be the 9th magic circle. After that battle, he appeared in the form of a human. He slowly opened his amber eyes. Master of the great dragon, I, a humble one inheriting the dragon's blood, implore you. Something glowed brightly in his hand. Pass this on to my children. Then he handed it to him. He vaguely asked, This? After receiving it, he began to explain. That is the treasure and at the same time, the shackles of the beastkin race. He still looked at the object in his hand with curiosity. Suddenly, streams of blue light wrapped around his body. Master of the dragon, I ask that you look after the shackles I have bestowed upon these children. He could clearly see streams of power continuously radiating from the stone. I feel this power is neither magic nor divinity. It must be something special that only applies to beastkin. The system board reappeared. Notification. Purified the contaminated forethought body of, name, granted a reward. Suddenly, his weapon from earlier reappeared before him. His body also suddenly emitted intense reactions to it. Extremely intense heat, as if all the mana in his body was burning. He silently braced himself against each pang of pain. With the level of fire attribute understanding I've cultivated, it shouldn't hurt this much. A moment later, he was engulfed in a crimson current of fire, flying into the air, his mind still wildly screaming that what was stirring his mana now were high-level spells and spirit words, almost reaching the 9th magic circle. If one cannot perceive and understand correctly and observe visually, their brain will explode. He braced himself, enduring each painful blow. The system appeared. Brahmastra has expanded your brain. Brahmastra's understanding level has increased. Brahmastra has rebuilt your brain. Brahmastra has rebuilt your brain. Brahmastra's understanding level has increased. After a while, Vaso gradually sank into his subconscious, where everything was also incredibly fantastical, interwoven streams of light creating an explosive spectacle. A long while later, everything was quiet except for Pepper trying to wake Vaso up. It uncomfortably rubbed its head against Vaso, worried. Suddenly, the dragon's voice rang out, comforting it, "Don't worry, the young master is just tired and fainted for a bit. He'll wake up soon. Originally, my child was supposed to await the little master, but fate didn't allow it. So, kid, if possible, would you like to inherit this power?" Hearing that, Pepper's ears drooped in fear. The dragon persuaded again, "There's nothing to be surprised about. Although you are a spirit, you are also a mutation. Streams of power surrounded a strange egg. If you inherit even a little bit of the dragon's factor, it's possible." Pepper, innocently wide-eyed, listened carefully to it say, "I hope you will become the new fire dragon and accompany the little master. Furthermore, I earnestly hope you will continue the dragon's bloodline." At this moment, Vaso also slowly woke up. He uncomfortably held his head, wondering, "How long have I been unconscious?" Seeing Pepper happily gnawing on something, Vaso asked in surprise, "Pepper, what are you eating right now?" With its mouth full of food, it happily turned to look at him. Seeing its excited face, Vaso thought to himself, "I don't know, maybe it's just eating whatever is edible, right?" Suddenly, fire emanated around Pepper. "Pepper," he exclaimed, trying to stop it, when the notification board appeared again. Pepper the spirit has absorbed the nutrients contained within it, and the shell of the fire dragon egg has completed all preparations for development. Then the flame powerfully enveloped it again. The quest board stated, "To receive the absorbed power and develop into a second-generation dragon requires a very long time." Suddenly, a sound that Vaso could understand came from Pepper's mouth. It rubbed its eyes and said, "I'm sleepy, I want to sleep." Vaso was astonished. Is this Pepper's mission? The system board announced, "Pepper the spirit has entered a state of slumber." Then it closed its eyes tightly and said, "Goodbye, my master." After that, it gradually disappeared into the flame. Vaso tried to call out, "Pepper." Vaso felt sad and regretful. Has Pepper fallen into a state of slumber? If I had known this would happen, I would have played with it more often. From outside, Mia was still waiting there. "Hey, male, over here." Vaso quickly jumped out and stood next to her. Vaso looked at Mia, puzzled. "What's wrong, madam?" She stated her suspicion. "Within 5 days, your eyes have become brighter and deeper, haven't they? You must have obtained something very incredible, right?" Suddenly, he turned away and offered, "Madam, could you please take a look at this for me?" Mia's eyes suddenly became stern. She stared intently at the stone that was continuously emanating intense power. Then Mia angrily demanded, "Where is that thing? How did you get it? From now on, you must explain everything to me in detail." Male, Vaso's body involuntarily flinched. He secretly thought, as expected, she wasn't at full strength when we fought. She smiled meaningfully. "What? You endured my clash from this close?" Then she crossed her arms and continued, "I wanted to play a little more, but now the moonstone is more important." Mia began to ask, "Male, do you know why we beastkin are bound to live on Turin Island?" Vaso scratched his head, speculating, to protect the minority beastkin tribes. As soon as he finished speaking, she yelled, "Nonsense." Then she began to recall, those with big ears and those from the underground are also living on the continent. Then Mia crossed her arms and seriously reasoned, "Do you think we, being stronger than them, would get stuck here for a reason like that?" Then she pointed directly at the item Vaso was holding and revealed, "That is the artifact of Lord Fenrir, the first Beast King. We stayed here to search for what you are holding." After hearing that, he asked himself, "Is this what shackles means?" Remembering Fenrir's words of caution, "Master of Dragons, I hope you will look after the shackles I have bestowed upon the children." Then Vaso asked Mia, "What is it about this item that makes you so completely dependent on it?" She recalled a werewolf legend and asked Vaso, "You must have heard of Thursday Thoi, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes, it entices the beastly nature deeply ingrained in the blood and awakens fighting ability." Suddenly realizing something, he immediately wondered, could this be related to Thursday Thoi? Holding the stone, Mia explained, "When the full moon rises, lunar eclipse Thursday Thoi can be 3 times stronger than usual. Then she turned her gaze to the stone they had been searching for all this time and continued, although lunar eclipse Thursday Thoi is a power only permitted when the full moon rises, if we have this Noyat Luke thatch, we can perform lunar eclipse Thursday Thoi anywhere, anytime, even if the full moon doesn't rise. After that, Mia powerfully tossed it into the air. Finally, the stone fell back into her hand, to the astonishment of both of them. Mia clutched at her hair and mumbled, the moonlight contained within it must be depleted. Besides that, it's about the strength you mentioned this time. Then Mia continued to ask, where did you find this Noyat Luke thatch? Vaso pondered, remembering, well, actually. At this moment, the two had returned to the forest and were moving at lightning speed. Mia wondered, because you were curious about the source of the red water, you threw yourself into a sulfur stream? He explained, though I've heard many times that sorcerers are crazy, your level is beyond excessive. She asked again, so, you mean Fenrir's remains are in there? Vaso immediately replied, yes, I found the Noyat Luke thatch in that place. He thought anxiously, I can't say it's a forethought body, so I'll have to deflect. Suddenly, Mia couldn't help but smile, you mean Fenrir brought the Noyat Luke thatch with him, right? Vaso immediately replied, yes, Fenrir's remaining will was to pass that on to the beast folk. Hearing this, she joyfully hugged Vaso, praising him, well done, male, very talented. He cried out uncomfortably as she squeezed his neck. Then Mia rested her chin on Vaso's head, I'll give you a great reward, so if there's anything you want, just say it. Then she fantasized again, all right, if you want me to accept your seed, it can be any time. Vaso, helpless before this beast person, exclaimed, no, I'm fine. Suddenly he widened his eyes, Then Vaso smiled cryptically, there's one thing I want. By the seashore, Vaso was sent flying far away by Mia's attack. He closed his eyes in frustration, while she continuously yelled, what's wrong? Why is your breathing so heavy already? This body is just getting started. He hung his head in frustration and sighed, I'm gonna die. Is fighting for 1 hour a day too much? Mia, with bulging muscles, approached with her weapon and encouraged him, come on, push a little harder. If you keep showing such weakness, I'll make you eat it. So weak, you probably won't be able to satisfy your promised future mate. Then Vaso regained his spirit. He erupted with power and smiled, you don't need to worry. Then, behind him, streams of weapons appeared, pointing in all directions. Excited, he added, I'm still full of energy. After that, they all charged towards Mia. At this moment, Mia enthusiastically exclaimed, excellent, male. That's a very desirable stance. Time then skipped forward a few hours. On the beach, there was a small hole with dust scattered everywhere in the air. Vaso sat panting under a coconut tree, she's nothing short of a monster. Is fighting without consent too much? Mia approached him and asked, what's wrong? Is it over? She stood with her arms crossed, this is too boring. What do you think about changing back to how you were before? Vaso replied with a bright smile, I'm trying to build a basic foundation, that's why there is no point in this training. Mia pouted and turned away, that's your reason, but I don't find it interesting at all. Mia glanced at Vaso and spoke, male, I have a favor to ask of you. Vaso looked bewildered, a favor? Mia crossed her arms again, she smiled and said, since I've found the moonstone, I will leave the island with the beastmen within a few years. I hope you will act as a bridge for me then. Vaso rubbed his chin and asked, precisely what kind of role are you referring to, your majesty? If you're asking to separate Endymion's territory, that might be too much. Mia jumped up, do you think I would ask for such a shameless request? She blamed him with a red face, I just hope you'll give us a small piece of land where we can live. Vaso turned to the side, smiling and thinking, is that really any different? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Vaso stood up and asked, Beast King, does what you just said mean you will belong to Endymion? Mia stood opposite him, she closed her eyes and replied, if necessary, I will even bow respectfully to your king. If there's a territorial dispute or war, we can also help. Vaso covered his mouth with his hand, eyes wide. The Beast King will bow to Endymion? Even help with war? Amazing. Scene change, inside Endymion Palace. Alfonso sat on the throne with Hecate standing beside him, and countless officials below. The Minister of Finance asked, Curin Island beastmen tribe migration? The number of those beastmen is over 200,000. How can we prepare food and shelter for them? The Minister of Military Affairs analyzed the benefits, but even if only half of them are brought into battle, it's like gaining 100,000 regular soldiers for free. That number cannot be underestimated. Vaso stood to the side, listening to everything. He thought, conflicting opinions, just as I predicted. Suddenly, Alfonso spoke, stop. He told everyone that, regardless of what's said, there's no transparent data, so it's just hypothetical debate. Alfonso clasped his hands together, his tone becoming serious. Crown Prince Consort candidate Vaso Zemin, I want to hear your opinion, as you have met them directly. Vaso complied, yes, Your Majesty. He recounted the past and recalled when he met the Buffalo tribe leader and the Grand Abbot. Although the beastmen I encountered were more or less belligerent, they don't have a culture too different from ours. As Vaso spoke, he surprised everyone present. Perhaps spatial support will be needed, but if you consider that you are nurturing 100,000 troops, it would actually be beneficial. Julian seemed to agree. He cleared his throat, so that's how it is. We'll have to recalculate. Then he inquired about the situation. So, what about the Beast King Mia's fighting strength? Vaso honestly shared his experience. It's very difficult to assess by my standards, but speaking from the perspective of having fought against her. Hecate frowned, she. Vaso continued to answer, MC Hill, I think she is at least 3 ranks stronger than him. Julian hesitated, that strong? Emilia suddenly appeared beside Julian, is that true? The little girl looked at the two of them. Emilia lazily asked, isn't it just because you're weak that you misjudged it? Julian spoke up, calm down, little White Tower Master. The little girl angrily cursed Julian while he smiled to diffuse the situation. Who are you calling little girl, you idiot who only knows about weapons? Get out of the way. Julian replied with a laugh, Beast King Mia is a fighter, not a mage. In that case, wouldn't it be very suitable for me, someone who practices aura, to step forward? Julian spoke up, now, then. Then he used his power to make green arrows appear. Julian pointed, directing those arrows towards Vaso, try receiving them. And then thousands of arrows flew towards him. Vaso was utterly surprised by his true power. Even the shape of a spearhead could be transformed into hundreds of types of weapons? He truly is a weapons master. He thought, if I confront him directly, I'll be broken. Vaso began to plan, I won't confront him directly here. He fought while thinking of ways to stay safe, and he would scatter them everywhere. Zemin couldn't believe his eyes. He's able to receive my spearheads? It seems he's grown more than last time. He stood firm against thousands of arrows that could pierce him at any moment. Perhaps he gained enlightenment from his informal battle with the Beast King. Zemin bowed, thank you, sir, for going easy on me. Zemin waved his hand, it's all right, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Then he placed his hand over his left chest to apologize to Alfonso, although it was done to confirm the truth, I am very sorry for causing such a disturbance. Your Majesty, considering the strength of the consort, perhaps we can trust his assessment of the Beast King. Alfonso rested a hand on his chin and said, now, we just need to grasp the Beast King's intentions. Are they sincere, or is there another agenda? Zemin looked down at the necklace he was wearing and replied, they are sincere, Your Majesty. Someone wondered about the necklace, what is that? He replied, this is a gift from the Beast King. He recalled the past, Gwen had said, it's made from her fangs. So Zemin truthfully replied, the material of the necklace, as I understand, is the fangs of the Beast King. Everyone whispered about the necklace, how could it be so barbaric? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's sincere. People gossiped, while others surrounded Zemin, asking about the necklace. Alfonso signaled everyone to stop. Now, since we've grasped the rules to some extent, we will discuss this matter later. He announced to everyone, although this is only the first consultation, if there are no variables, our Endymion will have up to 200,000 beast folk. And Zaymon was highly praised by Alfonso, therefore, I will commend Count Zaymon for his contributions. He bowed sincerely, Your Majesty, my fortune in meeting the beast folk was merely luck. Before Alfonso, he answered very modestly, I have no intention of claiming merit, Your Majesty. However, he still highly recognized his contribution. Even so, a contribution is still a contribution, isn't it? As he knelt before Alfonso, he loudly declared to everyone, I bestow upon Zaymon the title of New Dawn Duke, containing the name Morningstar. Furthermore, I grant him ownership of one of the items from the royal archives. I hope that in the future, you will also become a star that illuminates Endymion, just like your title. Zaymon thought, imagining a vision of mountains of gold and silver. If they are items from the royal archives, they must be extremely valuable. The task isn't even successful yet, but I've received such an excessive gift. Otherwise, His Majesty might have other intentions. He covered his mouth to stifle his bewilderment when a voice called out, Little brother. As Zaymon turned his head, he saw Darius's figure. He thought, Master. Someone reminded him, the meeting has concluded, so please go to the audience chamber. His Highness probably has something to share with you. Zaymon saw her smiling brightly and couldn't help but wonder. When alone with Hecate, he eagerly presented a hairpin. This is a jade hairpin, a piece of jewelry for women, made from special jade. I heard it's used to tie and secure long hair. Hecate sat opposite him, arms crossed, looking at the hairpin. I recall seeing it in a book. They say it also has an antidote effect against simple poisons, but... She gave him a wary look. Why did you buy this? Zaymon happily replied, because I thought it suited Hecate very well. Hecate took the hairpin and brought it to her chin. Those words pleased me more than the gift itself. She asked Zaymon, this is an unfamiliar item, so I don't know how to use it. Could you do it for me? He smiled and stood up, of course. As Zaymon was helping Hecate, she asked, now that I think about it, during the meeting, you referred to the Beast King as she. Is the Beast King a woman? Then Hecate continued to ask, so, what is your relationship with her? As soon as he heard, Zaymon dropped the hairpin. He tried to explain to Hecate, Rella. What kind of relationship? I already told you, we just fought each other. Then she reached out for the hairpin, muttering, that's very strange. Hecate stood up, making Zaymon unconsciously step back. Their relationship is only at that level. She sneered, taking the hairpin and looping it onto the necklace, and he even gave a necklace? He was scared, something's wrong. Hecate gave a terrifying smile. What's more, how did you even pull out your own fangs? Zaymon broke out in a cold sweat. He unconsciously thought, anyway, it seems like something's not right. At this moment in Endymion royal way, Zaymon's thoughts suddenly surfaced. I didn't expect Hecate to get jealous. His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a bit wronged, but his mood wasn't bad. Alfonso's image appeared in Zaymon's mind. Did you wait long? This atmosphere. Thinking of this, he secretly sighed. It's truly fortunate the king arrived at the right time. Next, Zaymon stared intently at the paper in his hand, even though what the king said was also shocking. The scene of Alfonso pondering appeared again. Actually, I have confirmed the reports related to Zaymon. Speaking of which, he suddenly became extremely angry and discovered that a portion of the security report stating Zaymon's territory must be reclaimed was fabricated. It should be said that the unnecessary territory was reclaimed, and he was pushed out of the new territory. That's more like it. This information immediately astonished Zaymon. Something like that. A moment later, Alfonso bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. This is clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Zaymon family and to you. He was even more surprised. Your Majesty, please don't. At the same time, Zaymon suddenly recalled Hiu's scolding from the past. Fool, why do you think the Empire killed your father? He clenched his teeth, making a deduction. The fact that they said they forged the documents reported to the king means that there are also perpetrators within Endymion who killed my father. Perhaps MC Hugh's words were true. As he trembled with anger, a slender hand slowly reached out. It turned out Hecate was gently comforting Zaman. Thanks to her, his demeanor gradually softened. Next, Alfonso sighed and handed Zaman a scroll. Although this cannot compensate for your past years, please accept it. After a pause of about 2 seconds, he continued, it will be useful to you. Returning to the present, as Zaman arrived before the museum door, permit to enter the 6th basement floor of the Vubrium Museum. He probably had to go to the museum and then check the royal notes. As soon as he stepped inside, he eagerly searched, 5th basement floor of the Vubrium Museum. Although I know that's the deepest part of the museum, there's actually one more floor below it. The 6th basement floor, the place where their original magic and the magical views of the Tower Masters are preserved. The symbol on the paper quickly lit up. Only those holding a permit stamped by the king can enter and exit. Immediately after, a magic circle was activated and surrounded Zaman. He instantly recognized it, spatial transfer magic. Zaman's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him, not the 6th basement, but transferred to a different space. In a flash, he was brought to a library full of books, terribly many, probably thousands of them. As he looked around, Zaman analyzed the situation, allowed time, 48 hours. Reading all these books in here is too much. He tried to summon magic to verify his hypothesis. Since it's a restricted magic space, I can't even use image magic to take photos. The next second, Zaman thought of a more effective search method. First, let's try to scan through just the titles, because only then can I distinguish which books to read first. A moment later, a book caught his attention. Author, Roar of the Earth Dragon, Evan Zaman. So it was the Royal Tower Master 400 years ago. As he skimmed the content, Zaman exclaimed, this is truly amazing. His eyes lit up at the interesting information. Transformation. The 5th magic circle's excitation is increased to the 7th magic circle standard. Zaman quickly imagined the scene described in the book, gathering magic power from the ground to spread it deep into the earth. If the gathered magic power erupts in a fan shape along with a shockwave, then... Next, the system suddenly appeared, startling him. Notification, understanding of Earth attribute magic has slightly increased. High-level Earth attribute understanding has reached plus 99.9, the ultimate limit. Before Zaman could fully recover, the system continued to announce, quest, increase Earth attribute understanding. Increase the advanced Earth attribute understanding to its highest limit. Reward, clear, high-grade true dragon magic stones and 2 Earth Dragon footprints. He immediately grasped the key point of the quest, the Earth Dragon's footprints. In an instant, Zaman became more overjoyed than ever before. After the Shadow Dragon and Fire Dragon, he had been quite uncertain how to find traces of dragons, but he couldn't believe something like that was offered as a reward. Since it was a quest reward, it would be very authentic. Before he could rejoice for long, he realized the problem, how to increase his Earth attribute understanding to its highest level. Was there no other way than memorizing? After a while of memorizing many books, Zaman came to a conclusion. As expected, just memorizing didn't increase his understanding. Thinking back, Alfonso had said when he left the study, he could take one book he wanted. Then, he pondered, what book should I take? Suddenly, Zaman's attention was drawn. What was the book the statue was holding? He approached the statue and took the book from its hand. What kind of book wasn't kept on a bookshelf but on a statue? The opening lines of the book appeared, Transcendent Dream, author, Duke Qian Kwok. As soon as he saw it, Zaman exclaimed in surprise, this. He continued to visualize in his mind. Duke Qian Kwok was the name of loser Zaman, the ancestor of the Zaman family. Furthermore, Transcendent Dream was also a magic spell symbolizing him. Observing the statue for a long time, Zaman deduced, this statue seems to mimic our ancestor. He respectfully and sincerely bowed to the statue in front of him. Perhaps all of this was arranged by his ancestor. After careful consideration, Zaman chose that book and left the library. As soon as he stepped outside, Darius's voice rang out, "You're right on time, little one." Her appearance startled him. "Master!" Ignoring Zaman's surprise, Darius complained with a straight face, "Looking at you, it seems you haven't rested at all for 48 hours, have you? I always say that rest is as important as effort. Now that you're grown up, are you not going to listen to your master anymore? There isn't a day you don't overwork yourself." I can't help but nag, honestly. After a moment of complaining, she noticed the book in his hand. "Isn't that Transcendent Dream?" Zaman was even more surprised. "Master knows Transcendent Dream?" Darius immediately explained what she knew about the book. Transcendent Dream is to abandon one's human form and be reborn as a magical entity. It is an extraordinary magic that transcends the boundaries of the mundane world. According to legend, Duke Kin Kwok, amid raging storms and turbulent waves, transformed into a massive tsunami, and in pouring rain, he became lightning. Aside from that fresh idea, if it were truly achieved, Transcendent Dream could be considered magic worthy of high praise. Hearing these words, Zaman became even happier with his choice. Master praises it so highly? Indeed, our ancestor was a brilliant man. Then, Darius suddenly sighed, "Little one, if you intend to practice Transcendent Dream, I won't stop you, but you must be careful. Although Transcendent Dream is an 8th circle spell, it is also magic that goes beyond its direction." As she spoke, an image of rippling water suddenly appeared. Darius seriously warned, "Because if you make a mistake, you could be swallowed by the magic itself." Hearing that, Zaman replied firmly, "Yes, I'll remember that." After that, she turned and walked away. "All right then, it's time for the royal annotations now." Along the way, Zaman curiously remarked, "I didn't think the royal annotations would be outside the city." Noticing his confusion, Darius slowly explained, "The place we're heading to now is the first treasury. The first treasury contains jewelry, while the second treasury holds weapons. In the third treasure vault, various kinds of treasures are being kept." As soon as she finished speaking, she announced, "It's here." In an instant, Darius took out the scepter. "From now on, open your eyes wide and observe." She spoke while creating dense magic arrays, "Because I'll show you a rare sight." Zassel's eyes widened in surprise. "Amazing. It's a magic circle, an encrypted formula for ascension, with dozens, even hundreds of them forming a single star." He stared at Darius and exclaimed, "If I hadn't come with Master, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to enter." Immediately, the entrance to the royal archives was opened. Darius led the way inside and said, "Young one, you can only take one item from this treasure vault, just like a museum." While Zassel was answering, the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. "Yes, I will remember that." The stream of power emanating from the ring grew stronger, terrifying him. "Huh? What's happening now?" The ring on Zassel's hand emitted lightning bolts, making him think, is Claudi's spirit spewing lightning by itself? It's never been like this before. Unlike facing an enemy, it's as if it's met a long-sought friend. Seeing this, Darius quickly turned his head and speculated, "It must be that half of your ring is in the archives." He immediately pondered, paired artifacts. Artifacts are inherently complete products, and their functional mechanisms are usually normal, but there are also special artifacts that only activate their mechanical features when paired. As he thought of the image of the two masks, Zassel mused, "That means it's like my golden mask." He rested his chin on his hand, recalling, "Now that I think about it, the quest rewards, artifacts related to dragons, are mostly of this form." Next, lightning bolts from Zassel's ring shot straight ahead as if to guide him. This made Darius curious. "So, you intend to show me where its pair is, right?" He replied softly, "Yes. Because I've been continuously bothered, I'm a bit curious." This made her even more curious. What kind of artifact could make this young man so anxious? Inside the treasure vault, a sudden flash of light made the entire room clearer than ever. Following the guiding light, Darius stepped forward and exclaimed, "So this is the Cloud Jade." This strange information confused Zassel. Cloud Jade? She quickly explained, "That's right, the Cloud Jade. It has the special ability to control weather." He was secretly surprised. Controlling weather? Only 10 mages on the entire continent can control the weather. Such climate manipulation is very intricate and is classified as a field that cannot be easily trained. Noticing the clear astonishment on Zassel's face, Darius calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this power. Climate manipulation has clear advantages but also carries risks, such as mana consumption and role allocation time. Hearing her say that, he quickly realized, it's the same feeling as when Zassel held Brahma. If considering efficiency, it's not the Cloud Jade. He stared intently at the ring on his hand, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Perhaps it would be better to choose another artifact, but... Immediately after, Zassel decisively made his decision, "I'll choose this one." Without hesitation, he gently touched the jade stone before his eyes. Next, Zassel was astonished by this sight. It's being absorbed into the ring? The ring quickly displayed a pattern of clouds. The system immediately displayed a notification: "You have obtained a fragment of the Cloud Dragon's wing." The Cloud Dragon, as a dragon ruling clouds and climate, is a mutated thunder dragon born with a rare probability. As he read the information on the screen, Zassel's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. A mutated thunder dragon? He began to analyze it in his mind. The common understanding in academic circles was that the lightning attribute was derived from the fire attribute. Because it's an attribute that goes against the conventional concept of the 5 elements, mages who train in lightning are considered nobler and more recognized. If it's an attribute derived from the lightning attribute, then its value would be incomparable to anything else. Then, Zassel closed his eyes and slowly felt the flow of power emanating from the ring. Moreover, the true ability of the Cloud Jade wasn't just controlling the weather, this was far more terrifying. Darius's voice cut through his thoughts. "Little one, have you figured out how to use this item yet?" Zassel eagerly replied, "Yes, I think I know a little bit." Hearing his affirmation, she chimed in excitedly, "All right then, let's go outside. I'm really curious what power a paired artifact will have." Both of them walked outside, and Zassel's announcement rang out, "I'm starting now." A stream of power from the ring on his hand spread everywhere. Even Zassel's feet tensed, preparing for this move. As expected, his figure shot straight into the air like lightning. Seeing this, Darius spoke in an admiring tone, "Flying magic." "No, is that just a simple jump?" It turned out that while she was marveling, Zassel had already flown very far. As he looked at the city, he was surprised. "This is incredible. I can fly this high with just a jump. Is it thanks to this cloud-like mist?" Zassel lifted his leg high. "The important thing is..." Next, he continued to ascend. The jump isn't the end. It turned out to be even better than flying magic, faster, and he didn't need to slow down when changing direction. In a short time, Zassel was sweating. Of course, the problem is it consumes a lot of magic power. "I'm already tired." Immediately after, he swung his hand, then next. On the ground, Darius suddenly wondered, Is that lightning?" She intently observed Zassel. "This level should be enough to destroy a small town." While she was still speaking, in midair, he began to waver, of course. Following Darius's words, Zassel fell straight from the sky into the river below him. Although, because of that, I might be low on magic power. The scene shifts to the Mage's Guild. Zassel slowly walked, muttering to himself, "I'm dying, everywhere aches. I guess I should limit my use of Claudius for a while." Immediately after, he walked towards a bookshelf. "I've already received everything I needed, so I should proceed with the quest again." At the same time, the system appeared again: "Increase your understanding of the Earth attribute to the highest level." Next, Zassel took out a book and thought to himself, "The place for understanding Earth attribute magic in Endymion is the Imperial Tower. First, I need to find a mage of the 6th magic circle or higher affiliated with the Imperial Tower." After only a few pages, he suddenly froze. This person. The scene shifts to Spigamon's office. "Long time no see." I hear you've been quite active lately, haven't you? Zassel's reply slowly came. I should have come to greet you more often, I apologize. Elder Spigerman laughed loudly upon hearing this. What's with the greetings? There's a saying that no news is good news. At the same time, he suddenly recalled the Elder's valiant fighting image. It's surprising, just at the Mirror Temple alone, a 5th Circle Realm Master has already reached the 6th Magic Circle. Then, Spigerman asked curiously, you said you wanted advice on Earth attribute magic? Without hesitation, Zassel replied, yes, because I was deeply impressed by the Earth magic I read in the 6th basement floor I visited this time. His expression was very relaxed. For such words, of course, I heartily welcome you. If you're okay with it, let's start right away. As if he had been waiting for these words, Zassel gleefully took out a stack of papers. If that's the case. Seeing this, Spigerman broke out in a cold sweat. Did I do something wrong to you? Night fell at the castle where Bismarck was residing, and the number of bribed people had increased greatly. While handling documents, he muttered to himself, weapon manufacturing is progressing smoothly, and as for military provisions, there's probably no need to worry. Bismarck quickly fell into thought. Now, all that's left is to wait. Then, he smirked in satisfaction. The throne of Endymion will be Bismarck's. Just then, the door near him suddenly burst open, and Karen's voice rang out, please excuse my late arrival. In just a second, Bismarck regained his composure. You, Green Eye, are you Karen? Karen calmly greeted him. It seems this is the first time we've greeted each other directly. Greetings, Duke Bismarck, I am Karen. Ignoring the man who was making himself at home, Bismarck rested his chin on his hand and inquired, you're being unusually polite. Are you trying to mock me by coming so late at night? Karen immediately denied it. How could that be? My reason for seeking the Duke is nothing else but... Saying this, he took out a strange item. Let the Duke see this. The item puzzled him. This thing? Next, Karen clarified, this is the sample the Duke needs, the keystone of Manhua. Horrifying images continuously appeared in Bismarck's mind. The keystone of Manhua. The seal that has blocked the gate of Tartarus for a long time. Even so, his face remained calm and unperturbed. Certainly not normal. Could this ominous aura be buried beneath the abyss of Tartarus? But Bismarck dismissed it scornfully. So it's just an ordinary stone. Remembering Darius and Melville, he analyzed, this level cannot stop the old monsters of Endymion. What you all have promised is probably not just an item like this. Hearing this, Karen was immediately astonished. The purple aura that only the royalty of Endymion possesses. Even if they've been pushed beyond the borders, is their bloodline still royal? A moment later, he began to ask, Duke, do you know how many demon beasts and giants are sealed inside Tartarus? Before Bismarck could answer, Karen quickly explained, the war that human tribes and gods ignited in ancient times, the Gigantomachia, was won by the gods after a long war, sealing hundreds of demon beasts and giants in Tartarus. To seal giants with transcendent power, a great number of pillars were needed. At this point, Karen's eyes gleamed with confidence. By unearthing just 2 of these hundreds of pillars, we can restrain the actions of the Master of Yama Tower and the Master of Azure Tower. When the excavation speed improves, the real pillars will, of course, soon be found. Hearing this, Bismarck smirked cunningly. I wondered why you brought a sample. So it's to report on the progress, then. Karen gradually became more serious, as if to prove his loyalty. We will certainly keep our promise, so the Duke must also keep the promise you made to us. Next, he also affirmed in a low voice, of course. If I win the throne, I will help you kill that woman, Darius. Just as the man was turning to leave, Bismarck threatened, but remember this clearly, if you don't keep your promise, you will suffer my wrath. Karen quickly replied, I will remember that clearly. As soon as he left, Bismarck pondered the previous statement. Cooperating with me to kill Darius? After about 2 seconds, he slowly walked away from his desk. Bismarck had approached the chessboard and snorted disdainfully. Words that even children wouldn't believe. Then, he picked up a chess piece. But, as long as I get to the throne, I don't care about anything else. In a flash, Bismarck smashed a white chess piece with the piece in his hand. No matter what tricks they use. As he spoke, the situation on the chessboard immediately became chaotic. After the hunt is over, just boil the dog and discard it. The scene shifted to Spiegelman, who bowed his head, looking exhausted. Zassel, are you sleeping? It was only 2 days ago that I answered 40 of your questions, and now this many questions are piling up again? Then Spiegelman suddenly looked up, his face full of worry. Moreover, each question is clearly focused. I simply thought he was a genius, but... Zassel, unaware of Spiegelman's fretting thoughts, cheerfully said, I wonder if I'm taking up too much of the elder's time. In just a short time, he realized, so it's thanks to this kind of effort that he could develop into a human form like that. He understood clearly. Spiegelman then laughed heartily and comfortably, if I don't work hard at this, I'll surely be caught up. It was already dark, and Zero had returned to his room with the pile of documents he had just collected. After thorough research, Zero fell into contemplation. The roar of the Earth Dragon isn't simply a release of magic, the core magic is the inverse use of the Earth element. If heat must be used, would it be okay to combine it with the fire attribute, allowing it to remain within the dispersing Earth attribute? It's best not to set limits on what bursts forth, fire, that, lightning, if I can open them all. Immediately after, the image of a beautiful ancient tree with many colors appeared before his eyes. At the same time, the system appeared, due to your efforts, your understanding of the Earth attribute has increased by 1 part. Your advanced understanding of the Earth attribute has transformed into supreme level. It continued to announce, Quest, you have completed the quest, plunder 2 true dragon high-grade magic stones as a reward. Earth Dragon's footprint as a reward. Holding the reward in his hand, Zero was surprised, eyes wide. This is an Earth Dragon's footprint, but... He curiously focused on observing the Earth Dragon's footprint. How do I use it? Like a curious child, Zero repeatedly waved the reward around. Since it's an Earth Dragon's footprint, I thought the reward would be like the map last time, but is it a weapon? Since it's a weapon, its intensity is too low. After 49 attempts yielded nothing, he continued to observe. Fortunately, this time Zero found it. This pattern. Don't tell me. To confirm his hypothesis, he hastily poured ink onto the Earth Dragon's footprint. As the patterns gradually became clear, Zero thought to himself, when I saw this pattern, I already had a suspicion. Indeed, it's not a normal single leaf relief but a yarn-carved diagram. The marked dots on the paper are constellations, so this level must be considered an astronomical chart. As expected, the system appeared, Quest, find the location written on the astronomical chart and enter the Earth Dragon's abode. If you get close enough, the light will guide you. Clear rewards, Horn of the Dragon God King, Earth Purification, True Dragon High-Grade Magic Stone X5, True Dragon Low-Grade Magic Stone X7. Zero smiled with satisfaction. Alright, since I was given a quest, I probably guessed correctly. Even so, Zero still posed a few other questions. But why is it a yarn-carved astronomical chart? If the purpose is to guide, a normal map like last time would have been fine. In short, I'll probably only know once I reach the Earth Dragon's abode. First, let's try to confirm the location. Zero slowly walked along the path guided by the stars. If I only pinpoint the location based on the North Star Standard, then... After walking for a while, he finally stopped. After looking around, Zero realized, is this the Nadia Desert? The next morning, in Hecate's office, she slowly spoke, asking, I heard from Lord Darius that you have registered for another research expedition. As if afraid she would be angry, Zero whispered apologetically, I'm sorry, Hecate. Understanding his concern, she slowly explained, as I said before, I am not a narrow-minded woman and can understand my man's outside affairs, but I appear narrow-minded like this because I worry about you. At this, Hecate became much gentler. Therefore, for my own benefit, I ask that you provide me with regular updates. As if deeply moved by her understanding, Zero immediately gave Hecate a treasured kiss on the cheek. I will definitely do that. Though blushing with shyness, she still stubbornly said, that alone isn't enough. True to his word, Zero immediately set off into the desert. As expected, the desert sun is scorching. Feeling the dazzling sunlight, he mused to himself, luckily, Zero merged with the merchants as Hecate suggested. So many, and I even get to ride a camel. He realized why they had to navigate by astronomical chart, because the height and position of the sand change with every gust of wind. It's impossible to navigate by a regular map. Next, an approach to ask about Zero's situation. If you feel hot, I'll give you a cloak, okay? Even though it looks long and hot, it's actually very cool. He quickly smiled gratefully, thanking him for his concern, but I'm fine. Suddenly, Zero noticed the situation seemed off. What was this tremor? It wasn't on the sand, it felt like something massive was diving beneath the ground. The fearful shouts of those around them rang out, it's a sandworm. They continuously warned, if you fight, you'll be annihilated. If you don't want to die, disperse. Despite their fearful shouts, Zero intently observed the sandworm, realizing that Ho-a-ho is what they call sand tremors in the desert. Seeing this, and urgently said, what are you staring blankly at? Quick, run. Zero quickly instructed, if you don't want to get hurt, stay by my side. His confident words puzzled the merchant. What did you say? Zero's face was full of confidence. This is the perfect place to test the new magic I've been practicing. He immediately summoned magic and placed both hands on the ground, Engelblomen Royal Tower 200 years ago, the original magic remaining in the basement, 6th floor. In just a few moments, Zero created a huge tremor from this move. Desertification, desert flower. Zero's magic created a move of immense power. In a flash, that surge of power continuously struck directly into the sandworm. The other merchants were all terrified by this sight. Oh, I thought I was going to die just like that. They stared at Zero in astonishment. Who exactly is that sorcerer? From the sandworm's decayed body emanated dark, black liquid substances. That liquid quickly caused a camel in the caravan to die in agony. Nearby merchants exclaimed in horror, it's poison. There's poison in its blood. Without hesitation, Zero continued to summon magic. His surge of power immediately completely destroyed the sandworm's body and prevented the poison from escaping it. Zero slowly stood up. Finally, it's dealt with. To his surprise, and gently stepped forward and introduced himself, I am an Makaran of the Cut-Bus Merchant Guild. Greetings to the benefactor of our guild. After that, Zero politely replied, I am Richard. His voice was filled with gratitude. Thanks to you, we can continue our trade. I really want to repay you, so is there anything you wish for? He thought for a moment and then spoke, well then, could you give me a camel? This strangely simple request surprised a camel? Understanding her confusion, Zero gently explained, yes, I may have to move in a different direction from here. After destroying the sandworm, the desert sky became bluer than ever. Zero had separated from the caravan and was going his own way. Bird tracks, over there? From inside his robe, the Yonku astronomical chart suddenly reacted slightly. It reacted more and more strongly, astonishing Zero. Yonku astronomical chart. In a flash, the Yonku astronomical chart emitted a dazzling light, pointing straight ahead. Is this what it means when it says the path of light will guide me when I get close? Without hesitation, he immediately rushed off following that beam of light. While flying through the air, Zero pondered. It seemed he was still quite doubtful because the journey was unexpectedly smooth. Is it really over there? Looking around, there was only sand. If so, then indeed. As expected, Zero clutched his head, speculating, is it even further down? Like lightning, he summoned a move, Dike. Zero's figure moved swiftly in the deep night. He continuously used the magic, Dike, Dike. After advancing deep into the earth for a while, Zero's expression grew increasingly serious. A deep, bottomless hole had appeared on the ground where he had just entered. Upon landing, Zero realized, marble? Isn't it supposed to be sand? Out of habit, he quickly said, Pepper, light a fire. Then, Zero scratched his head, muttering, I forgot Pepper had fallen asleep. He sadly thought to himself, Pepper, when will I get to see you again? At the same time, Pepper gently replied, Soon, my master. Immediately after, Zero took out the Dunecock Thien Van Du. Anyway, it seems I've found the right place this time. The next second, a swarm of scorpions quickly appeared as if to block his way. Despite this, Zero didn't care, monsters can wait. Instead, he was worried about another issue. Zero was concerned the relic might collapse. Without thinking any further, he rushed into battle with the magic beasts. Although their scale was large and their level low, the variety of magic beasts in the relic was diverse. If fully restored, they would show significant research value. Elder Spigerman would surely be pleased. With just one move, Zero annihilated the entire swarm of monsters. Wiping sweat, he speculated, it seems there are no more paths, so this must be the deepest level. Zero swiftly moved forward. The sculpture might contain a relic. In a flash, he arrived before the teleportation gate. It's not a door, but a teleportation gate. What are the operating conditions? After observing for a while, Zero analyzed in his head. It seems the left and right are connected, so pulling and pushing probably isn't the mechanism. A circular hole. His brain worked at full capacity, and he discovered, wait a minute. Zero's eyes widened in surprise, the Dunecock Thien Van Du. He immediately placed the Dunecock Thien Van Du into the hole in front of him. Zero had wondered why this one wasn't shaped like a map, so this was the reason. Instantly, the teleportation gate opened. This dazzling light made Zero squint his eyes. Then, he opened his eyes and found himself standing in a desert. Did I leave the relic? This desert feels a bit different from the one I passed through. Unexpectedly, a new item appeared in Zero's hand, a compass. Why does it only have one needle? Just then, the system screen reappeared. Quest, this space was created by a dream spirit to test someone. Follow the compass to the end of this place. However, aerial movement magic cannot be used. Completion reward, Horn of the Dragon God King that purifies the earth, 5 high-grade Dragonkin magic stones, 7 low-grade Dragonkin magic stones. After carefully reading the quest, Zero realized, it's inside someone's dream, then? Is that why it feels different? Anyway, the destination is set, that's convenient. I just need to follow the direction the needle points. He hadn't even finished marveling when an incredibly terrifying whirlwind appeared before him. Its destructive power left Zero gaping in astonishment. Despite this, he still held a sliver of hope and turned his head. Could it be? Unluckily, the compass pointed in the opposite direction, making Zero's face turn green with dismay. He patted his own head as if to comfort himself. Well, nothing is easy. After regaining his composure, Zero bravely entered the whirlwind. All right, I'll get through this. As soon as he stepped into the whirlwind, Zero exclaimed in astonishment, the more I look, the more surprising it is. In just a moment, he returned to a serious demeanor. If the previous period was a test of qualification, then... Zero thought to himself, now it's a test of a magic user's aptitude. The next second, he closed his eyes tightly and felt the magical flow around him, perceiving the object, observing intuitively and understanding, expanding territory like this, reaching the truth of the world. Suddenly, a bright speck slammed hard into his head, making Zero wince in pain. He rubbed his head regretfully. I thought I would be able to break through the wall, but in the end, I lacked mana. It's a shame, but there's no other way. I'll just have to recall that previous feeling. Zero silently told himself, if the opportunity comes again, I absolutely won't let it slip away. At the same time, the system reappeared, announcing, quest complete, granting reward, infiltrate the Earth Dragon's dwelling to purify the Earth Horn of the Dragon God King. A moment later, he had entered the Earth Dragon's dwelling, here. Zero carefully observed his surroundings and realized, this is the plaza where I first discovered the door. Did the door disappear at the same time as the spatial gate? The system screen displayed information, granting purification of the earth horn of the dragon god king. As soon as the horn appeared, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The horn of the earth. Zero thought as he approached, it looks crude, unlike the previous horns. In a flash, he touched the horn. If I absorb this, how much will my magic power increase? A strange surge of power surrounded Vaso, surprising him. What is this? His face was filled with horror. Why isn't there any change? Vaso quickly sensed his body and discovered something abnormal. The absorbed magic power is blocking the mana flow. Without hesitation, he regained his composure to solve the problem. If it's completely blocked, there is no way to act. In just a flash, Vaso found a countermeasure. I must quickly guide the magic power towards the magic circle. It seems this is getting more and more difficult. After a while, the flow of power around him disappeared. But a strange impurity fell from Vaso's hand. Next, his entire body stiffened as if it had turned to stone. Immediately, magical rays reappeared and surged over Vaso. The thick horned layer covering his body gradually cracked. Then, the system screen continuously displayed, announcing, "Purified Earth Horn of the Dragon God King has been absorbed to its maximum limit. Magic power has exceeded the absorbable limit, now enveloped in latent power. Announcement: this latent power will awaken and greatly strengthen you." The understanding of advanced Earth attribute has increased slightly. As soon as he returned to normal, Vaso curiously looked at the ground. The waste that came out is like a layer of horn. Something is different from before. Not just my muscles, but even my bones seem to have become harder. He suddenly recalled Spanzum's image and thought to himself, this level is just a small grip of strength. If I use overload with wizard body, will it be similar to Spanzum 1 from before? First, I must get out of this place. There's a spatial gate of the Imperial Tower nearby. As soon as he stepped outside, someone called Vaso's name, Sir Vaso Zeman. Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Yes?" The messenger immediately handed Vaso a paper. "This is a directive from Tower Master Yen and the royal court." This sudden information startled him. A directive? He continued, "Yes, it arrived 5 days ago." Vaso opened the paper and read the letter's content: "Destroy the Hydra in the swamp of Earl Lenko's territory." As soon as he finished reading, images of terrifying monsters immediately appeared in his mind. Hydra appeared in the Western Kingdom around this period. At that time, taking on this mission must have been a death sentence for King Million. The reason this directive reached me is probably because history has changed. It's history. I've returned to 8 years ago, and because 7 more years have passed, the future I know of has less than 1 year remaining. Suddenly, Vaso saw another piece of information. Sir Alan was on the list of supporting mages. How fortunate! He then caught another important detail: Alan Page, 5th Circle Mage. But why is he still 5th Circle? I thought he had also surpassed the 6th Circle barrier, just like he achieved the 5th Circle faster than in the past. The scene shifts to the castle where the mages are greeting him. "We, the mages of the Royal Way, who have received the order to destroy the Hydra from His Majesty the King, greet Earl Ranico." Ranico slowly walked over and praised, "Sir Alan Page, the genius mage recognized by the Tower Master, has arrived? I feel relieved now." Hearing that, Alan smiled modestly and replied, "I'm only here to assist. The one leading the destruction is Earl Zeman." The next second, he replied, "Oh, so it's the new Duke. I have heard of him." After a pause of about 2 seconds, Ranico asked curiously, "But who is the new Duke?" He calmly explained, "Our starting points were different, so I arrived first. He should be here soon, please don't worry." A moment later, Alan suddenly asked, "Earl, do you know where the Hydra's nest is?" Without hesitation, he immediately replied, "It's the swamp on the other side of the plain. It has built its nest there." He inquired again, "Has it attacked before?" Ranico emphatically replied, "Not yet." This news made Alan anxiously lost in thought. What to do? I'm supposed to wait for Sir Zeman, but the time for destruction might be delayed. Perhaps I should scout ahead. As soon as he made up his mind, he spoke up, Earl, there's something I want to say. Before Alan could finish his sentence, the shouts of the crowd erupted, Hydra! Hydra! Ranico gradually became panicked by the situation before him. What? It's never attacked before. What is happening? Without much thought, he rushed forward like the wind. Earl, we will confront the Hydra. Earl, please evaluate the civilians. Next, Alan summoned the Mage squad and headed towards the battlefield. He observed the situation and devised a plan. It probably hasn't noticed us yet. We must seize this opening and destroy it. The next second, Alan summoned his power and thought to himself, by his current standards, he can't destroy the Hydra alone. Alan's eyes widened as if he had figured out how to deal with the Hydra. Just as the idea formed in his mind, its terrifying blow stunned him. But what if I combined forces with the other mages? This power created a huge explosion, destroying a large area. Alan became even more fearful in this situation. Seeing the Hydra's murderous eyes, he inwardly cursed, damn it. After that, Alan shouted, everyone, get back. It turned out he had managed to create a magical array in time to block its attack. That dangerous destructive power, if not careful, could endanger the civilians. Without further thought, Alan charged to the front line. I must prevent casualties. From the distant forest, Vaso noticed the Hydra's terrifying power and rushed over immediately. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. It turned out Vaso recognized Alan's magic. He immediately became extremely worried. Alan. Inside the castle, Ranico's voice rang out, Hydra, what about it? John immediately reported the situation. After returning to the swamp, no other unusual movements were observed. Sir Alan's blow must have been significant. Hearing that, he worriedly asked, and Sir Alan's condition? He recalled the situation, saying he was exposed to the Hydra's poisonous gas while blocking the barrier. He's struggling, but it's not a good situation. Ranico seriously instructed, we must save him. Without hesitation, John affirmed, I'll do my best. Immediately after, a gate guard rushed over to announce, Coco Count, he's here. Seeing his hesitation, John saw the guard's blunder and quickly instructed, you must be serious in front of the Count. Ranico curiously asked again, it's fine, but who did you say arrived? Then, the guard's trembling voice, full of joy, rang out, it's the new Duke. Count Zemin has just arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zemin's feet swiftly took off from the ground. The next second, he had leaped onto the city wall where Ranico was standing, surprising him into thinking, black hair and red eyes, this young man is. Just as Ranico had suspected, Vaso elegantly greeted him, Lord Ranico, it's an honor to meet you, I am Zemin. Inside Alan's room, he worriedly asked about the situation, Lord, when did Sir Alan get like this? He answered without hesitation, today is the second day. Hearing that, Vaso meticulously observed Alan's body and thought, leaking life force like this just by breathing? If it were an ordinary person, they would have died instantly. A moment later, he spoke again, I wonder if the Hydra has 8 or 9 heads. Recalling the terrifying Hydra attack, Ranico sadly replied, it has 5 heads. Vaso pondered even more, if it's 5 heads, it must have grown mature by now. Is Hydra's poison this strong? Immediately after, he reached out his hand towards Alan's body, I must examine it. Ranico and John instantly rushed forward in alarm, as if to stop him, wait, it's dangerous. Before they could warn him, Vaso's magic power surged out, terrifying John, he burned the poison. With just one move, he recognized Vaso's true strength, this. A Tower Lord level mage. Ignoring Ranico and John's surprise, he continued his action, to understand the poison, I must find its root. Vaso poured his power into Alan's poison-corroded body, if I eliminate it from the relatively mild poisonous life force, then. I found it. Even more astonishingly, he realized the Hydra's poison took the form of a dragon, this. A dragon. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing, Quest, Secret of the Hydra. Repel the Hydra, destroyer of Ranico's domain. Uncover its secret and answer the question. Clear reward, repel the Hydra, 5 highest grade true dragon spirit stones, secret of the Hydra. It seemed these quests made Vaso ponder, how are the rewards split? I know I have to repel it, but what is the secret? His sudden silence puzzled Reniko. Lord Zemin, what's wrong? After regaining his composure, Vaso softly replied, it's nothing. More importantly, I've found a way to treat Sir Alan. This shocking information terrified him. Are you serious, sir? Then, he resolutely instructed them, yes, there's a risk of exposure to the poisonous life force during treatment, so everyone, please step outside. Once both Reniko and John had left the room, Vaso began to act. Although for treating poison, healing magic usually employs an antidote or divine power, however. Nevertheless, he was still slightly worried about this method. With no time to hesitate, Vaso immediately took Alan's hand to begin. What I can do is burn and eliminate the toxin, or expel it from the body. That's how normal poison treatment works, but for him, I have to do both at once. Expelling the poison from the body will face very strong resistance and, even when trying to push it out, there's a risk of repoisoning because the toxicity is so strong. Even if it takes time, it must be done thoroughly. Fortunately, Alan's body gradually became cleaner after Vaso detoxified it. After removing the impurities, I'll help magic circulate. By repeating this process, suddenly, he discovered he sensed a life force in Sir Alan similar to his own from before. Did he gain enlightenment from the detoxification process? Vaso was even more delighted upon noticing Alan had gained enlightenment. Just as he thought, he slowly woke up from his daze. Seeing this, Vaso quickly spoke up, congratulations on reaching the 6th magic circle, Sir Alan. As he slowly opened his eyes, Alan, filled with immense gratitude, spoke, Sir Zemin, I owe you my life once again. I thank you. His excessive reverence made Vaso shyly reply, it's nothing. Thanks to Sir Alan, the people of the Reniko territory are safe and sound. As the commander of the extermination, I thank you. The scene shifted to Reniko's office, where he exclaimed with joy, Sir Alan, it's truly fortunate that you've been completely cured. Alan politely bowed his head, I apologize for causing you distress. Reniko quickly became embarrassed, distress? What distress? A moment later, Vaso became serious, Lord, I need to confirm something regarding the Hydra extermination. Hearing this, Reniko immediately replied, go ahead. Without hesitation, he made his request, I need information on the abilities and number of knights who will participate in the extermination, and on the magical beasts around the swamp. He immediately replied, as if he already knew all the information, there are 30 people who hold the title of knight, and if we include regular soldiers, that's 500 people. After a pause of about 2 seconds, Vaso asked again, how many professional plunderers are there? Reniko's tone became full of regret. Unfortunately, there are none. With this news, he slowly analyzed the situation to himself. Perhaps he won't conceal the strategy in this crisis. There's no other way, I'll just consider the knights as supporting tactics. Then, Reniko provided him with more information. The swamp area is 1,500 hectares. Its precise number of individuals and creatures cannot be determined. But after the Hydra built its nest, the entire swamp became a den for magical beasts. At this, his face was filled with sadness. Given that area, there must be thousands of magical beasts. That's the number, but the biggest concern is that the swamp area restricts the movement of soldiers. Understanding Reniko's concern, Vaso confidently stated, I have a solution for that, so please help me prepare so we can set out immediately. He suddenly became more delighted. Really? While smilingly responding, he gently placed a hand on Alan's shoulder as if to comfort him. Yes, I have a very sure way. This affirmation made Alan's head full of bewildered question marks. 3 days later, under the beautiful sunset, a heroic voice rang out. Do you remember? Last autumn, when half the territory was covered in golden light. The soldiers preparing to go to war felt as if they were transported back to those peaceful days. I remember very clearly, that field, that smile, that peace. Speaking of this, he suddenly lowered his voice, full of pain. But this year, we won't be given a gift like that. No, as long as Hydra exists, we won't be able to see it a second time. After that, he shouted loudly, "Our gift, what should we do with the one who stole our peace?" Hearing that, the soldiers quickly became excited. "We must fight, we must destroy it." As if seeing the effect of this speech, he thought to himself, he has boosted the morale of the soldiers. He steered his horse forward. "Now it's my turn." With solemnity, he strongly introduced himself. "I am the commander who will destroy Hydra." Immediately after, he began to introduce the battle plan. "From now on, I will explain the extermination strategy to everyone. First, divide into 2 cavalry teams. Their mission is to protect and support the mages of the 3rd and 4th magic circles from behind. Create a path through the magical beasts, along with the mages of the 5th magic circle, and prevent the magical beasts from escaping." Hearing that, a soldier curiously raised a question. "Just moving through the swamp is already difficult, how can we confront the magical creatures ahead?" He replied with great confidence, "You don't need to worry about that." On the swamp side, magical creatures began to appear everywhere. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared before them. It turned out this was the spiritless technique that he had prepared early. After the blazing fire, his figure appeared. "I will take responsibility for opening that large door." The forest where the magical creatures resided was completely burned by one of his techniques. The soldiers were also terrified and awestruck by his power. So fierce, can he handle countless magical beasts so easily? Is this the power of a 6th rank mage? After that, he gently said, "Sir Alan, we're relying on you next." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Yes, although I can't freeze the entire scale like that at once, but..." Even though he was in battle, he wasn't stressed at all and even joked. "It's okay, because I'll be relying on you again." Alan also gradually became more relaxed. "Just like an evil master, sir." Next, he began to cast magic. "Anyway, I have to follow my master's request, so I'll do my best." His face showed even more excitement at Alan's magic. "Is this the magic from that time?" As expected, he launched his attack. Ice Age. With just one move, all the magical beasts around were completely frozen solid. In an instant, he loudly ordered, "Use the ice flows as stepping stones to move forward." Following his words, all the soldiers immediately advanced. "All troops, advance." Unbeknownst to them, the ice on the magical beasts had begun to melt. A soldier saw this, rushed forward, and struck it. As soon as he finished, he immediately informed the others, "Strike the frozen ones." Suddenly, a magical beast escaped Alan's spell, alarming the soldiers. When did that happen? In a flash, it sent him flying far away. Fortunately, he spotted it in time and came to help. Other soldiers saw this and rushed to assist. "I'll stop the bleeding, just endure a little longer." At the same time, he thought to himself, "The number of magical beasts isn't decreasing." The soldiers once again plunged into battle. "Die, dispel the magical beasts." Meanwhile, he was still calculating his next moves. "If I use area of effect magic, our own troops might also get caught in it." Without further hesitation, he began to gather momentum to prepare for the most crucial battle. Flying away like lightning. As expected, I must quickly eliminate the Hydra first. While flying, he suddenly stopped, as if he had seen something strange. It turns out he saw the fluctuations on the frozen lake surface. A gigantic shadow gradually emerged from beneath the lake. The next second, the Hydra appeared with a terrifying aura. He quickly thought to himself, "This guy, he thought it would come in from the side." As if furious, the Hydra roared continuously and attacked the surrounding soldiers. One soldier was so terrified he couldn't move. "My body can't move." From a distance, he gradually became annoyed, unable to think of a way. "Damn it, the distance is too great, what can I do?" Fortunately, Alan appeared in time. Sir Alan. He quickly unleashed a move, creating a barrier in front of the Hydra as if to hold it back. In a flash, the Hydra destroyed Alan's attack. It relentlessly charged forward aggressively. Even so, Alan didn't give up and continued to strike. Frost stop. Seizing this opportunity, he began to cast magic. All right, at that moment, just then, he suddenly heard a sound filled with immense hatred. I will not forgive these humans who killed my mother. He unexpectedly thought to himself. Is this the Hydra's forethoughts? It seemed he had realized. Revenge for its destroyed mother, he wondered why it was causing such a commotion. His eyes widened at this discovery. But I was wrong. At the same time, high up on a distant hill, Du Lin's eagerly smirking figure appeared. As he observed the battle, he pondered curiously. Pulling the dragon species' dominating power to control the Hydra? With a gloomy tone, he slowly praised. How interesting. Back on the battlefield where the Hydra was roaring ferociously. Seeing this, he immediately summoned power. Stop. But strangely, it was unharmed. The dominating power has no effect? He analyzed inwardly. Even if it doesn't obey, it should at least falter. Not even a sign of that, as if something blocked the dominating power before it reached. There's no other way, I can only restrain it with force. As soon as he finished speaking, from the sky, fire arrows plunged straight into the Hydra at his command. It wouldn't be outdone and retaliated. But it seemed the Hydra's attacks had no effect at all. At the decisive moment, his fire arrows suddenly changed direction, which he found hard to believe. Errant magic. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, he immediately raised his hand to the sky. Fortunately, he managed to retract the move into the cloud ring in time. It must have been a favorite move, but what a pity. However, he still remained incredibly optimistic. With this level of magic power, even that should be possible. Instantly, he prepared for the next attack. The hammer of the Thunder Giant, the strongest of the 5th-tier spell circles. He gritted his teeth and cast the spell. Breach. After that, he created an earth-shattering explosion. The power of this blow made Alan secretly marvel. Truly talented. He watched intently and thought. Although they're both 6th-tier spells, is there such a difference? His attack finally made the Hydra spit blood continuously. Suddenly, Du Lin's voice rang out at this moment. If the battle ends like this, it would be a bit regrettable. It turned out he had infused the Hydra with a bit more magic. The power of the dragon's blood I shared with you isn't just that much. The scene of the Hydra suddenly becoming mighty surprised him, leaving him dumbfounded. Under the authority of magic, Du Lin's commanding voice rang out. Rise, my mighty beast. He gaped in astonishment. This thing is very dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack. Absolutely cannot let it finish. S-fire spears continuously attacked, as if trying to break through the protective layer around the Hydra. Next, he thought to himself. One more. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly created another explosion, bombarding everything. As expected, the protective power around the Hydra gradually dissipated, revealing its pained, blood-spitting form. Seeing this, he again prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All right, let's end it like this. Before he could act, Du Lin's dark magical surge came forth again. Just a glance, and he recognized it. Dark magic. As soon as he saw it, he suddenly remembered old memories. It seemed like a fleeting glimpse, but no, it was denser and darker than that, and very familiar. He continued to stand there, stunned. Could it be that, in the meantime, the dark magic had already enveloped Hydra's entire body? It seemed Alan had also realized that the upcoming situation would become even more critical. He was still deep in his own thoughts. After that, the dark magic gradually spread out and was about to reach where the soldiers were standing. A moment later, a deafening cracking sound gradually echoed. It turned out that the layer of dark magic around Hydra's body was breaking apart. Its profusely bleeding head from earlier had been healed. He watched and counted the number. 1, 2, 3. His voice, filled with horror, rang out as he witnessed Hydra's complete new form. 6 more heads had grown. A moment later, it spoke in a dark, threatening tone. You filthy humans are hindering my revenge for my mother. I will definitely devour all of you. As soon as Hydra opened its mouth and lunged, he managed to create a barrier to block it. He quickly announced, Sir Alan, please evaluate the troops to the rear. Hearing that, Alan immediately replied anxiously, I know. As if not wanting to harm innocent soldiers, he quickly dashed in another direction. The Hydra defeated in the past had 5 heads. The fact that this one has 6 heads means history has been altered by some kind of interference, whether it's that thing. As the battle gradually intensified, the indifferent, interwoven figure of Du Lin reappeared. Or something else. Returning to when he was actively striking. Though he had struck it, he was still deep in thought. At this level, and not even a scratch. Noticing that the soldiers had escaped, he continued to ponder. Perhaps everyone has been evaluated. He began to unleash his decisive move. Although the dragon transformation won't be detected at this distance, I still have to be careful. Dragon transformation part. Unaware of his intentions, Hydra attacked furiously. With the flaming spear in hand, he bravely charged forward. From above, he delivered a fiery slash. Strangely, Hydra was still unharmed. Incredible hidden strength, I must suffer damage from this excessive attack. Seeing this, he immediately acted, exhausting all his magic in one go. The flaming spear quickly lit up under his incantation. Because he was surrounded by a stream of magic, his figure gradually became blurry. While Hydra was still clueless, he plunged the flaming spear directly into it. Unfortunately, he was also unconsciously slashed by it. Even so, he continued with his plan. Now, let's end this. He decisively delivered another finishing blow. La man. This immense power pierced directly into Hydra's body. Father's destruction. It roared loudly in pain and hatred. I curse you all. As if to intimidate him, Hydra screamed. I am his familiar. On the day he descends upon this land, you wretched fools will face your demise. He quickly grasped the key point in its words. Familiar, he. Someone must have interfered with Hydra's appearance. From the distant hill, Du Lin also suddenly fell into thought. While observing him, he mumbled to himself. No wonder I felt a very familiar power. It seems Du Lin recognized something from his figure. Is it the Dragon Emperor? The scene shifts to the castle where a celebratory ball is being held. The scale of the celebration party is quite large. Alan, in a neat tuxedo, slowly spoke. I'm very grateful, but just recovering the damage already took my breath away, so it's quite concerning. Beside him, Vaso also spoke. It seems you're not one for lavish displays, so this level should be fine, right? Suddenly, he turned to the side and saw many noble young ladies. As if having predicted something, Vaso cheerfully comforted Alan. Lord Alan, you'll have to endure a little hardship now. These sudden words made him bewildered. Me? While Alan was still vaguely asking, what's happening, the young ladies eagerly rushed over, Lord Alan. The girls continuously introduced themselves, even though he was frozen stiff. Pleased to meet you, my father, my lord. Alan thought painfully to himself, why did you leave me behind? Vaso chuckled to himself, thinking, young mages will surely have to endure torture, but as for you, since you're engaged to Heket, they won't bother you. The next moment, he suddenly remembered Heket. On second thought, it's been a long time since he contacted Heket. Tomorrow, he definitely. Before he could think any further, he froze. As expected, Vaso looked up and saw Jilling's figure. He didn't even bother to avoid it and stared directly at him. In just a moment, his entire body was surrounded by dark magic, and at the same time, he slowly turned and left. Vaso stared wide-eyed at Jilling's indifferent figure. That feeling just now was clearly. Unable to wait any longer, he quickly gave chase. As soon as he stepped onto the balcony, Vaso spoke, I have something I want to ask. He quickly asked, are you the dragon? In Vaso's mind right now were powerful images of dark magic. The aura just now was the same kind he had felt during the battle. If that was the power of a dragon, it could also compel Hydra's growth. Jilling remained calm, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, his black wings gradually emerged from beneath his cloak. The feathered wings spread out in the dark night. Immediately after, Jilling slowly flew up and added, for a time, I was also called that. Amidst the starlit night sky, Jilling calmly looked down. At the same time, Vaso was also intently observing him. As they were sizing each other up, a strange gust of wind suddenly appeared. Jilling immediately spoke, explaining, I really wanted to continue our discussion, but a stranger has interrupted us. Without waiting for his reply, he quickly flew off, I'll see you again soon. Jilling's figure faded into the night, leaving Vaso stunned with surprise. He suddenly remembered his earlier question, you were once called a dragon by humans, right? So, you're not a dragon anymore? At the same time, the system appeared. Quest completed, rewards are appearing. After defeating Hydra, you have received 5 high-grade magic stones. Awakening. You have discovered the dark secrets behind the truth of Hydra. After reading the system's content, Vaso fell into thought again, so he's the mastermind behind Hydra? What exactly is his goal? Scene shifts to the dark forest where Jilling is residing. Amidst the night, a teleportation gate opened. Next, Jilling's figure slowly stepped out of the gate. As soon as he stepped out, he threatened in a low voice, Hey, are you ignoring what I said? Hearing no reply, a murderous glint flashed in Jilling's eyes. He reached out his hand and aimed straight ahead. Amidst Hypnos's choking coughs, Jilling menacingly said, I clearly warned you not to come here. He fiercely threatened, Do you want to die, Hypnos? Even while being choked, Hypnos stubbornly spoke, There isn't much time, when you... He hadn't even finished his sentence when Jilling smirked as if he already knew what the next line would be. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, How absurd. A dragon's shadow from Jilling fell upon the ground. Since when did you think you were my equal? He aggressively questioned, Do you think you can order me around, Jilling, the fallen dragon's secretary? Hypnos continuously coughed, You're thinking of betraying him, aren't you? This question made Jilling ponder for about 2 seconds. The next second, he tossed him away like a tiny insect. Then, Jilling continued, I'm not interested in his plan, but remember this. At this point, his tone became even more ferocious, half of my body comes from him, that doesn't mean you people are my masters. Hypnos remained unrepentant and replied, You'll regret it. Like a quail, he immediately fled for his life. In a flash, Jilling gently called out, Vaso Zemin. As the dawn rose higher, he asked himself, Do you have enough strength to win back a little freedom for me? Scene shifts to Geneve Palace, Sir, Count Vaso Zemin has arrived. Inside the room, Haket's voice rang out, Let him in. Holding a newspaper in her hand, she gently said, Come here, Sir Vaso. Haket read the newspaper content in an even tone, I am the Count of the Kingdom, Vaso Zemin. At the same time, Vaso bowed respectfully, Your Excellency. Hearing these words, he looked up and immediately blushed upon realizing Haket was reading a newspaper article about him. Vaso hastily asked, This is? She didn't bother to hide it and replied, It's a very meticulously drawn portrait. Then, Haket happily commented, But the real person is even better. The maid behind her also chuckled, Indeed. A moment later, Haket put down the newspaper and asked curiously, Why did you come to see me today? Vaso became even more hesitant, It's just that. As if fearing she'd be sad, he tried to sound as cheerful as possible, I have a mission that requires me to leave the capital for a few days. Haket huffed reproachfully, You always abandon me. No matter how important his missions were outside, he couldn't possibly abandon his little wife, could he? Seeing this, Vaso quickly explained, That's not what I meant. I'm going to inspect Zemin district. In just a moment, she became serious again. Your district, the one the king granted you, right? He quickly replied, that's right. Realizing she was being a bit strange, Hackett suddenly blushed. Oh my, it's right next door. You don't need to ask for my permission. Suddenly, Vaso spoke seriously, if you'd like. He politely extended an invitation. Would you like to come with me? While she was blushing, Vaso called out her name, Hackett. Scene shifts to the capital, Westo. Amidst the bustling market, vendors continuously called out, we have premium spices directly imported from the south, famous honey cakes from the capital, and here we have specialty jungle candy from Asia. Hackett's happy face and joyful tone seemed to brighten the whole place. You have a meeting nearby tonight, don't you? Vaso gently replied, that's right, but I've adjusted it a bit to make it convenient for our outing. She gently pulled his hand closer. Before that, we can stroll around the city together, just the two of us. Suddenly, Vaso froze as if he had noticed something. He immediately hugged Hackett and dodged to the side to avoid a car speeding forward. Wait a second. The hawking continued despite the dangerous situation that had just occurred, ladies and gentlemen. Then, Vaso glanced at the nearby hidden guards. Right, when the princess goes out, the guards can't help but follow. At the same time, Hackett, unaware, said, it's fine. He tried to cover up the soldiers in the distance, hiding his tracks. Vaso allowed them to secretly protect Hackett, but this was too obvious. Vaso still gently asked, are you all right? As if to reassure him, Hackett immediately replied, I'm fine. She awkwardly changed the subject, where shall we go now? Hearing that, Vaso excitedly said, if you're willing, let's take a stroll through Westall Academy. Hackett gently pulled his sleeve, agreeing, if you want, I'm completely fine with it. Neither of us are Westall alumni, are we? As he walked her down the road, he introduced, no, over there is the statue of Lord Niccolo. Transition to the ancient forest. From the ancient tree branch, Wind's voice echoed, this is far enough. Start observing, my elves. Immediately patrol. There. While waiting, Wind worriedly thought, lately, monsters have suddenly become unusually strong, damn it. Immediately after, a soldier appeared and called out, Captain. He hastily inquired about the situation. What's the situation? The soldier recalled the previous scene and reported, a large layer of mist is sweeping through here. I've never encountered such thick mist before. We asked the small spirits in the forest, but none of them know where this mist came from. Just hearing these descriptions, Wynn realized, it's that. The rain mist, which can create illusions and stimulate the primal fear of spirits. This feeling is quite reliable. Now, everyone retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the other soldiers screamed in fear, oh no, we're under attack. The monsters are here. From the tree branch, Wynn urgently shouted, we're coming. Everyone, evacuate the village quickly. Amidst the smoke and flames of war, he didn't forget to yell, prioritize children and women. Everyone protect each other. Despite this, the desperate cries of the elves in the village continuously rang out, help. It turned out Hypnos was the mastermind behind this. He laughed loudly as if extremely pleased, this fierce scene is absolutely wonderful. Next, Hypnos flashed a chilling smile, soon. Tartarus will open. Those small monsters are just the beginning. Soon these seal pillars will all shatter, and then the true monsters will pour out. Monsters compared to the gods of destruction, the Titans. He excitedly exclaimed, the sight in Endymion now is a feast for the eyes. In just a few moments, this entire kingdom will be engulfed in flames. Amidst the fierce battle, Hypnos yelled with satisfaction, how interesting. This is truly exciting. At that moment, the sunset cast its rays down upon the capital, Westo. As he stood on the high floor, admiring the view with Hackett, Vaso thought to himself, it's almost noon, isn't it? He smiled, but his mind was in turmoil, this is a major milestone in my life. Images from the past kept flashing, humanity's degradation was drawing closer and closer. The knowledge about humanity's future ancient stone tablet that I accidentally overheard. It will help humanity at this time. What should I do now? What kind of future should I strive for now? A moment later, Heket gently turned to ask, Brother, what are you thinking about so deeply? As if not wanting her to worry, Vaso smiled and replied, I'm just thinking about the path I've chosen, wondering if I can do better in the future. Hearing that, Heket rested her chin on her hand and asked back, Do you know why the king granted you this city? This sudden question made him hesitate for a moment. He didn't pay it any mind anymore. Then, she gently explained, in society now, wealth and power are very important, but the true essence of core strength lies in people. This academy will gradually nurture the kingdom's future generations of leaders. The king wants to guide your future. At this, Heket slowly touched Vaso's face as if to comfort him. Are you worried about the future? She asserted, Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Heket's words calmed him down a lot. Heket. Under the beautiful sunset, the two exchanged a sweet and understanding kiss of love. At this moment, the hurried footsteps of the messenger suddenly rang out. He rushed in front of Vaso and Heket. Count Vaso Zemin, the royal family has issued an edict to you. He became even more curious and immediately opened the letter. What urgent news could this be at this hour? As soon as he finished reading, Vaso's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing his surprised expression, Heket approached and asked, What does the letter say, dear? Vaso's tone became more serious than ever. All master-level mages and 6-star light mages must return to the palace immediately. Has war already begun? Heket, something serious is happening at the palace. We must return there immediately. I'll prepare the carriage for you. Heket immediately refused. No, don't worry about me. Go back to the palace quickly. Vaso anxiously held her hand tightly. But how can I leave you behind? With the responsibility of a princess, Heket solemnly explained, the safety of the kingdom must always take precedence over love. Go, the kingdom needs you. Though uneasy, he still had to agree with her. All right, I'll go then. Take care of yourself. Immediately, Vaso shot off like a bolt of lightning. After he left, Heket finally spoke her true feelings. You've taken up so much of my time. My entire youth has been spent waiting and worrying about you. Suddenly, she sadly sighed, I can't take anything back for you. That is the fate of a woman who loves a hero. Back at the palace where the 6-star mages were gathered. Fortunately, Vaso arrived just in time. Lucky, I almost arrived late. He quickly looked around. This place is full of important figures. From his words, Darius, Miao View, and Alan also appeared here. With this force, Nicolo and Emilia were also seated at the table. They could completely destroy an entire kingdom. Vaso couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on? At the same time, an announcement rang out, the king is arriving. As soon as Alfonso entered, he declared, no need for formalities. Everyone remain seated. In this situation, there's no need for any ceremony. Without hesitation, he sat at the head of the table and spoke, this meeting is taking place because an unprecedented situation has occurred in the kingdom. It's better to let these two tribes explain. I have made special arrangements for them. Bring them in. Vaso's attention was immediately drawn. This is. As Aslan and Mazers walked in, he recognized them, elves and dwarves. Next, Aslan politely bowed and greeted, I am Aslan, the first protector of the Wisteria tribe. Greetings, King Endymion. Aslan elf. Mazers did the same, the underworld dwarf tribe respectfully greets King Endymion. Mazers dwarf. The mages in the audience immediately began murmuring, the elf and dwarf tribes, coming here together? The Great Forest and the underworld are both in the southwest, right? Has something happened? As if understanding everyone's curiosity, Alfonso calmly began, let me show everyone what I have witnessed. In a flash, Mazers took out an item. This is a newly invented item from the underworld. It can reflect recorded images. The scene that appeared through the item startled everyone, monsters. Unsen, sitting next to Vaso, spoke up, at least tens of thousands of them. He silently agreed. That door. A moment later, Aslan gravely said, "Suddenly, a horde of monsters attacked the great forest, driving us, the fairies of our tribe, out of the forest." Mazer's sorrowful voice also rang out. "They even invaded the red gorge of the underworld. We don't know why this is happening." Immediately, Vaso stood up. "Your Majesty." Alfonso quickly permitted, "Count Vaso, if you have an opinion, please speak." Without hesitation, he began listing the inconsistencies in the situation. "There's something unusual here, Your Majesty. The number of monsters is abnormally high. Even if all the monsters in the forest gathered, there wouldn't be that many." Meow View propped her chin curiously. "So where did these monsters come from?" Next, Darius also speculated, "Did a summoning portal appear?" Without exception, Emilia remarked, "These monsters are quite tough." She pointed at a magic beast on the screen, "But these monsters are all species that went extinct tens of thousands of years ago." Just then, both Aslan and Mazer spoke loudly in unison, "Your Majesty." He respectfully began to plead, as the first guardian of the Wisteria tribe and the representative of the Great Forest. "I beg you, please protect our homeland." In an instant, he also continued, "I too, as the master of the underworld, ask you to protect our Crimson Alley." From the throne, Alfonso quickly stepped down. "Stand up, my brothers." Suddenly, countless monsters appeared. His eyes widened as if he had made a decision. "We don't even know where they came from. If we don't proactively control them, they'll surely cause unimaginable damage." Then, Alfonso, in a majestic voice, issued a command. "In the name of the King of Endymion, I order you to defend the Great Forest and the underworld. You must ensure that not a single monster escapes my control." The mages immediately responded in unison, "By the king's command." Just then, Vasil thought to himself, "The fate of this world is about to end. All that's left is for me to move forward on my own." Before a gate, Darius covered her face, her voice filled with a touch of regret. "I truly want to participate in this battle, but I must stay here to protect the people and this kingdom." Hubert smiled reassuringly. "It's all right." Unsin placed his hand over his chest, smiling with a confident voice. "Just trust us, we'll wipe them all out." Darius sighed, her eyes a little worried, and spoke, "I also deeply trust everyone's strength, but in this battlefield, even a stray arrow is enough to kill someone. I can't help but worry." She walked over and grabbed Vasil's shoulder, looking up worriedly. Darius's voice softened, "But I'm especially worried about this boy. This is your first time on the front line. Be careful. It will be completely different from the battles you've experienced." Vasil smiled and reassured her, "Yes, master, don't worry." Although he reassured her outwardly, he quietly thought to himself, "I fought constantly in my previous life, so I'm not that nervous." Darius sighed, her eyes somewhat helpless, secretly scolding in her heart, "This boy is truly something." She watched Vasil's retreating figure and remembered someone, causing her hand placed on his shoulder to tremble. Darius thought, if they were still alive, they would surely be as brave as this. Vasil, puzzled, softly asked, causing everyone there to look up, "Master?" Darius pulled her hand back, closed her eyes, and smiled wryly, reassuring him, "It's nothing, I'm just being silly." She looked up and spoke, her voice slow, "Come back safely, I'll always be waiting here." Darius watched her disciples step into the gate, continuing, "My dear disciples." Hearing this, smiles bloomed on their faces, and they responded in unison, "Understood, Master." Beside the gate, Niccolo smiled and asked, "Is everyone here?" Niccolo Machiavelli, Commander-in-Chief of the Gold Tower. From the gate, Vasil and everyone stepped out. Seeing this, Niccolo asked, "Is everyone here yet?" Vasil suddenly noticed something. While Unsin was still announcing, "The commander of the Spear Tower and those from the White Tower haven't arrived yet. I think this gate's endurance limit is about to give out." Vasil walked over to Aslan and called, "Aslan." He heard his name, then looked up, recognizing the person, and replied, puzzled, "What is it, Sir Vasil?" He calmly voiced his question, I wanted to ask something. Do you know Lady Ilo of the Ash tribe?" Aslan was startled, his eyes filled with astonishment, his voice full of doubt. "How do you know Lady Ilo?" Vaisol looked at him, remarking inwardly, that raven black hair and those eyes. Aslan smiled, radiating a warm light. Taking Vaisol's hand, his voice full of gratitude, Sir Vaisol, were you the one who saved Lady Ilo and her entire family? Vaisol was surprised by Aslan's enthusiasm and said, you two must be very close. He smiled and explained, of course. Although we aren't from the same tribe, she's the guardian of the allied tribes. Vaisol's eyes widened, his heart filled with astonishment. A guardian? He recalled Ilo, secretly thinking, a guardian not just for the Is tribe, but for all elves. I didn't realize Lady Ilo was that incredible. Is it because she awakened the dragon race? Vaisol looked up, asking, is she well? Aslan hesitated, replying uncertainly, I'm not sure. When I left the forest, she was still on the front lines. Vaisol covered his face, his expression pensive, his heart filled with worry, so she was still safe 5 days ago. I should get there as fast as possible. Suddenly a voice rang out, it's been a long time since I. Then a group of people emerged from the gate. The person walking behind was Alan Page, the representative of the Spear Tower. The woman walking in front of him was Oliver, representative of the White Tower. The person walking in front is Emilia Merwin, the saintess of the White Tower. She yawned and exclaimed, that's truly something. Vaisol turned his head, looking towards the newcomers, thinking to himself, half of the kingdom's forces are gathered here. I can't imagine them losing. They stood in a circle, then Nicolo summoned a map. His voice rang out decisively, let's analyze this quickly. They focused their gaze on the map. Someone began to analyze. The center of the elf tribe has been confirmed to have moved southeast. The Great Forest, Red Gorge, they could also be blocked by monsters during their movement. The others heard that and their eyes widened in surprise. Emilia, with sleepy eyes, began to explain, and it'll be at least 10 more days before the 5th and 7th legions arrive, because moving such large forces takes a lot of time. Nicolo then continued, his eyes full of solemnity, his voice clear and resolute, our mission is to lure the monsters into the Great Forest while the elf tribe moves. We have 2 days, day 1 to the border, day 2 to the center of the elf tribe, and by day 3, we must complete our mission. Can everyone do it? They all rushed forward in unison, responding, of course. As night fell, the moonlight shone down, creating a serene atmosphere. They all continued to rush towards the mountain range. They continued to rush forward like the wind, without stopping. Emilia's eyes were dark, as if she realized something. She suddenly stopped, raising her hand to command, everyone, stop. Emilia brought her hand to her nose, her voice grave as she said, I smell blood, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Nicolo, worried, looked up and spoke, startling Aslan, something's already happened, and we're still far from the center of the elf tribe. Emilia hovered in the air, assessing the situation, then ordered, from now on, we must split up. The mages of the Flame Tower will follow me. Nicolo also followed her, adding, the rest will go through the Rocky Mountains. Unsen, standing below, also began to act, commanding, let's go. Those behind him heard this and responded in unison, understood. Suddenly, they all leapt into the air with force. Vaisol rushed with them, speaking, brother, now. Unsen understood and ordered, cut straight through the mountain. They jumped and landed on a mountain range. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Thousands of monsters were tearing each other apart. The bird people continuously resisted the monsters, encouraging each other in unison, throw rocks at their heads. Just a little more. Even the injured elves still raised their bows and arrows towards the monsters, shouting, aim for their heads. Fire! Spirits of protection, hang in there. Those in the battle actively participated, charging towards the monsters with large hammers, their voices full of wrath, die, you stinking monsters. I'll smash your heads. Vaisol stood outside the battle, looking at it, frowning as he muttered to himself, this group isn't enough to compare to Hydra's monster army, but it truly is astonishing. Nicolo looked at the scene before him, gritting his teeth in anger. Then his entire body erupted with power, stomping the ground until it cracked open. The ground also trembled from Nicolo's power. He used all his strength to control the newly cracked earth fragments into the air. Then Nicolo hurled them towards the monsters, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around where Nicolo and the others stood, making him think warily, they're gathering. Emilia, with a cold, expressionless face, controlled the gust of wind. At this moment, the monsters also stopped, looking up at the sky in confusion, where a tornado summoned by Emilia gradually appeared. The monsters' eyes widened in astonishment as a tornado clearly appeared before them. The tornado gradually grew larger, sweeping away the surrounding monsters, causing Vesol, standing outside, to exclaim in his head, "Holy crap, that's insane." He looked at Nicolo's face, filled with anger. His eyes solemn, he thought, this is it. Then Zassel glanced towards Emilia, whose entire being exuded a terrifying murderous aura, making him marvel at the power of the holy hand from one of the royal towers. Suddenly, Unsen approached, placing a hand on his shoulder and interrupting his thoughts. "We can't just stand by and watch, can we? Right?" Hearing that, Zassel smiled and replied, "I'm ready. Let's do this." A massive surge of power suddenly enveloped him. Zassel created a large energy orb, making the monsters stop in fear. One of the warriors in the battle realized something and joyfully shouted, "Inyan! That's a sorcerer from Inyan!" Aslan and Mazers succeeded. "We're saved!" Zassel swung his hand down, his eyes radiating a murderous intent, and commanded, "Die!" The monsters, still not understanding the situation, stared blankly at the scene before them. Before they had time to escape, Zassel's energy orb plunged down towards the monsters. The energy orb struck, creating a massive explosion that wiped out all the monsters. Under the ethereal moonlight, the great water forest, where mystical purple energies enveloped the surroundings. Inside the great water forest, a lone figure sat in the middle of the woods. Briareus's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. He sat alone, his body tense, his bloodshot eyes gazing up at the sky. Back on the battlefield, all the monsters were frozen. A voice rang out, "Hughes Bizzard!" Ellen stood on the mountain range, looking down at the monsters that had been frozen by his power. Emilia raised her hand to the sky, her face cold, using her power. She shouted, summoning lightning bolts to strike the monsters, forcing them to flee. Lightning storm. Gradually, the monsters screamed tragically as they were annihilated. Nicolo, with a somber look, used his power to control the earth, destroying thousands of monsters. Spears of Theos. Zassel and the others stood on the cliff, looking down at the battle, and Unsen exclaimed admiringly, "This is the first time I've seen a magical bombardment of this scale. There's no room to squeeze in. I guess we'll have to redraw the map after the war." Hubert hesitated, looking at the scene before him, and began, "But..." He looked at the endlessly increasing number of monsters and continued, "The number of magical beasts hasn't decreased at all. Moreover, if magical armies of different natures are gathered like this, then..." The others in the battle continued to eliminate the monsters, leading Hubert to conclude, ultimately, it will cause casualties for our army. Zassel, hearing his words, clenched his teeth in worry, looking towards the battle and thinking to himself, "Big Brother is right. The boundary between the magical beasts and our army has collapsed. Any more magical armies will be too much." Unsen jumped down with Hubert, and Unsen called out, "Lord Nicolo." Nicolo seemed to understand his intention and immediately replied, "All right." The others' eyes darkened as they heard his command, entering full-scale war. Zassel heard that, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes red, his lips tightly pressed in anger. Suddenly, Nicolo used his strength to leap into the air. Then he landed in front of them and declared, "All members." They all rushed towards the monsters upon hearing Nicolo's command, "Attack." Zassel charged quickly towards the monsters upon hearing the order, calculating in his head as he went, "I'll prolong the fight, so I must use my magic efficiently. Maximum autonomous dragonification, gathering magic with intent." He closed his eyes and raised his hands, concentrating his magic, creating 2 yellow and blue orbs, thinking, "Manifest that through the physical realm." Then Zassel rushed towards the monster, cutting it into many pieces. On the other side, Emilia and Nicolo also used their powers to attack the monsters. Arin, on another side, used her power, rushing towards the monsters and freezing them. A fierce battle continued, and they kept eliminating the monsters. Arin drew her bow, furrowing her brow as she focused her power into the arrow. Then she shot an arrow towards a monster, destroying it. The others also continued to eliminate the monsters. The sun gradually rose higher, its morning rays beginning to gild everything, dispelling the lingering night fog. Oliver, covered in wounds, tiredly raised her hand to use her power. She swung her hand, controlling her power to slash towards the monster. Suddenly, a monster unexpectedly jumped out from behind Oliver, startling her before she could react. This thing. Then a beam of light shot straight towards that monster, destroying it before it could do anything. Zassel, his voice filled with worry, ran towards her and asked, "Lady Oliver, are you all right?" Oliver, grateful, walked towards him and replied, "Thank you, Sir Zassel." She tiredly glanced at the monsters, her eyes full of confusion, and said, "Even if we kill them, their numbers don't decrease. Where in the world are they coming from?" Zassel's face was grim. He frowned and thought, because of this, it'll never end. What should we do? Suddenly, an announcement rang out, drawing their attention, the sun. Ichi pointed to the sky, his eyes gleaming with hope, and announced, "The sun is rising." Durin, hearing this, also encouraged, "Just a little more. Bear with it." A nearby elf was also praying, "Spirits of the wind, grant us strength." Unsen asked, confused, "What's wrong with everyone? What does the sunrise have to do with it?" Hubert, leaning against him, also spoke up in bewilderment, "Monsters aren't zombies, so there's no reason for them to change when the sun rises." Hubert's eyes widened as he saw the monster in front of them stop attacking and look towards the sun. Then, to the astonishment of the others, the monsters immediately retreated. Zassel's eyes widened in surprise, his heart filled with bewilderment. These guys are retreating. Could the sun be their weakness? Emilia asked, confused, "Why is that?" Nicolo, amazed by the scene before him, didn't know how to answer and said, "I don't know the exact situation, but..." As the sun rose high, morning rays began to gild everything, dispelling the night fog. He continued, "At least we can relax now." After all the monsters were gone, those present quickly helped each other heal. One person said, "I'll heal you right away, so just bear with it a little longer." Someone approached Zassel and the others, their voice full of gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The person who came to them was Arin, the elf representative. She smiled, her warm voice ringing out, "Thanks to the heroes of Endymion, we were able to get through this night." Another person, Ichi, the dwarf representative, spoke in a deep but grateful voice, "The dwarves will absolutely never forget this favor. Thank you so much." Kerbo, the Pfizer clan chief standing nearby, also said, "Pfizer will remember this day until all the feathers of our clan fall out." Nicolo smiled as he approached them, politely replying, "We were just helping our allies, it's only natural." Furthermore, he glanced at the monster corpses, expressing his confusion, "It's really strange." Arin said, "The monsters grow stronger and swarm at night, then weaken and retreat at dawn." She remembered the monsters continuously attacking her people and continued solemnly, "There's another strange thing. They don't scatter everywhere, but persistently attack only the elves, just like..." Arin drew her conclusion, "They must hate us." Unsen looked up at them, as if realizing something, then proposed a plan. "If that's the case, it means they'll come again tonight. What if we attack during the day when they're weaker?" A voice immediately retorted, "Impossible." Ichi lowered his head, frowning as he explained, "Our alliance has only just over 5,000 people, the number of warriors who can fight is less than half." Hearing that, Emilia offered her opinion, "We can only endure until reinforcements arrive." Seeing this, Nicolo, who was nearby, immediately gave an order, "First, after moving the wounded and consolidating the front lines, we'll reconvene to discuss tactics." The others heard the order and responded in unison, "Yes." Then, Arn suddenly walked up to Zassel and asked, "Are you Zassel Zeman?" He was surprised and asked back, "Do you know me?" Seeing this, Arn politely introduced herself. "Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I am Arn, leader of the White Ash Elf tribe, and one of the Elven Manners." She continued, which made Zassel remember the image of Ilo, and also that she was Ilo's mother. Arn smiled sweetly, her soft voice resonating, "Greetings, sir," making Zassel think to himself, "Is this person Sir Ilo's mother?" Arn bowed and carefully explained, "We should have welcomed our benefactor wholeheartedly, but due to the current situation, we cannot properly host you. Please understand." Zassel raised a hand to wave, his voice polite, "It's all right, but where is Sir Ilo?" Arn bowed, then spoke hesitantly, "Ilo." She continued, making Zassel's eyes widen in surprise, "Was here until a few days ago." Arn recounted the last moment she saw Ilo with her benevolent face. Ilo heard about the isolated elf tribe and left to save them. She spoke of the danger and hardship faced by the small elves who were struggling to flee from the horde of demon creatures. Many elf tribes couldn't coordinate due to the sudden attack of the demon creatures, and furthermore, they were greatly separated during the retreat. Zassel raised a hand to support his chin, his face slightly bowed, worry appearing in his eyes. "So that's how it is. He must be safe." Arn reassured him, "Don't worry, sir." She flashed a radiant smile, her eyes filled with pride, "because my daughter is very strong." From above, the sun was slowly setting behind the rolling mountains, the last rays of daylight reflecting off the sheer rock faces. Below a mountain foot, a defeated demon creature lay motionless on the ground. 2 Pfizer tribesmen stood on its body, and several others were nearby, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" Everyone present split into 2 groups, standing opposite each other. Nicolo exclaimed, "Lady Arn is a manor?" A series of images of different people with immense power flashed through Zassel's mind, and Arn was among them. The manor now replaces the extinct High Elves, leading all elf races at the highest level. It's known that there are only 5 in each century. He showed no surprise, but secretly marveled, "No wonder she's extraordinary." Nicolo unexpectedly expressed, "I never thought I'd meet an elven manor alive." Emilia, standing nearby, was also so surprised she managed to say, "It's an honor to meet you." Seeing the girl's bewildered look when facing Arn, Zassel could only give a wry smile. She's probably confused because she's never shown respect to anyone, even though she's an elf, she grew up in the human world. On this side, Arn bowed, expressing her attitude towards Emilia, "I don't know human etiquette or manners either. So you don't need to be so formal. Feel free to relax." Her action startled the girl, who unconsciously bowed in return. Nicolo stepped forward to face them, extending his hand to gesture what he was about to say. "All right then, I'll explain the new battle plan from Endymion. The first step is to form an encirclement net." He recalled the number of soldiers moving towards them. The core approaching this location is nearly 60,000 strong, enough to encircle the demon creatures. Emilia moved forward parallel to Nicolo, continuing, but her face showed a slight slump. "The second step is to eliminate the demon creatures within the encirclement net." Emilia's hesitant words immediately startled Arn and Kuber. "Therefore, we are pushing them back into the great water forest." Arn bowed, her hair concealing the emotions in her eyes. She softly replied, "The battlefield has changed from the Red Canyon to the great water forest." Zassel was equally surprised at this moment, and worry gradually appeared on his slightly sweaty face. The great water forest is not only the home of the elf tribe but also a sacred place covered by divine blessings. If the battlefield changes, the great water forest will surely suffer heavy damage. He thought of the forest with its dense layers of green leaves. It would take decades for a forest to fully recover. Given the scale of the great water forest, it would surely take at least over 100 years. Noticing Arn and Kerbo's troubled expressions, Nicolo quickly spoke up, "It's hard to guarantee the extent of the damage, but Endymion will actively help rebuild. We will also provide accommodation for the elf tribe." Arn turned her head, her eyes gradually darkening. Kerbo looked at her, and neither spoke. Arn regained her composure, and regret appeared in her eyes. She placed a hand on her chest. My heart aches, but there's nothing else I can do. Kobo, behind her, made the exact same gesture. Actually, I've already prepared myself mentally. On this side, Nicolo and Emilia received consent, but they weren't happy. They bowed their heads in thanks. Thank you for your cooperation. We will do our best to ensure the Great Water Forest doesn't suffer as much damage as possible. A voice rang out, General Commander. All the soldiers looked together in the direction a soldier was pointing, towards a creature flying overhead. Something's flying this way. They started murmuring, is it a demon beast? The sun hasn't set yet, but it's already. Kobo suddenly realized something was different. No, it's not. The approaching creature wasn't a demon beast, but the soldier who had left with Ilo a few days ago. His entire body was covered in large and small wounds, and he kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A voice recognized, it's our soldier, the one who went to free the elf tribe a few days ago. The soldier couldn't hold on, lost consciousness, and fell freely. Seeing this, Kobo rushed forward and didn't forget to give orders. Are you all right? Quickly call the medical team. Kobo caught the soldier in his arms. He struggled with his last bit of strength and reported with difficulty, Sir, Sentinel. In danger. Everyone seemed to freeze. Ilo's gentle, ethereal face appeared in Zassel's mind. He worried. Lord Ilo. Arn was equally uneasy. She covered her mouth with both hands, and a sense of unease welled up. Ilo. Nicolo quickly turned back and made a suggestion to Zassel. Sir Zassel, he must be in danger. Would you like to step forward as a rescue team? He didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, yes, of course. Yus noticed the situation and stepped forward, to Zassel's surprise. I'll go too. A reassuring voice spoke up, if even you step forward, then we can rest assured. Emilia also wanted to help, so she ordered Oliver next to her. The White Tower's search magic will be helpful. Oliver, you go with them too. She immediately agreed, yes. On one side, Arn stood facing Aslan, pleading, Aslan, only you can help me. Aslan stood up straight, his right hand placed on his chest, showing his determination. You don't need to worry, I will definitely bring Sir Ilo back safely. Behind him, there were also other warriors of the Questoria tribe. Prayers were uttered, hoping that the spirit's blessing would accompany everyone. Immediately after that, as the sun was about to set to make way for nightfall, shadows darted between the sheer cliffs. Oliver led the group, followed by Zassel and Yusin, and finally Aslan. They moved together at a rapid pace. With her ability, Oliver seemed to sense that something was wrong ahead. As she moved, she announced to everyone behind her, I've detected movement ahead. It seems to be flying magical beasts. What should we do? Upon receiving the information, Yusin glanced at Zassel, who was moving parallel to him. You just keep pushing through like that, we'll handle it. When everyone reached another mountain range, a pair of black wings suddenly swept above them. Zassel instantly recognized it, they're here. Countless magical beasts appeared in the sky, they were great birds. They seemed to have sensed the presence of others. Aslan was also astonished to see such a large number of magical beasts. He immediately gave orders to his soldiers. How are those creatures that inhabit the west here? Everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared in the air, and in an instant, powerful lightning bolts shot from it, striking directly at the magical beasts. That terrifying power belonged to Zassel. He said little, merely coldly eliminating the obstacles. His eyes glowed red, and lightning crackled around his body. The lightning bolts continued to strike, causing the hit magical beasts to fall freely through the air. Throughout the entire process, everyone's movement didn't stop, they continued to soar through the air. The obstructing magical beasts were scorched and continuously fell from the powerful lightning strikes. Handling great birds is that simple? Oliver was extremely astonished by Zassel's abilities. She looked up, he's a tower lord just like me, yet the difference is incredible. A loud voice rang out, and immediately after, a direct blow struck the spot Zassel and Oliver had just left. Yusin was now full of vigor. I can't let the youngest one stop everything alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed powerful magic attacks on the magical beasts. Under Yusin's fierce attacks, explosions continuously occurred in the air. Zassel could only helplessly think, I don't know if my big brother is a mage or a fighter, truly. Despite Yusin's relentless attacks, the magical beasts not only didn't retreat but came in even greater numbers. They charged madly. Yusin was slightly startled. Damn it, did I attract too much attention? Zassel quickly spoke up, let's finish this fast. Arrows from somewhere embedded themselves into the bodies of the magical beasts, causing them immense pain. Those were the soldiers under Aslan's command. They were all ready for battle. Aslan spoke, leave this place to us. We will clear the way and follow behind you. Oliver, Zassel, and Yusin immediately moved ahead, not forgetting to glance back. Yusin shouted, then, we're counting on you all. See you later. All three of them gathered their strength and dashed straight ahead. A voice shouted, go at maximum speed. Zassel immediately replied, yes. Worry and hope appeared on Zassel's face at this moment. Lady Ilo, I hope you are definitely safe and sound. The night was still enveloping the vast space. Elsewhere, hordes of demon beasts were still continuously attacking the barrier. All the elves present were pouring all their magic power into reinforcing the barrier. Outside, the demon beasts retreated and then charged forward rapidly. Inside, Ilo was reinforcing the barrier with everyone, but worry had already begun to appear on her face. At this very moment, her unease was growing. Everyone's magic power had started to run dry. Can we endure until sunrise? Reinforcements must arrive. A cracking sound echoed. Ilo instinctively turned to look. The barrier's connection was broken by a demon beast. The barrier's been breached. Stop them. Immediately after, the barrier was shattered by demon beasts. They directly attacked their prey right before their eyes. A voice shouted, no. Ilo drew her bow and focused her power into the arrow she was about to shoot. Eros, spirit of wind, grant me strength. She fired the arrow, gust rain. Oliver, Yusin, and Zassel were still moving at their fastest speed. Oliver used her ability to lead the way, found it. As she moved, she turned and announced, I sense the aura of battle beyond that mountain. Yusin immediately replied upon hearing, let's hurry. At this moment, Zassel was continuously praying, his brow furrowed, please, don't let it be too late. On Ilo's side, her arrow created a powerful attack that struck down upon the demon beasts. Countless arrows from above plunged straight down into the demon beasts below, gust rain. Ilo successfully rescued someone from the demon beast's sharp fangs. She turned to remind the girl. Now's the time. Quick, maintain the barrier. The girl hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Just when it seemed the situation could be salvaged, screams rang out as another part of the barrier was also broken by demon beasts, and they were charging to attack the small elves before them. Help me. This side of the barrier is also breached. Stop them. She had no other choice but to draw her bow and aim again. Eros, spirit of wind. Suddenly, Zassel's figure appeared right before her eyes. Ilo blushed shyly. Why? Why is my benefactor's face suddenly appearing? That wasn't her illusion. It was Zassel, chanting a spell, firewall. A huge flame erupted, forming a wall of fire right in front of Ilo. The demon beasts were directly incinerated by the flames. Ilo looked up, her eyes filled with hope, and her previously tense face was replaced with a slight smile of relief. Zassel and Yusin descended from above, to Ilo's shout, benefactor. Yusin's eyes were full of excitement. He extended a fist, little brother, let me clear the way. He had just swung his fist, creating a terrifying surge of power that ripped through the air and rushed forward. Seeing this, Zassel didn't forget to turn back and express his gratitude. Thanks, big brother. In front, Ilo was eagerly guiding him, benefactor, this way. He stopped in front of her and immediately asked about her condition. Lady Ilo, are you all right? Ilo stood facing him, expressing gratitude. I'm all right, I don't know how I can repay this favor. Zassel turned his head slightly to the side, as if avoiding her gaze. As an allied nation sorcerer, I just did what was necessary. Furthermore, if you're ready, please dispel the barrier. We must break through before the demonic beasts pursue us. However, Ilo looked towards the other elves who were still gravely injured, and also the children. She hesitated, but if we break through like this, the children will be left behind. Despite Ilo's worry, Zassel remained incredibly calm. He gently reassured her as she watched everyone move inside the barrier. It's all right. Over here, Oliver had already begun casting her magic. Zassel asked, Lady Oliver, can you do it? She happily replied to his question, Of course, Baron Zassel, that's why I'm here. Oliver amplified her magic and used it on all the other elves. I've cast a spell on all members of the elven tribe. Everyone can run fast without getting exhausted. Ilo also felt her magic and couldn't help but be surprised. My body feels so light. Aslan's team also arrived at this time to gather with everyone. Just in time, the number of combatants had been replenished. Aslan. Ilo quickly ran up to him. I'm so glad to be able to meet you again like this. Aslan placed his hand on his chest, showing respect. It's truly fortunate that you are safe and sound, Lady Ilo. Noticing the favorable situation, Yusin immediately began to assign movement positions. Lady Oliver and the elves in the middle, and on the left is the youngest master. On the right are Lady Ilo and Lady Oliver. I will lead the way. Those demonic beasts, I will wipe them all out. Ilo quickly gave the order after hearing that. Then let's begin. Everyone, retract the barrier. The elves all responded in unison, yes. The night continued to cover the entire landscape. In another area, Yusin and Zassel moved while focusing on attacking demonic beasts along the way. He turned back to encourage those following behind. We've reached our destination, everyone, keep it up. From above, Yusin looked at Zassel and gave him instructions. Youngest master, though it's a bit tough, distribute your magic power to the maximum. Even though we've reached the ravine, if we want our forces to combine, we must clear the strength of the demonic beast army. He immediately understood, yes. Their footsteps halted at the rocky outcrop. Yusin and Zassel both looked in one direction, seemingly surprised by something. That thing is. Before their eyes was a fortress that had been erected at some point, and there was Nicolo's group fighting demonic beasts on the fortress. Aim for the face and head. Die, you demonic beasts. Smash their heads. Don't let a single one enter the fortress. He looked at Nicolo's astonishing ability and couldn't help but exclaim, so that's Lady Nicolo's ability. To build such a huge fortress wall in just one night? As expected of a superhuman-level powerhouse. From above, Hubert looked in one direction and smiled brightly. Commander-in-Chief, look. Hubert stood on the fortress, looking down at the area not far from the demonic beasts at its base. It's the elven tribe and the rescue team. Nicolo, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, oh ho, they made it. Arn on the fortress was also overjoyed as she looked down. She exclaimed, Ilo. At this moment, Nicolo became full of vigor. He concentrated magic into his hands. I must clear a path for my hard-working allies, mustn't I? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began casting magic with both hands. His move successfully defeated a group of monsters and opened a straight path to where the rescuers and the elven tribe stood, defense wall. Yusin and Zassel leaned back to back. Yusin reminded, Sir Nicolo cleared the way wonderfully. We have to pour all our remaining magic into one strike. Are you ready? Zassel didn't hesitate, of course. With that, both concentrated their attacks fiercely. Fire Fist Cannon. Their combined attack created a flame with powerful destructive force, striking down directly from above. Yusin and Zassel charged forward together. Yusin reminded, target ahead. Zassel didn't forget to encourage, everyone, just a little more effort. A large hole appeared in the sturdy fortress. The wall had been opened. Footsteps successively ran through. Everyone rushed into the fortress together. Everyone was joyful and smiled happily. They had all arrived. After completing her mission, Oliver wearily leaned against a large rock, her face looking more relaxed. Arian and Ilo hugged each other, both laughing and shedding tears filled with happiness and love. In another corner, Yusin and Zassel lay sprawled on the ground after completing their mission. Zassel wore a satisfied smile after the long night ended. The sun was high, the first rays of the day spread, covering the entire vast fortress. All of us had survived beneath the fortress. The corpses of huge demonic beasts lay scattered on the ground along with splatters of blood. A week had passed like this, but Zassel, in front of the fortress, was still giving his all. We are still fighting the demonic beast army when the sun sets. He tiredly sighed, wiped the beads of sweat from his face, and dealt with those hiding on that day when the sun rose. After intense battles with demonic beasts, he saw more members of the elven tribe arrive at the fortress. Even so, the situation had been cleared up to some extent, and a significant number of separated elves could be rescued. The happiness and joy of the elven people reuniting with their loved ones were clearly visible on their faces. The elven tribe had reunited, now numbering about 9,000 people, among whom there were quite a few very useful warriors. But then he suddenly remembered something. Now, all we need is for the relief army to arrive. He quickly jumped high despite Nicolo's confusion. Sir Zassel. Nicolo also followed, jumping onto the fortress, closely trailing Zassel. He wondered, what is it, more demonic beasts? He calmly replied, no. Below the fortress was a knight squad with 2 commanders, the 5th Legion and the 7th Legion Endymion. The relief army had arrived. A new day had arrived, the clear blue sky with white clouds and the high sun shining brightly. All the key figures, along with the commanders of the 2 legions, gathered around a strategic table. Nicolo placed his right hand on his chest to show respect. Both legion commanders have gone through great hardship to get here from afar. A voice spoke up, protecting the people and the country is a matter of course. The 2 commanders were William Luigi, the 5th Legion commander, and Dual Cruiser, the 7th Legion commander. Cruiser crossed his arms politely. We merely came to do what a soldier should do. Nicolo, sensing the commander's great responsibility, happily said, then, we will begin the tactical meeting immediately. For this campaign, on my behalf, Sir Zassel, the one most knowledgeable about the terrain and the demonic beast's forces, will handle the explanation. When his name was called, Jasso immediately raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone, I am Jasso Zeman. Upon Jasso's introduction, both legion commanders were greatly surprised, realizing, so this is the renowned young man everyone talks about, no wonder he doesn't look ordinary. Jasso picked up a representative chess piece on the strategic table and began analyzing each person's task. Legion Commander William, the 5th Legion's mission is defense. He recalled the last time everyone had to fight the beasts together. The current beast army is only targeting this area, but no one can be sure when they will invade Endymion's territory. On the strategic table, he arranged the pieces and didn't forget to explain, therefore, a strong encirclement must be immediately formed to protect the remaining elves in the canyon, while also preventing any beasts from escaping. He then looked down and picked up another piece. Legion Commander Duel, the 7th Legion's mission is offense. On the strategic board, the pieces were neatly arranged in specific positions. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, our army will launch a full-scale attack, pushing the beasts towards the Great Forest. He continued to analyze. The Great Forest, where they originate, may harbor unforeseen dangers, but this is a mission that must be completed to achieve victory. When Duel heard his mission, his fighting spirit surged. He clapped a hand to his chest. A full-scale attack, huh? That really stirs the blood. Just leave it to me. Once the missions were clearly and specifically divided, everyone looked down as Nicolo declared, 3 days from now. Jasso stared down as he heard Nicolo's declaration, for the life and death of humanity and the elf race, the campaign to reclaim the Great Forest will commence. Some time later, Jasso stood on the castle looking down at the erected tents, pondering. The 5th and 7th Legions are Endymion's most elite legions. With military might rarely seen across the continent, no matter how numerous the beasts are, we will surely not fail. He suddenly turned his head, but then looked back at the vast expanse before him. He felt the gloomy atmosphere engulfing everything, causing his anxiety to constantly rise. What is this inexplicable sense of unease? From another angle, when Ilo looked up, she immediately recognized Benefactor. She looked at his back and broad shoulders. I've been too busy until now to notice. When did his shoulders become so broad? She recalled the first time she met him and immediately felt a difference compared to now. His height seemed to have increased a bit. The feeling now was truly different from our first meeting. Remembering that made her blush with embarrassment. Arian walked out of the tent and immediately noticed something about her little daughter. She smiled at her affectionately. I wondered where he'd gone and what he was doing, but thinking back, I suppose it's about time for this. Ilo was a little surprised when a hand was placed on her shoulder from behind. Arian had quietly stood beside her. She looked in the same direction Ilo had been gazing and offered some advice. Instead of just watching from afar, why don't you try going to talk to him? Her words made Ilo feel a little embarrassed. Mom. Arian turned and placed a hand on Ilo's shoulder, but Ilo just looked flustered. No, he must be very worried about the upcoming battle. Ilo remembered that Jasso already had another connection with the Endymion royal family, and her face suddenly fell. The benefactor is already connected to the Endymion royal family. My harboring feelings for such a person is truly impossible. Arian gently stroked Ilo's cheek and lightly pinched her arm. Ilo, I know exactly what you're thinking, but don't worry. She spoke of the destiny she had foreseen between Ilo and Jasso. You and Sir Jasso are bound by a strong red string of fate. Ilo was a little surprised by her words and asked again, Mother, you saw my destiny? Facing Ilo's question, Arian explained to her, those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient two-elf race can see through destiny. One day, when you become a manor, you will also be able to do so. She held Ilo's still bewildered face, looking directly into her eyes as she reminded her, My daughter, remember these words, before long, the moment for you to make a choice will come. Despite Ilo's surprise, she continued, his fate is as cold as a winter wind and as heavy as an entire mountain. If you want to continue to keep Jasso in your heart, then thinking of Jasso's appearance, you will have to bear that fate together. Another day was drawing to a close, the sun gradually setting behind the sturdy castle, leaving only the last golden light of the day. Below the castle, soldiers and leaders had fully gathered. Niccolò closed his eyes and sighed softly, this is just the beginning. Everyone turned in one direction as a voice announced, according to the plan, we'll leave the rear to the 5th Legion, and we will continue our advance to the Great Forest. Not far away, the beasts were frantically charging. On this side, Jasso, Unsen, and Hubert had magic ready in their hands, prepared for any situation. All troops! Niccolò led the soldiers, charging to attack the beasts, and shouted loudly, Attack! Ilo also drew her bow and shot arrows at the beasts, wind arrow, wood arrow. The others also charged to attack. Die, you bastards! How do you like the taste of dwarven steel, huh? Alan also joined the battle, drawing the spear in his hand back, preparing to throw it. The thrown spear embedded itself in a beast that was about to attack Niccolò and Emilia while they were focused in another direction. Everyone joined forces to fight and resist the beasts, unleashing continuous powerful attacks. Noticing something was wrong, Unsen quickly turned to Hubert and said, Leave this area to me, quickly go support that broken defense line. Hubert immediately understood, yes, I understand. Elsewhere, Jasso was surrounded by 4 or 5 beasts, and he used his magic to create 2 fireballs in his hands. Immediately after that, a large fire successfully erupted, incinerating the monsters surrounding him. Inferno, Inferno. Aslan, Kerbo, and the other soldiers were also busy with the beasts. Time passed, 15 days later, at the entrance to the Great Forest. After continuous efforts and fighting, they finally reached the Great Forest. The participating soldiers cheered happily, mission accomplished, we've reached the entrance to the Great Forest. Among the leaders, Niccolò stood with his arms crossed, finally, I've cornered them. Unsen looked up, puzzled, does the priest feel the same way? Jasso looked confused, is that so? Before them now was the entrance to the Great Forest, which was also considered the origin of the Monster Legion. I thought a large number of monsters would gather here. But contrary to their expectations, aside from the cold atmosphere, there was no sign of any beasts here. Not only were there no monsters, but not even a trace of any living creature could be sensed. The forest was only dense green trees, layered upon each other. The deeper they looked, the more they felt the coldness and gloom. Moreover, what is this gloomy mist covering this forest? Ilo stood next to Arian, worried. Mother, I can't hear the spirits anymore. Arian also felt a little uneasy. Is that so? What exactly happened here? Nicolo turned to Arian and Ilo, encouraging them. Let's wait for the Pfizer tribe's reconnaissance team to return. They departed yesterday. They should be back soon. They also brought the image projector we developed, so we'll be able to understand the situation in more detail. Kerbo suddenly pointed to the large wings in the sky. There they are, our warriors are returning. Images from inside the forest began to appear. Everyone sat together in front of the large screen that was replaying the images from inside the forest captured by the recording device. Nicolo spoke up. It's the same here. Indeed, there are no traces of monsters. Jasso looked at the large screen, puzzled. Or perhaps, do you have a panoramic document of the Great Forest? Nicolo was also confused by his question. Why do you ask? Jasso pointed at the screen, stating the difference he had observed. The deeper we go inside, the denser the black mist becomes. Emilia wondered, the mist is getting denser? The Phaser tribe's projector operator also added, that's right, I was about to mention that as well. Saying that, he immediately manipulated the image to another remarkable point that astonished everyone. Look at this. This is an image taken from the maximum possible altitude. The screen displayed an area surrounded by something vast and dark. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Huh? That is. What is that? What is that darkness? Arian sadly spoke up. How did the beautiful Great Forest end up like this? Ilo beside her seemed to feel immense pity for the beautiful patch of forest. Jasso also explained the unease he had felt earlier. The feeling of unease I sensed, so it was because of that? It seems that this is the cause of this incident. The dark mist deep within the forest, perhaps that is the origin of the Monster Legion. Inside that mist is likely the leader of the monster horde. On its head, countless blood-red eyes are slowly opening. When those eyes opened, the danger of the demon creature became even more terrifying. Nicolo looked at the forest through the screen and exclaimed, truly, with such a scale, it could contain hundreds of thousands of demon creatures. Mr. Aaron, do you know anything about this? Aaron made a thoughtful gesture. Perhaps it's related to the legend of the birth of the great moon tree. Vaso thought and imagined the images of the legend in his head. If it's the legend of the birth of the great tree lamb, then that's a story that happened when the world of the gods was nearing its end. The legend says that the great tree lamb was born under the protection of the mother goddess of life. Gaia. Nicolo stood up and asked everyone, so did Gaia create the great tree lamb to seal the demon army? Vaso also stood up, but there are still a few points that bother me. He asked, why is that? He began to explain to everyone, when Gaia created the great tree lamb, many gods still existed. Dealing with the demon army wouldn't have been too difficult. Yuzan stood nearby, worried, making him hesitate. Your words, priest. Zassel's face also showed no less worry. It's highly likely that what Gaia wanted to hide was not the demon army. Emilia, hugging a teddy bear on the side, offered a quick solution. Then we must check it out quickly. Her face became serious. General Commander, you need to form an investigation team immediately. Scene change. In the Green Forest, someone commanded, proceed with the investigation quickly and return before dark. Everyone responded, understood. There are 10 members belonging to the Special Investigation Team. Yuzan exclaimed, a forest with no vital energy? Hubert also had a similar feeling. Even though its vital functions haven't completely stopped, it's truly strange. As everyone moved through the forest, Nicolo signaled, we've gone quite deep already, let's rest for a bit. As Ilo was resting on a tree trunk, Zassel approached and asked, Mr. Ilo, are you all right? She replied, yes, benefactor. When he saw Aaron surrounded by a green glow, Zassel curiously asked, but what is Mr. Aaron doing? Ilo explained to Zassel, currently, Mother is communicating with the forest. Specifically, she's trying to talk to the forest spirit. He was surprised. The forest spirit? She continued to answer, surely, benefactor, you also know that besides the four main elements, there are many other types of spirits. Vaso also knew about spirits, that's right, such as spirits of lightning, ice, light, and darkness. Then Ilo closed her eyes and summoned power. The forest spirit is also one of them. However, it's a little different from ordinary spirits. Let me show everyone. Then there was a yellow dot surrounded by green light. Everyone was surprised by what they were seeing. Hubert spoke up, isn't this something we've only heard about? Alan adjusted his glasses in disbelief. Oh my, to witness a forest spirit with my own eyes like this, it's incredible. The spirit appeared with an aura of light around it. Everyone found this spirit adorable. Vaso didn't know how to describe it. Could it be called a humanoid figure made of earth and leaves? Hubert thought, cute, so cute. Suddenly, with sparkling eyes, it spoke, benefactor, how do you feel? Zassel was curious, Mr. Ilo? Alan spoke up, that's Mr. Ilo's voice. Vaso looked at everyone playing with the spirit, bewildered. The spirit and one's own consciousness coexist in one body? But I can't feel the spirit's will. Ilo carefully clarified Zassel's curiosities. The forest spirit is much smaller than other spirits. This friend is also formed from the combination of countless tiny spirits. Because their will is weak, they must gather together to use their power. He seemed to understand everything. The method is different, but it's like projecting one's will to control it. Its overall structure is quite similar to a golem. When the spirit dissipated, Ilo spoke, She closed her eyes, one hand on her forehead. The forest's condition isn't good either. It's not easy for me to summon a small spirit by myself. Ilo turned and asked, Mother, have you discovered anything? She was so worried she broke into a sweat. I've tried many times, but the spirits are incredibly afraid. Aaron looked up and around. It must be related to the darkness at the center of the forest. Vaso also clenched his fist helplessly. What exactly is behind that darkness? Oliver shouted, there. After that warning, everyone quickly left. As Vaso moved, he felt everything. The black mist is getting thicker and thicker. Moreover, this mist. It's gnawing at our spirits. He remembered the bloody battle. It's fortunate we didn't come here with the 7th Legion. If we had, we probably would have collapsed before we could even act. Oliver stopped. We're here. That's where the strange purple light stream is. Suddenly, a black mass fell to the ground. Emilia spoke up, deducing, this is. Could it be the demonic thorn jelly again? Nicolo was flustered, how can this thing be here? Then he shouted, start investigating right now. We have to get back before dark, so hurry up. Then the purple light stream swept through the forest like a bubble. Everyone was afraid. What is this? What's this strong tremor? Where is it coming from? Nicolo put his hand on the ground to feel. It seems to be from inside the darkness. Then, as if sensing something, Nicolo grimaced in fear and warned, everyone, get back quickly. Next, a huge explosion occurred, and a giant hand appeared from nowhere. A multi-headed monster born from the explosion appeared. Ichi found the sight before him too bizarre. This is truly absurd. Oliver stammered, a mountain. A mountain? A mountain just emerged. Vaso couldn't believe his eyes either. That is. Only Nicolo recognized what it was. That's not a mountain. It's a living creature. He told everyone what the bizarre thing was. That's Hecatoncheires. I can't believe we're seeing a remnant of the Titanomachia here. Emilia, hugging her stuffed animal, asked curiously, isn't Titanomachia a part of history from a forgotten age? Memories flooded Nicolo's mind. That's right. Hecatoncheires, the race that once craved dominion over the age. I heard that the dragons borrowed power from some entity to destroy them. Erin protected Ilo in her arms. She seemed to realize, then, what Geir tried to hide is. She began to speak. Indeed, the great forest tree was originally a type of prison for it. I never imagined such a thing was sealed beneath this place. Nicolo looked into the distance. It's not only cruel but also a beast that devours all life. If that thing gets out, it will surely be an immeasurable disaster. A power with a terrifying light pierced through the forest. Everyone joined hands to create a protective barrier for themselves. That power was immense, just a roar created this terrifying strength. Ilo said to Erin, "Mother, I can feel intense wrath through that voice." She also added, "It's not just wrath, but also murderous intent towards all living beings." Vaso loudly declared, "We must stop it." Before everyone was that huge monster. Right here, we must stop it. Vaso, with intensity, said, "We absolutely must do it." Hypnos, watching from a distant cliff, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly extraordinary." The image of the monster surprised him. Indeed, he makes my imagination seem trivial. Not a titan, but a hecatoncheires? Hypnos laughed strangely in delight. "Oh my God, it's truly the second coming of the gods. How magnificent, how beautiful." Karen emerged from the blue hole, saying, "This is exactly the doomsday scene I've always dreamed of. Truly overwhelming." Hypnos didn't think he would be here. "Karen, why are you here?" Karen, with strange black power swirling around him, hovered. "After so long, your reaction truly saddens me. I even brought you a gift." At this moment, Hypnos stared at the box, so excited he stammered, "This is..." Karen, standing nearby, replied with a hint of pride, "That's right, this is the demon sealing stake. It's vastly different in level compared to what was used in Tartarus. Thank him, of course, and don't forget to thank me." The demon sealing stake lay still in the box, its body carved with strange patterns, emitting an ethereal purple glow. Having said that, he put his hands behind his head, turned and walked away, casually saying, "But do you really know what that thing is, and yet you dare to remove the seal?" The man on the other side, still intently looking at the object on the ground, immediately spoke up, "Of course I know, that's the hecatoncheires race from the time of the Titanomachia." Karen continued, his voice full of mockery, "Indeed, you only know one thing but not the other. His name is Briareos, the legion commander of the hecatoncheires race. He was once the one who pushed the gods to the brink of extinction." At the same time, Zassel's group stared stunned at the scene before them, no one uttering a word. Hypnos's voice continued, filled with delight, "That woman's disciples, who deserve to be burned alive, are truly pathetic." The two of them continued walking. He carried the wooden chest containing the demon sealing stake on his back, and continued to speak as he walked. "I should inform her that her disciples have been killed, shouldn't I?" Karen chuckled softly, his voice as deep as wind sweeping through a chasm. "I eagerly await it." He continued to speak, his voice gradually deepening. "However, remember that failure does not mean death." At this moment, a terrifying power erupted, shaking the entire space, under that immense pressure. The fragments of the seal shattered, scattering everywhere. A voice echoed excitedly amidst the tremors, "The seal is broken." The monster's gigantic, fiery red foot slowly stepped forward, each heavy step reverberating through the ground. That person continued to speak, "Everyone, do not be afraid." That person continued, their voice resolute, "He is weakening after a long time of being sealed. No matter what happens, we must stop him here." Immediately after, Emilia unleashed her spiritual power. Light flared around her body like a brilliant vortex, her sharp eyes fixed on the enemy. Emilia loudly shouted, "Fly, fly and come to me." The vortex of spiritual power immediately surged forward, gripping Briareos' shoulder. Her voice echoed through the brightly lit space, "O great current hidden beneath heaven and earth." At this moment, on Zassel's side, he was startled to hear someone call his name. "Lord Zassel, can you hear me?" he softly replied, his eyes slightly wavering. "Lord Nicolo." At this moment, Briareos roared furiously, struggling to break free from the spiritual power binding him, every muscle bulging taut. Light from the seal flashed continuously around his colossal body. Immediately after, Emilia's eyes suddenly became wide with shock and alarm, as if she had just sensed something terrifying rising from deep within the spiritual power. Briareos clenched his fists, his whole body tensed, he instantly broke free from the restraints. Oliver rushed panicked to Emilia, his voice urgent, "White Tower Master, are you okay?" She weakly supported herself, and softly replied, "I'm fine," secretly thinking, because he's a legendary entity, I thought this would work. Suddenly, just then, Nicolo flew in, sliding quickly under Briareos' feet, a radiant yellow spiritual energy trailing his slide. He spoke, "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting." The ground beneath Briareos suddenly caved in, as if responding to Nicolo's resounding call, "O Mother Earth," turn into a quicksand swamp and collapse. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, his voice full of urgency, "Everyone, now is the time." Instantly, the entire group simultaneously unleashed their powers, fiercely attacking the giant before them. Briareos roared in pain, his colossal body thrashing amidst the sinking mud. He struggled violently, every muscle tensing fiercely to escape the binding pull beneath his feet. On the other side, Ilo and Oliver sat quietly in a corner, spiritual energy radiating brightly around them. Green plant tentacles slowly unfurled from the ground, swaying with the flow of power. She spoke majestically, "Rise up." Before long, plants and rocks intertwined, twisting together, forming a colossal, towering mass. At the call, the ground shook violently, layers of bark and shattered stone merged, forming the shape of a massive forest monster, O great spirit of the forest. It extended its massive arm, gripping Briareos' head tightly. He quickly turned, grabbing the hand that was pressing his head down, blocking it against his chest. Seeing that, Ichi and Emilia immediately rushed towards the monster. He excitedly spoke, "Excellent, this is worth a try." Looking at the situation before her, the girl was extremely worried, softly exclaiming, "No." At this moment, Briareos' two massive hands gripped the enemy's arm tightly. Emilia stared, her voice full of tension, "We can't defeat him like this." In just a blink of an eye, the monster's arm in front of him was torn apart. Briareos roared furiously, "Don't bother me anymore, you inferiors." Briareos roared furiously, his roar echoing like thunder, shaking the ground. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. Filled with killing intent, a piercing shriek echoed, as if tearing eardrums. Everyone trembled, covering their ears, screaming desperately in pain and panic. Yuzan turned around in surprise, his panicked gaze fixed on him. He stammered, he can still speak?" Before long, the monster in front of Briareos immediately disintegrated into ash. He contemptuously roared, "Despicable worms." Briareos' angry eyes blazed. He stared at Nicolo, yelling, "If you yearn to be devoured by me so much, then fine." Below, he remained seated, his face clearly worried, his lips tightly pressed, softly coughing a few times, "Sir." Briareos growled, his eyes blazing with hatred, "I will carve you into tiny pieces and savor you slowly." Suddenly, Nicolo's face lit up with delight, the corner of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. He spoke slowly but provocatively, "Hey, it seems you've forgotten something, haven't you?" At this moment, behind Briareos, Zassel was highly focused, a surging stream of spiritual energy rising from his hand, swirling violently like a fierce tornado preparing to be unleashed. Nicolo's voice echoed in Zassel's mind, "We'll buy time, so prepare your spell to defeat him." It seemed Briareos had sensed the danger, exclaiming in shock, his voice full of doubt, "Black hair." At the same time, fierce currents of spiritual energy continuously swirled violently in his hand, gradually coalescing into a technique, weather form, constricting cloud ring. Then Zassel activated the lightning vortex, the compressed spiritual energy shooting out like mad lightning bolts, tearing through the air and heading straight for the target. Briareos had no time to react and took the full force of the attack. Nicolo couldn't hide his admiration, thinking to himself, at the age of 20, having just entered the 6th tier of magic circles, to have already reached this level. Emilia smiled, her eyes lighting up with excitement, a thought appearing in her mind, "Indeed, the Flame Tower Master thinks highly of you." He stood silently, watching the monster in front of him gradually disappear into the dense smoke and dust, realizing tiredly, the magic consumption is greater than I thought. Zassel clenched his teeth, trying to stand firm, sweat pouring down his pale face, thinking to himself, furthermore, the power of the spell is too strong, causing significant collateral damage and reducing its accuracy. The scene before him greatly astonished him. Thoughts continued to echo in Zassel's mind, but because he took a direct hit, he couldn't possibly be normal. Yet Briareos still hadn't fallen. He stood tall amidst the smoke and dust, his eyes burning blood-red with fury. Hubert exclaimed in surprise, he took that hit and is still standing on 2 feet. Unsen added, his endurance truly exceeds imagination. Nicolo was worried, his face tense and pensive, but this was the only effective blow among all the recent attacks. If we can buy time for Sir Zassel, even if we don't expect to defeat him with just one blow. At this moment, he was utterly terrified, his eyes wide, speechless, only one thought echoing in his mind, he's still that strong. Briareos stared at Zassel, his eyes revealing undisguised curiosity, growling and asking, magic containing dragon power and black hair, what is your relation to Kim Hunsong? That question stunned him, leaving him shaken. Zassel secretly wondered, Kim Hunsong, what is that, an ancient artifact? After waiting for Zassel's reply in vain, he clenched his fist, his voice full of anger. Well, it doesn't matter, it only brings back unpleasant memories. Briareos' fist was immediately swung out. He roared, now die. Yuzen panicked, immediately rushing forward, crying out frantically, Master, get away. A strong sense of dread rose in him, that's dangerous. He was astonished, too surprised to utter a word. Immediately after, everyone charged forward simultaneously, once again plunging into battle with the giant before them. Zassel's ears rang, all sound seemed swallowed. He only saw Alan's mouth moving, but couldn't hear anything, thinking in confusion, Alan, what is he saying? My ears are completely ringing. Suddenly, mouthfuls of blood gushed from Zassel's mouth. He coughed, quickly raising his hand to cover his mouth, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Zassel stared at the fresh blood smeared on his palm, his face pale, lips trembling, muttering in fear, I've sustained severe internal injuries. If I had taken a direct hit, I would have turned to ash by now. Suddenly, Yuzen's weak voice sounded from behind him, Master, are you all right? Zassel startled and turned back, seeing Yuzen leaning against the wall, his complexion pale, breathing heavily. He called out worriedly, Senior Brother Yuzen. He coughed weakly a few times, his voice hoarse and broken, that monster, truly terrifying, it was almost dangerous. Just then, from afar, Ichi rushed over, a panicked look on his face, calling out worriedly, Everyone, are you all right? He immediately turned his head and urgently called out, Sir Ichi, please help, Senior Brother Yuzen is very badly injured. He immediately rushed to Yuzen's side, kneeling down to check the wound. A moment later, Ichi frowned, his voice heavy, the situation is too serious. His ribs and chest all seem to be broken. During this time, strength training will be impossible, there will be a clear decline in strength. At the same time, Nicolo sent a telepathic message, Sir Zassel, are you all right? Zassel immediately replied, his voice calm but still a little tired, Sir Nicolo, I am all right, sir. On the other side, he was still struggling to withstand the continuous and powerful attacks from Briareos. Nicolo's voice continued to resonate through the telepathic message. Good, then the magic spell just now, can it be performed again? If aimed at the wound you caused, I can deliver a fatal blow. He fell silent, deep in thought, a heavy worry rising in Zassel's heart, but only if it hits precisely. With my current skill level, I cannot control the lightning vortex. At this moment, spiritual energy surged around, shaking the entire space. He clenched his fist, raised his hand high, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Why not try using a different method? Perhaps we can defeat him. Nicolo frowned, his voice full of doubt. A different method? Zassel hesitated for a moment, then replied, Yes, it's just that. His eyes full of determination, he continued firmly, It requires more time. Hearing this, he immediately sent a telepathic message to the others. From now on, buy time to protect Sir Zassel. Don't let that guy lay a single finger on Sir Zassel. Everyone responded in unison without hesitation, yes. Everyone immediately poured their strength into attacking Briareus. Buying time, he floated in the air, his sharp eyes following the monster's every movement. He quickly calculated in his mind, here, the Unseen brothers will also be safe, and due to the range, I cannot go any further. Then Zassel closed his eyes and channeled his spiritual energy, thinking to himself, first, I must replenish the depleted magic power. At that very moment, the spiritual energy around him immediately fluctuated violently, transforming a part of his body into a half-demon. Thoughts resonated ceaselessly in Zassel's mind. He envisioned the finishing blow that would defeat that guy in a single strike, the spear of the gods that pierces through everything, Brahmasia. Seeing the transformation before him, Briareus was startled, exclaiming in surprise, You. So you are the descendant of Kim Hunsong and that demon witch. Just a moment later, he roared in anger, lunging straight towards Zassel, his aura blazing as if to devour his opponent. Briareus rushed forward like a whirlwind of fury, yelling, I'll tear you to shreds and kill you. Suddenly, Emilia's voice rang out, firm and cold, No, you cannot go anywhere. Streams of her emerald spiritual energy poured out, tightly wrapping around his legs. After Emilia's shout, Hubert and Oliver quickly seized the opportunity to lunge towards Briareus. Now was the time. He immediately unleashed his attack, Prometheus's spark. She also did not delay, swiftly deploying atmospheric wave. Nicolo also quickly unleashed spiritual energy towards the giant monster, his voice resolute, We must protect Sir Zassel. Exert all your strength to tie him down. Wave after wave of attacks rained down like a storm, giving Briareus no time to react. He roared in pain, struggling wildly. Alan was no less, his eyes burning with determination. He shouted, unleashing his skill, ice solidification. On this side, Ilo knelt on the ground, pouring out her strength. Streams of powerful spiritual energy surged intensely, shining brightly across a corner of the sky, fervently pleading, O spirits of the green forest, please grant me strength. Immediately, gigantic roots burst from the ground, rushing to coil tightly around Briareus. But at this moment, Nicolo seemed to have exceeded his limit, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, a deep worry rising in his heart. Continuously using grand magic exhausts everyone, and the agreed time is still far away. The giant monster howled in pain, his eyes blazing with fury, You mere insects. Briareus roared in anger, wildly swinging his fists at them like a mad beast, Be gone. He roared, unleashing his power. Streams of spiritual energy surged from his fists, swirling violently like a vortex. Just a moment later, a massive surge of spiritual energy shot straight towards Zassel like a decisive strike. Briareus shouted gleefully, It's over. At the same time, he still had his eyes closed, concentrating on gathering his strength, completely unaware of the imminent danger right before him. Nicolo panicked, crying out, it's collapsing. Alan lay slumped on the ground, completely exhausted. He struggled to lift his head, calling out helplessly, Sir Zassel. At this moment, Ilo trembled with fear, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. In a panic, she cried out in despair, Benefactor. Images from the past flashed continuously in Ilo's mind, and in her heart, she secretly resolved, He has always protected me. This time, it's my turn to protect him. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I must stop that attack. Ilo tremblingly reached out her hand towards Zassel, her eyes filled with despair. In her heart, she could only plead as if clinging to a last ray of hope, Someone, please grant me strength. Suddenly, everything before Ilo's eyes seemed to stop, all falling into silence. She stood frozen, whispering in surprise, Has time stopped? Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a circle of spiritual power unexpectedly appeared. From within the brilliant spiritual light, a woman slowly emerged. With an elegant demeanor and gentle yet majestic eyes, she softly spoke, You've possessed that power for a long time, you just haven't accepted it yet. The woman smiled, gently bending down, her eyes deep as if seeing through to the very core of her being. You know what power you possess, don't you? Her voice continued, soft and profound, to completely make the dragon's power your own, you must accept the destiny that comes with it. If you accept a life as both an elf and a half-dragon, you won't be able to live as you did before. Ilo's gaze was fixed on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly, fear evident in every breath. She softly uttered, as if whispering to herself, destiny. A moment later, Ilo clenched her fists, her lips pressed together resolutely. She gritted her teeth, looked up, her eyes gleaming with determination. If I can save my benefactor, I will accept that power. As soon as Ilo finished speaking, a dazzling surge of spiritual power flared up, enveloping the woman. She softly said, I knew you would make this choice. The moment the light faded, time seemed to reconnect, and everything continued to move. Hubert, startled, looked towards Zassel, his voice trembling as he shouted, Master. However, at this moment, he was still immersed in the transformation process, completely unresponsive. Suddenly, an object shot forward, blocking Zassel, violently colliding with Briario's attack. A deafening explosion rang out, and thick smoke and dust billowed up, completely obscuring vision. His bloodshot eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The sight before him left Briario speechless, unable to utter a sound. At this moment, a colossal dragon emerged from the smoke, majestically blocking his path, its glowing eyes staring intently at him. Nicolo gasped in surprise, stammering, a dragon. Emilia also stood frozen, her voice trembling as she added, the thing seen 700 years ago, I can't believe we're encountering it here. Arian was startled, her face filled with worry, and she softly uttered, What? Briario's glowing red eyes burned with rage. He gritted his teeth and growled, such a cursed female lizard. Immediately after, Briarios raised his fist and charged straight towards the dragon, roaring furiously, Don't you dare block my way. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly emitted from the dragon's mouth, the light condensing as if preparing to unleash a terrifying power. It looked directly at the giant before it, its deep voice echoing, even after thousands of years, your brutal nature hasn't changed. Then, the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed its attack, the dragon's breath, a colossal beam of light shooting out, striking Briarios directly. He raised his hand to block, his voice full of sarcasm, You've also grown much weaker. Briarios decisively moved forward, his threatening voice ringing out, First, I'll tear off your wings. He pressed closer to his enemy, murderous intent surging, and growled angrily, Then, I'll devour your heart alive. Suddenly, the dragon vanished right before Briarios' eyes, causing him to exclaim in surprise, What? From within the faint light, Ilo's figure fell, her hair flowing in the wind, her voice soft as a breeze, It seems this is my stopping point, but that doesn't matter. Her eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction as she said, Because I have fulfilled my role. At this moment, Zassel's voice rang out, Oh, power of the divine that pierces through time, come into my hands now, Bramasia. Alan looked up at the sky, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, what intense heat! Hubert also murmured softly, to have desert-like heat in a tropical forest like this. Emilia spoke in a daze, it truly bought enough time. Nicolo's eyes widened in surprise, saying, Unbelievable that it's a level 6 mage's magic. At this moment, he seemed to have completed his transformation. A surging red spiritual power enveloped Zassel, radiating overwhelming might. He continued, If that power weren't constrained in the form of a spear, the tropical forest would have vanished without a trace. Briarios recoiled in panic, his bloodshot eyes fluctuating wildly. He mumbled, What? Was I afraid? Only a moment later, Briarios seemed to go mad, his eyes blazing with sharp fury. He roared in anger, No way! I am Briarios, commander of the giant gods. At the same time, he decisively hurled the glowing red spear towards the enemy in front, a beam of light tearing through space, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Briarios immediately leaned aside to dodge, his massive body moving with astonishing speed as the beam of light from the spear grazed past him. Briarios let out a joyful laugh, his eyes gleaming with victory, as if he had already secured the outcome, saying arrogantly, It's over. But at that very moment, he had already closed in right before him. Briarios cried out in panic, Huh? Since when? Immediately after, Zassel decisively unleashed his move, Ares' sewing machine. A massive beam of light immediately shot straight towards Briareos. It stabbed directly into his chest, piercing through his steel-thick skin, causing his massive body to halt in midair. Suddenly, a startled telepathic message echoed in his mind, trembling as if realizing something far beyond expectations. Bahamut, the giant godslayer La Mancha. In just an instant, a colossal hole appeared in the middle of Briareos' chest, and he screamed tragically in pain. Briareos' eyes constricted, his pupils trembling as if about to shatter. He coughed, black blood spurting from his mouth, and choked out, "I've been sealed for 1,000 years. The suffering." After that, Briareos' entire colossal body crashed to the ground, causing a violent tremor, and thick smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring all visibility. At this moment, Zassel couldn't take it anymore either. He bent over, blood spewing from his mouth, thinking, "The recoil is terrifying. As expected, this magic is too much for me." Zassel lost all strength, and his body fell freely through the air. Although he had fallen into a coma, a satisfied smile still gently formed on Zassel's lips. In his subconscious, his voice echoed, "But even so, I protected everyone." At this point, a message appeared on the system, "Notification, you have completed the quest. Your reward is..." Scene change. Zassel lay quietly on the bed, his entire body heavily bandaged, his pale face deep in sleep. Suddenly, Zassel's eyes twitched slightly, his eyelashes trembling as if fighting against the weight of a deep slumber. A moment later, his eyelids slowly opened. Zassel slowly sat up, every small movement caused intense pain throughout his body. He whispered, his voice hoarse, "This pain." Just then, Ilo entered with a basin of water in her hands, crying out happily, "Benefactor, you're awake." She slowly approached the bed, her eyes shining with tenderness mixed with worry. Zassel leaned against the headboard, hoarsely asking, "Are the others okay?" Ilo quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Unsen will need more time to recover, but the others have mostly made a full recovery." The painful images of the battle suddenly flooded his mind. Zassel let out a relieved smile, saying happily, "Is that so? How fortunate." "Ah." Suddenly, she took off her hood and interrupted him, "Could you look at this for me?" Ilo nervously smoothed a strand of hair by her cheek, her eyes darting over then quickly looking away, her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches. She shyly said, "That day, I accepted the dragon's power, and I realized that we are bound together by destiny." He was momentarily stunned, a vague thought echoing in his mind. Come to think of it, was the dragon who protected me then Ms. Ilo? Ilo smiled gently and continued to ask, "Benefactor, do you know what that destiny is?" Zassel sighed softly, his shoulders slightly slumped, and he hesitantly replied, "I don't know the details, but if I were to speculate..." His voice was pensive. "Long ago, the descendants of dragons once served the Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the connection between me and Ms. Ilo is similar." Then, Zassel glanced at the person sitting beside him, his eyes full of concern. He asked worriedly, "But are you really okay? After all, you've been bound to me. I don't know how the dragon's power will affect you." She smiled cheerfully, a gentle and warm smile like early spring sunlight, and reassured him, "It's not like that at all. I am still myself, still Ilo. All of this was my choice." At the same time, Ilo's hand gently clutched the hem of her skirt, her heart stirred with a silent thought, and more than that. Ilo looked at Zassel's worried face, her eyes softening. In her heart, silent thoughts arose, perhaps. I have always wished for this destiny. Whether Benefactor has a partner or not, the one who will be by your side the longest will certainly still be me. Ilo nervously smoothed her hair, her eyes fumbling as if thinking of something very difficult to say. She stammered, "So, what should I call Benefactor? To call you Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid, is too heavy." He calmly replied, "Just call me whatever way you feel most comfortable." Ilo bowed her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shyly said, "Then, Master." He was so choked up that he spit, his face frozen as if he hadn't fully processed the form of address he had just heard. Zassel awkwardly chuckled. Why not just call me Zassel? Ilo bowed her head and mumbled, ceaselessly repeating that name, Zassel, Zassel, Zassel. At this moment, she thought to herself, it sounds much more intimate. A small smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes sparkled with radiance. Ilo happily raised her head and gently replied, all right, then I'll call you Zassel. A while later, Nicolo came to visit him. He sat by the hospital bed, his eyes solemn, and his voice sounded full of sincerity. I sincerely thank you. If not for you, many people would have surely sacrificed their lives. Zassel quietly observed the man in front of him, thinking to himself, I heard he's still recovering after exhausting his magic. Is he carrying the responsibility of a supreme commander? He smiled faintly and softly replied, if it were just me alone, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win, and furthermore. Zassel continued, his deep voice carrying sincere gratitude, didn't you, Nicolo, also save me? If you're still troubled by it, consider it as you having repaid me then. Nicolo sighed softly, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. He bowed his head and slowly said, is that so? Hearing you say that, I'm truly grateful. After a moment of silence, Nicolo softly asked, have you met and greeted everyone yet? Familiar faces suddenly appeared in Zassel's mind, each person who had visited, bringing smiles and sincere inquiries. He chuckled and nodded, replying, yes, thankfully. All of them have visited me. Hearing this, he smiled and said, so, this place must have been bustling. Rest a little more. After Nicolo left the room, Zassel exhaled a long breath and collapsed onto the bed, his limbs hanging limply with exhaustion. He mumbled, so tiring. Suddenly, Zassel sat up, his eyes shining with determination. All right, it's time to get back to work. He pulled out the mask, silently examining it in his hand, thinking, the third golden mask, obtained after defeating Briareos, helps maintain clarity. Thoughts continue to flow through Zassel's mind, and enhances mental magic resistance. It's especially useful when facing dark mages who use curses and illusions. He continued to think, and combined with the first mask, it supports calculations in battle. The second mask specializes in defense. As Zassel's thoughts ended, the three masks immediately merged, creating a dazzling beam of light. He grimaced in discomfort, reflexively raising a hand to shield his eyes. I can't wear all three at once, so let's connect them. At this moment, the system announced, the three masks have merged at one point, restoring their true form. You have completed the Crown of Solomon. All abilities from the golden masks are now unified into one. As the crown regains its true form, its original power is also enhanced. Zassel's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. He thought, long ago, in the age of myths, the sorcerer King Solomon established the magical empire. His relic? Truly extraordinary. His gaze was fixed on the crown before him, silently assessing it, but why is it so small? Zassel skeptically wondered aloud, could this be a summoned creation? The crown floated playfully around Zassel as if it had a will of its own, making him burst into uncontrollable laughter. What a lovable king, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the crown erupted with powerful spiritual energy right above Zassel's head, and a blinding light spread throughout the space. He grimaced, holding his head with one hand in discomfort, feeling as if something was pressing directly into his mind. Zassel froze, thinking to himself, what is this feeling? It's as if I'm split into two and coexisting. Immediately after, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Zassel slowly guided his spiritual energy, sensing the surge of power flowing within his body. A thought echoed in his mind, could this be? At this moment, he realized his soul was within the crown. Zassel joyfully thought, what a wondrous sight. The corners of his lips subtly curved into an ambiguous smile. Thoughts appeared in his mind, just as I thought, there's an entity assisting with calculations. Zassel continued to think, a part of my consciousness currently exists within the crown. It's assisting with calculating equations within the magic circle. He surprisingly looked at his reflection on the ground, his face blurred, movements not synchronized with his body. Zassel thought, Could this be what they call consciousness separation? He broke free from the illusion, his consciousness slowly returning to reality. Vassal frowned, annoyedly rubbing his forehead, as if he had just experienced a prolonged headache. Suddenly, a message appeared from the system, announcing that all external consciousness had been erased. The crown's functions were diminished in proportion to the lost part. He froze, surprised in his heart. Internal consciousness? Vassal rubbed his chin in thought. It seemed it wasn't merely consciousness storage, but more like a form of backup. If the spirit was contaminated by a curse, the backed-up consciousness would overwrite the damaged portion, helping restore the original state. He stared at the crown resting in his hand, his eyes flashing with contemplation and interest. Although its practical application still needed further research, at least I now held a satisfying artifact in my hands. After days of recovery, Vassal returned to training, his momentum undiminished. Streams of spiritual energy swirled around him, rapidly forming a series of blazing fire arrows that shot forward swiftly. After Vassal's shout, the arrows simultaneously surged towards the target ahead. In a flash, a huge explosion erupted, scattering rocks and dirt, sending smoke and fire rising high, a rain of fire arrows. Seeing the scene before him, Hubert's eyes widened in surprise and he softly exclaimed, "He's recovered in just 10 days." This was already astonishing. Alan stood beside him, gently pushing up his glasses, his voice calm but unable to hide his surprise. Not only had his ability to wield magic improved, but his spellcasting speed was also faster than before. Yuzin beamed, his eyes crinkling. "Indeed, he's my junior. All thanks to diligent training." Then, he slowly stepped closer to the boy and continued, "You seem to have recovered too, so how about we have a sparring match? To aid your physical recovery, I won't use magic." Vassal replied, confused, "I don't mind, but are you sure you're okay?" Yuzin immediately threw a powerful punch at the rock in front of him. The rock face shattered like paper, then he calmly said, "Well, my bones are a bit creaky, but I think a few punches from you will set them right back in place." He froze for a moment, his mouth twitching, thinking, using physical sparring to recover? But he's a mage. Suddenly, a warning bell rang. The two immediately flinched, simultaneously turning sharply towards the watchtower, their eyes becoming vigilant. Yuzin said gravely, "It seems something has happened." Vassal added, "Most of the remaining magic beasts have also been eliminated, but what could this be?" The two immediately used their spiritual energy, their bodies gently lifting off the ground and flying into the air. The scene before them became clear, making Vassal exclaim in shock, "That's..." Outside the city walls, a troop of cavalry galloped, raising clouds of dust. In the hands of the leader, a crimson flag fluttered in the wind. He exclaimed in surprise, "A red flag signaling an emergency, and they're even using cavalry as messengers?" Yuzin spoke, his voice filled with worry. Could the Imperial army have invaded? Immediately after, Niccolo urgently gathered everyone, his face tense, his eyes revealing clear anxiety. His voice rang out decisively, yet carried heavy pressure. "Has everyone assembled? A national emergency has just occurred." Niccolo continued sternly, emphasizing each word, "Grand Duke Bismarck, he has finally revealed the ambition he has hidden for so long." Yuzin spoke up, bewildered and surprised, "You mean, he has invaded Medellin?" Niccolo nodded, "That's right." His voice continued, 5 magic towers, including Antigon and Kago, along with the 13th and 21st Legions, have joined forces and are currently attacking the Imperial capital. Vassal froze, his eyes wide, a violent shock rising within him. Antigon, the Red Tower Master. Benji, the one who once humiliated my family and father, as expected, he's also an accomplice of the Grand Duke. If Master hadn't intervened back then. He panicked, unable to stop himself from speaking, but aren't Master and the Azure Tower Master still in the Imperial capital? Both of them are still there, so how could this happen? Niccolo's next answer left everyone utterly stunned, "Missing." He continued, "Both of them have gone missing." Hubert was terrified, his face paled, his panicked eyes clearly showing extreme worry. "Master." Yuzin gnashed his teeth in anger, slamming his hand down on the table. Damn it, this happened while I was away. Vassal couldn't believe his ears, his gaze wavering, his voice choked with emotion. Master couldn't possibly be defeated by them. If that truly happened, the rebels would surely have spread the news everywhere to demoralize our side. Emilia stood with her arms crossed, her eyes sharp but thoughtful, her voice ringing clear amidst the tense atmosphere. I think so too. Duke Bismarck must have pulled some trick. They can probably only hold them off for a while. Vassal looked at Niccolo in shock, speaking urgently. If their target is the throne, then the main issue is the king and the princess. He replied gravely, His Majesty has Julian Warson protecting him. Niccolo continued, his voice heavy, his eyes full of worry. As for the princess, she's escorted by the royal knights. But, if the Tower Masters are targeting her, it might be very dangerous. Hearing his words, he froze, an unnamed fear rising in his chest, softly calling out, Hake. A man in armor eagerly stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest, pointing a finger at himself, his voice ringing out clearly and powerfully. I will immediately mobilize the 7th Legion, these rebels, I will. Niccolo quickly waved his hand, his voice reassuring but still stern. Calm down, I understand your feelings. But even if we depart now, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Then he asked the man in front of him, Sir Hubert, what's the fastest way to reach the imperial capital? He propped his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the ceiling as if organizing every possibility in his head. Using the warp gate in the imperial capital would be best, but it's highly unlikely. They must have blocked reinforcements from approaching. He quickly interjected, his voice urgent, then the only way is to cross the Red Canyon at maximum speed, then use the warp gate at the magic tower near the imperial capital to get there. No matter how fast, it would still take at least a day. Niccolo immediately turned around, his eyes sharp, sternly ordering, There's no time to hesitate, set off immediately. Suddenly, Vassal quickly stepped beside Niccolo, his eyes firm, confidently proposing, Sir Niccolo, may I return to the imperial capital first? He turned abruptly in surprise, his brows furrowed. What? Do you have a way? He held out the ring in his hand, speaking calmly, the rings of Eros and Seiki. The owner of the Eros ring can teleport to the location of the owner of the Seiki ring. Emilia stepped forward, her eyes thoughtful, her voice somewhat hesitant. Vassal, I completely understand your intention, but even so, it would be better for one of us, the Tower Masters, to go. I'm sorry, Vassal immediately retorted, but I'm the only one who can use the ring. Once it becomes a master's, it cannot be transferred. Niccolo placed his arm on his shoulder, his voice calm but full of trust. All right, His Majesty has Julian protecting him. So I entrust the princess to you. Vassal's gaze was fixed on the other person, firmly replying, Yes, leave it to me. He put the ring on his finger, and at that moment, a dazzling light erupted from the gemstone. Vassal's eyes immediately turned fiery red, his sharp gaze sweeping over the fiercely surging spiritual power from the ring. At this moment, a new notification appeared in the system, Mission, ensure the safety of Princess Hake Redmus. Protect Princess Hake Redmus until the rebellion is completely suppressed. Reward. At the same time, at Geneve Palace, West Gate, soldiers were desperately defending. The general's shout echoed amidst the smoke and fire, Destroy the rebels, absolutely do not let them infiltrate. He quickly gave a decisive order, Take the wounded to the rear, maintain formation. The man's voice continued to echo amidst the chaotic battlefield, Bring more hemostatic medicine and bandages quickly. On the other side of the battle line, a gentle hand rested on the chest of a wounded soldier. He groaned softly, his hazy eyes slowly opened. The woman gently reassured him, It's going to hurt, but try to bear it for a bit, Thompson. At this moment, Hake carefully wrapped the wound with a bandage, each movement both swift and gentle. Thompson's eyes widened, and he uttered weakly, Your Royal Highness. A moment later, the wound had been carefully bandaged. Thompson looked at her suspiciously, and quietly asked, Your Royal Highness, how do you know my name? Hake smiled softly, and calmly replied, How could I not? You are not disposable swords to be used once and discarded. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. She startled, immediately spun around, her eyes full of tension. Your Highness. By the city gate, the atmosphere was as taut as a string. Soldiers surged forward, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect their country. Amidst the chaotic sounds, a panicked shout rang out, the city gate has been breached. Retreat, hold them tightly. Suddenly, the city gate exploded, a thunderous boom shook the earth, smoke and fire billowed, turning a corner of the sky scarlet, mixed with agonizing screams. A man's figure emerged from the smoke and fire, looking completely at ease. He spoke mockingly, must I personally deal with such a trivial matter? Behind the man was a group of robed figures, their faces hidden behind thick fabric. He feigned surprise and spoke. Oh, look who it is. This man is Aker Lamergo, Benji's first disciple, the Red Tower Master. He smiled provocatively, feigning respect. Red Tower Master Aker greets your Royal Highness. Hackett angrily shouted, Shut up, Aker Lumer. The man chuckled softly, his voice tinged with malice. Now you don't even grant me the title Sir anymore? She immediately interrupted, Sir is a title reserved only for those appointed by the royal family. Hackett tightened her grip on the sword hilt, spiritual power glowed around her body like a blazing flame. She indignantly said, You have become a rebel, that title no longer suits you. Aker Lumer looked at the sword before him, and uttered softly in astonishment, Oh, that sword is. His voice continued to echo, Arondite, the holy sword bestowed by the Lady of the Lake. The sword that once cleaved the rampaging fire dragon of old. To acquire a royal sacred sword right here, today is truly a lucky day. Immediately after, a group of soldiers rushed forward, blocking Hackett's path, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands. One person spoke resolutely, Princess, quickly leave. We'll hold him back, hurry. She cried out in alarm, her voice choked, You all. Aker Lumer's lips curled into a faint smile, a cruel grin evident on his face. Then, rest in peace, Your Royal Highness. In a flash, streaks of crimson spiritual energy, like sharp blades, shot towards the soldiers, tearing through the air, carrying a chilling and terrifying murderous intent. Hackett, disregarding the danger, instantly surged forward like a whirlwind, spiritual power erupting around her, her sword shining brightly amidst the fierce battlefield. The frightened soldiers shouted loudly, Your Royal Highness. At this moment, only one thought echoed in Hackett's mind, I'm sorry, my beloved. She swung her sword and charged into battle, fighting desperately, a silent vow echoing in her heart, in the next life, I hope we can be together. As soon as the two spiritual powers collided, a thunderous explosion shook the earth, the entire area trembled violently, smoke and fire billowed, obscuring the sky. In the thick smoke and dust, Aker Lumer paused, his eyes suddenly sharp, his expression uneasy and wary. Just now, space was distorted. The scene before him utterly terrified Aker Lumer. Could it be the Fire Tower Master? He took a step back, his eyes panicked, his face distorted, his voice trembling as he blurted out, No, that monster, surely Master has. Hearing a familiar voice echoing down, Hackett looked up in surprise, I'm sorry I'm late. Vassal emerged from the thick smoke and dust, without hesitation rushing forward to tightly embrace the girl in front of him, gently calling, Hackett. Her eyes couldn't hide her joy and emotion, and she gently replied, Vassal. Seeing him appear, Aker Lumer was thunderstruck, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic. I don't know how you managed to summon the teleportation gate. But because of that brat, the Red Tower has endured so much humiliation. Since it's come to this, I will present his head to the Duke. After that, he feigned a friendly greeting, Long time no see, Sir Vassal. His eyes blazed with fury, he growled, Aker Lumer. He chuckled disdainfully, his voice full of sarcasm, so now you don't even have a shred of respect for your senior anymore? Next, Aker Lumer immediately ordered his disciples behind him, That brat, I'll deal with him myself, as for the rest of you. The disciples immediately rushed forward, his voice continuing to echo angrily, Capture the princess immediately, even if it's just her corpse. Looking at the enemy in front of him, a series of cold analyses flashed through Zassel's mind, all of them are at the third or fourth circle. He immediately turned around, decisively commanding, "Everyone, step back and summon your beasts." Akeloomer instantly released his spirit power, which surged and created a colossal sea of fire, spreading scorching heat throughout the space. "Dwarves of the Flame, punish these rebels. Dare to be careless in front of me? You've got guts." Zazzle swiftly unleashed his spirit power and lunged towards Akeloomer, silently calculating, "First, I need to separate from Heket." Seeing him close and unexpectedly, he was startled and exclaimed, "Ah!" Zazzle threw a powerful punch. Lightning elemental spirit power erupted around his arm. Brilliant streaks of lightning intertwined. He shouted, "Lightning strike." He quickly used his spirit power to erect a defensive shield to block the attack. The shield directly collided with the lightning strike, creating a deafening explosion. A crack immediately appeared. Akeloomer gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "You insolent brat, trying to play tricks," he roared, his voice full of resentment. "I'll burn you to ashes." Immediately after, Akeloomer and Zazzle simultaneously cast their spells, Fire Cannon. Two colossal fireballs formed instantly, spinning violently then shooting straight towards their opponent, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion and scorching heat that incinerated everything they passed. He immediately raised his hand to shield his face from the surging heat wave, his eyes still fixed on his opponent, silently assessing incredible casting speed and destructive power. Even if he hasn't reached the superhuman level, the Tower Master is still the Tower Master. On this side, he squinted, silently thinking, his casting speed is quite impressive, but his firepower is weak. To increase speed, he must have skipped one of the incantations. Akeloomer's eyes gleamed ferociously, a triumphant smile curled his lips. He thought, "Then I'll overwhelm him with firepower." Immediately after, Akeloomer instantly unleashed his spirit power. Two streams of red and yellow spirit power erupted violently, coiling around each other like fiery ribbons, then transforming into two gigantic, blazing snakes. Zazzle worriedly pressed his lips together, his throat dry. He swallowed slightly, his eyes never leaving the two fire snakes writhing in the air. Immediately after, Akeloomer waved his hand, and the two colossal fire snakes instantly shot towards Zazzle, the red and yellow spirit power surging violently, as if to incinerate all the space in front of them. Heket trembled amidst the desolate ruins, her eyes filled with worry, tears silently streaming from the corners of her eyes. She helplessly shouted, "Zazzle!" At the same time, in another place, the sky was gloomy. Amidst a land of jagged rocks and howling winds, a solitary tower rose like a spear piercing straight into the dark clouds, isolated yet majestic. In the middle of an open space, a circular magic formation gradually glowed, ancient runes moving around the center of the formation as if controlled by an invisible force. Hypnos's cold voice rang out, "Your arrogant disciples are good at blocking the way." He continued coldly, but Briareus was just a diversion. Hypnos strode forward coldly, his black cloak beneath his feet trampled in the dry dust, his voice sharp and chilling. "My target, from beginning to end, has always been you." Hypnos's face lit up with excitement. He continued, "Just stand here obediently and witness Endymion engulfed in a sea of fire, as well as the death of your disciple." Just as the situation was critical, Zazzle quickly created a protective shield against the enemy's fierce attack, thinking to himself, even with multiple layers of shields, it's still shaking this much. It's not just firepower, but also physical impact. Zazzle glanced at the charred marks on his cloak, silently sighing, "I'm about to have to discard another valuable cloak." At this moment, Thompson rushed to Heket's side, his voice full of worry, "Your Highness, please get away. It's very dangerous here." She hesitated, softly saying, "Zazzle." Immediately after, Akeloomer's disciples rushed forward, one of them shouting, "The princess is escaping, chase her." He worriedly glanced back, thinking, if it's just Akeloomer's disciples, then the royal knights should be able. The thought continued to echo in Zazzle's mind, to handle them. But at that very moment, the man in front continued to unleash his power. Spirit power erupted fiercely around him, then he lunged straight towards the boy, scoffing, "Brat." A series of explosions rang out, the ground shook, and smoke and dust covered the entire battlefield. He secretly sneered to himself, "Let's see how long you can hold out, you fool." You can't win if you only play defense. In that very moment, a light flashed, and Zassel's spear instantly materialized, carrying a fearsome killing aura. Loomer worriedly clenched his teeth, his eyes full of doubt. Is he only truly acting now? Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the spear and lunged straight towards Loomer like an arrow tearing through the wind. He froze, completely unable to dodge. The spear, carrying terrifying pressure, shot straight forward, piercing through Loomer, who screamed in bone-piercing pain. In just a blink of an eye, Loomer immediately vomited blood, his face turned pale, reflecting extreme shock. Loomer slumped down in pain, gritted his teeth and said, feigning an attack to prepare for a counterattack. Zassel coldly replied, overconfidence due to arrogance, that is the reason for your failure. Zassel turned his back and walked away, not looking back. Behind him, Loomer's body slowly sank into a blazing red sea of fire. He silently thought, if he had been calmer, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Inside the city, the soldiers were still bravely fighting, determined not to retreat before the enemy. Zassel hastily opened the door and rushed inside, his eyes full of panic. He called out loudly, his voice trembling with worry, "Hake!" The disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is he here?" Zassel's face lit up with amusement. Flames immediately flared fiercely in his palm as he spoke, "Well." Immediately after, fierce flames shot out from Zassel's hand, heading straight for the disciples. His voice continued, sharp and decisive, "Go ask Loomer." Right after, Zassel stepped forward and gently embraced Hake, his voice low but full of worry, "Your Highness, are you all right?" She joyfully hugged him tightly, calling out loudly, "Zassel." Then, Hake gently raised her hand, lightly touching the wounds on Zassel's face, and asked worriedly, "So many wounds, are you okay?" Zassel gently shook his head, his eyes calm, "I'm fine." His loving gaze fixed on the girl before him. Zassel softly spoke, "Hake." She paused slightly, her eyes reflecting emotion and gratitude as she said, "If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Hake gently caressed his face, her eyes full of doubt mixed with tenderness. "Is this the power of the ring you gave me?" Zassel gently held Hake's arm and whispered in reply, "Yes, but I've run out of magic. I probably can't use it for a while." The two of them silently immersed themselves in that happy moment, together watching the smoke and flames in the distance through the window. A thought echoed in his mind, what is this feeling? Suddenly, Hake spoke softly, her voice unable to hide her worry, "That's where His Majesty is." Zassel quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, that's Julie in person." As expected, he's still holding the line. Then, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said seriously, "First, we must reunite with His Majesty. If Loomer's defeat is revealed, more enemies will come." Hake immediately replied, "Then." Immediately after, she clutched the sword in her hand. Spiritual power began to gather around her. Hake closed her eyes, concentrating deeply, "Princess Endymion. Hake Radmos, in my name, I command the divine sword Arondite, let the courage of the founding king be bestowed upon loyal subjects." Immediately after, Zassel flinched as he realized the wounds on his body had disappeared. The pain also vanished as if it had never existed. Behind him, Thompson's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Huh? My strength has recovered." Seeing her slowly losing consciousness, her body swaying as if about to fall, Zassel rushed forward in panic, "Wait, Hake." A thought echoed in his mind, "Arondite is the sword of Endymion, the founding king. Its power is to share its strength." Hake gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain racking her entire body. A faint cough escaped her throat. He quickly supported Hake, his voice full of worry, "Your Highness." At this moment, drops of sweat rolled down Hake's beautiful face. She weakly said, "Now, this is all I can do for everyone." He tightly grasped Hake's hand, his eyes firm, his voice resolute, ringing out like a sacred vow, "Hake, glory to your Highness, loyalty to the Radmos royal family." Suddenly, in that moment, a sharp voice echoed from the void, full of mockery. I wondered why it was taking so long just to deal with a woman. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Zassel instantly looked towards the window. A soldier, surprised, spoke with caution. An uninvited guest? Immediately after, his face turned pale. Without hesitation, Zassel swiftly picked up Hackett and rushed towards the large door, his voice frantic amidst the pounding footsteps. Everyone, get out of the way. The man appeared outside the window, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his eyes cold as ice. He continuously hurled fiery swords towards the two of them, coldly stating, collapse. The swords, carrying terrifying pressure, tore through the air, hurtling forward like angry sparks. They pierced through the city walls, shattering earth and stone, stirring up clouds of dust. He stood majestically in mid-air, spiritual power surging, turning the sky crimson. The entire tower collapsed in an instant. Bane's sharp gaze swept down like an invisible blade, carrying an aura of killing intent that choked the air. He smirked, his deep voice echoing between heaven and earth, long time no see, Zassel. At this moment, below, he had quickly created a protective shield, spiritual power enveloping both of them. From above, Bane's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He thought to himself, to withstand my magic, it seems it's no ordinary shield. It's incredible he could deploy it in such a short time. Bane continued, you're stronger than when we last met. Below, Zassel strained to hold on, sweat pouring down his tense face. A tumultuous thought echoed in his mind, the palace was burned down in a flash, impossibly strong. He continued, Akelumar is nowhere to be seen. You must have taken him down, right? I warned him that arrogance would lead to his doom. Hackett seemed to have recovered her strength. She angrily questioned, Bane Trilogy, why did you do this? Hackett looked around the devastated battlefield, blood staining the ground, bodies scattered. Her voice trembled, pained as she said, your target must be me, so why kill innocent people too? Bane cackled, each laugh tearing through the air. He clapped his hands in applause, how touching, your highness. If you ascend to the throne, you will surely become a wise ruler. Bane's eyes flashed with malevolence. He spoke in a deep voice, well then, have you finished your last words? I still have to go see His Majesty. Zassel quickly stepped forward, protecting Hackett behind him, every muscle in his body tensed with vigilance. Step back, Hackett, he's not someone you can reason with. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed amidst the smoke and ruins. A group of soldiers rushed to the rescue, shouting with worried voices, Your Highness, are you all right? She was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, You guys. One of them quickly replied, his voice full of confidence and reassurance, seeing the castle collapse, we rushed here. His Majesty is still safe, don't worry. At this moment, Bane's disciples poured out like hungry wolves, appearing en masse on the battlefield. He muttered coldly. A flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes, yet another obstacle. How troublesome. Below, the soldiers immediately charged towards the enemy with fierce momentum. Their footsteps were like rolling thunder. A soldier raised his sword high, shouting, Wipe them out. At the same time, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, shooting straight towards him like a sharp fiery arrow. Bryn didn't hesitate, drawing his sword from its sheath with lightning speed, timely blocking the fierce attack. Then, he quickly unleashed his power, asking in a loud voice, Are you trying to stop me? Vaso Gemin, you looked at the enemy before you, calmly replying, Of course. Bryn scoffed coldly, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over his opponent, looking at you. You are no different from Darius, your master looked at me the same way in the end. He continued, his voice laced with bitter mockery, Now, he is bound between the void and darkness, forever unable to return. Hearing these words, Vaso's eyes widened in fear, his heart astonished, the boundary between the void and darkness. He angrily shouted, his voice thundering amidst the chaotic space, Then, let me put on a show for you in my master's stead. Next, he slowly took out the crown, light shimmering from each exquisitely carved detail. Vaso whispered to himself, Solomon's crown, activate. But at that very moment, a fiercely burning fire sword shot rapidly towards him, creating a terrible explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere, carrying thick smoke and dust. Bryn froze, a slight shock in his heart. The Ragnar sword reached supersonic speed. Looking at the scene before him, he wondered in astonishment, could someone who's only a 6-star circle level dodge that? At this moment, Vaso calculated to himself, the flow of time is fragmented, so I can predict the attack, just enough to dodge. But the thought continued to echo in his mind, my teammates are fighting behind me, if I dodge this time, everyone will get hurt. Vaso immediately summoned many gleaming spears of spiritual energy behind him, his determination burning in his heart. Then the spears immediately rotated into a sharp barrier, forming a solid protective wall against the fiercely incoming fire swords, resolutely thinking, I will take the blow. Bryn sneered, the spiritual energy in his hand flared intensely like a raging fire, his heart filled with sarcasm. You intend to protect your teammates? It's those weak emotions that are the fastest path to death. Bryn continued to launch his attack towards the enemy, his cold voice resounding with power. Let me personally teach you this lesson. Vaso quickly chanted, spiritual energy surging powerfully from within him. Before him, a giant stone wall slowly rose, standing tall to block and shield those below from danger, a massive stone wall. His intense spiritual energy continuously attacked the rock, the crashing sound echoing like thunder, creating a swirling cloud of dust that enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the swirling dust, he still stood firm, his eyes reflecting tension. He coughed softly from inhaling the rock dust from the air above. Bryn frowned slightly, his voice filled with surprise. Unbelievable, you can keep up with my chanting speed? He continued to raise his hand to unleash spiritual energy, his deep voice filled with provocation. Then, let's see how far you can keep up. Immediately after, a storm-like surge of spiritual energy shot from Bryn's hand, flying straight towards Vaso, creating a fierce explosion. A dazzling light flared, shaking the entire battlefield. Amidst the swirling dust, he still stood firm. Coughing softly, he exclaimed in astonishment, still able to stand? Truly incredible. Bryn's eyes were fixed on the person before him, his voice filled with regret. If Darius hadn't interfered, I would have even wanted to take you as my disciple. Vaso bit his lip, his eyes intently following his opponent's every move, his heart filled with anxiety, frighteningly fast and strong. Even though we're both tower masters, the class difference is immense. At this moment, Heket hurriedly ran to Vaso, her voice filled with panic. Vaso. He glanced back, panting, responding with a low call, Heket. She held Vaso's injured body tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Bryn stood high, smirking, his mocking voice ringing out, what a tragic sight, you two are lovers. Then I'll send you both to your graves together. Suddenly Vaso coughed violently, then spat out blood, his exhausted body leaning heavily on Heket. Angrily shouted, shut up, you bastard. He raised his hand high, spiritual power converged from all around, surging like a fierce torrent, twisting around Bryn's body like dazzling red fire snakes, making the entire space heavy and suffocating. Thompson and the soldiers immediately rushed forward, shielding the two of them, their swords and spears raised high, their eyes resolute. Your Highness, fall back quickly, we can't hold out much longer. At this moment, he was extremely surprised. Even the magic soldiers have joined the battle? Bryn frowned, his expression distant, muttering irritably, they're truly troublesome in every way. What is the Grand Duke doing, anyway? She quickly supported Vaso, pulling him behind a large rock, and asked worriedly, are you all right? Vaso slowly spoke, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but he still tried to reassure the girl beside him, yeah, I'm fine. He bowed his head, his lips pressed tightly, trying to suppress the pain, and thought to himself, I can't take it anymore, I have to fuse quickly. At this moment, the system's notification rang out, Quest, Princess's Treasure. The blue necklace, a treasure the princess cherishes greatly. Collect the princess's treasure necklace. Reward. Vaso looked up, his eyes serious, and softly called the girl beside him, Heket, may I see the necklace you're wearing? She blinked slightly, then reached up to touch the necklace on her neck, asking with a hint of surprise, necklace? Vaso immediately picked up the pendant to examine it. The emerald gem glowed softly, emitting sparkling rays of light, and Haket's voice continued, "This is a memento from my mother." His gaze fixed on her, so serious it made her slightly pause, his voice deep, "May I have this necklace?" Haket didn't hesitate, immediately taking off the necklace and handing it to Vaso. She smiled gently, "There must be a reason for you to ask that." Vaso looked at the necklace in his hand and softly said, "Thank you for trusting me, Haket." In just an instant, the system displayed the message, "Notification, you have collected the princess's treasure necklace and completed the quest." When magic power is infused, the princess's treasure necklace will reveal its true form. Immediately after, the necklace instantly emitted a blinding light, causing both of them to widen their eyes in surprise, the emerald light spreading like ripples, illuminating the gloomy space around them. The system continued to announce, "The dragon scale will regain its original form. Do you want to absorb the dragon scale?" At this moment, Vaso was filled with astonishment. A dragon scale, not a horn? Well, it doesn't matter anymore, anyway. Vaso shouted his choice, "Absorb." From above, Bryn saw the dazzling surge of magic power erupting from their hiding spot, the bright green light seemingly tearing through space. He was stunned, thinking to himself, that naive kid? How can he possess such violent magic power? Seeing the scene before him, Bryn was horrified, his eyes wide, his mouth agape as he shouted, "What is that?" At this moment, all the magic power had been absorbed, and his body was covered by a layer of mesmerizing black dragon scales. A powerful and majestic aura emanated. Bryn was stunned, shouting in surprise, "What kind of form is that?" At this moment, the system displayed the message, "Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body is strengthened, and the duration of dragon fusion is increased." Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body is strengthened, and the backlash of dragon fusion is somewhat reduced. Vaso's eyes burned, flashing with determination and defiance, and he thought to himself, "If it's like this, I can defeat him." After Vaso's resounding shout, his entire body glowed, streams of emerald spiritual power surging along the cracks in his armor, like blazing blood vessels, fuse. Bryn frowned, his low voice filled with tension. "I didn't expect the rumors about you carrying dragon blood to be true." He narrowed his eyes, his voice contemptuous but laced with a hint of caution. "MC Hill, so there was a reason that arrogant fool failed." Vaso immediately turned around and instructed, "Fall back, Haket, and the soldiers too." Immediately after that, both simultaneously unleashed their spiritual power. Two massive surges of magic power collided in mid-air, evenly matched. Bryn gritted his teeth, his voice filled with frustration. "Is this the dragon's demonic power? It's no less than mine." His eyes gleamed with interest, and a sinister smile twisted his lips. Bryn secretly calculated in his heart, "If I make that power my own, no tower master will be able to surpass me." He aggressively charged straight towards the enemy like a fiery arrow. In his hand, a fireball blazed brightly, emitting intense heat. Vaso's eyes were sharp, filled with killing intent. A thought flashed through his mind, regarding magical ability, he's slightly superior, but physically, I have the advantage. Based on that, I'll finish him in a flash. Vaso yelled, "Overheat!" Immediately after, spears of fire rotated around the orb, and crimson spiritual power erupted violently, carrying an intense momentum, as if wanting to incinerate everything in its path. His voice continued, instantly, 12 spears of fire blazed, swirling violently in midair, ready to pierce through everything. Vaso launched a barrage of fire spears towards Bryn, his eyes burning, roaring, "La Mantra, destroy the Titan." His eyes flashed with resilience, his heart filled with determination. "I can't fall for just this much." Then, Vaso rushed quickly towards the enemy, his eyes tense, silently calling in his mind, "Where are you?" At the same time, Bryn unleashed a counterattack, a swirling stream of spiritual power shot straight towards him. Vaso let out a soft cry of pain. His heart panicked. Is it just superficial? Is that all? What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth, not faltering, charging straight at the enemy with the blazing fireball in his hand, roaring, "Overheat!" He immediately raised his hand, and a dense energy shield appeared before him, blocking all incoming attacks. However, Vasso's attack was too powerful. The collision of the two streams of spiritual power created an earth-shattering explosion, and the ground shook violently. Powerful streams of spiritual power continuously poured from the fireball, and the pressure increased with each passing moment. Before long, Bryn's solid defense began to crack, then shattered under that fierce power. At this moment, a stream of green sword energy flashed. Vasso was stunned and couldn't dodge, crying out in pain. He quickly pushed himself back, his heels scraping hard against the ground, creating long streaks and kicking up dust. He continued coldly, "I admit it, Vasso." Bryn's sharp, cold gaze was fixed on the figure before him, his deep voice resonating in the tense atmosphere. "In terms of pure physical strength, you've almost reached a superhuman level. In 10 years, no, in just 5 more years, you will surpass me." Bryn's eyes glowed brightly, like two cold blades flashing in the dark. He snarled, each word hissed through his teeth, "Therefore, I must kill you right here, right now." Vasso immediately gripped his spear tightly, spiritual power erupting around his body like a whirlwind, and he shot towards the enemy. His eyes flashed with dangerous sharpness, "Try if you can." A thought flashed through his mind, "Press until I find a weakness." The two of them continuously unleashed attacks, a dense barrage like a storm. Their spiritual powers clashed, creating earth-shattering explosions in the air. Vasso's mind was taut, sweat rolling down his temples, just a little more. Immediately after, Vasso yelled, his entire body erupting with intense spiritual power, light blazing like fire. He charged forward, the spear in his hand tracing a brilliant arc, grazing Bryn. Next, Vasso tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes burning as they fixed on his opponent. Seeing the opportunity, he roared decisively, "Now!" Vasso's spiritual power erupted intensely, the light from the spear surging like a whirlwind, completely paralyzing him, leaving him unable to react. Suddenly, a dizzy spell came over him. Vasso staggered, his heart pounding. Worry surged within him, the dragon fusion time is almost up, and Solomon's crown has also reached its limit. Vasso gathered his last bit of strength, delivering the finishing blow, the spears blazing in midair. At this moment, Ben's entire body was scorched. He fell to the ground, eyes wide, unable to believe he had failed. A thought flashed through his mind, this was the final attack. Each spear drew a dazzling streak in the air, light bursting forth, carrying fierce power as it shot straight towards him. Ben was stunned, anxiously gritting his teeth. He snarled softly, "True origin 3-step demonic flame." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body immediately erupted with dark spiritual power, waves of evil aura surging out, engulfing the surrounding space. That dark spiritual power swiftly lunged towards his spear. The two forces collided violently, creating an earthquake that shook heaven and earth. Light and shadow wrestled in a life-or-death moment. He lay slumped on the cracked rock, his entire body exhausted as if drained of all vitality. Only a vague notion remained in his mind, his body devoid of strength, and his vision gradually darkened. He struggled to open his eyes, his eyelids trembling amidst the dizziness. A spark of determination flared in his heart, but then he struggled to sit up, his body weary but his eyes still burned with an indomitable will. A single thought etched in his mind, "I must protect those who are important to me." He continued to unleash his move, spiritual power twisting to form a fiery red magic circle, a resolute vow echoing in his heart, "Even if I have to sacrifice this life, I must." The sight before him horrified Ben. He took a step back, eyes wide, his voice filled with panic, "This is absurd. Did you really break through a realm during this battle?" He smiled triumphantly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "This is the 7th circle." Suddenly, a colossal force descended from the sky, a blinding light tearing through the atmosphere. Before he could react, his entire body was crushed under that terrifying pressure. His voice rang out, "When facing death, what enlightenment did you gain? The 7th circle?" The man quickly landed beside Ben, speaking mockingly, "Tower Master of the enemy faction, you look so pathetic. It seems you've struggled quite a bit." He clutched his injured arm, angrily saying, "Shut up, before I cut off that filthy tongue. What took you so long to get here? He immediately replied, the Tower Master left, so I had some matters to attend to. The man removed his hood, revealing half of his distorted, scarred face. Flame Tower Master, that terrifying woman broke the seal, but don't worry, I've perfectly sealed it again. He struggled to his feet amidst the shattered rocks, his eyes blazing, angrily shouting, was it you? What did you do to my master? He was startled, and replied in a deep voice, Mon, we've talked before, but this is the first time we've met in person. His eyes glinted dangerously, a mocking smirk on his lips. It seems I'm about to become the destroyer of the Mon family, father and son, aren't I? He froze, his eyes wide with horror. His voice rang out, full of fury, each word gritted through his teeth. Was it you who murdered my father? He stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. It's hard to say. The one who killed him was indeed me. His eyes glanced at the person beside him, his deep voice laced with sarcasm. But the one who set up this game wasn't me, was it, Sir Ben? His sharp eyes fixed on the enemy before him, his breathing heavy, his entire body still covered in blood, he angrily questioned, it was you, Ben. What on earth did you do it for? He gave a mocking smile, his hoarse voice saying, before you die, I'll give you one last gift. Each of his words was like a cold knife plunged into his heart. Your father lost his life because he discovered the Archduke's plan and the relationship between us and the evil cult. His excessive shrewdness only sealed his fate. His entire body trembled with rage, his voice full of hatred, you bastard. Suddenly, he stepped forward, standing between the two sides. He smirked, his eyes full of interest, looking at him. I also have a gift, so please step back a bit. Then, he slowly spread his arms, and a dark vortex immediately formed in the air. A terrifying skull immediately appeared at his summons, 7th-tier dark magic, containing all the world's ailments, plague aura. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, his voice as cold as ice, I swear to you, even if you want to die, you won't die easily. In that moment, on the verge of death, appeared with terrifying might. Spiritual energy swirled in the air, reddening the entire sky. She angrily shouted, my child, would I let you snatch them away a second time? At the summons of, the ground shook violently, the infernal dwarf slowly emerged with burning eyes, rise, my loyal army. He joyfully called out, Master, are you still safe? Her gentle gaze rested upon, carrying much longing and affection, I've made you wait for a long time, my youngest child. On the other side, cried out in alarm, what in the world is happening? He couldn't keep calm, his eyes full of panic as he looked at, who was radiating immense power. His voice became shaky, stammering, I clearly sealed her in, how could she with the body of a mortal? Her sharp gaze swept over them, flashing with hatred, angrily declaring, dare to call us mere mortals? Continued, his voice full of coldness, that's your biggest mistake. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from somewhere, green spiritual energy swirled, forming a magnificent pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Startled, exclaimed, has the master of the Blue Tower also escaped? Seeing her turn to walk away, worriedly called out, Master. Immediately gathered spiritual energy, his eyes firm, conserve your strength. This will end soon, my son. Spiritual energy fiercely erupted from her hands. She furiously roared, you wretched traitors, I will make you pay for evoking the memories of that day. Painful memories flooded back, her heart ached, and that stream of memories. Her little son smiled brightly, innocently saying, Mother, someday I will become a great sorcerer like you. Gently lifted the boy, a radiant smile on her lips, that's right, if it's my son, you will definitely achieve it. At this moment, her heart swelled with emotion. She thought, how adorable that child is. The child gleefully raised his hand, a small light flashed in his palm. Look, this is advanced magic. Her eyes widened in surprise, then she burst out laughing, praising, oh my son truly is a genius, a real genius. She thought to herself, naturally gifted, comprehending magic on his own. To show his mother, he diligently practiced all day long. Memories continued to echo in her mind, that child especially loved sweets. That night, she rushed off due to a secret imperial order. And her life completely changed. That secret order was actually just a trap set by the evil cult to lure her away. And when she returned home, everything was already too late. Her little son, scorched and bloody all over, lay cradled in her arms, his tiny eyes barely open, a faint, weak voice like a knife cutting into the mother's heart, "Mommy," clutched the small body in her arms, her heart aching, tears streaming like rain. She choked back tears, whispering with a trembling voice into her son's ear, "It's all right, son, sleep well, and you won't hurt anymore. You saved me when I lost the meaning of life." Thoughts echoed in her mind, mingled with pain and steely determination. These are the disciples I loved. However, in her burning rage, her eyes glowed crimson like hellfire. Roared with murderous intent, "How dare you cause this? Don't even dream of surviving." After her shout, crimson spiritual energy erupted fiercely, the ground shook, surrounding rocks were swept away, swirling into a gigantic figure, the Inferno Giant King. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the battlefield, 8th tier magic, flames. Each technique was unleashed one after another. Primordial magic, fire butterfly dream. Spiritual energy erupted, thousands of crimson fire butterflies surged towards the enemy, carrying destructive power that incinerated the battlefield. And immediately took action, quickly setting up a protective circle as the storm of crimson spiritual energy approached, its intense light and heat seemingly wanting to engulf everything in an instant. A triumphant smile appeared on her lips, as if victory would soon be firmly in her grasp. The spiritual energy swirled powerfully, forming a gigantic crimson sphere in mid-air, unleashing the technique, true elemental art, Tao Hong. Suddenly, Ben felt a strange wave of heat behind his back. He froze, his eyes wide with panic and surprise. He exclaimed, "Wait!" In just a blink of an eye, the swarm of crimson butterflies surged into Ben, melting into his flesh like fire seeping into blood. The crimson butterflies flared brightly, forming an intense blaze of fire that incinerated him in an instant. He glanced at the charred corpse beside him, his eyes flashing with anger, gnashing his teeth. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" He immediately rushed out like a flash, his footsteps tearing through the wind, roaring internally, "If it's come to this, there's no other way." He panicked and rushed away, his steps hurried and unsteady, his breathing ragged like a cornered beast. Wild calculations spun in his mind, forming an alliance with the Grand Duke. "We must overthrow the king first." Suddenly, an intense surge of spiritual energy shot from behind, like an invisible rope seizing his ankle. He used all his remaining strength to try and hold him back, angrily asking, "Where do you think you're going?" He shouted in frustration, "This leech of a man." Just then, a blazing red fireball tore through the wind. He recoiled in horror, narrowly dodging the attack. At this moment, her cold voice rang out, "I told you so." Her spiritual energy surged like raging waves, erupting into thousands of fiery tridents hovering in midair. Her icy voice spoke, like a death sentence being pronounced, "Don't ever hope to survive." As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of fiery tridents simultaneously plunged down, aiming directly at him. A shocking explosion echoed, and an intense light flared, illuminating a whole corner of the sky. They pierced through his body, his frame trembling violently, blood spewing from his mouth. He slumped to the ground, his vision blurring in pain. Thoughts echoed in his mind, as expected, "It's the 8th tier flame, with my abilities, I can't extinguish it." He roared. His whole body trembled, spiritual energy flared from his palms. He gritted his teeth, trying to gather all his remaining magic, thinking, "If that's the case, I'll pour all my magic into uprooting it." But at this moment, the trident suddenly transformed into binding ropes under her incantation, "Flame bind." He screamed helplessly in despair, "Ah!" She slowly descended before him, her eyes as cold as ice. "It's all over. If you tell me everything, I'll send you off without pain." He hunched over in pain, coughing violently. He burst into maniacal laughter, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Don't think it ends here. The real darkness has only just begun." At this moment, his skin suddenly melted like candle wax under the flame. An arrogant voice echoed in the air, reverberating like a curse from the depths. He will drown the entire continent in blood and darkness. She stared at the thick black sludge before her, the remnants of him, and coldly remarked, "Ending your life with magic, huh? Truly stubborn." Outside the city walls, Ben leaned against the wall, his body covered in blood and wounds. His blood left a long, dark red trail. His heart was filled with regret. It's a complete failure. Ben's eyes were filled with gloom. He thought, it's my fault for trusting those foolish fanatics. First, I must go into hiding and regroup. He dragged his injured body, walking slowly as if each step drained his last bit of life force. Seeing the person standing before him, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. His heart exclaimed, "Mon." Memories from the past flashed in his mind. He was astonished. No way, I clearly saw him die back then. At this moment, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand and lunged forward. The blurry figure gradually became clear in his sight, making him pause for a moment. He wondered, is that his son? In just an instant, the sword blade pierced straight through Ben's body, blood splattering everywhere. His body stiffened, his eyes wide, empty. In his final moment, a thought echoed in his mind, cold as a verdict, "You've won after all, Alex." He slumped down exhausted, his breathing ragged, his whole body aching. Inside, the battle was still raging fiercely, spiritual energy surging brilliantly, waves of oppressive power exploding, shaking the entire space. At this moment, under Melville's terrifying power, the rebel forces fled in panic, the pressure from his spiritual energy like a storm crushing their will. Amidst the chaotic noise, desperate shouts rang out, "I can't break through." "Reinforcements, when will the reinforcements arrive?" His face filled with schadenfreude, he spoke sarcastically, "How does it taste, traitors? You struggling look no different from ants." At the same time, the infernal dwarf suddenly appeared, radiating immense energy and a blazing red fire that scorched the sky. The rebels trembled at the sight, their faces pale, shouting in fear, "The fire tower! The fire tower has joined the battle! Save me!" At this moment, Julian ran into the city gate, his shadow like a dark tower cast over the battlefield. A panicked rebel soldier screamed, "Julian! Julian has taken the city gate." Another snarled furiously, "Damn it! Don't retreat! We outnumber them completely." Bismarck and a group of soldiers stood on a distant mountain observing the entire battlefield, his eyes full of rage, cursing, "Damn it! How could the situation turn around right before the city fell?" Bismarck gnashed his teeth in anger, losing control and snapping, "How were those monsters released? Where are Bryn and Hypnos? Find them quickly." No sooner had he finished speaking than two blood-soaked heads rolled to his feet. Bismarck froze, his eyes wide, his whole body turning to stone. He stepped closer, bending down to examine the two heads closely, his face confused, stammering, "This is..." Darius had appeared before him, speaking coldly, "It's hard to recognize, but I brought them here myself." In an instant, surging spiritual energy gathered into a brilliant vortex in her hand, her face lit with schadenfreude, as she cursed, "You bastard! You damn duke!" Now, Bismarck and all the rebel forces were completely surrounded, the atmosphere becoming suffocatingly tense, as if a single small movement would be enough to ignite the impending bloodbath. At this moment, Bismarck's whole body erupted with fierce spiritual energy, his face dark, his eyes as gloomy as an abyss, each word hissed through gritted teeth, full of hatred, "The plan I've painstakingly prepared for decades." He raged, his spiritual energy violently exploding, quickly charging towards them like a whirlwind, roaring in fury, "Could it be that it will collapse because of you lot? Die!" Darius's voice rang out full of sarcasm, still so pathetic in the end. She quickly gave an order, her eyes unwavering, "Little brother, end this feud." Without hesitation, Vaso immediately unleashed his power, spiritual energy erupting violently, swirling into a blazing red fire vortex that shot straight towards Bismarck. He shouted, "Flame of extinction!" He was engulfed in a towering sea of fire, the blazing red flames consuming his struggling form, Bismarck's desperate and insane screams echoing across the battlefield. He collapsed, his entire body charred, his spiritual energy scattered, his eyes dimming in resentment and powerlessness. The final battle had finally ended. The next day, the sky cleared, gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the clouds, falling upon the ground like a whisper of peace, slowly erasing the remnants of the war. In that quiet scene, Alfonso's voice rang out. Next is the deliberation on the reconstruction of the imperial palace. He continued, before the palace, prioritize rebuilding the homes of the common people first. Imperial Tower Master, can you handle this? Niccolo placed his hand on his chest, bowing respectfully in acceptance. Yes, Your Majesty, I obey. Alfonso continued, his voice low but stern, and the words in the report from the heretic named Kypnos, are they true? Darius immediately bowed, replying decisively, Yes, Your Majesty, I heard it with my own ears. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the scrawled words in the report. That person will plunge the entire continent into blood and darkness. Alfonso pondered silently, the true beginning of darkness. Moreover, that person he mentioned is also very noteworthy. Then, he quickly issued the next command, Flame Tower Master, I grant you full authority in this decision. Form an organization to monitor all movements of the cult. She bowed respectfully, replying firmly, I obey, Your Majesty. Next, Alfonso picked up another report, his eyes scanning each line, familiar names appearing before him, carrying the blood, sweat and glory of the recent battle. He calmly spoke, Now, all that remains is to determine the merits. Isn't that right, Julian Fersen, Darius Blanche, Hemingway Melville? Alfonso's eyes lit up with interest as he read those names, secretly praising them in his heart, standing shoulder to shoulder with the transcended ones. In Alfonso's mind, a train of thought echoed endlessly. I never imagined that the youngest transcended on the continent would appear in Endymion, and furthermore, in my era, Vaso Zemin. At the same time, he lay motionless on the bed, his body covered in wounds. Hecate looked at him, her eyes heavy, and softly said, It's truly worrying. She continued, More than 10 days have passed, and he still hasn't woken up. Darius gently reassured her, Please don't worry, Your Highness. Vaso has just entered the transcended realm. He's merely integrating the blueprint he just achieved. At this moment, a heavy thought arose in her heart, to recklessly use power before stabilizing. Fortunately, the blueprint hasn't completely collapsed. The two of them slowly walked out. Before leaving the room, Hecate paused slightly and turned her head to look at Vaso, who lay motionless. Darius gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice calm but warm, Let's go. Vaso, as always, will surely get through this. A moment later, Vaso's body suddenly emitted a radiant red light. A voice echoed in the room filled with spiritual energy, the sound reverberating as if from the depths, Master. He felt a familiar aura weaving around him. Vaso's eyes slowly opened, and a strong sense of doubt arose in his heart. This aura is. Seeing the small figure hovering amidst the radiant red light, Vaso instantly woke up, his eyes wide as if unable to believe what he saw, softly exclaiming in his heart, Pepper. At this moment, the system appeared, announcing, Fire Spirit Pepper, Intermediate, has fully absorbed the power of the Fire Dragon. Fire Spirit Pepper, Intermediate, has reborn as a Fire Dragon Spirit. Announcement, the contract with Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper has been restored. You can summon Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper through the Spirit Realm Gate. Night had fallen, the full moon shining down on the ruins of the dilapidated palace. He stood silent in a dark corner, quietly checking his spiritual energy. The flow of energy in his body was now stable, stronger than before. In Vaso's mind, a thought echoed, the 7th blueprint. Before turning back time, I thought I'd never be able to reach it in this lifetime. He thought to himself, yet now I not only possess it, but I can also use this power to destroy those who murdered my father. But I can't stop here. Remnants of the cult and empire still exist. I must become even stronger. Vaso glanced around, thinking, this much space should be enough. He pondered, even though Pepper could adjust its size before, it would be quite troublesome if that ability disappeared after becoming a dragon. Immediately after, Vaso unleashed his power without hesitation. He shouted, "Summon the spirit realm gate." Spiritual energy swirled, forming a colossal orb. Inside, fierce, glowing eyes appeared. Vaso called out loudly, "Pepper, come here." In a flash, a massive, fiery red dragon appeared right before him, its majestic body like a living volcano, its large wings spread out, covering the entire sky. Vaso was overjoyed, his eyes beaming, and he choked out, "Pepper." It was so happy it was nearly crying, its eyes filled with emotion, emitting low growls as if sobbing with joy. He grinned, stroking Pepper's dragon face, and joyfully said, "Long time no see. I barely recognized you, you've gotten so cool." Vaso silently observed the creature before him, his gaze pensive. In his heart, he mused, its body has become semi-transparent like a spirit. Its size is immense, but its form has also changed a lot. He continued to think, its power has reached level 7, on par with mine. So, it only awakened when I reached this realm. Next, he gently asked, "Pepper, can you shrink back to your previous size?" It nodded slightly, its eyes lighting up as if it understood, and it emitted a familiar sound. In an instant, Pepper unleashed its power. A blinding red light erupted, making Vaso instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Soon, its colossal body had shrunk, and the familiar sound echoed from its mouth. He clapped, praising, "Excellent. Just as I thought, you haven't forgotten." It cried out excitedly, its proud demeanor as if showing off to its master. Then, Vaso smiled and proposed, "Well then, long time no see. Let's have a match." Pepper nodded eagerly, its eyes shining with excitement, emitting growls that reverberated through the night. He quickly jumped onto its back. The fiery red dragon glided gracefully through the air. The wind whistled past, bringing a sense of extreme exhilaration. Vaso couldn't help but exclaim silently, "Amazing. Adjusting direction freely at this speed?" He inwardly praised, its flying ability has been significantly upgraded. Vaso's face glowed with excitement, his hair disheveled by the wind. A thought echoed in his mind, if it can fly so flexibly even in its spirit state. No sooner had the thought ended than Pepper's entire body suddenly blazed. Fiery red spiritual energy erupted violently like an explosion in the air. Vaso screamed in alarm, "Pepper." At this moment, Pepper's entire body gradually merged with Vaso's spiritual energy. Behind him, a pair of golden dragon wings appeared, radiating intense power and emitting strong pressure. Vaso joyfully spoke, his eyes shining brightly, "Can you read my thoughts? It seems your thought waves have become clearer too." Next, he shot into the air, leaving behind a dazzling red streak, like a meteor tearing across the night sky. Vaso excitedly cried out, "Then, let's move forward." He thought to himself, although it's still not comparable to when Pepper flies by himself, in aerial combat, I won't lose to any transcendent. After that, Pepper quickly returned to his giant form, and the two of them weaved through the quiet night. Vaso excitedly said, "Let's go, Pepper." 3 days later, Vaso sat on his bed, his eyes meticulously scanning each line of text on the royal sealed decree. King Alfonso's attendant stood beside him, respectfully speaking, "Your Eminence, congratulations." His gaze was fixed on the paper in his hand, his eyes wide with surprise as he said, "Me? A duke?" At this moment, Vaso's thoughts echoed in his mind, Duke is a title granted only to those qualified to be part of the royal family. Throughout history, no one outside the Radmo's lineage has ever been granted the title of Duke. He couldn't help but feel astonished, the founder of Endymion, a great sorcerer with 8 diagram rings, and even the first patriarch of the Zeman house only reached the title of Marquis. Hackett gently nudged Vaso's cheek, a playful smile on his lips, his voice teasing, "It seems you still don't quite believe it." "Well, that's understandable, even I was incredibly surprised by His Majesty's decision." Darius chuckled, his voice tinged with excitement as he recalled, when His Majesty announced it, everyone was so astonished that the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Hubert continued, his voice calm yet respectful, "But no one objected, for all acknowledged your merits, Your Eminence." Unsen burst into hearty laughter, muttering jokingly, keep it up, keep it up." She giggled, covering her mouth. Trot Gao, so from today on, should I call you your highness, Duke? He quickly waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. Vassal lowered his head, his voice deep, though I still can't quite believe it. Even if I become a duke, please don't use honorifics with me. He looked directly at the people standing before him. His voice rang out sincerely. Before being a duke, I am still Zasaro Zemin, master's disciple, and the junior brother of my senior brothers and sisters. Darius sighed softly, gently saying, if that is what you wish, then I shall comply. Yuzan clapped Zasaro firmly on the back, laughing, it's precisely for this reason that I've always been fond of our junior brother the most. He choked on his saliva, letting out a small gasp. Night gradually fell, and Pepper, tired, had fallen into a deep sleep, his gentle, steady breaths echoing in the quiet space. Zasaro quietly looked out the window, his eyes fixed on the dark sky, muttering, now I'm alone, so. He immediately took out a piece of paper, continuing, let's check the quest rewards. Zasaro unfolded the paper, observing it carefully, his eyes stopping at the prominent red stamp. He frowned slightly, muttering, a map marking the location of a star dragon? I was just about to look for it. Well, that saves me some trouble. His eyes suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. Wait, this place is. Is it the Empire? Zasaro's sudden shout in the middle of the night startled Pepper awake. It blinked a few times, then cautiously turned to look at him, its eyes full of suspicion as if trying to guess what he had just discovered. At this moment, Zasaro's thoughts echoed in his mind, the Britannia Empire, the only empire on the continent and Endymion's long-standing enemy. He thought to himself, currently, with the Emperor gravely ill, the princes are engaged in a battle for the throne. Zasaro was filled with worry. Moreover, to enter the Empire, one must definitely have proof of identity. He slumped onto the bed, covering his forehead with his hand, sighing, why does it have to be the Empire? This time, it's really not going to be easy. Zasaro gently pinched Pepper's cheek, his voice softening as if to reassure both himself and it. Don't worry, Pepper, there is a way. He lay quietly on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, his calm voice echoing in the silent room. Though time-consuming and fraught with danger, there is still one sure plan. Scene change. In the quiet night, moonlight faintly illuminated the vast sea. A lone boat drifted listlessly across the dark water. Gentle waves lapped against the hull, and a low, hoarse voice spoke from the darkness, it won't be long now. The woman continued, wait for it, the name is being kept. She stood at the bow of the boat, the night wind blowing through her long hair, her sharp eyes fixed on the distance, her voice full of determination, I'm coming. At this moment, in the grand, golden dining hall of the Endymion Empire, a subordinate bowed, respectfully saying, Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. A moment later, Alfonso emerged from the dining room, his demeanor unhurried but exuding an indescribable majesty. As soon as Emilia and Zasaro saw him, they immediately bowed in salute. We greet your Majesty. He paused, his gentle gaze sweeping over their faces, then spoke, You've traveled a long way, you must be very tired. After that, the three entered the study to discuss matters. Alfonso spoke gravely, I summoned you here to assign you the task of guiding the elven and beastkin races. He froze, thinking to himself, time really flies. Because of the rebellion, I completely forgot about relocating the two races. The king's voice continued, White Tower Lord will be responsible for guiding the elven race, and Duke Zasaro will be in charge of the beastkin race. The two simultaneously bowed, we obey your Majesty's command. Alfonso continued, then, we will discuss the upcoming schedule. At this moment, he tried to maintain a smile, but sweat was already beading on his face. A wave of unease surged within him. Mia's aggressive nature makes me a little worried, but surely someone sick like me won't be asked to duel, right? A stream of thoughts continued to surface in Zasaro's mind, but why do I keep feeling so uneasy? At the same time, Mia stood at the bow of the ship, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling sunlight, her gaze directed towards the distant horizon, a barely hidden look of delight on her face. Mia stood with her hands on her hips, laughing heartily, her mind full of excitement. When I meet a male, I'll have to beg for a duel. A subordinate standing behind her spoke up. The Beast King seems very happy. The leader of the Bull tribe added, this is her first time leaving the island. He continued, his voice mixed with excitement and contemplation, it's natural for one's heart to pound in the presence of continental powerhouses. More than that, he is also on the continent. The man exclaimed in surprise, he? Another beastkin, observing through a telescope, suddenly cheered delightedly, land. His voice continued, Endymion is visible ahead. At this moment, Zissaro stood quietly at the dock, waiting for the distant guests, his eyes intently following the ship as it slowly approached the port. People lined both sides of the road like ants, all curious to watch. A thought arose in Zissaro's mind. So many people gathered to see the beastkin race. It's understandable, for ordinary people, they are a race only heard of in legends. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Zissaro immediately spun around, muttering, this magical power. Just then, Alan slowly approached. Zissaro immediately called out loudly, Sir Alan. He bowed respectfully, his voice humble, by His Majesty's command, we are here to assist and will do our best to help you. Your Royal Highness Grand Duke. He flusteredly waved his hand, awkwardly replying, thank you, sir, but the title Your Royal Highness Grand Duke is a bit. Alan's eyes crinkled in a smile, and he immediately came up with an idea. If your highness doesn't like that title, how about Duke Sama? Zissaro gently rubbed his head, shyly saying, that seems more reasonable. A moment later, the ship docked, and the beastkin procession quickly disembarked, their movements decisive and powerful. But he still couldn't see the person he was waiting for. Zissaro frowned slightly, thinking to himself, where is Mia? Suddenly, a familiar figure rushed towards them like a whirlwind, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that made those nearby quickly scramble aside. Amidst the swirling dust, a shrill, excited scream rang out, males. Alan was astonished, his eyes wide, frozen for a moment. In his mind, a shocking thought emerged. This fighting spirit. It's on par with the Tower Master, perhaps even greater. Is that the person Duke Zissaro mentioned? Alan thought to himself, his eyes still fixed on the girl running closer, the king of the beastkin, Mia. Soon after, she stopped in front of the two, arms crossed over her chest. Mia let out a loud, resounding laugh, long time no see, males. Zissaro gave a wry smile, a helpless look on his face, and said, you're still the same, ma'am. Mia laughed joyfully, her voice full of vigor, I'm always like this. And you've gotten quite a bit stronger lately. Immediately after, Mia unleashed her spiritual power without hesitation. A fiery red light erupted around her body, like a raging living flame, her voice filled with excitement. The scent of males is also stronger than before. If you don't mind, how about a duel right now? He recoiled half a step in panic, waving his hands frantically, his face pale. Please spare me, I'm still a patient. Mia sighed sadly, the red light around her gradually fading. A patient? Well, that can't be helped. Looks like it'll have to be next time then. Zissaro forced a smile, his expression still tense, and awkwardly said, but first, Mia, could you please retract your fighting spirit? He turned to look around, and the sight made Zissaro laugh wryly, as everyone standing nearby was now sprawled on the ground. Some held their heads, others were dizzy. He continued with a helpless tone, it seems everyone here is in danger. After that, the group and their subordinates left the dock, heading towards the designated gathering area that had been prepared. Suddenly, in the middle of the road, Mia abruptly stopped, her eyes wide. She yelled, what? Mia frowned, she turned sharply to Zissaro, her voice annoyed, we have to share the forest with those elves, huh? Wasn't this never mentioned? He remained calm, gently explaining, Abet Forest is Endymion's largest forest, even with both races living there, it won't be inconvenient. But Mia immediately retorted, her eyes flashing with annoyance, no, that's not the problem. Mia then continued in a low voice, her expression serious, it's that they're so boring. Zissaro exclaimed in surprise, what? She scowled, clearly annoyed, her voice full of irritation. Those peace-loving types bore me to death. He immediately suggested, if you can get along with the elf tribe, I'll introduce you to a worthy opponent for a duel. Mia's eyes immediately lit up. She excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, perfect, perfect. Remember your promise, male." Suddenly, Mia spun around, pointing directly at Alan, a sarcastic smirk playing on her lips. "But, if it's not you, at least the opponent must be on par with this one. Only then will it be interesting to fight." He was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Me?" She moved closer, sniffing around Alan, making him blush. Then, Mia made her judgment, "But it's strange. His strength still seems to be only equal to yours when I first met you. However, I don't smell any male scent from him." He frowned, asking in confusion, "What do you mean, my lady?" At this moment, Zesaro mused in silence. According to records, if the first Beast King, Fenrir, was a dragon hybrid, then what Lady Mia sensed from me might be the scent of a dragon. His thoughts continued to flow. Lady Mia is also a werewolf with ash-gray hair, just like Fenrir. If she carries Fenrir's bloodline, it's very likely she also has dragon elements in her body. Mia suddenly stepped closer, narrowing her eyes at Zesaro, her voice full of provocation. "Why are you staring at me like that? Planning to mate with me, male?" He was helpless, his face crestfallen, looking at her with disdain. "No way. Please stay away from me." In a bed forest, ancient trees were lush green, their leaves gently swaying in the wind. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting sparkling rays on the ground, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Emilia stood before Zesaro, a gentle smile on her lips, her voice carrying a hint of apology and sincerity. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Your Highness the Duke." "I forgot to mention it earlier," he chuckled, his eyes showing a fleeting warmth, and casually said, "Thank you, White Tower Master. Please speak freely." Suddenly, Mia appeared, bending down to scrutinize the young girl from head to toe with a critical gaze. She raised an eyebrow, her voice full of curiosity mixed with challenge. "This female cub is stronger than I thought, isn't she?" Emilia frowned in annoyance, exclaiming irritably, "You are truly rude, my lady." From behind, Arian and Ilo gently approached, amiable smiles on their faces. Arian spoke in a friendly voice, "We will be neighbors from now on. A warm welcome to all." Zesaro immediately stepped forward, bowing politely, "Lady Arian, Lady Ilo." She smiled, gently bowing in return, "Long time no see, Lord Zesaro." Mia quickly ran over, her eyes intently staring at the two newcomers, exclaiming in surprise, "Even among the long ears, there are some formidable ones, huh?" He immediately said sternly, "Mia, how can you call them that?" She pointed directly at Ilo, her eyes blazing, her voice excited, "And hey, male, this long-eared cub smells like you." She flinched slightly, her cheeks flushed, saying shyly, "Like him? How could I?" Mia's eyes burned like fire, radiating killing intent, her voice low and dangerous. "It seems this cub is also aiming for you. Are you going to give way?" Ilo's face immediately tensed, her sharp eyes staring directly at the Beast King. She retorted angrily, "Give way? Lord Zesaro is not an object." He clasped his hands like a Zen master, earnestly saying, "The two tribes will coexist here, but that doesn't mean sharing everything. Due to different environments and cultures, conflicts may arise." After that, Zesaro gently pointed to the tree next to them, his eyes firm, adding, "Therefore, let this cheap tree serve as a marker at the forest entrance. The northern side will belong to the elf tribe, and the southern side is where the Beastkin tribe will live. Is that acceptable?" Arian bowed, immediately responding, her voice full of respect, "Just the fact that you're lending us land is something we're incredibly grateful for." Mia enthusiastically agreed, "All right, as long as you don't forget your promise to me." His voice continued, "And furthermore, in 10 days, representatives from each tribe should attend the reception personally prepared by His Majesty the King." In Endymion royal capital, a carriage quietly rolled along the cobblestone road. Inside the carriage compartment, Ilo softly called out, "Lord Zesaro." He quietly responded, his voice low. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, besides meeting His Majesty the King, are there any other special schedules? Vaso immediately replied, Lord Mia will represent the Beastkin tribe to receive the enfeoffment. At this moment, Mia was resting her chin on her hand, her eyes casually sweeping over the scenery outside the window. She suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with a mix of surprise and indifference. I don't care about those things, I only need you to duel me, male. He continued, there will likely be a ball in the palace. This is also an opportunity for the kingdom to demonstrate its strength to other nations. Hearing that, Mia immediately became excited. She lightly wiped the corner of her mouth, where a little drool had just appeared, then her eyes lit up as she asked, so, does that mean I can drink and eat to my heart's content? Suddenly Mia froze, her whole body tensing instinctively. She clearly sensed a fierce battle happening nearby. Mia immediately sprang up, hastily leaned close to the window, her eyes intently scanning outside, her voice full of urgency. A terrifying aura is approaching from that direction. Mia continued, her face alight with excitement as if anticipating a good show. One side doesn't seem like they'll win but won't lose easily either, while the other side will definitely lose. Suddenly, Vaso spoke up, his voice calm as if nothing serious was happening. It's fine, both of them are my acquaintances. One of them is even my master. She flinched and turned back, angrily shouting, What? Why are you only telling me that now, male? Immediately after, Mia licked her fingertip, hastily using her saliva to fix her messy hair. If it's your master, I have to make a good impression. How do I look? Am I cool? Soon, they arrived. He stepped out of the carriage, his face radiant, happily greeting the two people waiting ahead. Master, Tower Master of Commerce, why are you two out here? Darius calmly replied, her voice composed yet respectful, His Majesty the King ordered us to personally welcome you, as you are esteemed guests. Melville warmly greeted them, introducing herself, Welcome to the Imperial Capital Endymion. I am the Tower Master of Commerce, Hemingway Melville. Immediately after, she gently continued, her voice gentle yet dignified, and I am the Tower Master of Flames, Darius Snow White. Arian spoke emotionally, her voice full of gratitude, Tower Master of Flames, it's a joy to see you again, I've never forgotten your kindness from before. At this moment, past memories clearly resurfaced in her mind. Arian softly continued, my daughter received your grace. And only now do I have the chance to thank you. I am Arian, of the elf tribe, Cheen by clan. Darius smiled kindly, what grace? That was merely my duty. Her eyes glanced at the girl beside Vaso, and she softly asked, and who might this be? Mia was flustered, rubbing her hands together, her eyes darting around, stammering, I am Beast King Mia, no, I am Beast King Mia, oh no, it's me. She immediately spoke up, her voice gentle yet friendly, Beast King, you don't need to be so formal, just speak comfortably. She hid behind him, awkwardly replying, no, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. At this moment, Vaso secretly thought, the Beastkin tribe always worships the strong as king, perhaps this is the first time Her Majesty has met someone stronger than herself, which is why she's a little flustered. Suddenly, Darius caught Ilo's sharp gaze staring intently at Vaso. That look was so cold it made her involuntarily flinch, a surge of astonishment rising within her. Then, Darius glanced towards him. Vaso was currently chatting intimately with the Beast King, her voice softly echoing, Lord Mia, are you well? She smiled meaningfully, a thought bubbling up in her mind, this youngest boy, he always acts so innocent, this ball is definitely going to be worth watching. At the same time, at the palace, a sudden sense of unease rose in Hecate's heart. She quickly spun around to look behind her, her eyes vigilant. Where did that cold aura come from? This feeling, why do I feel so uneasy? The brilliant golden sunlight shone down upon the imperial capital, as if covering the city with a cloak of light. Seeing the scene before him, Vaso exclaimed in surprise. Before him was a lavish, magnificent palace, sparkling under the golden sunlight, as if each stone was covered with a brilliant metallic sheen. Vaso gasped, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment. It's been a while, and the palace that once collapsed has been completely rebuilt. Darius immediately spoke up. Nicolo and the disciples worked so hard they couldn't even sleep. Hearing that, he frowned slightly, thinking to himself, they must have been pressured to meet the schedule. Then, he gently turned around, walking towards the palace, and calmly said, "Well then, let's go in, His Majesty is waiting for everyone." Soon, they entered the main hall. Standing before the king's throne, Vaso immediately knelt, bowing in salute, his clear voice ringing out, "The Duke of the Kingdom, Vaso Zeman." He continued, "I have completed the mission your Majesty entrusted to me and have returned." Alfonso nodded slightly, his eyes full of trust. "Rise, Duke Vaso, I will not forget your service." Next, Arian and her mother stepped forward together, bowing in unison. The mother respectfully said, "Greetings, Master of Endymion. I am Noah Arian of the Elf tribe, and this is my daughter, Ilo." Arian continued, "On behalf of all the elves in the Great Forest, I thank you for generously seeding the forest." The king affectionately looked at the mother and daughter, responding in a calm and understanding voice, "I hope our neighboring residents will remain here safely until the Great Forest is restored." Mia awkwardly bowed, her voice barely a whisper. "Mia, king of the beast folk, greets the master of Endymion. Or rather, sends greetings." Anxiously bowing her head, ears drooping, and face pale, he quickly interjected for Mia, "My apologies, your majesty. The thing is—" But Alfonso immediately raised his hand to interrupt, "I understand. I am not too familiar with beast folk culture myself." Then, he smiled and said, "Beast King, at the ball, I intend to hold an investiture ceremony. What do you think?" She flinched, not knowing how to react, and softly uttered a sound. Vaso leaned in, whispering to Mia, "Say, I shall obey your majesty's will." She stammered, mumbling along as if memorizing each word in her head, I shall obey your majesty's will." But then, he said one thing, and Mia said another, "Thank you for accommodating the schedule, I thank your majesty." Realizing her blunder, she bowed her head, her face looking like a puppy that had made a mistake. Vaso could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself, "It seems I'll have to reteach basic etiquette." 3 days later, the investiture ceremony was officially held, with majestic music echoing throughout the palace's grand hall. Each solemn rhythm permeated the dignified atmosphere, and Mia's clear voice rang out, "Mia, king of the beast folk, from this moment on." Her oath was uttered, slowly but decisively, resounding through the grand hall, "I swear to faithfully fulfill all duties as a noble of the glorious kingdom of Endymion." At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the palace. Everyone looked at each other and whispered, their eyes full of surprise, "I didn't expect a beastman to know such a ceremony. Completely different from the rumors of barbarism." Then, King Alfonso descended the steps, holding the ceremonial sword, his stern gaze fixed on Mia. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "I, Alfonso Radmos, king of Endymion, bestow upon you the surname Lycos, along with the title of Count of the Kingdom." He continued, his voice full of majesty, "Never forget the oath you made today." She knelt upright, hand on her chest, responding clearly, "I thank you, your majesty." Immediately after, the sword in Alfonso's hand flashed, like a sacred affirmation of the oath of loyalty that had just been uttered. Next was the ball. Everyone joined in the lively music, gracefully dancing amidst the dazzling lights and an atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. She sighed softly, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Though I followed instructions, I really don't understand. Why do we have to do something so elaborate?" Vaso smiled gently, comforting her, "You've worked hard, your majesty." A moment later, Ilo hesitantly suggested, "Lord Vaso, today is the ball. If you don't mind, would you perhaps dance with me?" He gently cut her off, "Lady Ilo, allow me to introduce her a bit late." Hecate, in a dazzling, splendid gown, a bright smile on her face, stepped forward and cheerfully greeted, "This is Lord Lycos. My name is Hecate Radmos." Ilo was stunned, a vague feeling of discomfort rising in her heart. She thought to herself, "Is this person Lord Vaso's person?" Meanwhile, Mia, munching on food in her hand, couldn't take her eyes off the girl standing in front of her. In her mind, she cautiously assessed, the scent is like the king's, so that means she's like this one. Suddenly Hecate spoke, her smile still bright. Can we switch places and talk for a moment? I have something I want to discuss privately with the two of you. Vaso quickly stood up, then I too. She immediately held out her hand to stop him, her voice ringing out decisively, no. Although she maintained a radiant smile, a suffocatingly intense killing intent emanated from Hecate's body at this moment. She still smiled, softly saying, this matter can only be discussed among women. He awkwardly replied, yes. Darius stood nearby, crunching on popcorn and eavesdropping, thinking to himself, a love triangle between three races revolving around one man, how interesting, extremely interesting. After that, the three quickly left the grand hall, moving to a quiet corner that had been prepared beforehand. The maid bowed, Your Highness, you have arrived. Hecate immediately sat down, her voice gentle yet still authoritative, everyone, please sit. There's no need for formalities here, just relax. Ilo and Mia said in unison, we understand. She slowly poured a glass of wine, the deep red liquid swirling in the crystal glass. Hecate raised her head, her voice still gentle but with a clear undertone, I arranged this private meeting because there's something I want to ask the two of you. Immediately after, she tilted her head back, downing the deep red wine in one gulp, the decisive movement startling the two people opposite her. Hecate's gaze fixed straight ahead, her calm, cold voice rang out, what do you two think of Duke Vaso, my fiancé? Ilo was momentarily stunned to hear the princess ask so directly. She stammered, her voice slightly trembling, that matter. After a moment of hesitation, Ilo bravely spoke, if you're asking about my feelings, then I'll speak frankly, I like Sir Vaso, very much indeed. Mia crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, gave a slight smirk, then nodded and added, he's certainly a male who appeals to me. And strong too. Hecate slowly poured more wine into her glass, her voice full of certainty, indeed, just as I thought. Her voice continued, Vaso isn't like ordinary nobles. Hecate continued, he will become king in the future. Such a man cannot have concubines. Her gaze gradually became covered with a thin layer of ice. As chilling as a winter night, Hecate spoke, each word ringing clear, I, too, will not accept sharing Vaso with anyone else while I am alive. Ilo gently bowed her head, her gaze fixed on the ground, quietly thinking to herself, I understand, that's what I expected. As for Mia, her animal ears twitched slightly. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, anger swirling in her mind. Oh, so you're giving a direct warning, with the frail status of a human? Suddenly she paused, as if realizing something. Mia's eyes widened, and she asked in surprise, wait, did you just say while alive? Hecate continued pouring wine, her eyes reflecting a hint of sadness, and she softly replied, yes. Her next words stunned the two opposite her, Vaso reached the superhuman realm in his 20s. He might even reach a transcendent realm that no one has achieved since mythological times. Furthermore, he carries dragon blood, so he will live much longer than me, a human. I don't want Vaso to live his life without me in loneliness. She sadly stated, you are being superior to humans. It's enough for me to be the only one in his life while I am alive. Mia froze, stammering, that matter. Hecate suddenly stood up, her voice decisive, but there's one thing I must make clear first. She raised her hand, pointing directly at herself, her voice firm, I am the head. I am the first, remember? The two remained motionless, seemingly still processing what they had just heard, before she left. Hecate's voice then rang out again, so who will be the second? I hope you'll let me know once you've made a decision. At this moment, she slowly walked down the stairs, her dress gently sweeping across the marble floor. Suddenly, Hecate tripped on her hem, wobbled, lost her balance, and cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Vaso was there just in time. He rushed forward like a gust of wind, catching her falling body in his arms, his voice filled with worry, Hecate. Her hazy eyes fixed on the man in front of her, is that you? Vaso frowned as he smelled the wine on Hecate, gently chiding, you don't know how to drink, yet you. She leaned her head against his warm chest, gently asking, Zassel, do you know the surest way to restrain an enemy? Without waiting for Zassel to speak, Hayket gently gave the answer, her eyes still distant, it's to make them keep an eye on others too. Zassel slightly furrowed his brows, asking again, puzzled, yes, what do you mean? She didn't answer, she only gently turned, slowly pulling away from his arms, her voice soft, carrying a hint of tiredness. I drank a bit too much, so I feel dizzy. Hayket lifted her head, her cheeks flushed from wine and a bit of shyness. Can I rest for a while in this room? Zassel immediately stepped forward, gently embracing her, his deep, warm voice resounded, carrying both tenderness and concern. Of course, Hayket. 3 months later, at Flame Tower, Darius held a paper in her hand, speaking irritably, I thought it would be peaceful for a while. She let out a sigh, her eyes glancing at Zassel sitting opposite her, speaking with suspicion, so it's another mobile research trip, huh? Have you reported to Her Royal Highness yet? Zassel quickly replied, his voice firm, of course, I've requested and received approval. Darius gently sipped some wine, her eyes sparkling with amusement. If you keep traveling around like that, sooner or later Her Royal Highness will reprimand you. Your travel range might even be restricted. He was startled, raising a hand to scratch his head, his face a bit embarrassed. I don't think it'll go that far. She stared at the paper in her hand, her eyes showing a hint of surprise, then exclaimed, this time you're going to the third country? Thwom Quoc is superior to it. She continued, her tone slow but full of hidden meaning, you must know what kind of place this is, don't you? Zassel nodded without hesitation, answering firmly, yes. At this moment, a thought arose in his mind, Thwom Quoc is above, a small country, more accurately called a city-state. But it's a place where everything from gambling, debauchery, contract assassinations, money laundering, to even slave trade is legalized, and it's the largest underground nation on the continent. Darius held the paper out to Zassel, saying sternly, I'm telling you this only to remind you, be careful, the darkness of those who live in the shadows is deeper than you imagine. He gripped the paper tightly in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination, his voice ringing out firmly, yes, master, I will remember your teachings and set off. The scene changes, the boat glided gently over the calm sea, and a thick fog suddenly rolled in. Zassel chuckled to himself, with fog appearing like this, it seems today is a lucky day. His face was filled with contemplation, his eyes gazing at the thick white fog coiling around the hull. Thanks to the fog, I can enter the territory silently, the problem is. Zassel suddenly glanced at the person in the black cloak standing silently by the boat's rail, his eyes narrowed vigilantly, a hint of worry rising in his heart. That person has been following me since the harbor. All this time, they've been hiding their aura and suppressing their killing intent. Zassel pondered silently, definitely a master, but I can't fight in the middle of the sea. However, a flicker of irritation arose in his heart. If they think that, then they're gravely mistaken. Without further hesitation, Zassel immediately turned, stepped forward, and snatched off the black-cloaked person's hood, his eyes sharp as a blade. Who are you, daring to follow me? Seeing the familiar face revealed beneath the cloak, Zassel exclaimed in surprise, Manhua. She awkwardly scratched her head, her eyes avoiding his, stammering softly, it's a male, I've been discovered. He asked in surprise, why are you following me? She suddenly stood up, her voice full of indignation, what do you mean why? You promised to spar with me when you returned to the capital, and then you disappeared without a trace, so I immediately chased after you. Zassel worriedly urged, Manhua, you must go back, this place is extremely dangerous. Manhua raised a fist, her eyes shining with determination, go back. Up there, I heard about it too, but as long as I defeat everyone. He sighed softly, speaking helplessly, actually, up there is just a stopover, the real destination is still ahead. She immediately cut him off, her eyes serious, where is it? Hearing Zassel's answer, Manhua was astonished, her eyes wide, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Endymion's sworn enemy, the Britannia Empire. At this moment, in Darius's room, the bright moonlight streamed through the window pane, casting a soft silver glow onto the floor, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere filling the room. She held the letter in her hand, her low voice echoing, "The Imperial War in the Empire is becoming increasingly fierce." Every line in the letter was deeply etched in Darius's mind. Of the 5 princes, 2 have died. No matter who seizes imperial power, chaos is inevitable. That arrow should not be aimed at us. She stared at the envelopes in front of her, her eyes showing a hint of surprise, then exclaimed, "That youngest one sent all the letters?" Darius quickly opened another envelope, exclaiming in surprise, "How strange, he never reported where he went before. Could it be that he's learned to think now?" Looking at the words on the paper, she flinched, her eyes wide with shock, and involuntarily screamed, "Ah!" At this moment, an image of Zassel with a carefree smile appeared in Darius's mind. "Master, I will make a trip to the Empire." A furious rage erupted within her. Darius angrily yelled curses, "That damned youngest one." On this side, he suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine, and a vague sense of unease rose within him. Moa tilted her head in surprise, looking at him, and quickly asked, "Male, what's wrong?" Zassel replied awkwardly, "It's just a feeling that someone's badmouthing me." She was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, who is it?" At the same time, a silent thought arose in his mind. The letter must have reached Master by now. In Zassel's mind, the image of his master with an angry expression clearly appeared. "What? The Empire? Are you trying to die?" He lowered his face, sighing inwardly, "Even if you're angry, I'll just have to bear it. Asking for forgiveness is still faster than asking for permission. If I told you I was going to the Empire, you definitely wouldn't let me go." Suddenly, Moa looked into the distance. She raised her hand to block the light, squinted her eyes, then exclaimed, "Male, I see land over there." Zassel was startled, quickly looked up, his eyes flashing, "We've finally arrived." A thought echoed in his mind, the foremost dark nation of the continent, the Upper Nation. At this moment, in the Upper Nation, amidst the dark night, fireworks exploded brilliantly in the sky. Tall buildings stood close together, their lights casting a magnificent glow on the scene. On the bustling streets, in a small alley, he stealthily handed Moa an item, quietly instructing, "Moa, please wear this." She raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking, "What is it?" "Mail." Moa held up the item, her eyes shining brightly, and joyfully exclaimed, This is a ring." Zassel smiled, calmly explaining, "This is a ring with camouflage magic. It can change one's outer appearance." Immediately after he put the ring on, his body underwent a transformation. His black hair gradually turned dark brown, and his eyes also became a deep violet. Zassel nodded in satisfaction, gently saying, "It's not convenient to keep covering our faces anyway. People from the frozen northern lands all have platinum hair and black eyes." Hearing that, she didn't hesitate, immediately putting on the ring and muttering, "I thought it was something important." Immediately after, Moa's beast ears disappeared, and her face became softer and more approachable. She enthusiastically asked, "Well, Male, do I look splendidly transformed?" Seeing her reflection in the mirror, Moa sighed in disappointment. "What? I don't see much change." Zassel smiled, gently comforting her, "For Moa, just like this is more than enough." Then, he continued to suggest, his voice low and tinged with teasing, "Well then, if we're role-playing, we should go all the way, shouldn't we?" Next, the two strolled to a small inn. Inside, it was packed with people, and the sounds of laughter and clashing dishes echoed in a mystical din. By now, they stood before the reception counter. The innkeeper looked up at them, eyes sly, and smiled teasingly, "Just married and already sleeping in separate rooms? A couple's quarrel is just like cutting water with a knife." He quickly waved his hand, speaking in embarrassment, "Today, everyone seems to need some private time, you know." After that, the two slowly ascended the stairs. Just as they reached the first step, a loud shout suddenly echoed from behind, "Hope you two make up soon." At this moment, Moa sat cross-legged on the bed, her face wrinkled in annoyance, her voice full of irritation. "Sleeping in the same room would definitely be more convenient. We're pretending to be married, yet we're sleeping in separate rooms." Zassel chuckled and replied, "I already told you." His voice continued, calm and serious. In case of unforeseen circumstances, we need many people to remember us. Zassel awkwardly added, besides, please consider my situation. I'm also engaged, you know. She pouted, turning her face away in annoyance. I wasn't planning to interfere, anyway. I already promised that sister, but still, it's a bit irritating. He asked in surprise, but ever since the ball, you've been calling the princess sister. Why is that? Moa was startled, her eyes darting away as she quickly replied, that's women's business, male, you don't need to know. Zassel tried to hide his awkwardness, forcing a laugh, ha ha ha. He gently stroked Pepper, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, his voice gradually becoming serious. Tonight, once it's completely dark, we'll go get fake identity papers. We definitely need these when entering the Empire. Her eyes widened in surprise. Fake papers? How can that be done? Zassel calmly continued, first, we need to approach the Red Snake. That's the criminal organization that controls the entire Upper Empire. He gently closed his eyes and unleashed his spiritual energy. A flash of light appeared, and the spatial storage instantly opened, his voice full of helplessness. The problem is, I don't know how to contact them. Moa froze, blurted out in alarm, what? If you don't know, then what do we do? At this moment, a transparent, golden money bag suddenly glowed brightly in Zassel's hand. He smiled faintly, his eyes glinting mischievously. So, we'll have to make them come find us. On the bustling street, bright with lights, amidst the constant flow of people, two beautiful women, arm in arm, their eyes sparkling, flirtatiously smiled and chatted, trying to please the man walking between them. In a dark, narrow alley where the streetlights couldn't reach, shadowy figures lurked in the darkness. A robber crouched low, swiftly searching the body of a man slumped against the wall. At the casino above, brilliant, star-like lights covered the entire building, turning it into the city's brightest gem in the night. She looked around, her eyes wide with undisguised surprise, exclaiming, this is... It's truly magnificent at night, and there seem to be many delicious things too. At this point, the two had quickly disguised themselves. Moa wore a seductive red dress, while Zassel was in an elegant black suit, looking nothing short of a true noble. Zassel subtly adjusted his jacket, thinking to himself, this is the biggest casino above, all illegal money is laundered and circulated here, so it definitely must be connected to criminal organizations. His gaze turned serious, and his voice deepened, Moa, before we go in, promise me one thing. She froze, looking directly into Zassel's eyes, and asked, promise? He continued, no matter the situation, you must follow my decisions. No matter what happens, you must. Moa immediately nodded cheerfully, a confident smile on her face. Of course, male. I trust you and will obey you. Then, they walked to the brightly lit grand entrance. Zassel curved his lips slightly, his voice half joking, half serious. Well then, let's go in. Get ready to stir up some trouble. She gleefully echoed him, shouting. At the same time, in the highest floor's surveillance room, casino manager Danton was leisurely propping his feet on the table, casually counting money. He smirked and mumbled, these chickens have certainly contributed quite a bit, haven't they? Suddenly, the door burst open. Kim rushed in, pale-faced. Director, we have a big problem. Danton frowned, annoyed, and kicked his feet off the table. What's all the fuss about? He quickly reported the situation. Someone swept up all the money. The chips on the tables are completely gone. The old man's eyes widened. He sprang up as if electrocuted, shouting, what? The two immediately rushed to the window, forcefully pulling the curtains aside. The casino lights reflected on their faces, making their eyes even colder. Danton gnashed his teeth, looking down at the hall below, and growled, who is it? Kim pointed to a corner of the hall that was attracting quite a few stares. It's that couple from the frozen north. The old man angrily snapped, damn it, they really did clean us out. This game was supposed to be unwinnable. He immediately spoke up worriedly, should we find an excuse to kick them out? The old man said irritably, we can't do that in front of the customers. At this moment, Danton's eyes gleamed with calculation. He gritted his teeth and flashed a sinister smile. Lead them up to the penthouse. In this casino, I am the law, I am the king. No one takes anything out of here without my permission. Downstairs, Vassal continued his game. Under the dazzling lights, he sat upright, his eyes intently fixed on his opponent. Vassal immediately flipped his cards, his voice calm. 9. The man opposite froze, his face pale, exclaiming in alarm, I lost. You stood beside him, eyes shining, excitedly exclaiming, how strange, male. You win almost every time you bet. He casually gathered the chips toward himself, a faint smile curving his lips. At this moment, Vassal mused internally, that's what I say, but in reality, there are marks on the cards that only the dealer can see. From the very beginning, this was a rigged game. Players can never win. At first, I pretended to lose not to draw attention, but now that it's come to this, I can't hold back anymore. No sooner had that thought ended than hurried footsteps sounded behind him. He thought, something's about to happen soon, I guess. And indeed it did. He stood before Vassal, offering a polite smile but with eyes as sharp as knives, his voice soft yet full of hidden meaning. Hello, esteemed guest. It seems this table might not be fitting for your caliber. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to a bigger table. Vassal raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle smile on his lips. A bigger table? I'm already bored here, so that's great. A moment later, they arrived. As the door opened, the sight before him left him stunned. Soft lights cast illumination on the high ceiling. Luxurious, modern furnishing stretched out before his eyes, every detail exuding sophistication and extravagance. Vassal was inwardly surprised. This is the penthouse. He silently thought, I didn't expect there'd be a place like this on the top floor. It must be only for high-class people or special guests. Suddenly a voice rang out, hello, esteemed guest. He feigned delight, I am Danton, the casino manager. I was impressed by your playing style, so I invited you up here. Vassal sarcastically replied, I guess I won too much money, huh? Danton chuckled, his tone friendly but unable to hide a touch of awkwardness. Nonsense, inviting you up here is also for a celebration. She leaned close to his ear, whispering in a voice as light as wind but full of murderous intent, what kind of laugh is that? It's so annoying. Male, should we kill Quatch? Vassal glanced at the person beside him, sighed softly and reminded, you already promised. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and Kim immediately stepped forward, holding a glittering tray of wine. Danton put on a friendly facade, his smile bright but full of calculation. To celebrate, I invite each of you to a glass of wine. Hey, bring out the most expensive wine. He continued, his voice jovial as if genuinely wanting to treat them. Come on, drink up. Manhua, without a shred of suspicion, immediately grabbed a glass and gulped it down. The more expensive the wine, the better. But immediately after, Manhua suddenly vomited all the wine she had just drunk. She exclaimed in surprise, her breath ragged, wait a minute. Manhua crushed the glass in her hand, anger flashing in her eyes. She growled, male, this wine, could it be? Vassal forcefully threw his wine glass to the ground, the liquid splattering everywhere, and coldly interrupted, yes, it's drugged. His subordinates quickly surrounded them. Danton maintained his fake smile, then sighed and shrugged, saying, his voice full of sarcasm, what a pity. If you had just collapsed, at most you would have only lost your money. At this moment, his face turned chillingly cold, and spiritual energy violently erupted around Vassal, making the air in the room seem to freeze. He gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the old man, his voice deepening with murderous intent. I don't know, but are you really just after the money? Danton took a step back, his face pale, sweat pouring down him. He stammered, his voice trembling, what is this? Kim, oblivious to the approaching danger, growled, his eyes sweeping contemptuously over each person, you guys. Isn't this situation enough for you to beg for your lives? Don't you realize the current situation? Danton yelled in terror, you fools, retreat immediately. Kim was bewildered, his face showing confusion, and he quickly asked, why suddenly like this? The old man immediately roared, his voice full of annoyance and panic, I said retreat immediately, you idiot. Danton stared fearfully at the two people in front of him, sweat running down his spine. He thought to himself, that guy is only emitting spiritual aura in front of me. Though I am old and weak, I was once a grandmaster-level chi cultivator, and many years of experience tell me this. Thoughts incessantly raced through Danton's mind, they are beings far beyond humans. Then, he bowed his head, his voice trembling as he said, please forgive my impudence, what do you need me for? Vassal smiled cordially, his eyes remaining calm as if everything was within his grasp. Immediately after, a sound audible only to Danton resonated in his mind, you certainly have the mind of a manager. I have a task for you. Danton flinched in fright, his heart exclaiming in shock, sound transmission magic. He replied via sound transmission, just say it, what is it? He coldly stated, 2 perfect fake documents. Prepare them for me before tomorrow. In the magnificent setting of the casino, the glittering lights reflected on Vassal's calm face. His voice rang out softly but with pressure, that was fun, don't forget what I asked of you. The two of them waved goodbye, each carrying 2 large bags of money on their backs. Danton knelt down to bow, his voice full of reverence, yes, thank you for visiting our casino. Kim said, puzzled, Director, why would you do this? If we just let them go like this, our reputation in this circle. He abruptly stood up, turned, and walked away, shouting, idiot. Danton walked away dejectedly, his heart heavy, his voice lowered, what in this world is more precious than life? He angrily spat, gritting his teeth sarcastically, even a notorious war dog gets old, it tucks its tail before even fighting. A dangerous glint appeared in Kim's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He said coldly, no, actually, this is better. Just killing that impudent punk is enough to prove Danton is useless. At that time, the organization will definitely give me the director position. After that, Kim immediately gave a loud order, find those who just ransacked the casino for me. They can't have gone far. Immediately, the subordinates rushed out like a whirlwind, weapons raised high, full of vigor, shouting in unison, understood. Vassal and Manhua stood on the roof of a nearby building, their eyes fixed on the chaotic crowd below. He put the money into storage and said, I knew something was strange from the start. She complimented him, you're really smart, male. Vassal's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he continued, then let's get ready to move so we don't leave any lingering trouble. After that, the two of them walked around the city, spending the money they had just acquired. Manhua held a skewer of grilled meat in her hand, chewing and looking around with undisguised delight. The human world truly has many strange things. Manhua pointed at a toy box sold by the roadside, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a treasure. Look at this, male. This tiny box is playing music. Standing next to her, he could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, I wonder if this is what it feels like to be a parent. She looked at the toy in her hand and excitedly said, this monkey looks like a beastman I know. Vassal quickly spotted the tail in the crowded street. A thought sparked in his mind, as expected, they're following very closely. Then, Vassal pretended to be calm, Manhua, let's try going that way. By this time, it was late at night. Darkness descended, covering the street with shadows and dim lights. The two of them calmly returned to the inn. Manhua was loaded with all sorts of things she had just bought. Hearing faint footsteps behind them, Vassal subtly curled his lips, and his voice, full of sarcasm, echoed in the darkness, just show yourselves already, why are you still sneaking around? Kim slowly removed his cloak hood, revealing his cold face in the streetlights, his eyes sharp as knives. His deep, hoarse voice carried murderous intent, quite a nerve, aren't you? Or have you chosen a place to die? She pointed at the person in front of her, her eyes shining brightly, octopus. I've wanted to give you a beating since the first time we met. Kim frowned, a vein twitching on his forehead, and irritably snapped, what did you say? He gritted his teeth furiously, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, and shouted, this one hasn't understood the situation yet, has she? I'll torment you until you beg for death." Moa cracked her knuckles, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit, and sneered, "Your mouth is pretty good, let's see what you can really do." He stood silently, his eyes quickly scanning the area. Then he transmitted a message to her, his voice full of worry, "Moa, go easy on them, okay? Even though it's full of criminals here, it'll be troublesome if things get out of hand." She sighed regretfully, quickly placing her bags on the ground. "I thought we were finally going to have some fun." Kim's eyes were full of contempt, and he said sarcastically, "What, scared when it's time to act? Then I'll make the first move." No sooner had he finished speaking, before he could even attack, a devastating punch from Moa landed squarely on his head, causing Kim to double over, his face distorted with pain. Not missing a beat, Moa charged in like a whirlwind, her fists flying, each blow powerful and decisive, without holding back. Before the subordinates could react, they were successively knocked down. Moa shouted excitedly, "You guys, come at me, all of you." Vassal looked at the battle in front of him, thinking to himself, "It's really convenient to have Moa and Ani. I can leisurely pick up the fake documents tomorrow." Early the next morning, in the port city of the Kage Empire, Vassal and Moa blended into the bustling crowd. He looked around, thinking to himself, "This is the Britannia Empire. There was a time I believed this was my father's enemy, full of burning hatred, yet upon arriving, I found my heart empty." They approached the city gate, where two guards stood solemnly. One of them spoke coldly, "You two, present your documents." Without hesitation, Vassal quickly took out his documents, saying respectfully, "Yes, here they are." The guard took the paper, glanced through the information, then squinted suspiciously. "What brings someone from the frozen lands all the way down to the south?" He remained calm, his voice steady. "Hearing about the civil war in the empire, my parents were worried, so I came to visit." The guard beside him immediately rubbed his fingers, a suggestive look in his eyes, his voice full of innuendo. "A touching story, indeed, but we can't just let anyone in." Vassal immediately understood, and without another word, he pulled out a small pouch of money, quietly offered it to them, and respectfully said, "Please accept this small token of my sincerity." The guard took it, pretended to clear his throat, then nodded, "Your filial piety to your parents moves me, so I'll let it slide this time." After that, he gestured with his chin, his voice indifferent, "Go on." The boy quickly stepped through the gate, his eyes fixed on the guard. A chilling thought welled up in his heart. The Civil War has truly caused corruption to run rampant everywhere. Moa's voice rang out in the small street. "Everything went smoothly, didn't it? Where's our next destination, Mail?" Vassal glanced at her, replying concisely, "We're going to the Chalo Mountains." 3 days later, the two crossed the deep forest, constantly speeding up their journey. He turned around, running and talking to Mia, saying that it took quite a lot of time because they had to take a detour due to using fake documents. "We'll arrive within 10 days, if you're tired, just say so." She frowned, her voice a bit annoyed. "Who do you think I am? This is nothing." Suddenly, Mia stopped short, her eyes much more serious. She sniffed the air a few times, then said in a low voice, "Stop." "Mail." Vassal immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Mia's eyes immediately turned sharp and vigilant, her voice lowered. "There's the smell of a corpse, and it's very strong." He softly said, "Perhaps there's a graveyard nearby, or soldiers who died in the Civil War." She took another deep breath and said with certainty, "It's not the smell of a graveyard or an ordinary corpse, it's much heavier and stronger." Vassal bowed his head, his expression solemn, and sighed, "I really don't want to stir up trouble." Then, he calmly said, "But we should check what's happening, and at the same time, we need to assess the situation of the Empire." Mia's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She excitedly cheered, "All right, let's go, Mail." Very soon after, they arrived at a small village deep in the forest, where zombies wandered everywhere, walking aimlessly, emitting a strong stench. The two hid behind a thick bush, observing the scene before them. Mia quietly lowered her head and whispered in amazement, "It feels like the whole village is dead." He frowned. His serious gaze followed the staggering zombie figures, thinking to himself that sometimes graveyards affected by magic could indeed produce zombies. Thoughts continued to echo in Zassel's mind. A large number like this couldn't possibly appear naturally. It must have been caused by cultists. Suddenly, at that tense moment, the system appeared, announcing, Mission 1, Requiem for the Zombie Village. An entire village of peaceful commoners has turned into zombies in the blink of an eye. Comfort the souls of this afflicted village. Reward, low-grade magic stone X2, provisions. He stiffened, his eyes slightly widening, unable to hide his astonishment. A mission. A thought sparked in Zassel's mind. Mission 1 means there will be a series of subsequent missions here, right? Immediately after, he quickly stood up, his eyes shining as if he had made a decision. Can't ignore this. All the better, then. Zassel didn't hesitate. He immediately stepped out from behind the bush and headed straight towards the staggering horde of zombies in the village. His voice rang out clearly, full of reverence. Even though they've become spirits, surely none of them wish to live as zombies. Immediately, the zombies growled and surged towards Zassel, their rotting arms reaching out, vying for the living prey before them. His voice continued, then. Spiritual energy fiercely erupted around Zassel's body, swirling like a whirlwind, then gathering into glowing spears that surrounded him. Without hesitation, Zassel swung his hand, immediately launching towards them, and coldly said, Let me help them rest in peace. Suddenly, Mia and Pepper excitedly rushed forward from behind, their eyes shining brightly, and she eagerly cheered, Understood, male. Mia plunged into the horde of zombies like a whirlwind, her eyes blazing. She swung her arms furiously, power erupting violently, shouting, Return to dust, all of you. It also quickly joined in, swooping down from above, opening its mouth to breathe a scorching stream of fire, sweeping it directly down onto the zombies below. The battle was incredibly fierce. Dust and smoke billowed, the howls and shrieks of the zombies echoed incessantly, swallowed by the storm of power that swept away everything. Just a moment later, the system announced a new message, Mission completed. Reward, low-grade magic stone X2, provisions. Mia crossed her arms, standing amidst the ashes, her eyes triumphant, a smirk playing on her lips. That was quick, wasn't it? They continued on their journey. Seeing Zassel's solemn mood, she glanced at him, her voice suddenly softening as she gently comforted him. Don't dwell on it too much, they'll find their peace. Mia suddenly stopped, her expression changed noticeably. Seeing that, Zassel turned to her in surprise and asked, Mia, what's wrong? Male. She took a deep breath, her eyes wide with panic. There's a smell of corpses again. Mia continued, her voice firm, After clearing this place, I'm even more certain, the true source of that smell is over there. He immediately pulled out the map, unfolded it quickly in his hands, his eyes scanned the landmarks, then he quietly murmured, That direction is. Without hesitation, all three immediately dashed off like the wind, rushing through the dense forest. As they moved, Zassel frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the direction Mia pointed was the Baron's territory. He gritted his teeth, his gaze became tense, a vague worry rising in his heart. That was an area managed by the Empire. The village's scale was completely different. Even just the civilians living there numbered at least over 1,000 people. The thoughts continued to echo in Zassel's mind. If all of them had already become zombies, then this entire country being swallowed would only be a matter of time. He only hoped it wasn't too late. Before long, they arrived. The entire town was now filled with zombies, stumbling and dragging their feet through every corner, creating a chilling scene. Zassel and Mia sat high above, quietly observing the chaotic scene below. His heart was heavy. He couldn't believe something like this was happening in the Baron's territory. Zassel was pensive, his eyes still following the lifeless steps of the zombies below. Even though the country was chaotic due to civil war, the Empire would never ignore this disaster. Thoughts quietly emerged in his mind. If so, then, just like Duke Bismarck's rebellion, someone in the Empire's high ranks must have colluded with the cult. Zassel thought to himself, could it be that the true darkness he spoke of was this? At this moment, the system displayed text, announcing, Mission 2, The Shadow of the Baron's Territory. All civilians in Baron Atlan's territory have long been turned into zombies. Destroy them and uncover the hidden secret in this territory. Reward, medium-grade magic stone X2, provisions. Surprise welled up in his heart, a hidden secret? Immediately after, Zassel stood up abruptly, his eyes becoming sharp. Mia, Pepper, first we need to finish clearing this place. His spiritual power erupted violently, like a swirling vortex of sacred light enveloping his body. His eyes were sharp, his voice low but full of power. I'll send them off quickly, painlessly. Zassel formed a sphere of power with fire and lightning. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking, fire in one hand, lightning in the other, imagining the flames spreading, using lightning as the fuse. Then Zassel used that power to destroy the zombies and shouted, "Red chain lightning." Suddenly Mia appeared from above and raised her fist at the zombies. Then she threw her punch and yelled excitedly. Zassel looked towards Mia. That's. Next, he saw many red characters forming rows, runes written backward. They were written everywhere in the village, and he could feel a strange magic, moreover, the flow of this earth vein. While Mia was fighting the monsters, she turned back and asked, "Male, have you found anything?" Zassel said, imagining some kind of magic circle, "Yes, this is a magic array, a formation that transfers the power of these zombies to a specific target." Mia gasped, "What? Transferring to whom?" He said, looking elsewhere, "Perhaps." Then Zassel looked at the tall building with a bell, that very place, in the center of the village, the Lord's mansion. He and she walked towards it, and as they walked, Mia said, "So, just destroying that place will be enough, right?" "I'll go there right away." Zassel put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "Wait, Lady Mia, the center of the magic array is moving." After hearing him, she seemed to realize, that's right, it's getting closer and closer. As they were moving, they stopped. Before Mia and Zassel, a voice echoed, "Kill, kill." The shouts of "kill them" were none other than from a Death Knight. She charged forward to fight it. While they were being destroyed by Mia, Zassel thought, Death Knights are much stronger than regular zombies. He observed the situation from the side. They absolutely cannot be underestimated, unless, of course, the opponent is a superhuman, then that's a different story. Mia used her strength to throw the Death Knight. But it wasn't that simple. It had a sword in its hand to defend itself. She jumped up, delivering a critical blow with her foot, and said, "These guys, fighting them is quite fun. It's been a long time since I had this much fun." So just. And a Death Knight was hit by Mia's attack, its bones shattered. Try to endure it. Suddenly, one appeared from somewhere with a sword in its hand, intending to charge at her. But Mia wasn't easily defeated. She chuckled delightedly, "Too slow." And then Mia used her power to destroy it. "Let's see, how do you want to be dealt with?" Cold lightning chain. All the Death Knights were dealt with by her. At the same time, Zassel ran over. "Mia, are you all right?" Mia grabbed his collar and scolded him. "That was mine. Why did you take it?" "You male, I was planning to savor it slowly." Zassel felt dizzy and lightheaded. I'm sorry." She turned away gloomily, but he was still lost in thought. The people in the territory being turned into zombies, it must be to provide power for the Death Knights. Zassel looked at the scenes before him and couldn't help but ponder, not hesitating to make any sacrifices for their own goals. That's truly the style of heretics. He still hadn't escaped his thoughts. The existence of this place is proof that the Empire has allied with the heretics. I must report this as soon as I return. Then Mia spoke up, "But, you male." She looked towards the moon and replied, "Although it's very faint, I've felt like someone has been watching me this whole time." And on that moon was Zhu Ling. He was too small to be seen. Zassel asked, "A gaze?" "What do you mean, where?" He sneered, "This girl is quite perceptive." While Zassel and Pepper looked in another direction, Zhu Ling said, "The future Dragon Emperor's successor has become stronger than before, but it's still not enough." Then he flew away, "Get even stronger, because there's not much time left." Mia looked up, wondering, Suddenly disappeared. Zassel guessed, "Could it be that you're hallucinating due to the aftershocks of the collapsing magic circle?" Then he turned away in another direction. Anyway, let's move. The road is still long. Mia still found it strange. That's odd. Could I really have been mistaken? Scene changed to Mount Check Low. Zassel admired the mountain and exclaimed, "It's completely different from what I read in books. It truly is the most dangerous and beautiful mountain on the continent. The clue to the next dragon must be here." Mia, exhausted behind him, asked, "Male, is what you're looking for really here?" "I look and look, but I don't see anything." He rummaged in his pocket. "Let me check." Suddenly, the paper in Zassel's hand burst into flames, surprising him. Mia also spoke up, "I didn't do anything, Male." Then a compass appeared in Zassel's hand. He was curious, "What is that?" Mia replied, "It's a compass, it's pointing the way we need to go." He smiled as if understanding, "It seems we're almost there." In a deep cave, with light filtering in from outside, Brahma lay there. "You have finally arrived, my young master. And a child bearing dragon's blood. I don't know if she's the new bride, but she's brought along such a perfectly suitable young girl." She seemed to realize something, then Brahma angrily roared, "Get out immediately! This place is a sacred ground for the young master. The likes of you are not worthy to set foot here." Zhu Ling was also surprised by that reaction. He clicked his tongue, "I guess I can't get any closer." Then Zhu Ling flew away, cursing, "That damn old hag." Zhu Ling gritted his teeth, "It's not that I wanted things to turn out this way." Mia looked around and sensed, what a strange place. The two stood on the cliff, looking up at the towering mountain. Zassel spoke again, "There's a wide plain and forests on the rocky mountain, and even that distant hill looks strange too." He urged, "What's more, there's fog at this altitude. Let's go check it out." Suddenly Mia called out, "Male." Zassel turned to look and saw her hovering in midair. Zassel panicked, "Lady Mia." Mia struggled, "The fog is holding me tight." Suddenly she blushed, "Just fog, and it dares." Then Mia used all her strength to break free, "Get lost." But she still couldn't escape, they clung to her even more. Zassel was also surprised, "Wait, could this be?" Then he held out his hand and shouted, "Wind." You also shouted. Then she fell to her knees on the ground. "The fog is dissipating, Male." Zassel looked familiar and replied, "It seems this fog is enchanted with special magic. It only allows me to enter and exit, while preventing others." He told Mia, "Please wait here for a moment." She sighed, "I guess I have no choice." Zassel and Pepper moved, "Well, I'm going now." Mia angrily yelled, "Hurry up, Male." As he walked, he observed the path. The deeper he went into the forest, the thicker the fog became. Moreover, this fog wasn't ordinary magic. Zassel continued to think, it's fog whose magical properties have been altered. Not only that, it's also a type of placed magic circle. He suddenly stopped. The nature of the fog is changing again. He realized, this is... A huge maze appeared before Zassel. "A maze?" Bramaska spoke, startling him, "The young master has entered the maze." She stood before the huge maze and said, "These challenges were specially prepared for the young master by the Dragon King. The only thing I can do is hope that the young master doesn't give up." He looked up in fear, but Bramaska continued, "Please show an unyielding will, young master." As Zassel walked, he pondered, 3 days have passed, but I don't feel hungry or sleepy. Time here flows differently than outside. He took a running jump and punched the wall, creating a fierce blaze, muttering to himself, "Magic or physical strength, anything is useless. I've tried everything, but it's all in vain. But if there's an entrance, there must be an exit." Zassel clenched his fists, determined. "I will definitely overcome this challenge." He walked dejectedly straight ahead, but saw no end. His sense of time became numb. "Now I can't even remember how many days it's been. Is there really an exit? What if I can't go back?" Suddenly, a system appeared before him, displaying a notification, "Do you want to abandon the maze? Yes/no. If you abandon, you can exit the maze. Zassel was confused. I can leave this place? It feels like a waste to give up now. Pepper is also very tired. Me too. I'll just prepare thoroughly and come back later. Zassel was about to press the yes button to leave the maze, but he paused, hesitant. But, it's strange. If I give up here, I feel like I won't get stronger. I want to revive my fallen clan. He recalled a painful image from the past and mused, avenge my wrongly accused father, and reach the seventh circle realm I once only dreamed of. Now, the reason to get stronger is gone. But I still want to surpass the eighth circle, reach the pinnacle of magic, and achieve transcendence. Who knows, at the end of this maze, I might gain another power. Vaso immediately chose to stay in the maze, as if a moment more and his will would create a reason to turn back. He tried to hypnotize himself, to just endure a little longer. Suddenly, the stone floor beneath his feet began to crumble, sending Vaso falling into the void below, and the system issued a notification. You have proven your unwavering will, like a rock. The maze challenge is complete. Moving to the dwelling of the Shadow Dragon. Vaso landed softly. Suddenly, there was a strange laugh. This old woman wishes to introduce herself to the young master, said a super-huge, gigantic shadow dragon coiled around him. Ophelia pointed to a house not far away. With a respectful attitude towards him, she invited him in. You must be tired, sir. Allow me to serve you tea. The house was lavishly furnished. Vaso sat properly on the chair, looking around. I can't believe there's a place like this on a dragon's back. Madame Ophelia used her magic to control the teapot, pouring tea into his cup and solemnly saying, Young master, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Shadow Dragon Ophelia. Vaso quickly replied, I am Vaso Zeman. Ophelia smiled, Vaso, what a good name. Very fitting for a master as you overcame the maze challenge. Time in the real world hasn't passed, so please don't worry. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Vaso looked at his reflection in the teacup. He had met many dragons before, but it was a pity he had never had the chance to talk for so long. What should he ask? He asked Madame Ophelia, how does the Dragon King exist, and why have I become the Dragon King? She calmly replied, a question right to the core. The Dragon King is the Lord and Master of all dragons, and also the source of life. Vaso continued to ask, if so, what's the reason there are so few dragons left in this era? It's because the Great Master, the previous Dragon King, the Dragon God King, has returned to nature. The wounds from the battle with the disturbers in the Middle Realm were the cause. And the reason the young master has become the new Dragon King is because you are the last descendant of the Dragon God King and the savior from another world. Vaso repeated Ophelia's words, the savior from another world. She continued to explain, he was the Dragon God King's partner, someone from another world. The young master's black hair must have been inherited from that person. Now the last scattered pieces finally fit together. The heirloom ring reacted to the dragon's heart for this reason. At this moment, Vaso thought to himself, my mother is the descendant of the savior from another world. He scratched his head and asked, so, the dragons from the second generation are only people like me, who carry dragon blood and are chosen, right? Ophelia drank her tea and replied, that's right. I've also just decided who will receive my power. Vaso wondered, what? Who is it? Suddenly, Madame Ophelia coughed up blood. He panicked, are you all right, madam? She calmly said, this means I don't have much time left. The two walked to a room. Madame Ophelia pushed open the door, before I leave, I have something I want to give to you. The room contained countless treasures. He was so surprised that he stammered, this. Ophelia casually said, these are the things I've collected my entire life, just like a greedy dragon. I've gathered them very diligently. Young master, would you accept them? He stiffened and said, such precious items, can I really accept them? Ophelia affectionately took his hand, so it truly is the very end. If only I could have served you until the end of my life. May the chosen one who inherits my powers serve the young master well. As she spoke, Ophelia vanished into thin air and then disappeared completely, leaving only the words, "Young Master, head north." The system appeared again, announcing, "Mission, Northern Iceland. Find the largest mirror in the distant frozen lands of the north, where two full moons appear together. Reward." The scene changed to Mia lying in some forest. The wind blew a little sand into her mouth, causing her to choke and cough. She sat up. Psst, psst, psst. What was that? What is this? Why is there sand? Even in my sleep, I swallowed sand. Did I eat something delicious in my dream? She exclaimed in surprise. The fog is disappearing. Back to Vaso. He was standing in awe on top of Ophelia's pile of gold. It was astonishing. This fortune must be many times the budget of Endymion. He stared suspiciously ahead. Those were magic scrolls, all of them 7th circle, 8th circle magic, peak 8th circle spells. Brisbane's Inferno, Hellfire, thought to be extinct, yet there were 2 scrolls. This truly is the most precious gift. Just collecting all of it would take half a day. If his spatial bag hadn't expanded after reaching the 7th circle, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it all. Suddenly, a shout made him flinch. Male. Mia lunged her body close to Vaso. He was surprised. "Lord Mia, how did you get here?" Mia replied cheerfully, "The fog disappeared, so I just followed the scent here." "But what are you doing here?" Mia wondered. "Ah, this used to be the Dark Dragon's dwelling." He widened his eyes in surprise. "That place has vanished." "It must be because its assigned mission has been completed. Ophelia, may you rest in peace." "Lord Mia, while you were waiting, did anything special happen?" Mia looked a bit guilty. "Other than swallowing sand in my sleep, nothing much." "Why?" Vaso quickly replied, "It's nothing." At this moment, he also thought to himself, he said he swallowed sand. It seems Lord Mia is the successor to the dragon's power. Perhaps, just like Ilo, he'll need more time to fully awaken. Mia suddenly became alert. "Male. That's the gaze I felt before. My wild instincts are warning me. This person, even with my full power, I cannot defeat them." Both stared wide-eyed at the woman with enormous wings spread out, covering the sky. Then he blurted out, "You are indeed a dragon." Julin looked down coldly and said, "Yes, compared to our last encounter, you truly have grown stronger." Gradually, he descended into the cave. Vaso looked up with an extremely vigilant expression. Something strange. He thought, why does a dragon's body have the feeling of cult magic? But Julin quickly closed in on him. "But it's still not enough." Seeing this, Mia lunged forward, intending to punch him in the face. "You stay away from the male." Julin swung his arm, batting her away. "I have no business with you." Mia quickly regained her balance, roaring angrily, "You want to try? I'll risk my life to kill you." Vaso, sensing the situation was bad, shouted to stop her. "Lord Mia, please stop. This person isn't here to fight." "Pepper, you stop too." Julin glanced at him, a bit confused. "Why do you think that?" Vaso replied honestly, "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so at our first meeting. What exactly do you want from me?" Surprisingly, Julin placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "If you truly are the Dragon Emperor, then not even a single dragon should be abandoned." He spoke with all sincerity. "You must become strong enough to make all dragons obey. Strong enough to release me from this seal. That is your destiny. The path you must take is the Dragon Emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, Julin spread his wings and flew off. "I, the dragon hunter Julian Gister. I hope to meet you again as my master." Vaso watched him leave. Finally, Julin disappeared into the air, leaving a final message. "Oh, young Dragon Emperor." The scene shifts to night. On a sailboat cruising on the vast sea. This is a sailboat heading towards the Aching Kingdom. In the room, Mia was devouring a chicken leg, while Vaso murmured to himself, "Dragon Hunter, huh?" He pondered deeply. A dragon that has truly fallen, abandoning its duty to protect the material world. History even records it as a demon dragon. Vaso recalled Julien's expression, but he was different from what was recorded in history. He certainly carried the aura of a heretical cult, but not the kind whose reason was buried by destructive instincts. On the contrary, he seemed to be hiding a deep sorrow within him, he thought. Vaso made up his mind, when I return, I must find out more about the records of dragon slayers. Then he turned to ask the person in the same room, Mia, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? She scratched her neck and replied, my neck has been itchy for the past few days. He immediately asked, is it time for you to take a bath? Mia turned her face away and replied, what rude and crazy thing did you just say? You brute, a bath? I already bathed last night, you know. Vaso stepped closer to her, may I take a look? Mia shyly yelled, male. What are you doing? While he exclaimed, just as I thought. Then Vaso snapped his fingers, summoning mirrors. He placed one mirror behind Mia's neck and another in front of her face. Could you take a look at this? Mia exclaimed in surprise, this. Then she screamed, aren't those dragon scales? Vaso speculated, this situation is different from Sir Ilo's. Is it because everyone receives dragon bloodline differently? Mia refused, lying on the ground and rolling around as if throwing a tantrum, I'm not a lizard half-human. Why is this happening? I don't want to become a dragon god, male. Vaso forced a smile and said, calm down first. A moment later, on the ship's deck, Mia said, so, that means. She held a bottle of wine, swaying precariously on the ship's body. If what you say is true, then I've received the Black Dragon's power, and when that power awakens, I'll be bound in a master-servant relationship with you, right? Vaso looked at her and replied, yes, I apologize, it is indeed so. Madame Mia has always been a lover of freedom. He thought, suddenly becoming a master-servant relationship, she'll probably feel uncomfortable. However, Mia thought differently, is that so? You like that very much, don't you? Male, does that mean I can become even stronger with the dragon's power? He said in a firm voice. Yes. That is indeed true. She imagined Ilo's smug face and said with determination, even that long-eared little fish is in a master-servant relationship with you, so now I'm finally on equal footing. Vaso suddenly moved closer and cautiously asked, are you all right? You're the Wolf King, yet you've become my servant. She immediately replied, between us, who's above and who's below, what does it matter? Once a wolf chooses a mate, it never changes for life. He reiterated. What? What are you suddenly talking about? Mia stood up and said, but I'm not giving up the number 2 position. Vaso thought to himself, I don't understand what she's saying, but it's good that she's happy. And one morning a few days later, at the tower, Vaso sat down on the chair in fear, because someone was poking him with a giant lollipop. Vaso quickly ducked under the chair, Master, even if it's candy, getting hit by it would still kill me. Darius replied, what do you mean, die? She swung the candy up and made a terrifying face, I'll spare you. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and called her, Fire Tower Master. Darius yelled impatiently, what is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The staff member stepped in and whispered softly into her ear. Darius threw the candy to the ground, why do they always know the perfect time to contact me? She then said, get ready, His Highness the Regent is looking for you. He cautiously asked, yes, Regent. Does your Highness mean something happened to the king? Darius turned and told him, fortunately, it's not what you're worried about. It's just that you've just been through something big, so you need to rest. Vaso sighed in relief, that's lucky. The very next second, Vaso suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, so. Could it be His Highness the Regent? Scene shifts to the royal palace. Someone's voice shouted, Duke Vaso. Heket angrily snapped, are you still in your right mind? She angrily questioned him, don't you know the Empire is a hostile nation? I should be punishing you for colluding with an enemy country. Heket slowly stood up, but, considering the merits you've earned until now, She pointed her staff at Vaso. I will consider those merits and issue a 6-month travel ban. If you have any objections, speak now. He bowed and replied, I have none. It's like being under house arrest, but compared to what I did, this is already very lucky. Hackett calmed down and worriedly asked him, in this situation, why did you go to such a dangerous place? Is it related to the dragon blood flowing within you? He stammered, how did your highness know? Darius, standing next to them with her arms crossed, answered for him, every time you return from studying abroad, you make remarkable progress. So I guessed you were looking for dragon-related artifacts and grew stronger because of them. He bowed his head and softly replied, yes, that's right. Before, it was only within our country's territory or neighboring countries, but this time, the discovery was in the Empire, so there was no other choice. Vaso continued, and in fact, I discovered that the Baron's territory in the Empire has been completely transformed into a land of zombies. There were even dragons. Darius exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? Hackett covered her face and said, I can't believe it. If that's the case, then the situation is truly horrifying. She continued with a hint of fear, the prophecy of the cultists who once allied with the rebellious Archduke Bismarck, he will plunge the continent into blood and darkness. The chaotic situation in the Empire due to the civil war for the throne, furthermore, the Baron's territory was turned into a land of zombies. Hackett said seriously, all of this is not a coincidence to me, Fire Tower Master, what do you think? She replied, I share the same thought. I will send spies to thoroughly investigate the situation in the Empire. Hackett ordered. Do so. Yes, we obey, Your Highness the Regent, Darius and Vaso respectfully replied. As Vaso stepped outside the door, he gently turned his head to look at her and thought, she must have a lot on her mind too. I'll go see her next time and properly apologize. He noticed Darius. Humph. Master, she said, he really is an idiot. Then Darius looked at him with fiery eyes. Aren't you going to quickly go back and report to His Highness the Regent? Do I have to remind you about even this? He listened to her and immediately turned back to Hackett. She asked, is there anything else you want to say? Duke Vaso hesitated. Vaso replied, if your grace doesn't mind. He stepped forward and took her hand. Could you spare some time? I'd like to introduce a friend. Hackett asked, puzzled. A friend? It turned out the friend Vaso was referring to was the dragon, Pepper. She hugged it and looked very pleased. My goodness, how can there be such a cute creature in the world? She happily asked Vaso, what is this child? He smiled and replied, this is the spirit I've contracted with. It's a 2nd-generation dragon. Since I haven't summoned it in the royal palace, I haven't had a chance to introduce it, and it also just recently awakened. Hackett looked at Pepper. Is this little one the dragon mentioned in your report? I thought dragons were supposed to be huge. Vaso then commanded it, let me show everyone its true form. Pepper. Immediately, it transformed into a gigantic fiery dragon. Hackett exclaimed in astonishment, oh my goodness. She looked at Pepper with immense fascination. This is a dragon's true form, truly superior in every aspect. Vaso climbed onto its back and extended a hand to her. Come, let's go, Hackett. Both of them climbed onto Pepper's back, and it swiftly soared away. Vaso held her close and asked, Hackett, are you all right? Was that speed too fast? She closed her eyes, a little shy, and replied, though it was a bit sudden, I'm fine. Then he told her, look over there. Before them was the beautiful sunset, with the sun hidden behind layers of clouds. He told Hackett, you must be very tired from your regent duties, so I thought seeing this view would lift your spirits. She was too stunned to speak. It truly is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen in my life. Then Hackett turned back and said, however, if you think this alone will appease my anger, you're mistaken. Vaso gave a wry smile and replied, yes, of course, I apologize, Your Grace. Suddenly, she broke into a smile brighter than the sun. Even so, it's not bad at all. Vaso leaned closer to her face, Hackett. And then, the two of them kissed under the twilight. The scene shifted to a beastkin forest. From afar, sounds echoed towards the village. A puff of smoke drifted by. Two people were chatting. It seems intense today, doesn't it? Well, it's been 4 months already, after all. The ape-man chuckled. Every time that person comes, it's always with such enthusiasm. The turtle person also chuckled in reply. Rain is a pure kind of love too. Vaso was furious, flames fiercely erupting around him. Vaso then shouted, a column of fire, straight down on that face. La Mancha, land of giants. Even if this is a developed area, at this rate, there'll be nothing left of the forest. After he unleashed his move, he paused to catch his breath. Moa said delightedly, oh, that last move was quite good, you male. Now it's my turn, right? She cracked her shoulders and got ready to attack. I'm not very good at holding back my power, so don't worry about the forest and just go all out. Gwen immediately charged forward and threw a punch. Otherwise, you'll die. Vaso couldn't react in time and was sent flying into the sky. Gwen quickly built momentum and jumped up. She intended to throw another punch. Receive my true feelings, you male. Vaso was faster and put up a shield. Sorry, I'll have to refuse. Gwen's punch was strong enough to shatter the shield. Vaso quickly gathered magic. He summoned thunder-infused stone slabs to surround her. Vaso summoned lightning to strike down, Carinus. The lightning struck Moa. This is a seventh ring magic called Zeus's Thunder Spear. Even a mere graze would severely injure a normal aura user. Gwen was struck down to the ground. She didn't seem to be in pain, but it was indeed ineffective against Ms. Moa. She smiled brightly, my whole body feels tingly now. You male. Gwen quickly stood up. So, ready for round 2? Vaso replied, it's better if we stop here today. She cried, what? What do you mean? I'm just getting warmed up. He landed on the ground and explained, I have something important to do tonight. Then he asked Moa, by the way, since when did you learn how to transform into a dragon? She replied softly, I don't really know when. I can just do it once my power reaches a certain level. Vaso stared at her and thought, I struggled so much to learn dragon transformation. Is this what they call a genius? The scene shifts to the living room in the royal palace. Heket was serving Vaso tea and casually asked a few questions. So, Ms. Moa is still doing well? That's a relief then. He replied, yes, I didn't expect her to be able to transform into a dragon so easily. I was truly surprised. Heket held her teacup and spoke with a dangerously tinged voice, but what's the reason for your appointment, then? Are you perhaps here to show off your affairs with another girl? Vaso scratched his head, that. Did I do something wrong again? She put down her teacup and said, all right, you're going to ask for overseas field research again, aren't you? The travel ban is almost over anyway. Let me tell you up front, anywhere but the Empire is fine. Vaso seemed a bit flustered and said, you don't need to worry about that, Your Majesty. This time it's the north, the icy land of Arendelle. She stared at him. Then Heket sighed and put her hand on her forehead. Arendelle is a place of harsh blizzards year-round, extremely cold. The further north you go, the more uninhabitable the land becomes due to the cold. Do you really have to go to such a dangerous place? He said with determination, yes, I must go. Please grant me permission, Heket. She stood up and walked towards him. The disciplinary period is still ongoing, you know. Heket sat down next to Vaso and said, I'll observe your attitude during this time and then decide. He turned to call the dragon, Pepper. Vaso ordered, go outside. Scene shifts to the icy northern lands, Arendelle. Vaso wore a cloak and looked around. Even before turning back time, he'd been here a few times, but truly, he still couldn't get used to this cold. A notification board appeared, Mission, the icy northern lands. At the northernmost point, in the icy lands, find the largest mirror when 2 full moons rise high. He took off his hood and thought, 2 full moons, and the largest mirror. These 2 phrases only point to one place in Arendelle, but if I walk, it'll take a full month of travel. I'd also freeze to death if I kept walking like this. Vaso called out to his dragon, Pepper. He climbed onto its back and ordered, fly at full speed, Pepper. Scene shifts to Lake Calamon. Vaso landed, we're here. He looked at the lake and said, this is the famous Lake Calamon. It's truly as vast as the sea, just as rumored, no matter how cold it gets, it doesn't freeze. Vaso deduced, the 2 moons mentioned in the mission must be the moon in the sky and the moon reflected on the lake surface. He reached out and stroked his dragon's head. Thanks, Pepper. Because of you, we made it just before the full moon rises. He said, there's still time before sunset, so let's set up camp, rest, and wait. Vaso chose a secure spot and set up his tent. Inside the tent, Vaso used a fire to keep warm. He pondered as he read the scroll he carried, Indra's Wrath. This is a 7th tier magic, even higher than Carinus, which I recently learned. Vaso continued reading, it's a spell that uses residual magic to revive magical flames and accumulate firepower. It not only requires mana purity but also demands control over magic beyond even ring level. Currently, is Master the only one who can cast this magic? Vaso's eyes widened as he read, then he thought, but it's not impossible for me. In terms of magic control, I'm at a high level of the 7th ring, and as for mana purity, I surpass even Master. He mused, though it's not as powerful as Hellfire, it's still an extremely strong move. I must master it. Pepper woke up and whimpered softly, what is it? Is it time already? Vaso stepped out of the tent and looked up at the sky, the moon's full, so. He walked closer to the lake, what should I do now? Vaso put his hand to his chin, contemplating, even after observing carefully several times, I don't see anything special. Could it be that this isn't the place, but somewhere else? Suddenly, he noticed something. After that, Zaso and Pepper leaped forward. Zaso excitedly pointed forward, look, the reflection of the ice wall on the water is different now. He cast a waterproofing spell on his feet and landed on the lake surface, able to feel a faint magical power from the water. Zaso saw his reflection under the water, it was magical power in the form of a star pattern. A magic circle appeared on the lake surface, and he lightly touched it. There's only one reason to create this kind of magic, to hide something. Zaso closed his eyes, concentrating intently. The flow of magic was very weak, and the pattern was quite complex, but around him, the wind and snow were still extremely strong. At this level, it's no difficulty for me at all. A whirlpool suddenly appeared beneath Zaso's feet. He exclaimed in confusion, what's that? The whirlpool grew larger and larger. From experience, missions like these are always trials for my growth. Zaso thought, this definitely won't stop here. The whirlpool then split open, revealing a path into a cave. Perhaps the real door is inside that cave. He turned to instruct the dragon, Pepper, it's dangerous for people underwater, so please go back. Next, Zaso took a breath, well then. After that, he plunged into the cave without hesitation. Let's begin.